In the kingdom of the swordsman, in the middle of the boundless eastern wasteland, the peaceful rhythm of life is interrupted by an unexpected attack that changes everything. One of the attackers resolutely pushes the students away, showing superiority. The injured students, however, do not succumb to fear and are sure that retribution is near. The 5 powerful Blood Clan masters, standing over the students, look down skeptically. One of them, doubting that there are worthy rivals among the Sword Clan's disciples, disparages their strength. It turns out that Alan is not even among the top 10 masters, and if he dares to challenge the big 5 of the Blood Clan, then he will face inevitable defeat. A man with a menacing crimson aura sees his mission as a call for brutal massacre, claiming he has come here to collect the bodies of the students. His threat materializes in the form of a huge red projection that descends upon the student with devastating force, leaving nothing but chaos and destruction in its wake. But suddenly, a young man appears from obscurity and rushes towards danger with a speed that amazes the imagination. His skill allows him to parry a carmine blow in an instant, showing that the attackers are facing a real opponent. The hatted villain freezes, stunned that someone managed to block his attack. This event makes him wonder about the true power of the stranger. 2 students, looking in the face of death, rejoiced at their salvation. A third exclaimed that it was Brother Alan who had saved them. Brother Alan, with long hair, blue eyes, and a powerful chi oro that radiated calmness, was pleased that he had plenty of time. The villain laughed when he saw the same mysterious swordsman. He wondered if the boy was looking for death, and his projection began to form a powerful bright red sphere to attack. Alan instantly hit the monster with a light sword strike, stopping all of its attempts to hit the opponent. Suddenly, the entire Great Phi of the Blood Clan suffered massive defeats and was completely destroyed. Eventually, everyone ended up at Alan's feet, unconscious. It seemed that everything was over for them. Under the gaze, unnoticed by others, a red sphere mysteriously rolled out from under one of the 5 masters. Alan asked the students if everything was okay, to which they sincerely thanked him for their help. Alan asked his brother Steve if he had advised him not to do anything because the lack of time could lead to death. Steve taught that this should be a lesson. These masters had sacrificed 1,000 monks to create a blood clay gem, so he could not remain idle. Alan persuaded him not to listen to the fables of the clan. Let him do what he can and live an ordinary life. This is the best path to improvement for his generation. Suddenly, the student noticed a crimson pearl begin to emit purple smoke and head towards Alan. The Blood Clan elder appeared from his chambers, casting a curious glance at who dared to argue with his students in the heart of knowledge. Trying to hit the hero with a fist of phantom understanding, he showed his unbridled rage. Steve noticed and shouted that there was a 7th-level master of the Purple Palace standing in front of him. However, Alan was already preparing for a new battle, drawing his invincible sword from its scabbard, ready to meet fate in battle. The blade of the sword shone in a blue light, and in an instant, many sword strikes rushed towards the master. Alan's power was able to stop the ghostly hand of the old man. The master was surprised that someone actually stopped his attack. He thought about it and came to the conclusion that Alan was an excellent fighter and it would be a shame to kill such a person. The villain invited Alan to their clan, given their respect for the strong. He promised to make him his main student and provide additional support. Their clan has treasures and beauties. Alan replied to the elder that he had heard of a life where people worked from morning to night, ate and slept in the open air, and were always in danger. On the way to improvement, they mutually destroy each other because they only care about their own benefit. The master noted that there are few rules, weak discipline, and the main principle. The more you work, the more you get. Alan laughed when he remembered the saying that the harder you work, the more you get. Working hours are clearly regulated at your fencing school. And besides, he really likes spending time here, because he's been here for a long time, so he will never join them. The boy used his sword technique, which cuts everything in its path. It was difficult for the master to hold back such a powerful attack. In the end, Alan's sword technique won out, and a powerful explosion signaled the swordsman's triumph. Steve rejoiced at the boy's victory, and was glad in his heart that he had invited him to help. The other students could not believe their eyes. There was no way that their clan's initial level of swordsmanship could be so powerful. The exhausted demon asked Alan why he didn't want to join them. The man explained that he had worked hard for many years, so he already knew how the conversation would unfold and exactly what he would answer. The master dared to trick, but condemned himself to these humiliations. Suddenly, a strange sphere rose from the master's body, emitting a purple menacing aura. The sphere rose to Alan's hands and quietly whispered that the boy should finish off the elder. At an unexpected speed of sound, the strange artifact disappeared into thin air, leaving everyone in awe. Alan could not understand what had happened. He decided that the master spirit had left the body and was now trying to hide. He prepared his sword, charged with energy, and was ready to go soul-searching. Suddenly, the boy heard the disgusting sound of the alarm clock, which exploded with a sharp alarm. The hero stopped, pulled out a watch from under his cloak, and looked intently at the dial. After that, to the surprise of the other students, he turned around and announced that the main mission was accomplished, and he was moving on. One of the students could not believe that Brother Alan would simply allow the soul of an elder of such a powerful clan to escape. Suddenly, Steve started talking to the other students about Alan, as if they didn't understand something. Brother Alan uses the method under the working name of 9 to 5. The sun was hiding behind the mountain in front of him, reminding him that time was running out. That marked the end of Alan's day. The thing that bothered Alan the most was that at the end of the working day there was a pile of unfinished business waiting for him, and he was almost forced to work overtime. The next day, the action moves to the residence of the Swordsman clan, where the atmosphere is filled with mystery and power. Here, warriors learn to control their swords, capable of raising them into flight if they concentrate enough chakra. To be strong, they train hard every day. However, not everyone is so hardworking. One of the students glanced at the one who was idle again. He wondered how the elders accepted such a student at all. Alan slept peacefully under a tree, while the others trained relentlessly. That's how he stood out among the crowd of persistent ones. The noise of the warriors woke the boy, and he reluctantly began to warm up and wake up. He removed the blindfold to look at his comrades. Alan returned after midnight, so he did not get much rest. If he had known everything in advance, he would not have taken on such a heavy burden. Now he has been working non-stop for 5 years on a 996 schedule. The working hours of 996 unofficially run from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. 6 days a week. The manager constantly from morning to night stressed the employee about his laziness, insisting on continuing the work to completion, without any thoughts of escape. After the boy fainted, colleagues told the boss that an ambulance should be called. However, he insisted on completing the project first. Alana unexpectedly died, and by chance he ended up in a fantasy world. He, an ordinary apprentice from a swordsman clan, finally gets a second chance to change his life. The other students, as in his past life, insist that he must work continuously. They believe that a young student should devote time to practice, not sleep. Everyone around speaks with one voice about the guy as the embodiment of laziness, the recognized record holder in this matter, because no one has ever seen such a lazy person. He decided not to repeat the mistakes of the past, and never work overtime. The boy did not expect that even here he would be so noticeable. He was suddenly pulled from his thoughts when he heard someone calling his name. Steve informed Alan that the elder was looking for him to find out about the details of yesterday's mission. Alan wondered if Steve had said anything about him. The enraptured student replied that the master had already gathered them together for a conversation, but Alan's power had not been mentioned. The incorrigible slacker was glad it was great, and next time the guy would teach Steve a few techniques. The student suddenly blushed and thanked his comrade in arms. Alan, holding a magic sword, went to the elder's palace. After some time he reached the main hall. In the world, improvement is divided into 6 stages, from the lowest to the highest. This includes improving the chakra and the spirit realm. The formation of the soul is the boundary of the palace of the immortals, which engraves the power of man. The last stages of the path to perfection. The purple palace and the ascent to the truth, where the veil of secrets opens. Each of these stages is divided into 9 levels. However, there is something more important than all these stages. This is the head of the Sword Clan, Reynolds, who has reached the 6th level of Truth Ascension. The most powerful in the world call him the elemental god of the sword. Alan greeted Reynolds, wishing the experienced senior a good morning. The powerful warrior gave the boy a merciless look, reminding him that he should not forget where he is. Alan then took a box out of his pocket, revealing that this was exactly what he had planted, and it had ripened a few days before. This news literally stunned Reynolds. He approached Alan like a child, eagerly begging for a chance to try his new tea. Who would have thought that the elemental sword god, Reynolds, was madly in love with tea? Alan has applied his extensive experience in growing succulents and other plants to create the ultimate tea. This helped him establish a good relationship with his seniors, but such a trait is a must for any self-respecting employee. Thoughts were interrupted by an elderly sage who was hiding tea in his sleeve. He asked how the mission went yesterday. Some students mentioned that it was Alan who saved them. The guy turned away and noted that it happened completely by accident. He pulled out a strange orb, stating that he had acquired it from a disciple from another clan. Reynolds knew immediately what kind of sphere it was. It was a bloody gem. He took it from the student and asked if Alan knew what kind of artifact it was and what power it had. Reynolds gave the boy a serious look and began his story. Alan immediately brushed it off and started shouting that he didn't know anything and didn't want to hear it, because he wasn't interested in it at all. He tried to escape, implying that if he had nothing more to say to his master, let him do other things. Alan longed for a carefree life, leaving problems to his elders. The master stopped him, ordering him to take responsibility. Reynolds reminded Alan of the importance of listening to elders. Despite his success in growing tea as a true disciple, he was not supposed to be passive. The master demanded an explanation for his absence from fencing practice last week. Alan noted that now he has to wait an hour for his turn. The mentor should know that Alan has his own principles in training, so he should be understood. Reynolds protested, raising his voice as he received many complaints from all the teachers for skipping class. Everyone unanimously asked to expel Alan from the student body. The young man calmly turned around, asking if they really said that. Reynolds felt that he had been too harsh and could have expressed it more gently. Alan was pleased to hear these words, because now, as an inner disciple, no one would bother him anymore. Alan asked the senior when he would be demoted, and Reynolds' patience was already at its limit. Suddenly exploding with anger, he emphasized that this had never happened in the entire history of the clan. If Alan is demoted, it will be a slap in the face to the elders of the clan. The guy said that he did not even think that something so amazing would happen to him. Suddenly, someone behind him called out his name, and Reynolds felt glad that she had finally arrived. The girl turned to Alan, emphasizing that tens of thousands of students work day and night for their dream. Why is he the only one willing to give up the chance? This beauty's name was Anna, and she was the true first apprentice of the Sword Clan. Even from a young age, she achieved considerable success in cultivation, and since then has consistently topped the list of students, winning the admiration and respect of those around her. She is called the future of the Sword Clan, and she is also extremely attractive. Meanwhile, Alan is ranked 55th, last in the clan. The boy warned that his sister would not know about it, but he had been stuck in the Purple Palace for a long time. So, Alan decided to start over by immersing himself in the life of an internal student. The Ukrainian hero will have to limit himself spiritually and break through the limits of the Castle of Immortality in order to become even more powerful, because by repeating everything 10,000 times, he becomes the strongest. Hannah noted that she did not expect such progressiveness and deep thinking about the ways of improvement from him. This was in contrast to what she'd heard before. The girl bowed, admitting her mistake, while the host watched intently this performance that Alan had put on. Reynolds interrupted the conversation, explaining that the reason for the boy's appearance was the desire of several masters to turn to him with a request. Tired, Alan turned around, wondering what exactly the masters were asking him to do. He is sent on a mission with Hannah to learn the art of hard work from her best student. It seemed to Alan that it was impossible to imagine the worst. He felt that the elder was mocking him. Anna, with her excessive energy, forced the whole family to meet her high demands. He and Alan were completely different people, and this guy believed that they were not meant to work together. Reynolds notes that the girl is the best student. She is lined up every day for advice, and the boy is unhappy that he had such a wonderful opportunity to study. Alan admitted that he was troubled by the fear of not being capable enough for the task and hindering his sister's development. He calmly turned to the girl and asked her to confirm that she did not want interference from this boy. Hannah, on the contrary, encouraged the boy not to worry. Her eyes glowed with enthusiasm, emphasizing the importance of supporting and uniting the entire clan for common progress. Brother Alan was given an opportunity to prove his ability and disprove the rumors spread about him by others. Alan's heart sank with fear. He was convinced that they were trying to intimidate him because he did not want to experience the same suffering that had befallen her. Then he resorted to another trick. The boy folded his hands in submission. He thought that if he went on this mission, his tea leaves would be left without sensitive care. Even the elder invited Hannah so that Alan could participate in this mission. But Alan refused, because he could stay here. Suddenly, the enraged master raised his hand, forming a mysterious sign. Reynolds promised that if Alan successfully completed the task, he would get 3 days off. A thought was raging in the boy's head. 3 days off. A 3-day weekend is a real dream for anyone. Alan immediately grabbed the master's hand, showing his gratitude. His eyes shone with enthusiasm, and he asked the elder to immediately share the details and location of the mission. He is willing to go through fire and water and copper pipes to complete it, while the master just stands by in disbelief and disappointment. After several hours, Hannah tirelessly improved her skills, striving to achieve perfection. Alan Mintville stretched after a deep sleep, feeling the energy return to his body. He noticed a girl who was training hard and noted her persistence. Meanwhile, Hannah was seething with anger because the boy was late. Alan explained to her that without a midday nap, he would not have the strength left for the battle. The girl began to reproach him that he should devote more time to training. She'd already managed to make 3,000 sword strikes by arriving on time. Alan, as it turned out, also needs sleep, like an ordinary person. His strength is on the verge of exhaustion. The guy understood her rightness and promised to think about everything in his free time, so that later he would put in double effort in training. But in fact, his thoughts were occupied by the way Hannah grumbled like an old grandmother. The girl sighed in frustration, realizing that time was running out and the moment had come to act. At that very moment, the new team darted to the destination, ready to complete the task. During the flight, Hannah asked Alan what he thought about the mission. He replied that the elder had sent them to investigate the disappearance of people in the mountains near the village of Sacrifice. Alan was convinced that the disappearance was not an accident at all, and Anna shared his opinion. The inspired girl assured the boy that he should not worry, because at his level, she would protect him. Alan looked at her and happily expressed his gratitude. He had no idea that Hannah would become someone he could rely on. He thought he had hit the jackpot. 3 days off, and a friendship with a beauty on the horizon. After thanking the elder in his thoughts, Alan set off on his mission. The team arrived at the mountains where people disappear, and this happened before evening. The girl decided that she should first ask the local residents. Meanwhile, Brother Alan studied the contents of his robe for something important. Suddenly, he took out his watch, opened it, and began to examine it. This surprised Anna very much. The girl looked at everything in surprise and could not figure out why Alan suddenly started counting. When he counted down to 0, his face lit up with joy. Time was up. He went to rest, telling Hannah that he would leave everything to her and let her tell him everything tomorrow. After some time, the hero reached the outskirts of a small village. The establishment was almost empty. Alan entered and asked the owner to give him a room. The man, who seemed tired and gloomy, noted that it would cost 1 piece of silver. Alan handed over the currency, and the owner gave him the key to the room on the 2nd floor. Alan, taking the key, suddenly noticed a strange tattoo on the man's arm, which resembled the black tentacles of a cuttlefish. Although this could have been a clue, Alan decided to ignore it, as it was time to rest. In his room, he lay on the soft bed and pondered how Hannah was progressing in her investigation. After some time, the boy woke up to a loud noise from below. The owner explained to someone that there were no seats, and the girl insisted that no one occupied those rooms. The young man darted out from under the covers, grunting in displeasure at being torn from the embrace of sleep. However, Alan realized that he had already heard this shrill voice somewhere. Hannah tried to offer 2 silver coins for the room, but the owner insisted that there were no places left. Suddenly, someone called the angry girl by name. She looked around, wondering who could have calmed her down in such a turbulent mood. Hannah was enthralled by the meeting with her brother, Alan, who assured her not to disturb the host, because he had already informed her that there were no seats. The boy asked the man if his younger sister could spend the night in his room. The gloomy owner nodded, and this simply surprised Hannah. The girl could not believe that she would spend the night with him in the same room. She panicked. Alan went up the stairs and startled Hannah by saying that if she didn't want to spend the night outside, she should follow him. Hannah felt embarrassed and had no choice but to follow the boy. Alan walked slowly, and the girl quietly, like a mouse, followed him. She worried, thinking that they wouldn't do anything that would embarrass her later. In addition, the girl is much stronger than him and is able to stand up for herself. A few minutes later, they entered the room, where Alan was eating a cookie and Hannah was sitting peacefully next to him. He asked if she had had dinner yet. He handed her a plate of cookies, asking if she would like some refreshments. Hannah replied that they should learn to abstain from food to strengthen their spirits. Only when the heart is strong, opportunities open up. The girl didn't even have time to finish when Alan put a cookie in her mouth. The boy was shaking the crumbs from his hands, and meanwhile Hannah was burning with shame. After swallowing the food, she stood up, felt the sweet but not greasy pastry that melted in her mouth, and the ball of flour that penetrated her heart, making her want to drown in these sensations. At the same moment, she felt the mental storm in her head subside, and clarity of consciousness returned along with a sense of inner peace. She started yelling at Alan, berating him for sneaking up on her with that cake. The young man, keeping calm, paid attention to the girl and asked about the taste. She admitted that she is really passionate about baking. Alan, hearing thoughts about the futility of such food, decided not to agree. In his eyes, this food had a special meaning. The man asked his sister if she had ever wondered if it was possible to walk in leaps and bounds, avoiding the 5 vegetables, the 3 flowers, and the bustle of the world. There are 5 vegetables that Buddhist monks do not eat, and 3 colors that correspond to the colors of the clouds. Alan believed that they should not be bypassed. They walk through this world, and even with all their desire, they will not be able to isolate themselves from it. Blind avoidance will only exhaust you mentally and physically. Fear makes practice difficult. The girl became interested in how to train without giving up human desires. It seemed impossible to her. Alan said that true monks are not afraid to face temptation and experience it themselves. If the taste of these cakes can excite you, you should try to get used to them. When perception becomes mundane and indifference becomes habitual, this is the first step to real practice. Only a pure heart will open the way to the truth for a girl. Only under such conditions will she feel like a fish in water, free and natural. Lost in his thoughts, Alan opened his eyes a little to look at the girl. She was in shock, and the guy realized that he had said too much, and it seems that her brain boiled. Suddenly, the girl jumped up from her seat, declaring that she understood the whole point. Only by facing and abandoning desires will she be able to return to her true nature and experience the essence of the world. After these words, Hannah began to eat all the sweets that were on the table with great enthusiasm. Alan was in shock. All his suits will now go to the girl, not him. Soon, offended by Hannah, he declared that today she would have to sleep on the floor. The girl only smiled, saying that she would not sleep, but would simply meditate, and so it happened. Alan fell asleep in a comfortable bed, and Hannah was absorbed in meditation in the room. Suddenly, a strange man walked towards the door of their room. The man took out something and declared his readiness to let the girl go. Unfortunately, he had to end her life, after which he left a strange incense in front of their door. Hannah continued her meditation, and the smoke from the incense gradually covered the entire room. The girl barely opened her eyes. She was surprised that she could smell some unusual aroma. It was at this moment that she realized that the mysterious fog was penetrating deeper and deeper into their room. Hannah realized that it was a poison from which there was no escape. Suddenly, her body began to feel heavy, and her face was covered with drops of sweat. A few minutes later, the girl collapsed on the floor exhausted. In her condition, she could only quietly ask Brother Alan to run away as soon as possible. An unusual aura enveloped the boy lying motionless on the bed. It seemed that the young man remained completely unaffected by the poison and simply watched the girl. Hannah's eyesight gradually began to fade. She finally closed her eyes and passed out. Meanwhile, a secret meeting was taking place in the forest outside the village. The man informed the master that he defeated the Sword Clan disciples thanks to the scent of a broken spirit. Among the students was Hannah, the best in her clan. She was accompanied by a stranger whom she called Brother Alan. The mysterious figure with red eyes was amazed that such a weak opponent was able to defeat Hannah. This Alan, it seems, did not impress anyone, because no one had heard of him. Maybe he's just a missing grain of sand on the seashore. Suddenly, a dark figure appeared on the horizon. The veiled man with a scar on his cheek and bright red eyes admitted that his servant had performed the task brilliantly this time. The owner of the inn began to cry, asking about the fate of his wife and children. The gloomy stranger reassured the old man, explaining that his relatives were alive and well. Now he will lead him to them. The owner of the hotel was delighted with the gentleman's generosity and thanked him sincerely for it. At the same moment, lightning pierced the elderly man's chest, killing him instantly. The sinister hooded man laughed, assuring himself that this was the last victim, and it would all be over soon. The smile hadn't left his face yet when he called out to the third and fourth. Without delay, they landed behind the man. He ordered them to go to the inn and capture the 2 apprentices of the swordsman clan. Meanwhile, dear Hannah gradually came to her senses, carefully opening her eyes. She was lying on the bed, and Alan was sitting next to her, patiently waiting for the girl to wake up. Suddenly, Hannah stood up sharply and began to shout that it was necessary to run away immediately because it was dangerous here. Alan, remaining outwardly calm, looked at the frightened girl. Her sanity slowly returned, and she began to realize how ridiculous she looked in this situation. She wondered why Alan was still on his feet, since he should have passed out before her. The boy explained that when he sleeps, unlike Hannah's meditations, he does not resort to spiritual power, so the scent of a broken spirit does not affect him in any way. Alan had to freeze for a long time until the smell dissipated, and Hannah finally came to her senses. In fact, it was difficult for monks who had not reached the 5th level of the Purple Palace to resist this poison. Alan pointed out to the girl that her social experience is too small, so she should be more careful. If she had personally embarked on this mission, the consequences could have been catastrophic. The girl bowed before Alan and thanked him for saving her. She promised that she would be more careful in the future. In the meantime, the boy brewed fragrant tea, filling the room with a delicate aroma. He handed her tea, urging her to drop the politeness and have a drink to warm herself. Hannah felt incredible shame and guilt for what had happened, but she found the strength to thank her brother Alan for the drink she drank. Rumor has it that Brother Alan is an ordinary idler who aspires to nothing and knows nothing. Hannah never expected that he would not only exchange a few words with her, but also reveal to her the secrets of farming. All the time he showed attention, even saved her life. A wonderful character and a pleasant appearance, but unfortunately, his level is not yet up to par. Immediately the girl shuddered and realized that she should not think about such things. Alan, meanwhile, turned to her and asked about her feelings at the moment. The girl laughed and thanked the boy for his concern, assuring her that she was fine. Meanwhile, a strange purple glow appeared in the night sky. This sight captured the attention of the residents, awakening both anxiety and interest in those who saw it. The two unknown fighters, full of insurmountable power, resolutely approached the room where Alan and Hannah were. The best student felt the approach of the enemy in an instant, as if an invisible signal turned into an echo in her heart. She pushed the boy aside and drew her sword, warning that the assassin was heading this way. Hannah turned to Alan's brother and ordered him to hide. There was no need to force Alan. He was already on his way to bed and figured that now that Anna was feeling better, she would be fine, because his working hours were over. Hannah decided to turn to the killers, because these two are much stronger than Alan's brother. If he intervened, there would only be more problems. The girl was left alone with her opponents, anticipating their approach on the street. Her concentration was palpable in every movement. She gripped her sword tightly and insisted that their presence here was no accident. A huge blue vortex created by Hannah's sword rushed towards the opponents, causing them to lose control of their flight. The sky was suddenly torn apart, and the two unfamiliar figures fell into the middle of the nearby forest with a loud crash, leaving behind a whole atmosphere of mystery. The spectacular girl instantly found herself where a dark aura was emanating from the ground. In front of her were two from the fourth clan of the Eastern Desert, the Violet Spirit Clan. Hannah didn't understand why the disciples of the Purple Spirit Clan were attacking them, so she tried to understand what they were doing here. They did not answer, and their eyes seemed especially strange and black as night. These two have become puppets, soulless and forgotten. The magical power absorbed their souls, turning them into weak, mindless puppets. The demon's magic from the sect turned out to be more powerful than it seemed at first glance. The disappearance of an entire village is another proof of their unheard-of actions. Their strength is equal to the third or fourth step of the Purple Palace, so be careful. Surrounded by blue chakra, Hannah landed slowly. She was disappointed that she had been hurt. The girl pulled out an impressive blade and summoned her sword technique. She used a powerful ability. The clouds split the moon and everything around began to fly to pieces. The powerful wave caused by the movement of the sword rushed towards the opponents, threatening their stability. The young girl and boy skillfully jumped to the side, evading the sudden attack. However, it was not the end. Hannah ordered her sword to dissipate into the air. After that, the blue sword instantly split in two and flew towards the enemies, plunging them into chaos. The targets were instantly stunned, and small flashes from the explosions pierced their bodies, giving the impression of a sudden storm. The wounded and beaten warriors lost their strength and fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Alan watched the battle. He was amazed at how easily Hannah separated the light from the sword, showing great skill. It seems that the force of the impact has decreased. By the way, watching the battle is now much more convenient, and you don't even need to open your eyes. These two weren't going to give up without a fight. The girl struggled to get up on her hands and tried to stand on her feet. She called Hannah Seek and said that she could not do this to them. The best student realized that these boys had not yet completely become cruel dolls. A trace of self-consciousness still remained in their heads. The subordinate girl became angry and declared that she would deal with Hannah for what she had done. She dashed towards the girl and swung her staff, focusing her purple chakra. Two girls met in a fierce battle. Hannah deftly parried the club's blow with her sword. Defense turned out to be a difficult task for Anna. She was amazed at how skillfully her opponent wielded such a formidable weapon. The enraged girls continued to attack each other, and no one was willing to give up. The tension around them grew like an electric charge. The blows became faster and faster until finally their outlines disappeared almost without a trace. Hannah could not understand where such strength came from in her opponent. Her hands were numb from powerful blows, which caused her a lot of trouble. The purple girl did not stop there. Feeling a charge of energy, she raised her staff above her head and thought about how to defeat her opponent. Concentrating an immeasurable amount of chakra, she directed a stream of magic towards Hannah. Meanwhile, Hannah realized that everything was coming to an end, and her sword was ready for the next strike. Alan was happy for the girl because in a short time she managed to study her opponent, as befits the best student. Although they are at the 4th level of the Violet Palace, they are now only puppets. Their consciousness is sealed, and they can only fight by instinct. Hannah closed her eyes, trying to focus to gather all her chakra for one powerful strike. A powerful flow of mana formed around the girl, so huge that it rose into the sky like a column, emphasizing her incredible power. Seeing such power, the purple girl felt fear. Alan was worried about Hannah, because it seemed that his sister was completely unaware of the danger. The young man took in his hands a leaf that flew in his window, and decided that this was enough for him. Gathering enough chakra, Hannah used her impressive sword technique. She drew her sword and a powerful wave of energy shot towards the purple girl at the speed of sound. She focused her chakra to create a protective shield around her. However, the shield proved to be too weak compared to the immense chakra power that the best apprentice swordsman had summoned. After the battle, the purple girl found herself under a pile of destroyed stones, and Hannah thought about how to quickly free these fighters from the spell. However, she did not notice how the second fighter behind her quietly raised his fan. His weapon flashed, and in an instant, purple lightning, as sharp as a needle, flew rapidly towards the girl's back. Hannah turned around, realizing what had happened, but it was too late. She only managed to create a small shield in an attempt to protect herself from the danger. The shield turned out to be too weak. The purple blade easily pierced through the defense, heading for the girl's eyes. Suddenly, a leaf flying in with a lightning bolt deflected the attack and changed the trajectory of the blow, protecting Hannah. The purple blade flew past the girl's head and crashed into the mountain, causing a huge explosion. The wind blew her beautiful hair, and she knew for a moment that someone had just saved her. A purple warrior sat in front of the girl. She understood that missing such a blow meant getting seriously injured. She didn't yet know what the green light was that saved her life, but she had yet to find out. Hannah rushed towards the enemy with lightning speed and skillfully ended up behind him. She expertly hit the opponent's neck with the hilt of the sword and instantly neutralized him. Later, the girl returned to Alan's room and sat the 2 unconscious prisoners on a chair. Their helplessness emphasized the tension of the situation. Alan expressed his admiration for the student, noting that she successfully coped with all the difficulties. But one question did not leave the girl. She risked finding out about him, but the boy hastily assured her that he was lying in the room all the time. He smiled nonchalantly and asked what had happened and what was bothering her so much. The girl shrugged her shoulders and said that everything was fine. But she herself thought that it was unlikely that Alan could do this, so there was no point in asking him. She stressed that while the spirit of these boys is still alive, they must be returned to the clan as soon as possible. The elders must cleanse their hearts of the evil formation so that they cease to be puppets. If they leave, the demon clan will run off and do their dirty business elsewhere. Alan stood up, saying that for the sake of the people and the 3 days off, he would try to do something. Hannah was surprised when the boy began to concentrate chakra, and she wondered what he was up to. Alan announced that he would use his divine powers to penetrate their consciousness and destroy the formation. Hannah Panek thought the guy was crazy because this practice is extremely difficult. The slightest carelessness could lead to the complete destruction of the soul. The boy reassured her, asked her not to worry with a nod, and stretched out his hands to the prisoners' heads. Seeing this, Hannah panicked even more, because he wants to turn them into puppets at the same time. And this task becomes even more difficult. Alan noted that rescuing a person is like putting out a fire. The sooner, the better. Some time passed, and the purple girl opened her eyes, once black and now violet. The brother watched with pleasure as Sarah finally woke up, joy on his face. The girl diligently rubbed her tired eyes, trying to finally wake up. When consciousness finally returned to her, she turned her attention to our heroes. Her gaze changed, a sense of security flooded her insides. Upon meeting Alan and Hannah, she wondered if they were Sword Clan disciples. Hannah politely greeted Sarah and introduced herself and her companion Alan. The brother calmed the girl, explaining that he was the best disciple of their clan, and that they were saved thanks to him. Thanks to their valiant efforts, the boys escaped the trap cunningly planned by the elder of the demon clan in just a moment. Alan asked Sarah to explain in detail how it happened. The girl lowered her eyes and began to tell this sad story. A week ago, he and Brian, carrying out orders, went to the village to investigate the mysterious disappearances of local residents. They learned from people and found this mysterious place deep in the forest. In this story, an elder of a demonic clan used the blood of the villagers for a dark ritual. In the end, they fell into a trap carefully prepared by him in advance. Demons and images created by the elder press irresistibly on the minds of the warriors. They eventually became puppets of the elder and no longer had the strength to resist. So first of all, Sarah expressed her gratitude to her new friend for saving her. Hannah began to hesitate, but decided to tell the girl that thanks were not necessary. In the end, she did nothing, and the one who saved the boys turned out to be her lazy brother Alan. Sarah returned to Alan, expressing gratitude and assured that they would definitely repay the debt. Hannah timidly stood behind the carefree boy, thinking about what had happened. He managed to free 2 people from the curse of the bloody dolls at the same time. And everything happened so quickly that it seemed as if he didn't even try, surprising his best student. This spell penetrates into the deepest corners of consciousness. Getting rid of it without harming a person is like finding a needle in a haystack. Even elders cannot always do this. After using the technique, Hannah immediately asked Alan when he was able to master such a complex technique. The boy said that he was spending time in the pavilion of the elders and accidentally came across a fragment of a scroll with spiritual thought manipulation practices. He found it very interesting and studied it. Hannah was more and more impressed by the information she received. He found not a whole scroll, but only a fragment, and was able to master such an amazing technique. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by Alan's statement. To save his friends, he needed to use resources and artifacts worth nearly 30,000 valuable spirit stones. The girl angrily puffed out her cheeks, thinking that the boy probably did this by accident, because he would never dare. Sarah looked at Alan, realizing that he wasn't that stupid, so she happily promised to reward their time and effort when they returned to their clan. Hannah was surprised that they actually agreed, while Alan smiled triumphantly. It is now known that at least 50,000 stones are needed to purify the heart and destroy the evil that can destroy the spells of the bloody marionette. Therefore, 30,000 is a good price for friendship. Alan gave a cute smile, asking them to take their time as their clans were friends, and it was their duty to help each other. He also asked the two to recall the details of their abduction. Sarah remembered that the man's name was Lloyd, and noted that his fighting power was not great, and she could handle him herself. His skill in using formations and poisons made him unmatched, and thus the couple were trapped sooner than expected. Alan cheered them up by promising to give them a special elixir that would make them invulnerable to poison for 3 hours. He prepared it for 3 fighters to defeat the Elder. Sarah's morale increased. She felt the strength and confidence that if she was insensitive to the poisonous smoke, she would have defeated the opponent quickly. However, she remembered again all the words that Alan once said. She asked why only the 3 of them were going. Will Alan stay here and not go with them? The boy bowed his head, realizing that he needed too much spiritual energy to save them. He would have to sleep to recover, while Hannah could barely resist the urge to slap the sloth. The purple couple expressed their regret as they realized that they had been blinded to Brother Alan's hard work. The 3 decided to fend for themselves, while Alan rested. Meanwhile, Hannah realized that the slacker had once again deceived everyone in order to avoid work. After some time, the new team went in search of the Elder Demon. Sarah looked at the small blue ball and wondered if it really was the magical elixir that Brother Alan had talked about. Hannah informed her that they should trust him, because he had already saved them more than once. After these words, all 3 fighters weighed in and took the magic pill. Sarah noticed that the elixir, when it dissolved in her mouth, was like ordinary pills. Brian noted that it was not a matter of mistrust of Alan, but of his low level of development. The team continued their walk through the forest. The moon had already risen to the sky, and an unusual silence reigned around. Hannah raised her sword, feeling that something was wrong. Brian confirmed her words, noting that the place was completely deserted. Sarah began to panic, realizing what had happened. An unknown, grim voice confirmed their guesses, noting that they were in his territory. It gave the impression of a shadow blocking their path. Hannah reacted with lightning speed to the enemy, spinning her sword into a deadly whirlwind aimed at him. The whirlwind blades instantly struck several pairs of eyes. There was nothing on the opposite side. The crowns of the trees parted, and a strange swamp, which had never been seen before, opened before the eyes. Brian came to the conclusion that in front of him lie the remains of dead creatures that are disposed of here. Hannah wondered if the boys had seen the person who had just spoken to them. An oppressive figure in a cloak that suddenly appeared behind the girl reminded her of his presence, overshadowing everything around her. Elder of the demonic clan, Lloyd expertly lured his prey into a skillfully prepared trap. The heroes looked around, and Sarah realized that this was the one who had caught them once. Lloyd wondered how they managed to get rid of his curse so quickly. Rumor has it that the Sword Clan's best disciple possesses secret treasures that can remove the curse from him. Lloyd also wondered why there were only 3 fighters. He supposed that one was scared when he found out who was behind it all. Sarah got angry and boldly remarked to the criminal that she copes with such antics on her own, without Alan's help. With these words, the girl began her first attack on Lloyd, starting an exciting battle. The stones on the ground in the place of impact began to disintegrate, intertwined with purple energy. Sarah, peering through the cloud of dust, tried to guess where her enemy was hiding. Lloyd appeared in the thick fog and let the girl know that she had already lost, having fallen into his cunning trap. Brian suddenly appeared behind the demon and told the man that he had no time left to live in this world. Swinging his fan, he aimed his needle spell directly at Lloyd's head. He brushed it off with ease, noting that even though they were the best students in their clans, they were still fools. He smiled and asked if they liked the scent. Brian and Sarah instantly realized that they were inhaling poison at that moment. Hannah didn't stay away and attacked the dark bubble where Lloyd was. The teacher casually deflected her blows, throwing sarcastic comments at opponents with fervor. Suddenly he noticed that the blue lightning had not disappeared, mesmerizing with its extraordinary energy. She, like a mad wind, relentlessly breaks through his dark shell, filling it with the light of hope and unknown possibilities. Eventually, the vortex of the blade broke through Lloyd's defenses, causing a loud explosion. 3 fighters were already in the air, waiting for their opponent. As the dust from the explosion settled, Hannah noticed a small hole where Lloyd had been standing. She became angry when she realized that the criminal had managed to hide again. But at that moment, the air turned crimson, and a dark, poisonous veil wrapped around the heroes. Lloyd emerged from the poisonous mist, showing off his masterful tricks. The master hovered in the air above the heroes' heads and sprayed crimson mist. He laughed and declared that there was no point in the soldiers running away, as they had already inhaled his poison. Just 10 breaths, and they turned into bloody puppets, becoming his faithful servants. However, nothing happened, and the boys just stood and smiled. At that moment, Lloyd realized that the matter was not clean. Suddenly he realized. The 3rd fighter was already swinging a huge stick behind the master's back. Sarah took the opportunity to punch Lloyd in the back. The blow was so powerful that the master instantly spat out a lot of blood. Then it hurtled down at the speed of sound until it crashed to the ground. Brian also wanted revenge. He prepared his fan to finally destroy the enemy. Swinging his weapon, he sends several sharp chakra needles at the helpless Lloyd. Purple needles relentlessly attack the opponent, piercing every part of his body. The weapon of terror is the Demon Elder Blade, suddenly losing its power. He could barely stay on his feet, feeling the blood constricting his mind, trying to figure out what had gone wrong. The mentor raised his bloodshot eyes to the team. He did not find an answer to his question, so he asked them why the poison did not work. A squad of fighters only taunted one powerful villain, turning his menace into a mere game, leaving him no chance of victory. Sarah was delighted because Alan's elixir turned out to be extremely powerful. Their resistance to poisons allows them to deal with all members of the demonic sect. Lloyd understood that this poison was even stronger than the previous one, and was able to penetrate through the skin even if one held one's breath. Only his unique antidote can dispel this strange disease. Why doesn't he take these soldiers with him? Perhaps they have some secret that they are keeping from outsiders. Hannah decided it was time to finish him off, as she readied her sword for the decisive blow using flawless weaponry. However, Lloyd was not going to give up so easily. He wiped off the blood, and confidently emphasized that this was only the beginning. The ancient demon instantly jumped up and flew off the ground like lightning. He traveled a huge distance at lightning speed, claiming that the game had just begun. Ascending into the sky, he summoned the bloody lights of the heavenly formation, enveloping the entire space below him. Having entered an unfamiliar territory, the girls became worried, trying to understand what was happening around them. Lloyd snorted disdainfully, reminding them that they had trespassed on his territory. He gave the order to get rid of them, and immediately something unusual, molded from mud, began to emerge from behind. Brian looked around in horror and saw a man begin to form from the clay mass, a powerful and angry demon that seeks to tear everyone around. The team realized that in front of them was a blood puppet of the 6th level of the Purple Palace, capable of flooding the mind of any unwary adventurer. Lloyd continued to taunt the boys, certain that they would definitely not be coming home today. After discussing the house, Lloyd sent a second one there. He has the 5th level of the Purple Palace and will deal with the coward hiding there. Hannah was instantly worried about Alan, as he was too weak to handle such an opponent. Meanwhile, Alan was sleeping peacefully, completely unconcerned about the outcome of the battle. The terrifying six-eyed demon had already entered his home through the window, bringing with it tension and a maelstrom of anxiety. To his surprise, he found that there was no one on the bed, and there was not a single living soul in the house. The wily Alan lay in the next room with absolutely no intention of working overtime. As he turned to go to sleep, he heard a thunderous explosion behind him. It was a trap that Alan had left for the demon. However, to his surprise, the enemy remained unharmed, and another silhouette appeared behind him. The demon was tormented by indescribable pain. He screamed from the many wounds he received. He immediately realized that the trap was too weak for him. Alan had to get out of bed. He realized that the demon would not return until he caught it. The boy could not figure out if he really needed to be dragged into this whole mess. Meanwhile, a fierce battle broke out in the forest. Hannah concentrated all her energy and used a sword technique, turning her power into a real water hurricane. Meanwhile, the blood puppet began to create a ball of energy to repel the attack. He set up an impenetrable shield, and the blades of water smashed against it, leaving no damage. However, Sarah unexpectedly appears after the monster, using a good moment and the fact that the enemy was not focused on her. The girl tried to hit him with her stick, but the bloody marionette deftly deflected the blow. The monster captured Sarun Sepok. Waving his hand, he pushed the girl away from him with incredible force. Brian was enraged and used one of his techniques, the purple chain spell. Coming from the back, chains from the ceiling masterfully capture the enemy, gradually tying him up. However, the monster was far from weak. It gathered its strength and shouted at the top of its voice, spilling all its power. The chains that bound him broke, and Hannah took advantage of the opportunity and managed to strike a blow at the paralyzed enemy. The girl confidently set herself up for success, believing that this time she would be able to achieve her goal. The monster was cut in half, leaving little chance of survival. People with such wounds do not survive. The possessed doll had nothing to do with the event. After separating, he instantly landed on his separated part and merged back together. Hannah couldn't believe her eyes when she saw it. Meanwhile, the monster decided to attack his opponents and rush towards them. Brian was the first to suffer. He instantly flew away covered in blood. It was at this moment that Anna was attacked, and she could not escape the danger. Sarah, noticing the loss of her friends, immediately rushed, shouting their names. Blood was pouring out from under Brian's head. Sarah felt furious because no one dared touch her brother. The girl quickly jumped up from the chair and found herself behind the bloody monster. Rage gave her strength, and she deftly fought off monsters with her staff. However, the monster that received the blow quickly jumped away from her to a safe distance. This time it was enough for Hannah to collect her thoughts. The girl landed next to Sarah. She believed that this guy was so strong that his endless regeneration would eventually wear them all down. Sarah, with a serious expression on her face, revealed that she had a secret way to destroy him. Hannah was happy with the hope, but Sarah needed time to recover. The purple girl asked Anna to find some time for her. The best student was preparing for the competition, confident in what she was capable of. Lloyd scoffed, asking if they still had any hidden trump cards ready for battle. His marionettes are a masterpiece of bloody techniques, and soon they will finish their game. Suddenly, the master felt something unusual, which deeply impressed him. The other did not move, and the master realized that he had probably finished off his cowardly opponent too quickly. However, everything was not so simple. The bloody doll was shackled by Alan's blue bonds, which added mystery to the story and raised the level of tension. The boy took a look at the bloodied puppet and realized that the elder should not know about this incident in any way. He dreamed of a peaceful sleep, without unnecessary sounds that interfered with the night's rest. If the puppet does not complete the task, it will have to accept something in return, which can change the plot in an unexpected direction. Hearing these words, Alan immediately grabbed the doll by the hair. He walked slowly to the window, holding the monster's hair tightly. The boy stared intently into the distance, where a furious battle was raging, and saw only a mysterious red dome. His eyes were filled with the heat of fighting against an unknown force. Brother Alan raised the tortured puppet like a spear and began aiming, instilling fear with just his movement. He threw the monster with all his might into the dome and ordered it back outside, making it clear that he wanted to sleep peacefully. The monster was thrown with such force that it disappeared over the horizon. Meanwhile, Alan turned around and decided that he still had some time to rest. He decided to check if there were any rooms left, because he really needed to get some more sleep. And in the meantime, Hannah tried to delay the time, dodging the blows that slapped from the doll. The girl tried to repel blows with a sword. But their power was great. But Hannah's strength was weakening, so the girl could only fly short distances. She was crippled, but she simply had no choice. The girl could not understand why this bloody doll was gaining strength. Lloyd warned the girl that her tenacity justified her title as the Sword Clan's best student. But that was coming to an end. He ordered his first blood puppeteer to attack the girl. The monster immediately obeyed and attacked Hannah with speed. He gathered mad energy around him and tore into the air above the girl. Hannah closed her eyes, mentally asking everyone for forgiveness, because for the first time she felt real fear. But suddenly a strange red flash appeared in the sky behind Lloyd. Lloyd sensed something was wrong and turned around. Then he saw a red object rushing straight at him at the speed of sound. The bloody monster thrown by Alan raced through the bloody barrier like a bullet, piercing it. Hannah and the demon elder were stunned by the unexpected turn of events. When the dust settled after the fall, they saw the second and first broken bloody dolls lying in a pile of dirt. Only now did Lloyd realize what had happened, and he was filled with uncontrollable anger. He couldn't believe that this was even possible. Hannah was happy. If the second puppet is here, then everything is fine with Brother Alan. It seems that one of the elders appeared and managed to protect the boy. Lloyd thought like this, and realized that the visit of the elders could create trouble for him. He had to hurry and finish the fight as soon as possible. The master used the ability to animate the bloody puppets, and the monsters came to life again. One of the puppets recovered and quickly rushed at the defenseless Hannah. The girl tried to take a defensive position, but her legs failed her, getting stuck in the mud created by the monster. However, Sarah came to the girls on time and apologized for making the student wait so long for her. Sarah's eyes blazed with rage. They shone with a purple light, like sparks of truth breaking through from the depths. Lloyd was amazed when he saw the 4th level of the Purple Palace. He was convinced that this girl would not be able to resist him. Sarah used the purple shadow technique, effortlessly fending off the blood puppet's attack. Her power was so powerful that the explosion from the wand could be seen from a distance. A purple glow enveloped every corner, even Sleepy Alan. However, this boy was ready, and there was no room for this light in his nightmares. In the morning, our main lazy person got out of bed unhurriedly. No one was in a hurry, and without worrying about time. He went to the window to enjoy the fresh air and the sunlight that had just risen. It seemed that this was how every good morning awakening should begin. Not everything was so great. An explosion on the horizon disturbed the calm of the landscape, and Alan thought that this was indeed going to be an explosive day. Sister Hannah, along with the others, spent a sleepless night fighting. This elder turned out to be far from an easy opponent. Alan leisurely dipped his hand into his pocket. He looked at his watch and realized it was time to get to work. Meanwhile, the girls stood by a large puddle of mud. Everything around was destroyed, stones were crushed, and trees were uprooted. Sarah looked at the smoldering body of the bloody marionette with an indignant look, feeling her emotions overflowing. Suddenly the girl fell to her knees, exhausted. They fought all night and were completely exhausted. Hannah appreciated Sarah's technique, watching her wince in pain, and found it really powerful. Suddenly, Brian appeared behind her, who explained that this is their secret technique. The accumulated power is released in one breath. However, this technique has an obvious drawback. It consumes too much energy, which makes it less effective in conditions of limited resources. Sarah, barely able to stay on her feet, believed that this time everything worked out, and all this became possible thanks to Hannah. The bloodied girl casually waved it off, remarking that she was just doing her job. Their pleasant exchange of pleasantries was abruptly cut short when Lloyd lashed out at them, calling them 3 strange individuals. Sarah, exhausted, realized that the battle was not over. The main enemy remained invincible. The enraged master expressed outrage that the team had almost destroyed the #1 project on which he had spent several decades of his work. Sarah barely raised her staff as she readied herself for battle. Her brother noted that she should not fight, because the girl's spiritual powers were almost exhausted. Anna unexpectedly decided to take part in the battle with a new opponent because she rested a little while Sarah fought the monster. The powerful warrior began to gather her strength, preparing for a swift attack. Lloyd began to form bloody hands, exclaiming that the trio of them would be buried here today. The forces of darkness took the form of powerful hands directed at the fragile girl, surrounding her with an invisible threat. Hannah's sword technique turned her blade into a stream of water that cut through space like a whip. The blade, as vulnerable as a needle, easily cut through the demon elder's dark magic. Making its way forward, it reached a place where a hole had formed in the dome. Lloyd's line almost reached its goal, but the girl, like the best student, tore blood magic apart with lightning speed. Lloyd took a good look at Hannah, noting that she was quite strong. He wondered if the girl could handle another of his techniques. But the dome on which Lloyd was standing suddenly began to crack. Then everything suddenly fell apart, turning into thousands of small fragments. Only now did Lloyd realize that the girl was aiming at the already made hole. The master could not imagine that Hannah would find the strength for such an act. However, he was not going to give up, because unexpectedly the master shot himself in the head. He fully absorbed the power of the dome and his bloody sorcery, filling his body with it. The master squeezed out the blood, summoned the pentagram, and poured the remnants of his power into it, hoping for an answer or a solution. Hannah realized that things were bad. It was obvious that the master was planning to use a secret technique. Suddenly, her momentum stopped. The drops of blood that hit the girl in the back changed her intentions. The demonic elders blocked her acupuncture points, limiting the flow of spiritual energy. However, that was not all. The purple allies suffered a strange and bloody attack. Then the allies opened their eyes, and Hannah noticed that they had turned black. It turned out that the masterful technique of bloody dolls did not evaporate so easily. The elder demon ordered the third and fourth to capture the disciple. Lloyd thought she was talented, but only saw childish naivety in her when he compared himself to her. However, such power cannot be simply wasted, so Hannah will become his new priority. The master summoned his bloody hand to seal, and remarked that her blood would make an excellent sacrifice. Claws quickly closed in on Hannah, and she mentally apologized to the elders for seeing their best student defeated by a devil spawn. The sweet girl burst into tears, remembering her brother Alan, because she had promised him to be careful. Almost reaching his goal, a sharp voice stopped him at the last moment. One man suddenly appeared behind Lloyd and demanded that the owner let the girl go. The older demon looked around, and at the same moment, a tearful Hannah recognized the hero. Lloyd could not understand where this man had come from. He began to look around, assuming that the same elder who destroyed number 2 might be here. Brother Alan advised the master not to look around, assuring him that the man had come alone. Hannah began to panic, urging her brother Alan to run as hard as he could, because she realized that he was unable to defeat his opponent. Lloyd smiled, convinced that Alan was no match for him. When the boy himself came, the master decided to start with him first. Alan snapped his fingers, hinting at complete destruction. At the same moment, Lloyd was attacked by purple energy that appeared out of nowhere. He couldn't believe what had just happened. A third person appeared behind him and used his magical powers. It seemed impossible. Lloyd's reactivated blood puppet formation was much stronger than normal, and Alan couldn't just dispel it. Everything was just like that. Brian, regaining his sanity, directed the chain sealing technique at the enemy. The boy's sister did not stand aside, and skillfully wielded her wand behind the bound Lloyd. The girl ordered the old man to fall to the ground, and struck him with a powerful blow, knocking him into the dust. Bloody smoke billowed from the crater, formed where Lloyd landed. Hannah turned to her lazy brother and glared at him mercilessly. The girl was shocked by his act. Everyone wondered how the weakest swordmaster managed to defeat the elder of the demonic clan with a mere snap of his fingers. The mystery intrigued many. Sarah asked Brother Alan what he did for a living. The guy noted that it was just a little trick that he had thought out in advance. The beginning of this story was the moment when he extracted from the bloody bodies of 2 lifeless creatures a seed full of mysterious power. He discovered that its rhizomes penetrated deep into the children's souls. Alan was afraid of damaging them, so he carefully extracted only the seeds. The sharp blades of the sword cut the seeds around the rhizome like thin branches. This meant that they could still be controlled easily, as the roots still remained sealed in their souls. Therefore, Alan memorized several sword threads in their thoughts. As soon as the demon elder tries to activate the seed again, the threads will stop his intention. At a crucial moment, it can change the course of the fight. The purple warriors immediately bowed their heads, gratefully acknowledging Alan, whom they truly admired. Hannah wondered why Alan hadn't told her in advance if the plan could fail. Parabak confirmed that everything worked out for the girl, but she was already on the verge of disappointment, feeling useless. He encouraged her, noting that without her support, he would not have succeeded in anything. In the end, it was Hannah who was able to defeat the Demon Clan elder. Yuna, full of enthusiasm, asked if the boy was telling the truth. Alan reasoned that if he told everything, the girl might not show enough acting skills to fool the older man. Sarah expressed support for Hannah, noting that without her help, they would not have been able to deal with the master so easily. The top student was beaming with satisfaction as he approved of all the remarks, while Alan just nodded in agreement, confirming his support. The girl looked at the boy and noted for herself that despite his modest capabilities, his wisdom, strategic thinking, and insight were quite developed. Olena recalled how she decided to speed up her work in order to go on a long-awaited vacation sooner. Suddenly, there was a loud roar around, and everyone felt a powerful flow of chakra. The blood formation activated again, and this meant that the battle was not yet over. The Elder was still alive, and the bloody energy with incredible power was condensing around him. Alan was disappointed to realize that the promises of a faster vacation turned out to be only a mirage. The tortured, scarred old man struggled to his knees, trying to get up. Bloody creations began to rise from his mutilated body, as if an invisible force was bursting forth. Alan watched everything from a height and could not understand what exactly he was doing. A spear covered with black runes slowly appeared from the belly of the demon elders, as if dark secrets were breaking out. Hannah realized that the situation was getting worse, so she decided to use her secret technique to prevent the object from appearing. Meanwhile, the treacherous villain, smiling, stood up and took his spear. The girl used the sword-breaking technique, and many bolts of lightning rushed towards the master. He only smiled because he thought it was too late. He raised his dark spear, and Hannah's attacking strike was immediately blocked with ease. The elder smiled enigmatically and announced that his training was complete. The girl did not know how to act. It was her last chance to destroy the enemy, because she had no more strength left. Brian decided that it was time to leave, because their strength was clearly insufficient to fight the master. Hannah agreed, and the trio began their desperate escape plan. Alan decided that the boys should leave first, and he would join them a little later. Hannah turned around, curiously asking what the boy was waiting for. She had to move on urgently. Lloyd couldn't just let them go. He caused a huge projection that reached out to the heroes. The instantly summoned monster grabbed all 4 heroes in a powerful embrace with indescribable speed. Lloyd is convinced that he will finally show these miserable insects the true power of poison. Sarah noted that the master managed to catch her because she ran out of strength, and Brian lost all hope when he realized that the old man was invulnerable. Hannah looked at the monster and could not understand how it instantly moved from the 5th level of the Purple Palace to the 8th. Sarah didn't want to die like that, and her brother assumed that he became so strong by absorbing his puppets. Lloyd said that the 1st and 2nd places in his collection were the best, and he did not even believe that the trio would be able to surpass them. Sarah thought that although number 1 was stronger than them, they could handle number 2. But now these 3 are united in one. Lloyd laughed as he told the team that he was also a victim. He said that he was forcibly raised as a cruel warrior. Raising his wand, he summoned something powerful. The boys could not understand the meaning of the master's words. Meanwhile, only one hero was not interested in the fight. He glanced at his watch, and Hannah asked what he was doing. Brian noted that according to ancient books, demonic warriors first appeared 10,000 years ago. Many worthy people were executed, and most of the lands were taken over by the demon clan. Only the unification of the 5 clans could stop this onslaught. Lloyd laughed again, remembering how much he had seen. Blood spilled and souls torn out by force. It hardened him like a warrior. Today, the heroes will become part of his bloody formation. Before he could even finish his solemn speech, he was suddenly interrupted by a sickening sound that seemed to echo throughout the audience. Lloyd couldn't make out what the sound was, while Alan glanced at his watch. His workday is over, but it looks like he will have to stay for overtime. Lloyd didn't understand the boy's words, so he asked what it meant to work overtime. At the same moment, an inexorable wave of energy hit the invincible demon elder. A powerful flow of chakra instantly threw the master out of the summoning formation that had formed. Lloyd heard the weakest student hint at an imminent disaster. Hannah was amazed to see such a powerful technique. She asked Alan if it was his doing, but he only emphasized the need to leave this place quickly. The girl thought about the objection, but the hero insisted on the need for a quick retreat to protect the village from attack. In a panic, Hannah turned to the boy who defeated doll number 2, noting that they urgently needed to call the senior because they themselves could not cope with this opponent. Anna's comrades confirmed that Alan should not be a daredevil, because with this formation, Lloyd's strength had increased to at least the 8th level of the Purple Palace, and joint efforts would not help. The hero, smiling, assured his friends that there was no need to worry, because everything would end soon. Meanwhile, Lloyd, having fallen to the ground, got up. He couldn't fathom what had happened, because the boy's level couldn't be enough to defeat him. The experienced demon felt curious about Alan, asking about what cunning technique he had used to stop him. Alan, mocking his opponent, believed that he did not need tricks to defeat such a weak opponent. Meanwhile, Hannah and her friends in purple were heading to the village. Sarah asked her why they left him there alone. She couldn't believe that this boy really knew how to defeat such an invincible enemy, who had focused his bloody chakra on Alan at that moment. A bloody bolt of lightning struck Alan directly. Sarah insisted that the hero's level was too low, and the demon would destroy him in one hit. Hannah remembered that, although she didn't know why, she trusted Alan. Since his return from the mountains, all his decisions have been extremely correct. The mighty sloth parried the attack with his sword, and looked at Lloyd with the look of a true bloodthirsty killer. The demon panicked, not knowing what to do next. Meanwhile, the tired team arrived at the village, where peace and tranquility reigned. Hannah summoned an artifact that looked like a pentagonal mirror that was a heaven spirit castle. The girl gathered all her courage and threw it into the sky. The heaven spirit castle hovered high in the air above the village, forming a blue, impenetrable shield around it. Seeing the blue dome, Alan was delighted. He felt that now he could calmly attack the opponent. Lloyd laughed ominously, amused by the confidence of Alan, who seemed to lack strength but was convinced of his victory. The hero hinted that Lloyd should use his last trump card, if he had one, because the demon would not give him another chance. The enormous pathos of the student drove Lloyd to rage. He raised his spear into the sky, gathering powerful force. A bright red dome-shaped structure, in which a spear was splashing, crashed down on Alan. For Lloyd, it was a bloody halberd blow. The demon elders smiled, realizing that such an attack was not so easy to dodge. It came as a surprise to the thief. Alan slowly descended in front of him, shining with a blue aura. The boy taunted the enemy, wondering if Lloyd would have time to prepare another attack. The demon elder was seething with rage. His giant halberd flew towards Alan, trying to trap the young man in a deadly dance of forged metal. Dodging once more, the thief summoned a huge blood-red column that resembled a powerful hurricane. His power was like red-hot magma swirling around. It was one of Lloyd's abilities. The demonic light of the heavens. Bright red thunderstorms became visible even from the distance of the village. Sarah was amazed when she saw such incredible magic. This is what the power of a demon warrior is capable of. Meanwhile, unhappy Hannah cried and prayed that her brother Alan would survive. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Lloyd's laughter subsided when Alan caught his attention. The young man asked his opponent about the point of having a skill if Lloyd was unable to fully control its power. At the same moment, the blue blades rushed straight at the demon. The blades, like the claws of an enraged beast, pierced the bloody whirlwind that Lloyd had stirred up. The older demon was trembling. His abilities disappeared as if in a terrible dream. It did not fit into the framework of the possible. Alan must have used some kind of illusion. Meanwhile, a boy appeared in front of Lloyd as if out of nowhere, amazed at how a mere cultivator could stand up to him so easily. In fact, everything was surprisingly simple. Alan decided to protect his kingdom by sealing it with magical seals. He always hid his skill, fearing that his true level would become known, and then disaster would become inevitable. Alan effortlessly fended off the demon's attacks without looking at them, and continued the story, pointing out that it was not appropriate for a student of his clan to brag about his abilities. After all, the higher your skill level, the more challenges open up to you. So, in order not to complicate his life, Alan had to hide his true abilities. Lloyd realized what a trap he had fallen into. The demon tried to escape, claiming that the boy had completely lost his mind. Alan pulled the enemy's body towards him, determined that he would not let him go anywhere. The hero drew his sword from its scabbard and thought that Lloyd was constantly interrupting his rest. In addition, with this, he harmed his comrades, forcing them to start work earlier than the planned time. Lloyd tried to escape again, shouting that there was nothing to come here. Alan looked sternly. He considered it an unacceptable sin to start work earlier than necessary. After these words, the hero struck the enemy with an incredible technique of wielding a sword. A powerful flow of chakra, like a raging wave, pierced Lloyd and hit him with incredible force. The clouds summoned by Lloyd cleared and the sun shone in the sky. The battle ended with one blow. The technique turned out to be so powerful that where it went, the earth split and a river formed. The powerful yet lazy man hung in the air, watching Lloyd's spear gradually cool down. Sarah, watching the battle, asked Hannah if they were really still at the Purple Palace level. The strength of this sword was comparable to that of a cultivator who had long surpassed this level. It seemed that Brother Alan was the elder of their clan. At that time, Hannah was amazed by what she saw. It turned out that her brother Alan far exceeded the level of all the students in their clan. The girl lowered her eyes, feeling helpless in front of him. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by the sound of broken glass. The power of Alan's sword was too great, and the dome began to crack. He's about to fall to pieces. Hannah ordered her friends to evacuate the residence as soon as possible, and she took care of the rest herself. Unable to defeat the demon, Hannah decided that she would at least try to save other people's lives. The girl began to concentrate her energy, competing with incredible efforts to hold the dome. Suddenly, a man's hand appeared next to her hand. Hannah was struck by the unexpected appearance of a familiar outfit. Next to her stood her brother Alan, who, with his strength, helped restore the protective barrier around the girl. In a moment, all the cracks in the barrier disappeared, and not a single resident of the city was injured. The excited girl turned to the boy, shouting his name. Afterwards, the residents, standing on their knees, thanked their four saviors. Fighters in purple suits waved to the locals, and meanwhile Hannah dreamed of a conversation with Alan. She looked at the boy with pitying eyes, noting why he hadn't told her before that he really was that strong. Brother Alan made a stupid face, pretending that he didn't understand what the girl was talking about. In the end, he defeated the demon thanks to a talisman he received from an elder of his clan. The answer stunned the entire team of boys. Hannah thought that Alan had released the sword, but the boy turned on his acting skills, stating that a weakling like him could not have gained such power. It was only through the team's desperate resistance that he managed to activate the power of the talisman gifted by the master. In addition, Alan is sure that the boys exhausted the demon, and the sword only completed its demise. The young man enthusiastically declared that he was simply lucky, and there was nothing else to explain his success. Probably, something did not agree here. Hannah asked herself in surprise how the boy managed to avoid the demon attack so masterfully. Alan found himself at a dead end, not having an answer, and the girl was staring at him. Alan noted that his main specialty is dodging attacks, so that shouldn't be a problem for him. He contemplated the beauty and understood that she knew. Their master was the best in the clan. It was his power that destroyed the demon. Hannah did not stop. She was interested in the protective barrier, because a student at this level could not support such a structure. Alan reached into his robes, pulled something out, and announced that he had used it. In his hand lay a green stone. It was the jade of the hidden spirit. Invisible spirit. Jade is a stone that can store spiritual power and use it as needed. Due to its high price and rarity, it is not popular. Although the hero convincingly explained his story, Hannah did not believe him. Her intuition told her that something was wrong. Suddenly, Alan put his hand on her head, advising her not to indulge in fantasies. If he was really strong, the elders would have known about it a long time ago. Alan was convinced that Hannah was the best student in the clan. He had no doubts about it. She was embarrassed by these words, thinking that Alan was cunningly using unexpected compliments to move her. Remembering that demon, Sarah was curious to know what fate befell him. Alan replied that his body was full of magical power that could not even be touched. So, the hero devised a strategy to suppress the threat. Later, our heroes found themselves at the burial place of Lloyd, where the suppression of his powers was almost completed. The demonic clan was so angry that it started training special warriors. Hannah believed that it was necessary to immediately warn the other clans so that they would have time to take measures. Alan supported her, but before she could continue, she needed to finish dealing with the demon. But suddenly, their dialogue was destroyed by the force that escaped from the halberd. A sudden explosion of chakra tore through the energy shell, and the blood spear absorbed the entire power of the formation Alan had created. Hannah was seized with horror, and the hero reacted cautiously. They realized that something had gone wrong. The blood spear summoned a strange circle of fire and blood, awakening the power of the demon. Alan reacted instantly and tried to strike the enemy's chakra cage. The other heroes managed to jump away when suddenly the spear in the demon's body disappeared along with the bloody chakra. Sarah guessed that their master had taken the demon, and Brian thought that this was not the time for small talk. The master could not leave his creation, spending so much energy on it. But Hannah calmed down the passionate fighters, because she understood that they currently lack both time and strength for further efforts. Meanwhile, Alan looked down at his hand where the attack came from, and realized that he couldn't let the girl know how strong he really was. This formation that the hero left behind turned out to be surprisingly powerful, strong enough to stop Lloyd. Meanwhile, an unknown figure was in a mysterious place, soaked in a bloody aura. She sat in the center of the candles, emitting green light. With his mouth wide open, he absorbed all the bloody aura that swirled around him. This was the elder that Alan defeated at the beginning of the story. He promised that next time he would tear it into 1,000 little pieces. Just as he began to enjoy his lunch, another gloomy figure appeared behind him, destroying the atmosphere of a peaceful meal. The elder bowed his head in greeting to his master. The dark, mysterious figure claimed that it appeared that Howard had already finished the process of developing his body. Howard smiled, admitting that he couldn't have done it without his mentor's help. Suddenly, a gentleman announced the death of Lloyd. This news stunned the old man. The unknown assured that he finished the formation and created a demon embryo. But when the master tried to take it away, an unknown force prevented it. The fruit is currently in the Yun clan prefecture on their mountain range. The Lord ordered Howard to retrieve it. He entrusted his subordinate with 3 artifacts, assuring them that they would be useful to him on the battlefield. Howard let him down last time. He will have to answer for his mistakes if it happens again. The elder bowed his head, realizing the master's order. At this moment, the heroes said goodbye, because the enemy disappeared without a trace, and the mission was completed. Hannah and Alan looked warmly at the purple friends who had become their family for such a short time. Sarah and Brian left and talked on the way, discussing how no one could have predicted such a move from the Demon Clan. The demons' abilities far exceeded their combat training, but Brian was most worried not about them, but about the abilities of his brother Alan. Sarah was surprised to hear. She did not understand what could be wrong with the hero, that her brother was so concerned about it. Brian explained to her that it was clear from the start that the man was in control. It all started when he handed them pills that made them invulnerable to poisons. During the battle, the bloody formation suffered from chaos and disintegration, assembled by the forces of nature and fate. They fought with the enemies, but the unstoppable forces dispersed them. When they were ready to accept defeat, Brother Alan appeared. He took matters into his own hands. Thanks to him, they were not covered by a bloody formation. After receiving the news from her brother, Sarah began to ponder it carefully, trying to understand the hidden meanings that could affect her plans. However, that was not all. Brian wondered if the girl had mentioned the pill they had taken. He used the inner vision technique and found that his body seemed to be enveloped in a protective sword technique from the inside. It turned out that what they swallowed was not an antidote, but a pill filled with sword energy. This was the only reason why the poisons could no longer affect them. The sword energy that was in that pill dissipated all the toxins that got inside. Sarah will not understand. If the skill of the sword is enough, why Alan is so persistent in hiding his strength? It seems almost impossible. It seemed to Brian that the hero was a secret weapon for their clan. Sarah wondered if she should tell their leader about this. The purple warriors exchanged glances, mentally predicting the changes this meeting could bring. Brian decided that if Alan didn't want to reveal his abilities, they should keep quiet. The hero saved them, so his choice should be respected. The Sword Clan stands out for its interesting talent. The next meeting of the clan promises to be really exciting, because every time they impress with novelty. At the same time, Hannah looked at the strange golden stone, realizing that it was time to turn back. She turned to Alan, explaining that the manager had ordered not to delay. The guy didn't seem to pay much attention to her words. He smiled, noting that these guys were amazing with their intelligence. Hannah wanted to know what kind of extremely smart guys these were. But Brother Alan Grandin pointed out that it didn't matter. It is time to move forward. The hero decided that it was time to dissipate the energy of his sword. After all, if the head of their clan were to notice her, it could turn into a rather unpleasant incident. Returning home, Hannah unexpectedly turned to her brother Alan. A cute little girl curiously asked me if that boy had some mysterious power and wanted me to answer honestly. Alan pointed out that there was no need for him to lie because he was only a novice at the 6th level of the Purple Palace, and not yet a genius like Hannah. The girl, as you can see, expected such an answer and only sighed in disappointment. Suddenly, Alan's chest was hit by a sharp sword, as if energy passed through him. Hannah stood before the hero with a serious face and drew her sword, ready for a decisive duel. She was serious. Her blow hit the boy directly in the chest, tearing his clothes. A strange book, radiating a mysterious atmosphere, suddenly appeared behind the torn clothes. The book was no longer restrained, and to Alan's surprise, it fell out of his inside pocket. The guy tried to catch her, but Hannah still intercepted the book in flight. The girl smiled triumphantly, making sure that it was his diary. Now the whole truth will be revealed to her. Opening the book, she was surprised to see a picture of a girl on the cover and an inscription indicating a wonderful time spent with her sister. Hannah's face instantly turned red with embarrassment when she saw what unfolded before her. Alan quickly snatched the book from the confused girl's hands. He assured that he would be able to explain everything. It was a simple but popular book novel. Hannah did not expect this from the boy. Alan was quick to say that the cover was just for attention. In fact, it was a serious adventure. Anna suddenly grabbed the book, turned the page, and saw a passionate girl covered in rose petals, playing a playful game. She was again embarrassed and sharply turned away. Alan tried to explain that she had misunderstood everything. These illustrations were to attract attention. This is a story about a young man, a member of a clan, and his relationships with female companions who fill his life with meaning and adventure. This is an exciting orthodox adventure that is adored by both monks and ordinary people. Updates are released quarterly. Alan had to wait in line all night for this limited edition, because it is extremely difficult to get hold of. Hannah pretended to believe, saying that she would pay for the ruined clothes. But in reality, she thought that the boy did not dodge her blow. He probably didn't really have any hidden power. The girl believed that her brother should be less interested in such literature. In their clan, it is called fantasy, and it is forbidden. She gave the boy a stern look, noting that their leader considered it a distraction from practice. His brother should try harder. Alan smiled and nodded, indicating that he would do just that. The girl turned sharply, declaring that it was necessary to move on. The hero breathed a sigh of relief because now all Hannah's doubts about him should disappear. Suddenly, a sharp blade of energy flew towards him again. This time, the blade pierced the page of the book the boy was holding. Alan clutched the book to his chest like a shield and parried the attack. The force of energy that erupted from his hand dissolved Hannah's chakra and headed for the nearest mountain. Immediately after half the mountain was blown to pieces, the hero realized how badly he had messed everything up. Alan asked Hannah to pretend she hadn't noticed, but the girl replied that although she has considerable abilities, she cannot simply ignore the situation. The boy hid his treasure in his chest because this book failed him. It's confession time. Alan realized that he had not told Hannah one important thing. The girl resolutely approached the boy, asking if his skills were significantly superior to hers. Standing intently, Alan explained that they were only slightly better. A predatory smile shone on Hannah's face. She made it clear that she would keep the boy's secret, but in return he had to promise her something. He was terribly worried about his secret, and was afraid of the girl's questions. He anxiously asked what exactly she wanted. The eyes of the gentle beauty shone with happiness. She asked her brother Alain to teach her how to wield a sword. However, the hero was not delighted. He hoped that this mission would help him get along with his sister and get 3 days of rest. However, now he felt that something was wrong. Meanwhile, Hannah was fluttering with joy, waiting for his answer. Alan pretended to be thoughtful and replied that he might be able to teach her. But there was one definite but. The mysterious student vowed to remain silent. The young man could not worry. She flew up, eager to return, while Alan thoughtfully asked himself why fate had turned out so unfavorably for him. After some time, Alan, sad and always lazy, together with the inspired student returned home, ready for new achievements and discoveries. The heroes entered the main hall to inform the elders. Hannah gladly greeted the chief foreman and masters. The men looked around, saw their favorite student, and noted that she coped with the task perfectly. The master thanked the girl for her hard work and asked if she had not suffered any injuries. Alan bowed his head and greeted the head, elders, and masters without enthusiasm. In response, they only threw contemptuous glances at him. The master wondered if the boy's mission had not interfered with Sister Hannah. If she suffered while protecting the hero, he was dead. The man hoped Alan had learned all he could. The hero was seething with indignation in his soul, because he felt that it was thanks to him that the dear student remained whole and unharmed. Suddenly, the boss rose from his chair and forcefully demanded that the foreman stop slandering Alan. After all, if he hadn't activated the talisman in time, they wouldn't have overcome the demonic clan elder. Alan smiled. He knew that all those tea bags he was giving his best friend were for something important. The elders looked with interest at the master under whose leadership Alan was, and realized that he was a real hero who saved the whole situation. The man expressed the opinion that it is quite natural to pass on a protective talisman to his student. The elders smiled, feeling the power of the master. They praised him for destroying the demon clan elder with just one talisman. But the master remembered that the talisman he gave Alan barely exceeded the first level of the Violet Palace. However, Lloyd was considered a 5th-level master. There is speculation that the master might have accidentally given Alan the wrong talisman, which could explain his unexpected victory over the elder. The clan head interrupted everyone to announce that the world was in danger, and that was why they were here. He warned everyone present about the impending crisis. He asked Hannah to tell about the meeting with the elder of the demonic clan, because this is extremely valuable information for the clan and the entire community. She agreed. Late in the evening, the meeting ended, and a tired Alan left the building satisfied. From tomorrow he will finally get his freedom. You need to carefully plan your weekend. The boy's joy suddenly faded when a soft female voice called his name. Anticipating new knowledge, Hannah reminded the boy that he should teach her, as they had previously agreed. Alan tried to refuse the obsessive beauty, informing about his plans. However, she insisted because she wanted to learn from such an outstanding personality as Alan. The boy decided to use his acting skills, pretending that they were both exhausted from a difficult mission and needed to rest before starting training. Hannah kept up with the others. Kitten and I were moved to tears when she told us that her brother slept through the night while she struggled, although the fragile girl does not complain. So why is Alan complaining? The guy won't win because of it. He was tired because he made a lot of effort to win. Hannah, furious with indignation, grabbed his clothes and warned that if he did not help her, she would reveal the secret of their relationship to everyone. Alan was in a panic as he stood at the main entrance. The girl stressed that she didn't care because he himself avoids responsibility. She pointed out that her brother is a fraud. Suddenly, the hero agreed, and the gentle beauty immediately calmed down. Alan informed her that she could come to him tonight, and then he would teach her an important lesson. However, Hannah should retreat after that. The girl's eyes sparkled with joy as she agreed. She must remember to keep it a secret, because if anyone sees Hannah going to Alan at night, the monks will tear him apart like a meat grinder and send him to the gallows. She lost interest. Remembering everything, she said goodbye to the teacher, leaving the school and new horizons behind. A few hours later, our hero was at home. He was reading a novel when suddenly Hannah landed next to him. This surprised him and made him put the book down. Alan raised his head and greeted the student with a serious expression on his face, as if he saw in front of him something more important than just a student. She wondered why her brother was so serious. The girl was worried that she was the reason. Perhaps it was she who brought him so many difficulties. But the situation was different. Alan announced that he had just learned something extremely important. The sweet girl looked curiously into the mentor's eyes. Stern Alan reported that the new issue of Sister Shu will be released the day after tomorrow. He overheard the two monks complaining about the demon clan that they would now have to cross the road to Yun City and wait all night for a new release. So Alan has to leave you tomorrow, so there's only one class left. He grabbed the book and asked his sister Anna to use all her strength in attacking him. The young girl realized with great surprise that her efforts could threaten the safety of the boy's house. Alan smiled and pointed out that the girl should not worry, because she did not have enough strength for this. This answer made the best student want to demonstrate her capabilities and strength. She was ready to prove her superiority. The fire of anger burned in her eyes. She decided to demonstrate all her capabilities to the new teacher. The girl gathered all her energy into a sword and threw it powerfully into the sky, calling out to the heavenly heights. All the blue energy gathered in one huge ball of chakra and, like lightning, rushed towards Alan. It seemed that such power had no limits. But suddenly there was a loud explosion, and the whole clot seemed to break into pieces. Hannah was shocked. Everything she had gathered within her melted away in front of Alan's hand. Then the remnants of her chakra rose up into the sky and completely dissolved there. Meanwhile, Alan cast a desperate look at the girl, trying to show her his true capabilities. Hannah stood there in a daze, her eyes flashing with surprise and her mouth hanging open from the shock she had experienced. With despair in her eyes, the girl fell to her knees. She could not understand that she had been defeated. Alan, contemplating the lost beauty, pondered how far this world and its technology is from the ideal. The heroine discovered a weakness in herself and, using spiritual power, destroyed it. Her inner light grew brighter and she felt a new confidence. The girl needs to work on improving her technique. When she gets down to it, her skill will reach unprecedented heights. If Hannah can overcome this, obstacles will lose their meaning for her. The disappointed girl gritted her teeth, remembering how she joined the clan more than 20 years ago. Daily training made her the best student in the clan. She had never thought of such a question, which suddenly appeared before her after talking with Alan. Suddenly, the boy sharply moved his foot on the tile, drawing his sister's attention to him. Hitting one of the stones, he easily flew into the air. During the flight, Alan repeatedly hit the center of the stone with his hand. The stone ended up in the boy's hands. He showed Hannah the sword marks left on the stone, believing it would help her increase her skill level. He threw a stone, and she confidently caught it. In the very center of the stone was engraved a single word: sword. Alan reminded the girl that it was his gift and that others should not see it. She accepted this condition. She jumped up happily, thanking her brother for the good advice. The time has come to return to training, which has become an important part of her life. Alan watched Hannah disappear into the night. He was surprised that she had been training all night. However, the best student turned out to be too stubborn. The hero was concerned about her health. After training, the lazy man went back to bed and did not feel that morning had come. After rummaging through his collection of novels, Alan decided it was time for a change. Suddenly he felt a familiar energy and looked around to find its source. In the sky, early in the morning, someone was flying in the direction of an unknown destination. Master Alan, to his surprise, had also left the temple that morning. Meanwhile, the master, who was moving with lightning speed, suddenly realized that something strange was happening. Stopping, he remarked to the stranger that he had been in this place for a long time. I wondered if he was tired of waiting. Before him stood the lord of the demon clan, eager to see if the master's power was really as great as the legends said. It seemed that he had come in vain, until suddenly the face of an unknown villain appeared. The head of the demonic clan was Dustin, who was immediately recognized by the owner. Luther, Alan's mentor, asked how the demonic leader knew their location. Dustin suggested that maybe someone had betrayed them. The master instantly realized that a spy had started in their clan. He was interested in what plans the demons were making. Dustin laughed, noting that their goal was still the same and it was time to stop procrastinating. The demon leader suspected that the Sword Clan, having learned of their plot, had begun to gather a coalition in secret, and he assumed that everything was already set to begin with. Luther took out his sword and pointed out that Dustin is a very confident person. However, his self-confidence will lead to his downfall. The master summoned hundreds of energy swords that rushed at the enemy. Dustin's eyes were shining, and he was ready to face such a day with dignity if it came. However, that day is not yet today. He wanted to know if Uther had built up the strength to withstand his blow. At that time, peace and tranquility reigned in Yun City. Alan was in a hurry to sell his favorite novel. He quickly reached the city. Now he needs to look around to figure out where the meeting will be held. Suddenly he was enveloped by a feeling of strong pressure. The young man felt the energy beam of the sword hidden in his teacher's jade pendant activate. The master stands at the first level of knowledge of the truth, and his sword technique has no equal. His life is in danger, but his skill is beyond the reach of his enemies. Could it be that he has finally met an opponent so formidable that he might face defeat at their hands? Meanwhile, a bloodied Uther was held by Dustin, explaining that this attack was too weak for him, not even causing any real tension. The demon leader was amazed that the energy of the sword actually helped to contain his attack. The secret energy that the jade pendant once held was now released through the created crack, causing a wave of mystery and curiosity. Barely opening his eyes, Uther remembered that this pendant had been given to him by his apprentice, Alan. In his memoirs, Alan expressed his gratitude to the master for taking care of him by giving him this pendant. The boy smiled, considering it just a small gesture of concern. Dustin swung again, sensing that now was the time for the decisive blow. He was sure that there would be no chance of making a mistake the second time. Meanwhile, Alan showed a strange seal on his chest and remarked that these powers should be sufficient. He began to focus his energy, and circles like waves on water gradually emerged from his head. The circles grew larger, and Almighty Ladar was still searching for his target. Dustin felt something strange behind him and decided to turn around. Alan used his sword technique that created a beam capable of slicing through space. At that moment, a huge stream of energy appeared above Dustin's head, like a divine pillar of electricity aimed directly at him. The blow hit the target well, and Dustin, exhausted from such a powerful attack, realized that this technique belonged to Master Reynolds. He held a piece of Uther's clothing in his hands. His opponent disappeared, leaving only the silent wind of adventure behind him. Dustin was burning with rage, convinced that their next meeting would be his last. Eventually, Alan finally found himself where he needed to be. He realized that he had successfully hit the target. However, this did not yield results. The opponent obviously had a strength that far exceeded the level of the Purple Palace. Why did the representative of the demonic clan have to destroy his teacher? What secret hid the motivation for this terrible act? Fortunately, Master Uther managed to escape, and Alan was already rushing back, ready for new adventures and challenges that awaited him ahead. The hero returned to the city, where his book was already on sale. He reasoned that upon returning home he should visit the master. The young man was surprised to notice how crowded the city was that day. Many people gathered in line for the ceremony on the occasion of the release of the new volume of Immortal Crazy Path. Alan did not expect this, but the choice was limited. He had to stand and wait. The evening came. The line gradually became shorter, until suddenly the seller announced that there was the last copy left. The residents were angry, but Alan was happy with his success, because finally it was his turn. He held out his hand for the desired reward. Looks like luck is on his side today. Suddenly, someone else's hand reached for the book, creating a slight tension in the air. Next to Alan stood a charming girl with blue eyes and a pink robe. Her look combined seduction and innocence. However, the hero was not so simple. He stubbornly held the book in his hand, refusing to let it go. Then the girl turned on all her charm and intuition, trying to get the last copy from this handsome guy. However, Alan did not give in and rudely refused the girl. She offered to pay him twice as much for the book. Her gaze became stern, as she thought it was a very good deal. You should not refuse such a luxurious lady. Neither side wanted to give in. The hero and the girl persistently explained to the seller how important it was for them to buy this book. The sellers were confused looking at the angry customers and tried to calm them down. The last copy remained, and the girl had to figure out how to share it. Then an idea came to her mind. She thought, since Alan was unwilling to make concessions, she was left to act according to her conscience. The hero tried to understand what the girl meant. Cards with images of hands suddenly appeared in her hand, and the girl offered to play rock, scissors, paper. Alan doubted that this game was easy to cheat. The girl said that she created it herself, and the cards can reproduce thoughts. There's no room for deception here. This will help achieve justice. The guy admitted that it would be almost impossible to cheat. In the end, they decided to spend time on the game. Everything seemed quite reasonable and logical in their choice. The level of excitement increased when the opponent Alan offered to compete until 3 wins, and the hero instantly accepted the offer. He decided to go for the scissors in the first round to test the tactic. The girl counted the seconds. After she counted to 3, everyone put their cards on the table. She invited the sellers to reveal the first batch of cards. The dealers turned the cards over, and a disappointed Alan realized he had been defeated. The girl rejoiced at the victory, and the boy tried to understand whether it was a trick or luck. When the second round began, the boy was already determined not to lose the chance to win. Alan decided to turn over the cards himself so that she would not be deceived. Turning his hand over, he realized that he had scissors, and the girl had a stone. Alan's eyes were full of disappointment. One more defeat, and he would lose his precious book. The girl won again, dropping the cards in her hand with a slight hint of mockery. Looks like luck was on her side today. Alan could barely stay on his feet, realizing his defeat. The sellers offered to contact someone in his family to pick him up if he felt unwell. The guy tried to find where the girl went wrong, but everything was fine. He wasted so much effort, and his book was bought by someone else. But nothing can be changed. The hero decided to return home. His tea leaves were almost ripe. He must prepare a new batch for the clan head. Tired and a little disappointed, Alan ended his market search without any new tea seeds. Now he has nothing to do here. It's time to go home. Flying over the city, Alan heard passers-by angrily discussing that they had been tricked by some girl. The boys asked the swindler to return the elixir to them, but she replied that she was just lucky. They were sure that luck does not happen 20 times in a row. It was the same girl who defeated the hero. She claimed to be honest. But for 2 monks, it seems that heaven is paying for their sins. The boys were convinced that the girl was a liar, so she decided to flee the scene of the crime before they discovered her intentions. However, the monks were not going to give up. One of them decided to use his golden energy. A golden hand appeared in front of the girl, and she realized that this energy reached the level of the purple palace. Suddenly, she noticed Alan and started waving at him to get his attention. The girl turned to the young man for help, and 2 monks asked who he was. Alan was outraged that the beauty was asking for help. It turns out that these 2 monks wanted to beat her because she stole a book from him. The monks watched warily, but the hero folded his hands in peace and said that he did not know this girl, so he would not interfere in their dispute. She accused Alan of indifference. The hero clearly remembered her. They started a strange game where he was defeated. The monks realized that they had not only been tricked by this girl, but that they would have to teach her a lesson. Meanwhile, Alan believed that if he stayed out of the couple's affairs, he could rekindle his own romance. But the girl was unhappy with the situation. She took the book and promised that if the boy did not help her immediately, she would tear it to pieces. The monks asked why she went mad after all this. They were sure that this way she would not be able to escape the consequences. The boy focused his chakra, and suddenly it took the form of a golden hand. Suddenly, his chakra disappeared, dissolving into a pillar of blue energy. Alan stood up to defend the girl. A blue aura enveloped him like a shield, enveloping him in protection. The monk noticed a strange effect. His powers seemed to be blocked. The stranger remarked that he would not help the girl. Why did he decide to protect her now? Alan apologized to them. explaining that his plans had changed and asked for their understanding. The outraged hero turned to the charlatan, demanding the return of the book. The girl had no intention of acting on expectations. Having noted the boy's naivety, she decided to use one of her special abilities. At the same moment, the girl dissolved into the air, leaving only a blue trail of energy. Alan wasn't going to just let her go. He mastered the rest of her chakra. Smiling menacingly, the boy knew that she would not be able to escape from him so easily. Grabbing the remains of the chakra, Alan rushed in pursuit of the criminal. The monks, watching him, felt the boy's sinister energy. They wanted to know what family he was from. Suddenly, the second monk remembered that their treasures were left with that lady, and they must return to collect them. Meanwhile, a girl appeared outside the city, full of tricks and joy, because the long training was not in vain. Suddenly, she felt a strong pressure on her, and a mysterious figure appeared nearby. A terrible Alan suddenly appeared in front of the girl and angrily asked how she dared to lie to him. His energy flashes went straight to the girl's chests, awakening an unknown power in them. Suddenly, she felt she could no longer levitate. Alan had blocked all her abilities. The hero managed to grab her, looking menacingly at the criminal. He asked questions about her clan, trying to learn more. Alan believed that the girl's lies would not go undetected. According to the law of forces, her spiritual energy should be sealed, and she herself will clean the pigsties for a week. The girl imagined how she would roll the clay among the pigs, and this terrible punishment scared the exhausted beauty. She kicked desperately, trying to break free. Meanwhile, 2 monks flew past the couple whom the girl robbed. Beauty begged for freedom, but Alan insisted that he would not let her go until she returned the book. She emphasized that with such books, he will remain lonely for the rest of his life. She had no choice. The rogue took the book out of her pocket and exchanged it for her powers. Alan kept his promise. He restored her strength and threw her a spirit stone. He was really interested in how she managed to deceive everyone so cleverly. The girl was outraged. She claimed that she did not deceive or mislead anyone. She just used a little trick. The monks who heard about this were enraged because they believed that a fraud was taking place before their eyes. Alan was interested in what kind of illusion the girl used. The girl took the card. It just had a stone on it, but when she turned it over, she saw scissors. The monk noted that this illusion does not reveal even half of its true power. No wonder they lost. Illusion helps them change the outcome in their favor. Alan recalled how during the competition he showed the girl's cards himself, allowing her to win because she couldn't change his cards during the game. The girl pointed out that it was a simple cognitive modification, and as long as he thought he had lost, the picture before his eyes would change as she pleased. Cognitive modification is a progressive method of illusions, based on the laws of causality, which ensures its effectiveness. The excited monk looked questioningly at the stranger, trying to find out who she was. The charming beauty struck a spectacular pose and announced herself. Her name was Lisa, and she came from the Palace of Heavenly Illusions. One of the monks asked his friend about the power of the Heavenly Palace. He noted that this is a famous ancient clan that voluntarily isolated itself from others. Their power should not be underestimated. In the monastery, the monks bowed their heads, feeling sincere remorse for not being able to recognize Lisa. The girl was surprised when she was allowed to keep what she had taken from them. In addition, the monks suggested that she join the group in search of treasures, because her illusions could become indispensable in case of danger. After hearing about the treasures, the girl was immediately inspired. She was always attracted to everything valuable and shiny. The monk pointed out that a few days ago, a red ray appeared in the depths of the Yun mountain massif, filling the air with energy. Perhaps a rare treasure was hidden there. Hearing these words, Alan became curious. Maybe it was that demon? The monk continued his story, explaining that the spine is winding and long, but he knows the way so they can go together. They will divide the treasures among themselves, or use them in turn. Alan wondered if the red beam he had come across a few days ago was the very mystery he was trying to solve. The boy decided that there was no point in thinking about it, because it could be a simple coincidence. Sister Lisa happily joined the monks in their treasure hunt, wondering at the adventures that lay ahead. The monk invited Brother Alan to join their journey, as he is a skilled fighter, and there may be a rare treasure hidden. That will interest him. However, Alan, waving his hand dismissively, made it clear that he was not interested in this and did not want to waste his vacation on such a thing. He decided to use this time to have a good rest and read a new volume of history. After that, the boy left the room. Lisa was angry, feeling that everything was destroyed, but she was sure that the hero would return to them. Meanwhile, somewhere in the forest, a bloody halo seemed to gather around the familiar halberd. The traveler Howard was delighted with the discovery because he finally found what he was looking for. In the end, he came across the same devil fruit that his teacher had told him about. Lisa, together with her new friends, set off in search of adventure. Their first test was a ferocious lion-like creature. The creature, full of power, leapt towards the brave girl. With a wave of his paw, he hit Lisa, but she instantly disappeared, dissolving into the air like a ghost. The beast could not understand what was happening. The girl created an illusion and rose into the air. The cunning plan worked. At that time, one of the monks began to summon a golden mist. The enraged creature turned sharply, sensing a threat. However, it was already too late. The monk struck the opponent, using his special technique known as the 9 misty winds. The tired creature fell dead to the ground. The monk highly appreciated the incredible power of Lisa's illusions, thanks to which they easily defeated a formidable opponent. Another comrade praised the girl, assuring that even if they met a beast of the highest level, they would easily handle it. Lisa was a little shy, but she liked it when someone pointed out her positive qualities. However, it was necessary to move on. The heroes plunged into the dense thickets of the forest, where every aspect of nature seemed to whisper to them about future adventures. Lisa was already tired from walking. In her mind, half an hour had already passed since they left the mountain range. She doubted whether the treasure really existed. The monk reassured the girl, explaining that there is no need to worry, because if he is not mistaken, their goal is not far away. Meanwhile, Howard began his ritual. He commanded the demonic spear to absorb the energy, hoping for the mystery and power hidden within its depths. If all went according to the demon's plan, he would be able to get it in a few hours. The villain had been looking forward to this moment. As soon as he gets the fruit, his master will be satisfied. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a magical aura he sensed. This unexpected phenomenon completely captured his attention. Howard turned around. He had the feeling that someone was inexorably approaching him at this moment. The demon elder, using his magical vision, noticed 2 young disciples of the Schinkel family and a girl approaching him. This was not part of his plans. If they find the devil fruit and tell their clan, trouble will ensue. These 3 opponents weren't much of a threat, so Howard was confident he could handle them with his bloody puppets. He took one of the 3 bell-like artifacts that the Lord had given him from his pocket and rang it. At the same moment the bell began to form a demonic gate. Howard laughed. Travelers had better run away from him. Suddenly, an unknown substance appeared, and Howard promised to stay to protect the fetus. An unknown being that appeared suddenly was supposed to bring these 3 unexpected guests to him. The creature, enveloped in a purple glow, understood the order and instantly rushed after the target. Howard watched the artifact and knew he couldn't leave the 3 corpses unattended. Meanwhile, Alan returned to Yun City. It was already too late and he was not used to working overtime. The boy was sitting in one of the taverns, enjoying aromatic tea and delving into the long-awaited book. He did not have time to blink an eye as he was already on the last pages of the book. Finally, the moment came when the secret of the killer was to be revealed. Alan eagerly turned the page, waiting for the exciting revelation of the truth. There it was, the secret he sought to know. His eyes shone. On the wall hung only a drawing of the face of a girl he knew, and next to it was a mysterious inscription, promising that she would not reveal the name of the murderer. But Alan's despair knew no bounds. Lisa ruined an important point by replacing the last page. He screamed loudly because he could not believe that the book was ending at such a tense moment. His screams were so powerful that the earth began to shake. Frightened residents of the tavern thought it was an earthquake. Suddenly in the sky they saw a blue beam rushing past them like a star. Indignant, Alan rushed to his goal. He promised to find her, even if he had to destroy the entire mountain range. Meanwhile, the team of adventurers advanced deeper into the forest and began to notice strange changes around them. Lisa felt a sensitive gaze directed at her, as if someone was watching her every move. The squad leader stopped abruptly, sensing suspicion in the air. Something was coming towards them, and he knew it was no accident. At that moment, purple lightning struck the boy, and blood began to pour from his mouth. Lisa and the other monk cried out in fear when they saw this terrible sight. The monk fell to the ground, and his brother grabbed his partner, trying to bring him to consciousness. Lisa saw something approaching the still-living boy and tried to warn him. Unfortunately, he did not have time to realize her warning. 2 monks lay unconscious on the ground. Liza was overcome with fear, and with a trembling voice, she asked who could be there. A little nervously, the girl turns to the creature, trying to summon it. At the same moment, a moment faster than dark lightning seemed to appear behind her. Lisa felt a powerful blow to her neck and immediately lost consciousness. Alan felt something unusual. An explosion of spiritual power suddenly appeared near him. But suddenly he disappeared somewhere far in the forest, as quickly as he appeared. The boy continued on in surprise, but there were no signs of a battle, as if everything had disappeared or someone had learned to carefully cover their tracks. The hero turned on his sensors and felt that something was hidden in the air around him. The dark creature was already preparing to attack, sneaking up on the boy from behind. Alan, who was standing motionless, suddenly opened his eyes and instantly stopped the attacker. The dark blade froze a millimeter from the hero's neck, as if time had stopped. Alan asked the creature about its identity and intentions. The purple aura dissipated, and within it Alan noticed a cute little girl holding a needle with trembling hands. The girl felt an incredibly heavy atmosphere around her, and suddenly burst into tears. Alan assumed that she could not speak and asked about it. The cute creature nodded her head. The hero wondered if the 3 boys who fought with her were still alive. The girl nodded again, confirming this. Suddenly the boy became stern and demanded that the creature lead him to them, promising that he would not punish her then. The creature was about to agree, until suddenly the tinkling clang of a bell was heard from the depths of the forest. The little girl held her head as if the darkness was pressing down on her. The girl, sobbing, rushed to the bell, which greatly surprised Alan. The hero instantly understood that the bell of soul control was in front of him. The master explained that this sorcery sealed the soul in the bell and placed a curse on it. It seems that there is also a dungeon of a demonic clan left here. Meanwhile, powerful energy was building up around the demonic spear. Howard, anxiously ringing the bell, observed the 3 prisoners, deprived of strength, and warned the girl that her time was limited. She still couldn't capture someone else. The demon looked down on the little girl, calling her useless trash and roughly putting his foot on her tiny body. The girl lay on the ground, sobbing, and the eldest of the demons noted that there was no escape from him. If she tries to escape, Howard will do everything he can to make her life such a nightmare that she will beg for her own death. Suddenly, an unknown voice from the aura asked where that boy was now, because he had come here for him. Also, why was Howard calling him if he said he could handle it on his own? However, I didn't have to look for him for a long time. He was already right above their heads, and noted that without outside help, it would be impossible to restore such destruction in a few days. The old demon instantly recognized the scoundrel who had defeated him the last time. Because of this, he was humiliated in front of his master, and took a long time to heal his wounds. Howard didn't hesitate, and instantly attacked his bitter enemy, sending a skull-shaped demonic ball of energy in his direction. Alan, as usual, easily repelled the elder's attack by simply dispelling the sinister energy. He smiled defiantly at his opponent and expressed surprise at how Howard was still holding on with such strength. The demonic rage grew more and more until Alan's calmness finally disturbed him. He grabbed the bell and ordered Gwyneth to quickly kill the vile insect. Alan, skillfully swinging his sword, cut off the demon's hand holding the bell. The hero walked up to the little girl. Now he knew her name was Gwyneth. The young man directed his energy at the ancient artifact, and it instantly disintegrated into small pieces. The human explained to the sobbing girl that she should no longer be the demon's puppet. Now she is free and can choose her own path. Her eyes filled with tears of joy. The girl rushed to Alan, but Howard stopped her with an order. Gwyneth instantly fell to the ground. The demon assured her that even without the bell, she would not be able to resist his orders. The villain tried to explain to her the terrible consequences of disobedience, but was suddenly silenced when the little girl hit him on the head. After the impact, the frightened guinea pig immediately rushed into Alan's arms, seeking protection and peace. The boy gently patted the girl on the head, saying that now she can go home. She needn't worry. The hero himself will deal with everything that happened. This is coercion and exploitation of labor. He understood this because he had once been in the same situation himself. Howard wasn't going to give up. Standing up, he slammed his fist on the ground, using the bloody hell technique. Energy boiled, awakening hidden powers. At the same moment, a bloody aura burst out of his hands, inside which numerous eyes flickered. A huge hand appeared from the bloody abyss, and from within came a mysterious pronouncement which revealed who dared to challenge its owner. A huge demon appeared from the black portal, which Howard ordered to immediately kill the monk. The monster understood the order and swung at the hero. It believed that the hero is just a pawn, and his master should not get his hands dirty with such garbage. Alan was threatened by the sharp blades of blood energy, but he quickly drew his sword from its sheath. At that moment, a huge pillar of the boy's aura rose into the sky, blocking the way of the demons. The creature was surprised at the boy's strength. Although through the seal the demon can only reveal a fifth of its abilities. The monster promised that one day he would return for a grand battle, but the boy could only remember his name. The monster tried to pronounce his name, but failed to do so. His strength was cut short by Alan's many blows, and he fell to pieces. Gwyneth ducked behind the boy, stunned by what she saw, and Alan let out a disappointed sigh. Howard was amazed at how a mere mortal could defeat such a powerful demon. However, it did not end there. Alan had no intention of letting the arrogant elder just walk away this time. Parabak concentrated his powerful force in his fingers, forming an energy blade. Howard realized that the end was imminent and began to plead with the boy to stop, to give him some time. However, before he could say anything, a powerful flow of mana created by Alan pierced through him. An explosion sounded behind him, and the boy, turning around, decided that it was not worth waiting. Unexpectedly, Alan noticed his chained comrades, among whom was the girl who had stolen his priceless page. He channeled a bit of his chakra to bring the girl back to consciousness. At that very moment, Lisa opened her eyes and gradually began to regain consciousness. She knew immediately that the boy was panicking, but Alan calmed her down. He noted that she had spent a lot of spiritual energy and now needed rest, and later he would help her reach the city. Suddenly, a crimson light flashed behind Alan, which did not bode well. The fight was not over yet. The bloody halberd rose, forming a vortex around itself. Suddenly, among the accumulated energy, Lloyd appeared and informed Alan that he was one step away from destroying the master. The hero forced him to sacrifice his last magical artifact. Now the only thing Lloyd wants so desperately is for Alan to be gone. The lazy man sighed in frustration. I had to fight with a madman again. He turned and reached out to the demon, wondering what was happening to him. One sword will not help, so he will use another. After these words, Alan released a powerful stream of energy that rushed towards the enemy like a destructive wave. This time, Lloyd parried the hero's attack, assuring himself that he was now much more powerful than his opponent. The villain counterattacked by turning his bloody aura into a demonic mask and sent it at the hero. The boy realized the danger that awaited his allies and, using his power, decided to keep them safe by pushing them as far away from danger as possible. He tried to block the enemy's attack with his weapon, which he usually managed easily. This time the situation got out of hand and Alan backed away from the unexpected onslaught. The hero couldn't believe that the monster had just reached the 7th level of the Purple Palace, and now it was already at the 2nd level of truth realization. The young man looked more closely and saw a strange crimson stone on Lloyd's forehead. Everything became clear. That thing on it was an ancient forgotten treasure. Harvest amber. Lloyd smiled, pleased that the swordsman apprentice was able to identify the artifact. He expected no less from such a talented boy. According to legends, millions of years ago someone found this stone, raised his spiritual level, and became a powerful ruler. But after 5 years, he spent all his life force and died, cursing the treasure. From then on, anyone who received an amber completed with a harvest could not count on a different fate. Alan wondered how Lloyd had obtained this ancient treasure, but emphasized that everything in this world obeys a single law of force. He understood that any power has its price, and threw the mirror at the demon's feet. He invited the old man to look in the mirror in order to understand who he has become and to stop nurturing illusions. Lloyd looked in the mirror and saw a worn-out old man there. The demon could not believe his eyes because he was estimated to be at least 800 years old. In anger, the master broke the mirror and asked why it looked like that. Alan said that this treasure is like a demon that drains all life energy from it. Lloyd was desperate. He imagined that after returning the debt, he would receive an elixir from the owner to restore vitality. Wise use of the stone could give him power over the world. Alan assumed that the intruder had gone mad and readied his sword. It seems that the stone has completely clouded his mind. The angry demon ordered the hero to shut up, and at the same moment bit his finger until it began to bleed. He then applied his blood to the stone, completing the rite. The demon's strength grew, and crimson flames flared around him. It became more and more powerful, giving a hint of the coming storm. Summoning all of his new power, he unleashed a bloody tornado at the mighty hero, attempting to defeat him in one defiant blow. Alan used his sword to stop the frenzied attack. Suddenly everything went wrong. The demon's power was immense, and now Alan could not stop his blows. It turned out that Lloyd did not reach the 2nd level of knowledge of the truth, but the 5th, becoming equal to the head of the Sword Clan, Reynolds. Wounded, Alan fell to his knees trying to gather his strength and catch his breath after the intense attack. However, he had his trump card. The young man threw off his mantle, and a secret seal appeared on his chest. Lloyd wanted to attack the opponent, but suddenly a golden vortex surrounded the thief, forcing him to dodge. Gwyneth was the first to approach the Alan's circle and tried to detain the scoundrel. The ferocious demon charged at the little spirit, indignantly declaring that her resistance to him was completely useless. However, our hero managed to stop the bloody beam in time. He reminded Gwyneth that she had to go. Why did she come back? Lloyd did not stop, using the situational pause, and attacked the opponent with a spear. Alan looked at his seal, feeling that all was already lost. The dagger hit its target, but suddenly Alan dissolved into the air like a shadow. The old man could not believe his eyes, because he had just disappeared into thin air. Suddenly the answer appeared as if out of nowhere. The villain looked up to see Lisa using one of her powers on Alan. The enraged demon, baring his devilish fangs, aimed at the girl. Their second meeting left her no chance to escape with an illusion. Suddenly, a powerful flow of power pierced the heavens, dispelling all the bloody energy around. Rescuer Lisa couldn't believe her eyes when she saw the mighty pillar of energy. In the middle of the stream was a transformed Alan. He was preparing to start a real battle. Having awakened his power, the hero felt his eyes light up blue, and the seal released a particle of energy. In this company, Alan could be mistaken for a demigod, not just a lazy loser. However, this did not stop Lloyd. He decided that the young man had chosen death instead of running away. Like lightning, he rushed at Alan, but he easily parried the halberd attack with a single movement of his hand. Lloyd couldn't believe his eyes. For an ordinary mortal, this power was insurmountable. Besides Lloyd, there was Lisa, who couldn't believe what was happening. She questioned whether Alan was really as strong as he seemed. The demigod believed that only a drop of his spiritual power was enough to deal with the demon. The old demon trembled like an aspen leaf, but still did not give up. It wasn't fear. It was a tremor of rage. Lloyd was outraged by the defiant words and gathered his bloody energy. But Alan didn't care, because this big slacker was sure. The demon was defeated when he removed the seal. Taking out his sword, a huge golden dragon from divine energy instantly appeared behind the hero. The monster growled as it advanced towards Lloyd. The powerful force could be felt even from afar. The monster was huge, and Lloyd's energy could not resist it. Stopping such a giant was an impossible task. In an instant, divine energy passed through the old demon, dispelling all of his bloody essence. The blow was so powerful that Lloyd literally dissolved into the air, like ashes from a paper thrown into a fire. The divine power returned to Alan's seal, and when it was fully restored, he calmly zipped up his robe. All that was left of Lloyd was an amber glow on the bloody spear. Lisa couldn't believe Alan was back to his old self. Her gaze settled on an ancient treasure that suddenly floated in the air. The girl watched the stone emitting a purple glow with fascination. This joyful pattern seemed extremely beautiful to her. The girl was approaching the amber glow of the harvest. The further, the stronger it attracted her. Finally, she reached out to him, standing right next to him. Suddenly, Alan appeared behind her, gently reminding her not to act so carelessly. He summoned a bag into which he put some of his power and began to seal the demonic artifact. Lisa only now realized that the stone had enchanted her. She was filled with anxiety. Alan emphasized that this thing is extremely dangerous. Be careful not to end up in the situation that took Lloyd's life. The sweet little spirit Gwyneth appeared suddenly, and the hero immediately took him under his protection. Lisa recognized the intruder. She pointed at Gwyneth, assuring her that she was the one who attacked them. Because of this, the little girl started sobbing guiltily. Alan stopped Lisa and explained that this girl's name was Guinevere, and she had no intention of harming them. She was simply following Solbel's orders. Lisa asked the boy what happened to the bell. He replied that he destroyed it. Gwyneth is now safe and can safely leave the scene. He asks the girl to be careful and avoid falling into the hands of the villains again. Lisa, observing the spirit and the young man, noted that the girl was strong enough and Alan could leave her, but the boy assured that he was not like those demons. Lisa turned away, admitting that the villain had used her as a weapon thanks to Solbel. The beauty thought about it and came to the conclusion that she was wrong in her assessment of the hero. Alan replied that if Lisa was wrong, could she give him back the torn page? The girl was indignant that this fool was only interested in a senseless romance. Lisa decided not to argue with him and simply handed over the last page. The hero barely felt embarrassed when he looked at the very last page. Deciding to put it off until later, he hid the object in his robes and thanked the girl, adding that no one should know of her discovery. Lisa did not understand why the boy did this, because killing the elder of the demon clan is a great achievement. Alan quite reasonably asked not to ask unnecessary questions. The beauty understood. The last question remains: what to do with this spear? Alan found the answer. He will simply take it with him and get rid of it. He asked Lisa to take care of those boys while he went ahead. The girl was offended. The role of nanny is not for her. The boy almost touched the spear when suddenly a huge hand of incredible strength appeared out of nowhere. A cosmic voice declared that he would not allow the bloody halberd to be taken and grabbed the artifact, dragging it with him. In a moment, the monster disappeared. It was quite unusual. Lisa shuddered from the powerful aura. She wondered what it could be. Alan suggested that perhaps it was the handiwork of another elder. The girl wondered if the boy would follow the stranger, because the weapon was probably valuable. The boy replied that the stranger was too strong, and he did not care how to dispose of the artifact. So, for the third time, Alan is on legal leave, and it's time to return to finally find out the ending of the novel. The hero said goodbye with the hope of meeting Lisa again. After these words, the boy quickly disappeared, leaving the girl confused and surprised. When parting, she stuck her tongue out at him, indicating that she did not need to see him again at all. Many disasters have already happened since the first meeting with this beauty. It is worth thinking about, because Alan combines incredible strength, a wonderful character, and an attractive appearance. Lisa decided not to bother herself with this as the boy went to deal with the consequences. But during the next meeting, it became clear that the emotions did not disappear anywhere. In the morning, Lisa woke up the monks with slaps, and they instantly came to their senses. The monks couldn't figure out what had happened. The demon's head had mysteriously disappeared, and Lisa was sitting in front of them without a single scratch. The girls noticed the surprised faces of the boys, and decided to tell them all the details. After a few minutes of stories, one of the monks was shocked by the news. The treasure turned out to be the weapons of the demon clan. Lisa and Alan saved everyone from death. Lisa confirmed his words and added that they were lucky because the elder died from exhaustion of spiritual energy. The monk was worried about Mr. Allen's absence. It bothered him that they didn't even thank him for saving him. The brother began to worry. Wouldn't the solemn assembly begin soon? After all, the participation of Mr. Allen as a representative of his clan is almost certain. Lisa was surprised when the monk replied that they could thank him. The girl was interested. What kind of meeting will take place? When and where it will take place? The monk scratched his head and noted that there was nothing strange in the fact that the girl knew nothing about the meeting, because their city was isolated from the outside world. Most of the eastern clans are part of the alliance, and every 10 years they send a representative to Tianjiao, where the ranking of the clans is established. This is the majestic gathering in Tianjiao. Also, place and ranking in the future affect the distribution of resources between clans. This could decide their fate of prosperity or decline. Lisa understood everything. She suggested that she might as well visit the place. The monk confirmed that it was entirely possible with her clan. The cunning girl smiled, imagining how she could face that boy in a duel if she went there. Her look was sly, and the girl knew it was time to go back. Meanwhile, Alan hurried home, flying over the mountains, remembering past battles. What happened to this man? Casting such a spell requires considerable skill and enormous spiritual power. His power is amazing. Without destroying at least a third of the seal, he will be invincible to me. It would probably have to be done, as the demon clan had sprung into action and dared to attack even the master. They must be in desperate need of this demonic halberd for some mysterious purpose. Even if an attempt is made to return the weapon, it will certainly lead to numerous attacks and a serious crisis. The owner of the text hopes for the help of the elders of his clan, planning, nevertheless, to contribute to the solution of the problem on his own. Suddenly, the boy felt a strange aura in the wind. He stopped and asked why she had come. A golden whirlwind appeared immediately behind him. To the hero's surprise, Gwyneth suddenly emerged from the golden vortex and gently hit his chest. When Alan looked at the child's tearful eyes, he understood that she had nowhere to go, and that she wanted to be with him. The hero stated that she could join him, but if she ever wanted to leave, no permission was needed. The little girl hugged him tightly with tears of gratitude. Alan gently stroked her head to calm her down. The hero did not expect to receive a magical companion just like that. Returning home, the boy noticed that Gwyneth's power outwardly resembled the wind. Such an effect was a wonderful secrecy. In the future, Alan promised to solve her speech problems. The spirit was a little surprised by what he heard, and after that the boy realized that it was time to return to the clan. Flying up to the familiar mountains, the hero informed Gwyneth that this place would now become her home. Meanwhile, in one of the palaces of the swordsman clan, Reynolds landed next to the girl. The head of the swordsman clan asked in a panic what had happened to the teacher. A girl named Selena noticed that he had many fractures and damaged internal organs. If they had lingered, nothing could have saved him. Master Uther fell asleep in bed, and Celine used the divine pill, saving his life. Reynolds was filled with a thirst for revenge. He decided to make everyone answer for their actions to the Master. A little later, in a secret place of the Alliance, on the edge of the Dark Moon, a meeting took place. Ivar, the eldest in the Violet Spirit clan and had reached the 4th level of Truth Ascension, was curious as to why Reynolds decided to gather them all. Reynolds began his speech. He emphasized that the demonic clan had become extremely active in recent days. He had witnessed it personally when he had just crossed the prefecture's borders. Dustin, the elder of the demon clan, is focused on perfecting the formation of the blood demon warrior. Everyone probably understands what this means. My clan's disciples didn't return the devil fruit, but they did return the bloody soul gem. I ordered one of the masters to personally deliver her to the Alliance, but he was attacked by a representative of the demon clan. The master was seriously injured. His spirit was also damaged. Ivar was shocked. Were Master Uther's injuries really that serious? Few could reach his level. How could he receive such damage? Master Reynolds was right. The question was really serious. The elder of the Tai Shu clan, Henry, at the 9th level of Truth Ascension, guessed that there was a demon spy in the Alliance. The leaders decided to urgently check the students to prevent the impending disaster and nip the problem in the bud. The author believed that if the demon clan found out about their plans, they would not ignore it. Reynolds was surprised when Master Henry agreed with his suggestion, which he did not expect. One of the elders, standing up, loudly announced his full readiness to gladly carry out the master's order and personally conduct the inspection. Yunchan clan elder Cody, at the 4th level of Truth Ascension, shared the news. His clan's disciples had recently encountered a demon clan elder on a mountain range. He attacked them, depriving them of spiritual power. Their lives hung in the balance, as the old man was weakened by an ancient treasure that was draining his life force. As a result, a disciple of another clan and a young man named Alan joined forces to stop him. Reynolds was very surprised to hear that a weekend the lazy student was named after him. The elder did not understand how the boy ended up here, because he was supposed to be on vacation. He was definitely wondering how he got here. When Henry Asmedi noticed Reynolds' reaction, he realized that he knew the name. Reynolds noted that there was a disciple with that name in his clan, but his level couldn't be that high. He was probably just helping out. It will become clear when he returns. Suddenly, a mysterious space figure spoke. She said that because of the increased activity, the demons needed to act immediately. The elder of the Old Sky clan was Silas, the 8th level of the Violet Palace. He noted that changes should be made to the charter to increase the interest of students and clans. Since the creation of the Alliance, the rules have been revised only 3 times. Is it time to change the charter now? Energy began to flare in Silas's hand, like an unexpected flame. He declared that everyone present could trust this magical spectacle. No one expected that he would motivate students so skillfully. Seeing his creation, even the elders were amazed. Silas offered to use it as a reward, his hand holding a glowing thing that looked like a mysterious key. Later, Alan returned to the clan residence and decided to visit his mentor. He was holding a small box in a jug. The guy looked friendly and asked the host about his well-being. Booter congratulated the student. Thanks to Selena's care, he was feeling much better, with only a little time left to recover. Meanwhile, Alan opened his box and assured that he was now feeling calm. In the box were 2 bunches of greens expertly placed on a spoon. The hero took the green leaves and carefully poured them into the glass, noting that he had carefully grown these tea leaves himself. Then, the boy added water from a small jug. This water was filled with energy from the mine itself. After brewing the tea, Alan handed it over to the master, noting that a cup of this drink would certainly restore the teacher's spiritual powers. Alan approached the bed and asked Uther for a drink. Uther gladly accepted the gift. After trying only a sip, the man felt a surge of strength as he enjoyed the tea prepared by his students. He believed that Alan should use the time he spent tending to the plants on his own development, since his level was still too low. Among the students, Alan is perhaps at the lowest level. The teacher's words upset Alan. Again, he took up his task. This time, the hero decided to use some spiritual power. A blue aura shone around Alan, and he shared with User the news of his recent achievement of level 8. Amazed, the master watched as a powerful force swirled in the room. But suddenly, his look changed from joyful to indifferent. The teacher noted with indignation that it had already been 5 years since Alan's last breakthrough. His sister trained hard to achieve her goal. Alan, as always, promised to do his best, but the teacher asked him to be more serious and stop joking about him. The teacher always understood that few people were interested in such trifles. The student probably came for a reason. Realizing that the conversation was getting serious, Alan tried to leave the room as quickly as possible, but the master firmly stopped him. The teacher said that he had been wounded by one of the demon clan's representatives and had almost died. But the jade amulet given by Alan protected against the fatal blow. A sudden flash of light wounded the attacker, allowing Uther to escape. He suspected that Alan was hiding something like his true level. Perhaps you hid your true power so as not to show it to everyone. Is the situation serious now? Wondering how you can hide your level while in his head? This is also true. She is not very diligent, and they doubt that she is capable of such a thing. Shall we look at the jade pendant? Where did you get it? Utor was interested. Alan said he found the pendant in the jewelry chest. Feeling that the thing radiates a special aura, he decided to present this value to the teacher. A smile spread across Booth's face. The jade pendant, picked up by chance, was a true treasure that probably held energy of incredible power. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be in this world anymore. These words made Alan blush. Usually he did not often hear favorable words from the master, but suddenly Uther called the young man and he turned to the teacher. At the same moment, the master directs his palm at the man who is trying to attack him. Right in front of the main character's face, his hand stopped. Frightened, Alan wondered why the teacher was doing this. He guessed that he was testing him and did not avoid the challenge. Uther noted with amusement that Alan's reaction was not up to the expectations of an 8th level. Alan agreed with the teacher, noting that his skills are still far from perfect. Suddenly, a book appeared from his robe, and a gust of wind threw it directly onto the bed. The teacher noticed the book and seemed to recognize it, catching pieces of long-forgotten stories in his memory. Alan turned pale and panicked. The teacher must not find out what is inside this book under any circumstances. Autray tried to take the book, but Alan immediately snatched it from his hands, saying that it was only a small fascination. Suddenly, the master waved his hand and the boy was released. Finally, the hero received an advice that made him think. He should practice more and spend less time on unnecessary things. Such an act surprised Alan. The teacher should have scolded him, but surprisingly did not pay attention at all. The owner suddenly distracted Alan from his thoughts by asking about the departure. The hero announced that he was leaving immediately. As soon as the boy left the room, the master slowly lifted the pillow and found the same book under it. Uther, holding the novel in his hands, expressed doubt that what he had written would make an impression on Alan. Given that this book is limited edition and autographed, it's safe to assume that this is exactly what he spent his vacation doing. Having hidden the book, the master decided that it would be better if Alan did not find out who its author was. The next day, Reynolds gathered the chief elders of his clan. In front of 4 men, he announced a change in the rules of the Union. The head of the Fanling Hall, Mark, reminded the leader that this issue had already been discussed at the last meeting. Do they really plan to do it? The need to test students was approved by a margin of 7 votes to 3. The first innovation was the prohibition of aggression, which guarantees the safety of every member of the alliance. The second change was the introduction of the requirement of a written agreement to participate in the battle. The last point was to prohibit clan brothers and sisters from avenging those killed in battle. In the Blue Moon Hall, a master named Frank claimed that the students participating in the competition were true geniuses, and their loss would be considerable. Reynolds understood the situation well. The master's worries were well-founded, because the attacks of the demon clan were becoming more and more frequent. In order to prepare for future crises, young people should promptly adopt the experience of previous generations. The leader of Langston Hall, Kevin, noted that in the event of a threat from a demon, they are ready for a direct confrontation. It is important to act decisively and with a cool mind. The last abbot of the Logyanska Hall, Uther, wanted nothing else to distract his mind. Reynolds points out that Master Uther does have a point. This time their goal is to win first place. In the end, the winner will receive the key to the Imperial Tomb, the grand prize for first place. When the masters learned about the award, they were amazed. It was one of the most valuable relics. The Emperor was the first person to reach the truth 5 million years ago, leaving behind a multitude of treasures. His tomb was discovered on the seabed. 5 important fragments were needed for its discovery. Reynolds noted that 4 fragments have been found so far, but could not imagine who might have the last one. After taking possession of it, it will be possible to open the tomb of the Emperor. That is why their clan must win, take first place. Reynolds announced that the selection of candidates will begin in a week. After a while, the boys discussed the announcement on the street. noting that this time, the competition would be completely different than before. The use of not only talismans but also forbidden knowledge caused concern among some students who saw it as dangerous. One of the students remarked that all the chiefs and elders would gather there, and the top 5 would receive meritorious awards and represent their clan at the big meeting. It is necessary to act immediately. If they delay, they risk being left with nothing. Time to run and stock up fast. The boys went to the store, but the sloth, who was dozing under the tree, noticed their restlessness. Fortunately, he was prepared for this in advance. Suddenly, he heard a shrill voice behind him. It was Steve saying hello to his brother. Alan asked curiously why the boy was standing in front of him and not in the store with other students. Steve wondered why he needed anything if he already had the technique his brother had taught him. He was brimming with pride for his skills. Alan laughed and noted that such carelessness often led to defeat. Steve believed he could take first place. According to the rules, the top 3 had the right to call special students to the competition, and, in case of victory, replace one of them. So, regular students line up to challenge Alan. Their goal is to defeat the weak and lazy in order to take his place. The sticky man pondered whether it would be better to give up and return to the life of an ordinary student, reducing his responsibilities to a minimum. Steve gazed at his idol with admiration. His face was incredibly calm. Anyone who underestimates him will face serious consequences. Suddenly, Uther's pendant glowed on Alan's belt, indicating that the master was looking for him. Alan advised Steve to train hard while he attended the master himself. A few minutes later, the hero was already in his residence. Chesnikov watched him closely with interest, trying to unravel the secret of his search. Water congratulated the student, noting that with the competition approaching, there was only one condition. The teacher emphasized that the young man should not restrain his strength. He should aim to get into the top 20 students of the clan. Alan decided that it was absolutely impossible. A plan was already brewing in his head, how thanks to this opportunity he would turn into an ordinary student. The master confidently claimed that out of the 55 true students in their clan, it would not be difficult to enter the top 20. But Alan doubted. His level was too low for that. The teacher looked at the young man sternly, trying to remind him of the reasons why the master took him among his students. The teacher even now well remembers the special sword technique that the student demonstrated in the ring. His strength is not inferior to that of a true disciple. She is able to turn into a real master. Alan scrolled through that day in his mind. He had to restrain himself, because he could not imagine that 10% of the power would cause such a destructive wave. Once everything was a simple coincidence, the boy remarked. Now, even if he had to, he wouldn't be able to repeat what happened. Is it possible to refuse a favorite teacher? Alan anxiously denied the master that he really could not. No one can prevent him from becoming an ordinary student again. Suddenly, the teacher took out a pink book and put it on the table, asking if the boy really couldn't demonstrate his strength. When Alan saw a familiar book in the master's hands, he was a little embarrassed. Uther handed the book to the boy. The hero could not believe that the teacher was also reading such things. Alan was turning the pages when his eyes stopped at the last one, where the author's signature, Uther, was visible. At that moment, the hero realized that the author of his favorite book turned out to be his teacher. Meanwhile, Uther pulled out a stack of pages from his robes, revealing that this was the 12th volume that had yet to go on sale. Alan could not recover from the shock. His favorite author was by his side all this time, and also turned out to be his mentor. The boy suddenly realized that in order to receive a new volume, he would have to complete a task from the master. Grind easily took the book out of Alan's hands. Then the master said that the young man must enter the top 20, otherwise he will destroy the main character in the next part. Alan could not believe his ears. She was his favorite character. The author sensitively examines the creator's decision regarding the fate of the characters, supporting his choice with convincing arguments, although sometimes they cause confusion among fans. But Uther remained adamant. He decided that the elder sister of the main character would marry another man, and no arguments could convince him. This information shocked Alan even more. His second favorite character is his older sister, because the owner turned out to be too cruel. Alan decided to resort to trickery, and asked his teacher if he was afraid that the student would tell the elder who was the author of the novel. Uther said that when this happens, the heroes will remain in his power and die before his eyes. The teacher did not injure our hero with a knife, but with sharp arguments which he could not refute in any way. If Alan does enter the top 20, Uther promised to treat his favorites favorably. He can also show a sketch and give away several collector's editions with illustrations. It was hard for Alan to hold back, and he promised himself that he would try to win. The conversation ended, and Alan returned to his previous spot where Steve was waiting for him. Alan's face radiated concern. Touching Steve's shoulder, he told him that the master was looking for him. When Steve saw the grim faces, he felt fear. Eventually, the boy reached the master, who believed that Alan was too young to be a mentor. Uther tasked the boy to climb to the top of Mount Jean and find the missing Miss Hannah, who hadn't made herself known for a long time. She became obsessed with self-improvement again and missed all the latest news. The boy understood the order and instantly flew on his sword like an arrow, heading for the top of the mountain. Arriving at the place, Steve stopped in front of the closed gate, began to call the girl loudly. The guy didn't get an answer. He decided that no one was at home. Probably the sister was busy with something important. Suddenly the door opened, and a powerful wave of blue chakra flew inside. The destructive wind blew away everything in its path, barely allowing Steve to stay on his feet. He immediately rushed inside to find out what had happened. What unfolded before his eyes struck him to the core. The boy saw a sign in the sky surrounded by a blue glow and wondered what it could be. Suddenly, a powerful aura appeared behind him, and the boy's body trembled. Hannah, covered with a crimson glow, threw a look at the boy, full of fury, and clarified why he was looking at her like that. Overcome with fear, the boy slowly turned around, assuring that he was not looking at anything. Its purpose is to inform the Great Gathering. The girl was invited to the clan competition. Anna instantly turned into the same cute girl. She recognized the boy as a friend of Alan's brother named Steve. She put her hand on the boy's shoulder and asked him if he had seen anything recently. Frightened by the strange girl, Steve replied that he saw absolutely nothing. Anna made it clear that she agreed, and the boy could go. Steve didn't wait, but immediately took off, trying to get away from this creepy lady as quickly as possible. Hannah felt sad because she was so focused on training that she forgot about everything else. Brother Alan was a real inspiration for her. Recently, the girl felt an unprecedented strength in herself. Hannah remembered the dolls she used to fight with. These dolls became a real obstacle that she had to overcome. If she engaged in battle with them now, she would have turned them into small pieces. He needed more time to practice, he thought, because he wanted to catch up with his brother Alan. Meanwhile, Alan cursed his master for daring to threaten him. Normally in battle, he would quickly show his true strength. But now the rules are more flexible, so he can use all possible techniques so that after winning, he won't get new responsibilities. The hero collected all his accessories in a bag, so that with these things, he can definitely win in several rounds. Suddenly, his gaze rested on a red rare jade. The hero thought it was a great choice. The boy was about to take the stone when suddenly he heard a voice from the jasper. A voice urged him to touch the stone, promising to fulfill his every wish. By investing your spiritual power in me, you will receive luck that reaches the heavens. I give you everything you dream of. Alan froze like a statue. Meanwhile, the stone screamed even louder, insisting that the hero touch it and fill it with spiritual energy. Alan, full of rage, shouted a threat, promising execution, and angrily threw the stone to the ground. Suddenly, Jade turned around and thought about why she couldn't seduce the boy. It was the first time in centuries that he had encountered something like this. Alan noted that Jade's demands reminded him of a spam pop-up. Captivated by the appearance of a mysterious creature, the hero began to think. He was intrigued by the question of who this stone is. Crimson Stone considered himself a respected lord, a celestial demon, and a great master. Who is this master who has never heard of him? Apparently he has an art that not everyone is given to see. Damn, I came here with the devil himself. He left and I stayed. All the monks of the world should address me as lord. Alan replied that now everything became clear to him. Apparently, its owner threw a stone. This statement infuriated the demon. He was outraged and demanded respect. If imbued with spiritual energy, he could demonstrate the true power of his essence. Alan, looking at the stone with interest, guessed that it was hiding some secret. So, does he have the courage to approach, or is he still hiding behind a shield of fear? Alan laughed and touched the jade with his finger. The hero confidently noted that these were trifles for him, and released his spiritual energy into the ominous stone. In an instant, he found himself in the heavenly jade void, surrounded by the cosmos in purple lights that were like raindrops falling down. Wandering through the wasteland, Alan suddenly felt something unusual. Turning around, he met the gaze of huge purple eyes that seemed to mock human naivety. Alan replied to the demon that he looked pitiful because he didn't even have his own body. Mozun, the great demon, arrogantly marveled at the audacity of a man who dared to address him with such contempt. Alan was surprised by the unusual name, The demon explained that Mo meant race and Zun meant position. Mr. Mozoon is an honorary title in their world. Alan Yond felt the difficulty was that because of his purple color and demonic nature, it was easier to call himself a purple demon. The great demon got angry and ordered Alan not to call him that again. The purple demon looked at the hero with a smile, ready to accept the challenge. Mosen pointed out to the boy that his self-confidence would soon end. Does he really think he can do whatever he wants? Alan asked how to get out of here. The demon replied that the first option was to get his permission, but this was not the case for the hero. The second possibility was to make a deal with a great demon. Wealth, beauty, land, or status. What does he need? This offer intrigued Alan. Warmth in the eyes of the hero lit up when he turned to the demon with a request to give him 100 years of life. The demon expressed his regret and said that he could not fulfill the request. This deeply disappointed Alan, and he called Mosui worthless. The demon again asked Alan Todd about possible other wishes. Demona was interested in the opportunity to get 2 volumes of Alain's favorite novel. He began to look for a book in his mantle, although he did not specify which work it was about. He carefully pulled a book with a pink cover from the shelf, noting that it was extremely popular and written by his teacher. The demons caused the hero's anger when he realized that Mosui was a failure and was unable to fulfill 2 simple wishes. Refusing to name him and not wanting to bargain, she realized that she would stay here forever. His fate will be grim. Fear and hunger will overtake him, and his body will be completely destroyed. Before the demon could finish, a huge blue hand gripped his face tightly. Alan tightened his grip on the creature. He believed that if he could touch the demon, he would find a way out of here. Decided to destroy me. As long as you don't understand the law of the Great Tao, you can't be harmed, the demon taunted. Suddenly, he felt his body begin to crack under the powerful pressure. The demon couldn't believe what was happening, and Alan remarked that it was an interesting coincidence. It so happened that the guy was not as simple as it seemed at first glance. Later, Alan returned to his previous place after escaping from prison. Holding the crimson jade in his hand, he felt proud of the successful harvest. A little earlier, a wounded and crying little demon offered the boy a magical weapon, and he decided not to refuse. The hero hid the stone in his clothes, imagining that with the purple weapon of the demon, he would finally be able to rest. There are 2 days left before the competition, so it is important to rest well. Somewhere far away, in the thick of the forest, 2 voices rang out from the depths of the cave. The young man in the Sword Clan's robes was staring intently into the purple mirror. A mysterious figure asked him about his chances of winning. The monk said that holding in his hands the secret treasure that was given to him, he would definitely enter the top 5. The dark figure answered happily. Thanks to the interlocutor's efforts, she will be able to return the bloody sphere, which has lost its power and magic. In gratitude, he promised to go through fire and water for his savior, feeling that he owed him his life. The mysterious image noted that the boy has a noble heart. When he gets permission to participate in the big meeting, a new life awaits him, away from the swordsman. The man raised his head, opening his green eyes, and assured the gentleman that he would certainly complete the task, no matter how difficult it was. The unknown person in the mirror laughed ominously, and the connection was lost. 2 days later, the monks gathered at the main peak of the swordsman clan. Reynolds began his keynote address. He gathered the disciples that the Sword Clan had accepted into their ranks in recent years. This competition is a test and choice of the most worthy student. This year, dueling participants are allowed to use talismans, elixirs, spiritual formations, and other means, which were prohibited in previous years. To move on, you need to defeat your opponent and get the highest score. However, despite everything, there is no reason for the unjustified task of injuring opponents. Clan masters will ensure the safety of the students by watching your battles. Reynolds ended the speech with solemn words, declaring the beginning of the competition and directing all his strength to achieve the goal. A whirlpool appeared in the air in which hundreds of small stars played. Stars gathered, forming mysterious tablets with mysterious inscriptions. Then all these signs quickly ended up in the hands of each of the applicants. Reynolds explained that the jade tablet held by the students would indicate the number of their opponents. With the jade tablet lit up in your hands, it's time to head to the arena and challenge yourself to a duel. Yangting of Langston Hall took on Baijan of Blue Moon Hall in the first round. Frank asked Master Kevin what he thought about the newbies. He noted that among all, only 1 or 2 really stand out. Uther interjected, noting that with the spiritual energy these students possessed, the fight will last no longer than it takes to drink a cup of tea. The battle began in the arena. The masters, watching the battle, became aware of Master Uther's thoughts. By the end of the day, they will know the result of the competition. And so, it happened. By evening, there were almost no opponents left. The head of the clan announced the start of the next battle. In the final round, the inner disciples will face off in a duel in which Stefan Karl will represent the Blue Moon clan. Alan, who arrived late in the evening, was surprised to find that almost all the fighting had already ended. He was happy to see his younger brother Steve, because the boy was able to reach the finals. The battle raged. Karl lunged at Steve with a powerful sword strike, but Steve deftly blocked the attack, showing off his skill. The opponent was not easy. This Carol from the Blue Moon Hall was at the 5th level of the border of the Immortal Palace. Nevertheless, Alan's younger brother did not give up and continued to fight with all his strength, showing an unshakable will to win. Although his opponent is one rank above him, Steve's sword technique is excellent. He is easily on par with a true apprentice, and seems to have already mastered the intricacies of swordsmanship. Although Alan only taught him a few tricks, he was able to learn everything and improve his skills. His talent is obvious. If he makes an effort, Master Mark can take him as an apprentice. Steve directed his blue aura at the enemy, but the enemy managed to deflect the blow. Karl suggested that Steve stop this senseless fight to the point of exhaustion, and find out who would win this battle right now. A tired Steve agreed with his opponent, because he intended to offer the same. Karl pulled out a piece of paper, and suddenly blue energy began to appear from it. The audience knows this mascot well. It allows you to spend spiritual energy to feel the power to the fullest. Elder brother Karl was eager to use the 4th level talisman and spared no expense. Steve didn't stay away and swallowed a small pill. It was energetically explosive, although only of the 3rd level, equal in effect to Karl's talisman. Karl mastered the moon sword and the moon bending technique. He let Steve know that he should prepare to attack. The young man also used one of his most powerful attacks, the Silver Dragon Wind Spirit Sword. An explosion shattered the silence as two powerful forces clashed. Everything had to be solved with one single blow. The smoke from the blow began to dissipate. One of the contenders knelt down, announcing the winner. When the smoke cleared, the audience saw Steve. He realized that he had lost. Karl noted that he was superior to the boy only in spiritual energy, and not by much. If the younger brother was at the same stage of promotion, Karl would surely lose. When Steve heard the words of support, he was overcome with joy. He mentally thanked Alan for the lessons, because without them he would never have reached this level of swordsmanship. The referee called the match over, and Karl from the Blue Moon Hall was victorious. Reynolds also appreciated 2 students. One was distinguished by a kind soul, the other by great talent. Both had the potential to become true disciples. The head of the clan asked if he could disturb Celine, and she pointed out that it was her duty to use her abilities. A pink aura surrounded the boys, and they felt a surge of strength, wounds healed, and spiritual energy was restored. The judge announced that Karl had won 1st place among all the internal students. According to the rules, he can choose a true disciple to battle. Victory will allow him to replace him among the true students. Karl thought for a while and chose his student. It was Alan from Luyan Hall. The audience whispered. Elder brother Alan, although a true disciple, remains the weakest among them. His ascension is only at the 6th level of Immortal Palace boundary. Alan arrived at the arena, and Karl turned to his brother for help. He, without hesitation, agreed. Suddenly, Steve turned to Karl, warning him to be careful, as if his warning was to protect against an unseen threat. The man couldn't understand what his younger brother was implying, but for some reason the words gave him an uneasy feeling. The judge announced the start of a duel between the 2 monks. Karl reminded Alan that he had first heard of him a long time ago, when he himself was a boy. Hearing these words, Alan took them as a compliment and remarked that he was very grateful for such attention. Karl wasn't going to praise him. In fact, he was deeply disappointed by the true disciple's behavior. He, along with the other inner disciples, gave their all to become true disciples. They exhausted themselves with training every day, without thinking about rest. Fascinated by the monk's story, Alan already had a premonition of what he was trying to convey to him. Karl emphasized that, unlike others, Alan is a real student who follows a work schedule and does not take mountaineering seriously. Even outside of training, the hero often spends time on entertainment and sleep, forgetting about the path of the sword. Laziness should have no place in a swordsman clan, prepared to destroy the hinderers and take a place among the true disciples. Alan, invoking dozens of red symbols, noted that he could not imagine that his 9-to-5 work schedule could be the reason for anyone's hatred. Carl released his spiritual energy. A blue aura enveloped him, and the monk rushed into battle. Alan Grind, seeing the attack on his brother, unexpectedly created a scarlet dome that captured the attention of everyone around him. The energy burst of the blue sword hit Alan's protective barrier. To Carl's great surprise, the barrier did not let his spiritual energy through, remaining intact. It seemed impenetrable. The audience could not believe their eyes. Alan was completely unharmed and suffered no injuries. Kevin was outraged, because to Alan, it all looked like a joke. Sword Clan disciples follow the path of the blade and never retreat. Their path is always accompanied by blood. A man hiding behind a mascot costume pretends to be an unworthy student. Is this behavior befitting a disciple who dreams of rising through the ranks of the Sword Clan? Does Master Kevin really think that a Sword Clan disciple can only follow the path of bloodshed without any sense of self-preservation? Uther pointed out that if everyone was as impulsive as he was, then the clans would have sunk into the past a long time ago. What he heard made Kevin quite angry. He expressed his displeasure to Uther, asking what he meant. That was enough. The interclan competition was created for the upcoming big meeting without rules. Alan had his own reasons for this behavior. Reynolds noted that as long as he is on his way to victory, there is no problem. On the battlefield, Alan was under the protection of the dome and inner pupil. Carl was angry because Alan, although a real student, hides behind a talisman in the fight with him. This only strengthened his suspicions about the situation. "How are you different from a turtle?" Carl shouted, rushing to attack the enemy full of determination and courage. It seemed that the boy's sword started to break through the barrier, but suddenly Alan grabbed it with 2 fingers, stopping it effortlessly. Carl froze in place, trying to comprehend the event unfolding before him. Alan, clutching his sword tightly, decided that if the monk was so eager to fight him, he would give him such an opportunity. The spectators were a little happy that the fight would finally start, because they were already falling asleep from boredom. Meanwhile, Steve was mentally saying goodbye to his brother Carl. He was glad to meet him. Carl smiled. Finally, the elder brother began to show his strength. Carl, folding his hands in a sign of reconciliation, apologized for what he had said earlier. He sincerely hoped that this did not offend the true disciple too much. Alan assured that he understood that everything was said on emotions, and it, of course, did not affect him. Carl ran his fingers over his weapon as dozens of energy blades appeared in the air. He challenged his older brother to battle, determination burning in his eyes. Alan smiled and a new talisman appeared in his hand, filling it with spiritual energy. The talisman shone brightly. Surprise filled the hall. They wondered what kind of amulet it was, because they had never seen anything like it before. Alan controlled hundreds of fireballs summoned by scarlet sparks. The talisman possessed incredible power, capable of releasing enormous spiritual energy. Carl didn't waste any time and attacked the fireballs with his blades. But suddenly, his blue spiritual energy dissipated, and the bullets remained on the battlefield as if witnesses of events frozen in time. Carl could not believe his eyes. More than half of the balls remained. It seemed absolutely impossible. Alan pointed at the opponent, and at the same moment fireballs flew rapidly in his direction. In response to this attack, Carl declared that he would now show all his power. He folded his fingers in the necessary sign. A crimson aura ignited under his hand, and at the same moment, blood gushed from his mouth and flowed down the blade of his sword. It was one of the secret techniques. His spiritual energy turned red, and the boy was ready to face the blow, and a new battle was unfolding before him. 2 powerful forces collided with each other, leading to incredible tension and a heartbreaking struggle for dominance. However, despite considerable efforts, Carl could not contain the flow of fire. A loud explosion rang out on the battlefield, and a naked man flew out from the epicenter, leaving nearby soldiers stunned. Carl was lying on the ground without any clothes. His body was burnt, and his hair resembled aircorn. The girls watching the fight screamed in embarrassment and closed their eyes to avoid looking at the naked monk. Steve always knew this would happen, but Carl didn't expect it and quickly ran away without listening. One of the students who won 3rd place was shocked because he had originally also intended to choose Brother Alan as his opponent. As soon as the smoke cleared, the judge announced the winner. Alan became the real student. The hero smiled, realizing that he might have gone a bit overboard. Hoping he hadn't caused anyone here psychological trauma, Alan managed to win without using force. Everything happened according to plan. Next will be Steve, who also has to choose an opponent. Steve was approaching the arena, exclaiming to his older brother how impressive the fight was. Alan placed a hand on the enthusiastic boy's shoulder, motioning him to continue working. Emboldened, Steve accepted the instructions of his mentors and entered the arena, readying his sword for the challenge. He chose an opponent. He became the older brother of Lin. Lin, to his surprise, was chosen despite only ranking third among the true students. The young man entered the arena, where the fighters were waiting for him, exchanging a short greeting. Suddenly, the teacher called Alan, asking him to come for a moment. The hero did not make the elders wait and immediately went to the terrace. Landing near the sages, he warmly greeted all the masters. In response, he heard only deafening silence. It was obvious that they were not friendly at all. Uther got to the point and asked where his apprentice got this talisman. He had previously inherited this family treasure from the underworld, and through it, he learned about hundreds of infernal dragon talismans. The power that this talisman can release is directly related to the student's spiritual energy. He made a deal with the purple demon by giving away some of his spiritual energy. When the talisman is activated, its power is equal to the attack at the 4th level of the Purple Palace. Using these spirit talismans in battle, he could win 2 battles without lifting a finger and be in the top 20. Alan will doubt his powers, but will also fulfill the task of the teacher to whom he showed the family shrine. Suddenly, the young man was called by the name of Kevin, clearly expressing his displeasure. The hero turned to the master, trying to find out what secret he wanted to reveal to him. The Sword Clan apprentice was proficient with weapons, but chose talismans. The easiest way to win without getting into a fight? Alan wondered about the meaning of victory without a fight. Even if the use of talismans is allowed in interclan competitions, his tactics were within the limits of what was allowed. Maybe Master Kevin doesn't support the rules set by the clan head. Kevin remarked that he wondered how far Alan could go with his scam. At that moment, their conversation was interrupted by the head of the clan. Reynolds informed Alan that there were no more issues with getting the talisman from the Secret Kingdom. He wished him success in future competitions and let him go. The hero bowed his head, thanking the leader for his parting words, and decided that he would leave this place immediately. The old man was glad in his heart that the boss had helped him. The next time he decided to thank him by giving him even more teabags. A few minutes later, the competition in which Steve participated ended, but, unfortunately, the young man was defeated. Despite the student's defeat, Alan saw abilities in him and understood that he was almost ready to become a real mentor. The judge has declared the end of the competition among the internal students, and now the battles among the real students will begin in the arena. The students from Grid A had already been announced, and Alan was left with Grid B. He had a hunch that the wait would be a long one, at least an hour and a half. He decided to rest a bit while soaring through the air. Soon the judge announced the start of a new fight. The fight broke out between Hannah from the Hall of the Hidden Mirror and the girl from the Blue Moon Hall. The audience was delighted, because finally the battle of the strongest student, Hannah, who won the favor of many, not only due to her hard work, was planned. Alan heard the boys chanting the student's name. It turns out that Hannah is really extremely popular. Many shouted the name of her rival. It is said that the younger sister Alice is very beautiful, and she is much discussed. All these guys seem to be full of excitement as they wait for the two beauties to meet in the ring. The first girl, surrounded by purple petals, appeared on the battlefield. Her appearance caused surprise and interest among those present. It was Alice from the Blue Moon Hall. She had reached the 4th level in the Purple Palace and was ranked 6th in the Divine ranking. Sister Hannah appeared next, at the 5th level of the Purple Palace, and the 1st place on the Divine Honor Board. Hannah's gaze was stern. Alan immediately sensed that the older sister's purpose had become more determined, and her strength and stature had greatly increased. The teachers noticed this, but Alice is not weak. Her Blue Moon sword technique involves magic and power, and is mysterious and terrifying. Selena is interested in the main result of the fight. Reynolds replied that both contenders were the strongest of their peers, but in moving Hannah up a notch above Alice, all would be known before the incense burned. The referee announced the start of the match. Alice noted that a year had already passed since her and Hannah's last fight. Last time they traded 133 shots and Alice only missed once. Since then, she has been training hard in rock climbing, because her strength is no longer the same. Alice hoped that Hannah would notice how much her swordsmanship had improved today. She summoned the Shadow Step technique. Meanwhile, Hannah gripped her sword tightly, concentrating all her strength. The girl drew her sword from its sheath for just a moment, and its bright light illuminated the battlefield. The girl turned, and unexpectedly, for everyone present, began to leave the arena. Behind the student, hundreds of blows of the blue blade appeared in an instant, slicing through the phantoms. Alice lowered her sword to the ground. Her illusion was dispelled, and the girl was forced to admit defeat. Her gaze rested on the trembling hands. It was hard to realize how quickly she was defeated. Hannah turned around and explained to the girl that the victory was possible only due to the fact that Alice yielded to her. The audience did not understand what happened at all. Why did the older sister Alice admit defeat so quickly? One eyewitness asked Zhao's older brother if he had seen the attack. The red-haired man confirmed that one punch destroyed all illusions. Little sister Hannah's swordsmanship improved again. Younger sister Hannah managed to touch younger sister Alice's sword 10 times in such a short period of time. This caused her spirit energy to change direction and her grip to weaken. Bill, ranked 3rd in the sky, noted that his place was largely due to the sword falling from sister Alice's hands and her admitting defeat. The Zhao clan's top disciple, 2nd in the sky ranking, said that they had clashed about 20-30 times, but he couldn't give an exact number. Alan was aware that not counting the strike that dispelled the illusion, there were still 23 strikes left to destroy the spirit energy contained in Alice's sword. There's a reason she's the best among the students. Just a few pointers, and she's turned them into sophisticated fighting techniques. Impressive. Just look at the faces of the masters and elders. They are simply fascinated by the visible. Frank jumped up from his chair, declaring that this was the initial technique of swordsmanship, but acted as if it was a martial dance. No doubt it was definitely her. But how old is Hannah? It seems that she started climbing when she was in her 20s. With such talent, the girl will surely become an invincible swordsman. The sword technique belonging to the original path is one of 3,000 different paths. There are only 10,000 Purple Palace level 9 cultivators in the world. However, those who can understand and grasp this path are incredibly few. Various cultivators risked everything to visit dangerous places to understand the way. But finding a more talented student will not be an easy task. Reynolds, drawing attention to the student's abilities, noted that thanks to her, the clan will become stronger. He wanted to find Anna to learn more about her training. The struggle between the students continued. And closer to the evening, Alan was bored. The sun began to set, signaling the end of his workday. The referee called the next fighters to the ring. Student number 23, Sean from Luyan Hall, and Alan from the same hall. As soon as one of the students looked at the booklet about the next duel, he was filled with horror, remembering the same boy. Sean was the first to arrive at the arena. Tall and stocky with dark skin, he radiated a desire to start the competition sooner. Luyan Hall's Sean was ranked 13th on the heavenly table, holding the 2nd level of the Purple Chamber. The young athlete could not have imagined that in the first fight, she would meet her older brother from her home hall, who holds the 13th place among students. However, you do nothing. Alan has already appeared in the arena. The referee announced the start of the fight, and a barrier appeared around Alan. Shan, noticing this, realized that the talisman had been restored. Alan confirmed it in a way. Sean, having just entered Luyan Hall, felt an incredible rise and a burning desire to become the first in the Sword Clan. He had strict expectations of the brothers, believing that in Luyan Hall, everyone worked tirelessly to rise, not allowing themselves to rest. He had always shown the abilities of Hall disciple Lu Yun, but laziness turned into a real problem. His laziness infected the entire staff of the hall. Alan wondered what such high expectations this person sets for children's speeches. Why does he look even more serious than the teacher? The hero turned his attention to Sean's older brother and answered. Alan recalled how much he had to pay to learn this lesson the hard way. He hoped that one day Sean would understand this too. Sean accused him of evading responsibility. He did not use a sword in battle, transferring all tasks to magical trinkets. Today, he will destroy your talisman and show that the Sword Clan lives by its own rules and follows its own path. The art of wielding a sword became a great aspiration for every student, including him. A hollow rumble ricocheted off the barrier Olin had created, reminiscent of the sound of ice shards crashing against glass walls. The spectators were stunned as they watched this powerful strike, which was equivalent in strength to the 5th level of the Violet Palace. It looks like Alan will have to use a stretcher soon. He is still only on the edge of the Immortal Palace. He was really lucky to last this long. The referee was already going to announce the end of the match because Alan was encased in ice. But suddenly the ice cracked, and the guise from Sidious Smile appeared from under it. No less was expected from Sean's brother. The power of his blow exceeded all possible expectations. The spectators around Steve could not believe how Alan managed to escape from the trap. It was unexpected and impressive. Sean was shocked as he put all his strength into the punch, but it only touched the talisman without causing him any damage. The protective talisman proved to be stronger than Sean expected. But now it is broken. Will you stand up to him or admit defeat? Alan admitted his defeat as various talismans flew out of his sleeve. Unfortunately, defeat is unacceptable for him, so he uses all his talismans. Sean Grind, having destroyed one of Alan's talismans, realized that he was able to destroy the rest as well. The hero stressed that destroying these talismans would be much more difficult than the student could have imagined. After all, the talisman that the hero broke was just a weakened version. The hero advised Sean to give up the fight. This was the full version of the barrier. In an instant, a huge blue barrier appeared around him, captivating everyone around with its power. Seeing such a terrifying force, Sean froze in place. Alan gave his older brother a stern look, urging him to attack. The audience couldn't understand where this guy got so many mascots. Is this just a joke? Sean was armed to the teeth with anger. The man, jumping up, caused ice fragments. The icicles flew over the barrier with a roar, but this time they could not do anything. Numerous talismans protected Alan from any threat, like an impenetrable magical shield. Spectators enthusiastically whispered. Watching the match, Frank was amazed at how suddenly the boy used all these talismans. Can he really control them with only his spiritual power, while on the edge of the immortal palace? Kevin Guest seems to have used some special means or treasure to greatly increase his spiritual energy level. Reynolds was amazed that he would never have thought that Alan would find a way to avoid work in the middle of a clan competition. Otter analyzed the fight. Alan used a standard amulet shield from the start and did not display a full-fledged rune. This caused Sean to use all his strength to attack. He revealed a full set of runes just when the enemy had already expended a lot of spiritual energy, and there was no need to worry about breaking through the shield again. Could it be that Alan thought this all out in advance? For the first time, my student competed at this level, and according to our agreement, I, as a teacher, am satisfied with his result. Both of these boys remained Uther's students. Therefore, the mentor would not like to see any of the students lose. Sean continuously attacked the barrier, but each time he was hit, he recovered. Tired, the fighter fell to his knees, barely holding on from exhaustion. Out of extreme anger, he slammed his fist on the ground, expending all of his spiritual energy. Despite this, the shield is still intact. So, the man finally admitted his defeat. There was no point in continuing the struggle. The referee announced the end of the fight, and the victory in this contest was won by Alan. The hero smiled and bowed to his older brother, noting that he only won because he let him win. Shan didn't answer, just silently turned around and started to leave the arena. Turning the tables, he explained that a level 3 warrior from the Purple Palace could easily break through Alan's defenses with his concentration. This approach will not work with other students. A young man will not always be able to use this technique. Sean lost. However, Alan could not rely on the shield alone. Perhaps the boy has hidden some secrets that will help Luyun Hall rise higher in the ranking. The hero could not believe what he heard, and expressed his gratitude to his elder brother for his remarks. Although elder brother Shang spoke harshly, his intentions were good. But ranks are not important for him. He just wants an ordinary life in this world. Alan turned and left the arena. Spectators around noted with indignation that this fight was too shameful. Everyone thought he hadn't even touched the weapon. Many considered him unworthy of the title of a true disciple. The hero anticipated such a reaction. He walked away from the arena, returning to his favorite pastime, relaxing under a tree. Watching the fight, Hannah could not understand how her older brother Alan started using talismans. Suddenly, someone called the girl's name and she looked around. A student from the Hall of Hidden Mirrors named Jennifer asked Hannah if she too thought the fight was a little shameful. Hearing this, Hannah burned with indignation, wondering how her younger sister could even think of such a thing. The manager has long outlined the rules of this competition. No restrictions, the priority remains victory. Why does Brother Alan's victory due to his talent raise questions? The poor girl was at a loss, not knowing what to say. She was just looking for a topic to talk about, but Sister Hannah seemed to react too sharply to her words. Jennifer noted that Alan belonged to the Sword Clan, but did not use any blade techniques. It was too strange for her. Who said that a Sword Clan disciple must follow the path of the sword? It is known that the second elder reached the truth because of the wind. That's why Brother Alan doesn't use a sword. Hannah enthusiastically talked about the fact that he did not need a sword to defeat his opponents. The girl stood, rapturously immersed in dreams. Jennifer couldn't understand what was happening to Hannah. It was strange, because as the first student of her clan, she always worked hard and didn't even look at the lazy students. As soon as Alan, the laziest student of the clan, appeared, she instantly became his protector. Something is definitely wrong with her today. Suddenly, the girl's conversation was interrupted by the exclamation of the judge, who accused the monk of cruelty, expressing his inflamed indignation. Alan also heard the scream and felt a strange energy that literally burned his consciousness. A student was lying on the platform. He was no longer breathing, and the sword pierced his body. A monk wrapped in purple lightning casually hovered over the man's body. Urui, a true disciple of Lu Yunhal, was ranked 33rd in the heaven ranking. Alan became alarmed when he witnessed the mysterious death of one of the monks. This time, inter-clan competitions are held without restrictions, but still have a number of strict rules. Among them, the ban on intentional injury is important. The judge addressed Uruya with marked restraint, reinforcing his words with spiritual energy. The energy caught the boy a little, and he decided to contact the elders to find out what exactly he had done. After using his technique, he lost control and tragically killed the student. If the rules were not followed, the technique would not have been used. Mark was surprised that a single punch from this guy could manifest the power of the 5th level of the Violet Palace. He had never heard such a student in Master Uther's hall before. Uther told about this boy whose name is Yuri. A year ago he left the hall in search of a secret kingdom. Only 2 weeks ago he passed it and returned to the clan. No one expected that his level in the Purple Palace would rise from 2nd to 5th. Could he not acquire a powerful relic in the mysterious kingdom? Reynolds learned about the technique the boy was using. It was an ancient secret technique known as the Art of Explosive Spirit. It consists in concentrating all the spiritual energy of the body in one point, and then releasing it. This technique is impressively powerful, but extremely difficult to control because it uses all human strength. Upon entering the arena, the clan head stated that it was likely that this disciple had accidentally killed the monk. He ordered the rest of the disciples to prepare everything necessary to bury the body and clean the arena. The monk, not having enough strength, entered the battle and was mercilessly killed by Uru. The path of the sword is inextricably linked with death. The teacher asked the students to be careful. If the strength is not enough to fight, it is better to admit defeat and survive. The girls also came to the arena, and Jessica remembered that in the last competition there were those who forcibly participated with weak spiritual energy or fought to the end without valuing life. Hannah confirmed her words, but then the leader and the elders could have prevented the tragic end of the fight. The best student had no idea that this time everything would be different and something significant would happen. Ruri, with madness in his eyes, glared at the audience, who were following him inexorably. He left the arena, dragging a bloody sword behind him. An ominous smile bloomed over the student's face, as if a dark aura surrounded him. Alan thought it was imagination at first, but something inexplicable made him feel that this man was emanating demonic energy. The event created enormous tension for the remaining true disciples in the subsequent battles. Although everyone used the best techniques, everyone still held their own. Reynolds reported that half of the 55 genuine contestants dropped out. 28 advanced to the second stage and will now be presented with plaques for the next stage of the competition. He produced the blue plates again, and the students received them in no time. Alan knew that this victory would ensure his place in the top 20. When this happens, the agreement with the teacher will be fulfilled. The only thing left is to naturally lose in the 3rd round of the competition and leave. The 2nd round of the competition has begun. In the first duel, Uri from the Luyun Hall and Xiao from the Nebula Hall were to meet. Spectators actively wondered how the battle would end. Some were betting on Xiao because of his primacy in the Nebula Hall. Others believed that Urui would win because there were rumors about his 5th level of the Purple Palace. Xiao, the 5th level Lord of the Purple Palace and the 5th rank in the Divine ranking, admitted that he only learned about Uruya today. He doesn't care about anyone except the top 10 clan disciples. Thus, Xiao decided to give the rookie a chance to attack first. The girls in the hall could not hold back their admiration and wished the older brother success. Alan thought that this guy didn't repeat a single pose before entering the arena. Confidence, of course, is useful, but if you don't manage, you will get in the face. The battle has begun. Udui laughed when he heard Xiao's words and ironically advised his elder brother to be careful. Violet demonic energy rushed toward Zhao, attacking with an unprecedented speed. The top female student summoned a pink dome, and Uruya's attacks crashed into it like waves against a rock. The purple blade sliced through the dome, but Xiao managed to parry the blow with his sword, brilliantly countering the threat. Blood suddenly poured out of Xiao's mouth. The audience was scared. His brother was wounded. It is unthinkable that Uriah's blow would have such force. Xiao desperately parried numerous sword strikes, but the opponent kept coming closer. The best student confidently pointed out to his opponent his underestimation. Urui could not believe that the boy was still on his feet. Shia is smarter than he seemed. He used sarcasm and self-confidence as a defense, provoking Uruya to strike first, but didn't promise that he wouldn't block it. He prepared carefully and used the sword's Misty Hall technique to release spiritual energy into the sky and create a shield. It helped ward off many blows. With a smile, Xiao drew his opponent's attention that the blow was not bad, but he already understood its essence. At the same moment, he released his spiritual energy and summoned the sword technique, Misty Hall. This technique was called the Sea of Stars. It immediately attacked the enemy. The viewer, watching the spectacle, was convinced that the battle was over. But everything was not so simple. In one moment, Alan noticed how Urui's eyes took on a demonic look. At that moment, he realized that the winner was determined, because a rain of dark spiritual energy fell on the arena, filling the space with its mystical power. Shell couldn't understand how Urui was able to attack him even after he used his signature technique. Opening his eyes, the swordsman saw a huge spiritual energy sword flying towards him, shining and slicing through the air. He summoned a shield that resembled a pink lotus flower, but Urui knew it was useless. To his surprise, purple energy burst through his shield and knocked the sword out of his hands. Now Xiao's sharp mind was able to determine that this guy was hiding his true strength. Suddenly, Shu noticed a dark matter flying towards him and tried to dodge. However, realizing that he cannot resist her, the boy surrenders, hoping that Yuri will stop the attack. The stormy vortex of dark energy could no longer be stopped. He slammed into the boy, knocking him back like a raging hurricane. She was scared because he could feel the blood running down his head. At that moment, life hung in the balance, but fate gave him a miraculous salvation. Uri took his sword and left, thanking Xiao for allowing him to win. Silence reigned on the battlefield. The audience looked at Uruya, and no one could believe what had happened. Kabun asked himself in surprise how Uri could be so strong, as his final blow could match the power of a level 6 student of the Purple Palace. However, this student turned out to be too strict, otherwise answered. Frank realized that if he was restraining himself, he meant no harm. It seemed to him that what happened earlier was actually a coincidence. However, Alan had a different opinion than most. He was aware that this blow could indeed cause fatal damage to their city. Eventually, Urui got over his urge to kill and held back his power. Obviously, he was not reckless, but sought to achieve another goal. Alan wondered if his attraction to the demonic aura was due to the fact that he had fallen into the demon clan. Being on the 5th level of the Violet Palace, he appears to be no more than an insect to the head, and elders who have attained the truth. The hero smiled. Even if the end of the world came, it would not bother him. Let the elders take care of it. Soon the referee announced the next fight. Alan was called to the ring. His opponent was Huang from Liuyun Hall. He prepared for an exciting match. After learning the name of Alan's opponent, Kevin informed Master Uther that his student seemed to have reached his peak of ability. Uther had a hard time admitting that Kevin was right, because Huan is on the 5th level of the Violet Palace. The student was at the 6th level. Alan had no chance of defeating him. Alan asked for advice. But Huan, the leader in 4th place, remarked that Alan, who had only gotten this far on old talismans, hardly deserved his tips. Yuan managed to achieve significant success in previous competitions, but this time he had the misfortune of meeting Hannah, who became a serious test for him. Many students believe that he is as strong as Zhao and Bill, who are ranked 2nd and 3rd. The contest began, and Alan instantly activated his blue dome. Huan, laughing, noted that the opponent was not his level, advising him to give up in order to avoid injuries. However, the hero was not going to give up. Huan charged desperately, confident that he could crush this immobile shell turtle with a single blow. The boy's weapons crashed into Alan's dome with lightning speed. At that moment, Uther realized that the battle was over. Suddenly, the blue orb began to move and Huan's weapon missed it. Kevin and Huan were amazed at what they saw, as if something incredible and incomprehensible appeared before them. Alan raised his strong dome into the air, dodging Huan's attack by jumping over his weapon. Hannah was amazed. In order for the magical structure to remain intact, she needed to connect with the power of the earth in the sky. The girl thought about what she saw, while Jennifer tried to understand where the 2nd-year student got such talismans. She had never heard of such things. Alan's brother wields his amulet skillfully and swiftly, as if he has many trump cards up his sleeve. His skill with the sword and amulets is impressive. It is unlikely that I will ever reach his level. Juan couldn't figure out where exactly his opponent was directing the barrier, but he wasn't going to give up. He wielded a sword using the elephant tooth technique. Alan noticed the enemy's attack and quickly pulled out one of his talismans. Juan's sword, enveloped in green flames, approached the hero's dome in a flash. But suddenly the dome split, and an overwhelming red energy burst out. An explosion rang out. The forces collided with each other, and the spectators meanwhile could not see anything because of the thick smoke. Juan's green blades shattered with a crash, releasing smoke that clouded his vision. Faced behind the curtain, the boy tried to aim at his enemy with the help of shurikens filled with energy. Suddenly Juan felt a blade dig into his hand. He was furious. How dare this vile abomination use a hidden weapon? Alan laughed and noted that these are divine withered flowers, one of the kitsch techniques of the Sword of the Lujan Hall, a real technique in which there is nothing dubious. Booter felt ashamed for his student because this technique was never part of their hall. A cunning maneuver with the smoke made it possible to throw the maximum number of weapons with a green aura. Alan was surprised. The attack was unexpected because he promised to end the fight with one blow, but did not even use the sword technique. Hearing such words from Alan, the audience was surprised, because everyone knew that he was the first to start doing this. Meanwhile, Hannah admired her older brother's strength. It turns out he's knowledgeable about concealed weapons, which raises Jennifer's suspicions. Frank questioned why Juan used this weapon, since Master Kevin emphasized that students should live like swordsmen. Kevin explained that Juan only cared about winning. Usually, swordsmanship separates the winner from the loser, but everyone understood that the master was guided by a double standard. Alan sighed, resenting how the old man kept shouting from afar, trying to catch his voice to find out where he was. Juan heard his opponent's voice and said it as if showing something important. One of the attackers threw a weapon that pierced the hero's barrier, creating a hole in it. Old Kevin was happy to watch what was happening. It seemed to him that this time the fight was over. Suddenly, he was faced with an unexpected outcome of the battle that shocked him. Juan was chained with golden chains. Was Alan prepared for such an attack? Juan couldn't figure out how he managed to grasp it so quickly. Meanwhile, Alan was smiling sinisterly. Suddenly, the young man felt a blade on his shoulder. Turning around, he saw Elena behind him. The hero knew that it was useless to resist. This formation is capable of restraining a level 5 Purple Palace Disciple for 30 breaths. Juan has 10 breaths left, and if he doesn't comply, Alan can go for even more torture. The hero lowered his sword at the boy's feet, aiming it at the most valuable sword in Juan's pants. Juan immediately folded his legs and announced his surrender, not wanting to know what lay ahead. The judge declared Alan the winner. The hero smiled triumphantly, unsheathing his sword and breaking the chains as a symbol of his inevitable victory. The boys slowly approached the exit. Spectators watching Alan discussed among themselves. How could Juan lose to such a weakling, and how did he end up behind the guy? Although Alan was lucky, he was able to defeat the disciple at the Purple Palace stage while only being on the edge of the Immortal Palace. The clan couldn't be proud of even this achievement, Zhao mused as he watched the battle of the second-ranked divine genius. But Bill had a different idea. He believed that Juan had been deceived at the beginning of the fight. At the beginning of the duel, the younger brother Alan set up a trap, causing Juan to lose his vigilance. Under the cover of spiritual smoke, they exchanged stealthy blows. First, he used a verbal attack to provoke his opponent, distracting him from how he was hiding his maneuver in a cloaked weapon. He then began to exchange hidden weapons with Juan while masterfully creating a new formation nearby. He used his divine power to recite a prayer, changing his location within the formation. He managed to trick Juan into believing that he was still in formation. He drew another failed attack from him, using the smoke to determine Juan's location by voice. A very unconventional strategy, Zhao remarked. If younger brother Alan's elevation level was a bit higher, he would pose a huge threat to them. Bill smiled. The boy admitted that the climb was not as easy as it seemed at first. Frank applauded and shouted with joy. Weak overcame the strong, combining the arts of formations and talismans, anticipating every move in the duel. Unbelievable. These were just a few tricks, Kevin thought angrily. If Juan hadn't been so distracted, they probably wouldn't have lost. The elder Uther is surprised by the wealth of the cargo. First Uri and then Alan revealed unexpected secrets one after another. The next battle promises to be exciting because Hannah will take part in it. Opposing Langston Halls Lee, who was ranked 8th on the Heaven Board, was a level 4 Purple Palace, recognized as the top student of his hall. Opponents were preparing for battle. The guy was aware of his weakness in front of the girl. However, as a Sword Clan disciple, he never lost his courage. Hannah calmly reminded that you need to gather all your strength and fight to the end. At this moment, the boy's eyes lit up, and he was determined to use all possible means to defeat Hannah and emerge victorious. Otter realized that the boy had taken a magic pill before the duel. It increases spiritual power by 50%. But even for the victories, his path to the heights was destroyed. Reynolds guessed that at this moment, Lee wanted to break through the Tao space with his sword and step onto the 5th level of the Purple Palace. In order to advance to the 5th level of the Purple Palace, one must have the appropriate preparation, including the clear outline and concept of Tao Ascension. To raise a sword, one must first understand its purpose and, based on this understanding, attain the primordial Tao of the sword. Many disciples remain at the 4th level of the Violet Palace forever, never progressing further. There are much more of them than those who pass from the 9th level to the 1st level of ascent to the truth. In pursuit of the Tao, this disciple chose to sacrifice his foundations. Alan wondered how Hannah would behave in this situation. At this moment, the girl used her blue sword technique with the spiritual form. She drew her sword, and a lightning attack rushed towards the boy like a hurricane. Lee, seeing such impressive power, decided to use 3 talismans with different spiritual energies to try to stop Hannah. Fire, lightning, and ice rushed at Hannah, but she knocked them back with a single blow. The boy was amazed. After using the strongest attack, she easily fought back. The girl walked motionless through the air, getting closer and closer with each step. Lee's attempts to detain her were futile. The guy was increasing his attacks, but the girl was able to cope with it, getting closer to him. Lee was covered in sweat, afraid, but Hannah seemed determined and confident. When the girl got too close, the boy saw her spiritual essence guiding the blade. At that moment, he decided to repeat the girl's movements, and her spiritual form appeared before him. Hannah struck, but the boy deftly parried it with his sword. The masters were stunned as they watched Lee's mastery of sword Tao. His deep understanding of the nuances of art was almost at their level. Even so, Lee managed to level up during the battle, and now his level is equal to the 5th level of the Purple Palace. Raising the sword above his head, the boy gathered all his strength. Now he has a chance to defeat Hannah. But at that moment, he noticed a flash of spiritual energy from the girl in front of him. As soon as the boy saw it, it instantly slipped out of his hands and disappeared in an unknown direction. The frightened protagonist turned to Hannah and saw her ominous expression, which clearly hinted that the fight was over. The judge announced Anna as the winner, and the audience was delighted with this spectacular match, which charged them with energy. Lee was grateful for his sister's guidance. She could defeat him at any moment, but she gradually revealed her sword technique to him, helping him make a breakthrough. The boy believed that from now until the end of his life, he would be grateful to Hannah. This fabulous beauty really deserves the first place. Her generosity and strength are a true role model that is hard to match. Hannah headed for the exit, hearing the audience's conversation. They said that their clan could not be weak with such a student. It was incredible. Their sister will definitely be a winner. Her strength far surpasses the hideous Alan. Sister Hannah's swordsmanship is truly divine. They continued to mock Alan because he hardly used a sword, limiting himself to various talismans, and his victories were considered simple luck. At that moment, the outraged Hannah turned around and threw her sword in the direction of one of the spectators. She glared at him and made him apologize to Brother Alan. The boy was frightened to the point of trembling and instantly covered himself with sweat when the blade of his best student appeared before his eyes. Alan began to worry. He didn't want the girl to cause him extra problems. The hapless spectator stammered and admitted that he had only noticed Alan's fighting style in passing. Hannah indignantly stated that what happened was not just a comment, but a direct insult to the student. The students of the Sword Clan were taught that before mastering the skill of the sword, it is necessary to cultivate spirituality and sincerity. Even if Brother Alan does not raise his sword in combat, his strategy and understanding of the rules and tactical circumstances far outweigh yours. He, not having the necessary skills, was defeated in the initial stages, and envy of the success of others added resentment to his character. What right do you have to criticize others without proper treatment? These thoughts seem to have troubled Anna Shoded. So, older sister Hannah stands up for older brother Alan, reprimanding the two students for misbehaving. The first disciple of the clan always protects the true disciples. One of the boys admitted that Sister Hannah was telling the truth. Brother Alan, without a sword, defeated his opponents, proving his skill. It is not important to hold a grudge because of someone's pettiness. Hannah protects the younger, whom she hardly knows. Her generosity knows no bounds. The crowd's shouts of condemnation grew louder and louder, and the boy finally couldn't stand it, asking Alan to forgive him. The boy realized his mistake. His words were inappropriate and offensive. He assures that it was unintentional and asks not to take it to heart. Alan tentatively noted that everything was fine. He did not care about other people's words. Meanwhile, he could not understand what Hannah was doing. Uther was pleasantly surprised that the girl, despite being strong, remained modest and calm. She showed Lee her swordsmanship style, elevating his skill and protecting the humiliated student. This is the heart of true immortal swordsmen. The girl stood up and pointed out that from now on, anyone who dares to tarnish someone's honor will meet her severe reaction. Disciples of the clan must refine their souls, learn the art of the sword, and grasp the path along which this ancient tool leads. Instead of criticizing others, train harder. Having finished her magnificent speech, the girl rushed headlong towards the hero. The girl asked Alan's brother to stay. The boy replied that if his sister so wished, he had no objections. The boys felt ashamed of the way they talked about their brother, and Hannah stayed by his side to protect him. Alan telepathically asked Hannah why she did all this. The girl replied that now no one would dare to say nasty things behind his back. She turned to the boy with admiration, wanting to hear his opinion of her performance, wondering if she managed to do well. The hero constantly pondered over these unnecessary things, because above all else he hated attracting unnecessary attention to himself. Cutie clenched her fist. Brother Alan's skills were second to none, she thought. The power and growth she received was due to his stone tablet. A man who did not seek fame and fortune and did not care about his reputation was still kind to the author. Therefore, he could not allow others to speak ill of her. Surprised, Alan ordered to return to the place, but at the same time regretted that he had given advice in the first place. The girl smiled, but admitted that she had doubts about something and wanted to ask. The boy emphasized that he is not its owner, and has no intention of changing the situation. Elena explained that if she does not teach him, then she cannot promise that she will not do anything. Her saying that she doesn't care what other people think makes Alan say that she is too cruel. She advised, "If Anna has a question, let her ask and return to her seat." Jennifer watched the pair. Hannah was once again behaving strangely around Alan, constantly defending him in front of the other students. Suddenly the girl realized that Hannah and Alan seemed to hide their feelings and love each other. Among the best students, Sister Hannah fell in love with the loser Alan. To avoid gossip, she meets him only in person, using a similar method. Alice walked by, amazed that she discovered such an unusual relationship. She moved closer to Jennifer and whispered that upon closer inspection, it really did look a little strange. They secretly communicate, and Hannah gently smiles at the boy. Not only that, it's just incredible news. Jennifer realized that she had talked and asked Alice to keep it a secret, because if Hannah and Alan found out, it would cause her trouble from the clan. Alice assured that she would not tell anyone, because she's always careful and you can rely on her. Alice, waving Jennifer's hand, went in an unknown direction, leaving this mysterious case to her watchful eye. After a few minutes, she approached the two girls in the audience and reported a serious event. "This is a story about Sister Hannah. Heard it from another sister, but it's a big secret, so keep it a secret." Meanwhile, Alan was watching Hannah meditate and was convinced that she was a little weird. As soon as she finished her work, she immediately began to practice. Those who are able to meditate at any time and in any place are truly admired and respected. The referee announced the end of the second stage of the fights, but the spectators were in no hurry to leave the arena, expecting that the competition would end today. Considering the spent spiritual energy, the judge decided together with the clan leader and the elders to stop the competition until the next day. Students deserved a break. The third round was to begin the next morning at dawn. Alan looked at his watch, glad that he wouldn't have to stand here anymore. The judge asked the students to leave the competition in an orderly manner because it will continue tomorrow morning. A few hours later, when everyone had gone about their business again, a secret meeting was held in the clan leader's house. Reynolds asked the stranger about his knowledge. He learned that while analyzing the clan leader's training, the stranger had drawn conclusions about the state of the students. Among the students, 5 were behaving strangely, but the most suspicious were the 3 from Luyun Hall. Ori is a student who committed murder. White is a capable student, 3rd in the rating. Alan is the weakest, but he made it all the way to the 3rd stage. Uther was also at the meeting and seemed to understand the meaning of the second elder's hints. The man was anxious to report that the traitor was in Luyun Hall, under Uther's command. The elders of Sword Clan gathered to discover the traitors among the students after the attack on Uther. It was clear that there were spies in the clan. The competition was organized suddenly to select 5 participants of the great competition. Reynolds relayed to Uther that the head of the ancient hall told him not to worry. He suspects that a traitor may be hiding in Luyuan. Finally, she only asked to accompany the Pearl of the Bloody Soul. I didn't tell anyone about it. When you left, you acted very mysteriously. Despite their best efforts, the demon clan leaked everything. Doesn't that seem strange? Uther asked himself. So Reynolds asked the second elder to continue his report. The elder noted that 3 students had imperceptibly strengthened over the year. The first was Bill from Luian Hall. 2 years ago, its development was only at the 2nd level, which was not marked by special power. A year ago, during the competition, it unexpectedly turned out that his skills had increased significantly. He defeated his opponents and won 3rd place in the grand tournament. He believed that he had received an important message about the accelerated growth of strength. The second student, Uryuai, didn't stand out with his cultivation level either. A year ago, he took 33rd place. Now at the competition, he immediately rose to the 5th, which seems incredible. The art of wielding a sword which he has mastered is impressive in its power and even lethality. As he claimed, he got into a secret kingdom where he acquired these skills. At the end of the mention of Alan, he looks the least bit suspicious. However, I am sure that he hides a lot of secrets. Ever since he was promoted to True Disciple last year, he stopped standing out and working on self-development. He never takes on tasks that take more than 2 days. But how did he manage to acquire such amazing knowledge about talismans in such a short time? As it turned out, the connection between Qing-Yun and the demons had been severed due to his actions. He destroyed the followers of the demon clan and returned the pearl. The other students said that the elder of the demon clan, Howard, was also there at the time. But after meeting with Alan, he suddenly disappeared. Then he went on a mission together with Hannah. In the village, they chanced upon Lloyd, an elder of the demon clan. He was engaged in the creation of a demon embryo and held a secret treasure in his hands. Unfortunately, he couldn't be saved, and they later encountered Howard, who had escaped earlier. At this Olympiad, he attracted a lot of attention, using mascot strategies that were new to everyone and defeating 2 strong opponents in a row. The author is convinced that Alan is deliberately hiding his true abilities. He considers him the most suspicious of all, because he does not behave as he seems. Reynolds, along with Uther, said in one voice that this could not be, and that this boy could not be a traitor. Then the heads fell silent, feeling slightly ashamed, and the headmen wondered where they had so much mutual understanding. Frank broke the silence. He suggested that this might be true, that Alan might have been possessed by demons. Uther approached the teacher, trying to understand the meaning of his suggestion. Frank suggested that maybe Alan had been abducted by demons, and that was where it all started. Uther is sure that Alan always hid his power so as not to stand out. If the demon clan captured him, they would take the pearl. He is not convinced by baseless guesses. Kevin suggested arresting all the suspects, then dealing with each one individually, putting the whole range of emotions into words. Reynolds decided to stop the argument, stressing the need to investigate the reasons why the demon clan had introduced spies into their ranks. He considered it the main task. In addition, there is a strange feeling that the demon clan is out to disrupt the competition. The second elder asked the clan leader to explain the meaning of his statement. Everything will be secretly controlled by someone unknown. The demon clan threw a mole at us, so they decided to use it as bait. Tomorrow they will find out which of the 3 is the enemy, and discover the true intentions of the demon clan. Meanwhile, at Alan's residence, a pesky spirit kept him from sleeping. The boy could not understand what exactly Gwyneth wanted. He assumed that this sweet spirit wanted to go with him to tomorrow's competition. The little girl instantly nodded, looking at the boy with admiration in her eyes. He had noticed that Gwyneth had been bored lately, but unfortunately, he couldn't take her with him. He assured her that tomorrow, during the competition, he would surrender, and they would have lunch together. But this option did not suit the girl at all. She puffed out her cheeks, clearly expressing her displeasure. Suddenly, Gwyneth felt something and turned sharply towards the forest. The little spirit instantly grabbed Alan's finger and dragged him to that place. Alan wondered where he was being taken, as he had planned to sleep, not travel. After some time, our heroes found themselves in a peaceful forest, where silence and peace reigned. The forest was located behind the mountain of Liu Yun Hall. Why did the spirit bring him here? Is there some secret or secret hidden here that has been missed over the years? When the girl started pointing to the ground, Alan immediately realized that something underground was hidden there. The sweet spirit nodded in agreement. Gwyneth instantly focused her wind energy on a pile of leaves. A flurry of leaves flew around, and then Alan saw something terrible. In front of him hung a red banner that radiated an ominous energy. This flag ranks high in its category. It protects spiritual knowledge and seeks to create a special space around itself. The hero could break the ban, but that would cause unnecessary panic. In addition, the hero did not pay attention to what was happening around him, so this flag did not interest him at all. Given the location of the flags, this formation does not bode well. If his clan finds itself in crisis, then the quiet life of the 9-5 regime will become an unattainable sword. Alan turned to Gwyneth, wondering how she had found that formation mark. The lovely spirit began to wave in all directions, trying to express its discovery with unrestrained energy. Alan hinted that on a night walk for inspiration, she saw a man burying a flag. It was amazing how well he understood her sign language. The hero asked with interest if the spirit could remember it. Gwyneth placed her hands on her head in concentration, conjuring up a purple glow. In a moment, Uruya's face appeared in front of Alan. Alan recognized this guy instantly. It was one of their students in the gym. He grabbed his sword, realizing that getting rid of this flag would not be easy. He also needed to make sure no one discovered the removal. Alan couldn't tell where all the flags were, so he decided to remove at least one. The energy of the blade he created was capable of following a given target and destroying it. The banner was enveloped in a dome of blue energy. Looks like the villain's devious plan has failed, Alan thought. At that moment, the cute spirit flew into the air and quickly swung its legs, creating an amazing dance in the air. Alan realized that Gwyneth believed she deserved his recognition and wanted to fight alongside him. He touched her cheek, remembering what he had already warned, that no one in the clan should know about her existence. Gwyneth was not satisfied with this answer and frowned again. The girl suddenly grabbed Alan by the sleeve, and bright orange talismans endowed with mysterious power peeked out from him. She took one of them and showed it to Alan, hinting at a solution to the problem. He noted that using the talisman would allow her to enter the arena. He suddenly realized that due to the lack of restrictions in the clan competition, it would be possible to use not only skills, but also spells, formations, and strategy with talismans. The help of the spirit beast was supposed to solve all the problems. Enchanted Gwyneth happily walked around the hero, radiating positive energy. Alan plans to lose tomorrow, so even if they go out together, she won't be able to enjoy the time. Gwyneth was stunned that although she had achieved her goal, the competition would not bring her the satisfaction she expected. The morning of a new day came, and the competition was about to begin. The judge called the 12 contestants from the list, and the students immediately sprung into action. The audience loudly applauded their favorites, but the biggest ovation went to the real star, the first student of the school, Hannah. The judge counted the students but did not notice one. Alan was not in front of him. Spectators began to whisper, "Is he really going to run away? Will he dare to miss such an important competition?" Kevin was furious. How could Alan treat such an important competition as if it were just childish fun? Uther explained that it was his habits that were to blame. He did not abandon the tasks he had already undertaken. To the teacher's remark, he replied that work was from 9 to 5 and the rest later. Unfortunately, now is not the best time. That's why he didn't come. Maybe our clan will have to wait for his return to continue the competition, Kevin thought. Frank also emphasized the importance of these events, urging not to be indifferent. The second elder emphasized to the masters the importance of remembering yesterday's conversation. If this is how Alan reveals his true nature, then yesterday was not in vain. Reynolds assured him that it was impossible to eliminate Alan, so the elders should wait, and Otter should start looking for his student. The judge was surprised by what was happening. Why did the chairman demand that so many students wait because of one person? A few minutes later, he came out to the audience with the news. Alan had not yet arrived, so everyone should remain calm and patient while waiting. The audience was instantly outraged. No one wanted to wait for one student. All demanded that Alan be disqualified. So Hannah came to the boys' defense, urging everyone to shut up. Every farmer should understand that patience is the most important trait when conquering the peaks. Maybe he's just busy with a workout that can't be interrupted. Hannah angrily stated that Brother Alan had a path that everyone would have to accept. The girl sincerely hoped that all the students would show some patience. "Dear brothers and sisters, perhaps we should wait until Brother Alan joins us." Bill's support was essential for Hannah, because at the end, before the start, they still had time to interact and prepare. Jay remarked that his goal was to defeat Hannah. But since she asked to wait, he decided to support her in this. Other students agreed that even a short wait would not change the situation. When Hannah heard the words of support, she smiled sweetly and expressed her gratitude to her siblings. Still, there was one voice that opposed Anna's plan. "How can you behave like this at such an important competition?" the unknown man shouted, stirring up the crowd and disrupting the atmosphere. Hearing the boy's words, Hannah turned sharply. Her gaze was full of terror and struck a grim fear in those who dared to meet it. Ben, who was 12th on the table, didn't understand why he should waste his precious time waiting. Hannah still hoped the boy would give it a shot, and Ben believed that even if Alan did come, he should be disqualified. Ben raised his voice even more, demanding that the students not waste their time on one idiot. At that moment, a strong gust of wind lifted the boy and threw him aside. Cooled his ardor, Ben looked into Hannah's eyes and was horrified. The devious girl again asked if he would agree to wait a little longer. She gave off a terrifying aura, and it seemed that anyone who happened to cross her path had better back off. Ben changed his mind, pointing out that there was actually nothing wrong with waiting. Then the judge announced that everyone would wait a little longer for Alan. Many people continued to resent the fact that the crowd was waiting for one person. An hour later, the most important student for whom everyone was impatiently waiting entered the arena. The atmosphere pulsated with the feeling of an event for which everyone was preparing. One of the students caught up with Alan, reminding him that it was time to hurry, because everyone was already waiting for him. The laziest of them stretched, yawned, and assured that he was already on his way. Approaching the arena, Alan again felt the displeased looks of his fellow students. He smiled and apologized for being late, truly sorry for keeping them waiting. The fact is that he was used to working from 9 to 5, and the competition started early in the morning, so he forgot to set the alarm. Alan didn't expect everyone to stand and wait. The leader did not exclude him from participation, forcing him to wait for an hour. Parubok felt very shy. Suddenly, he noticed that several girls were looking in his direction and discussing something. They looked confused, and Alan didn't understand what was wrong with them or why they were looking at him like that. The hero thought that his appearance attracted attention, but in fact, everyone was discussing Anna's secret boyfriend. She's put in so much effort for him, their bond must be truly special. One of the girls quietly noticed that Sister Hannah, who was obsessed with blades, had decided to change her focus. The friend assured that she heard everything even without a hint. Another girl found out that they were hiding their relationship to avoid trouble. The girls enthusiastically discussed how everything was like from the pages of a novel about how a man managed to melt an icy heart. One of them sighed, as if she learned from a new story that Sister Gyen Chin Shin had taken the initiative into her own hands, and there began a new storyline that could be called Dominant Sister Fell in Love with Me. Although the Chinyun clan was immersed in continuous study, it was important for many students to find time for other pursuits. They immersed themselves in the novels of Gui Yu. If the students do not find something to do, they will probably give up on further cultivation. Many sisters read novels to pass the time and soothe their hearts. This was no time for small talk, as Gyan happily announced that everyone was assembled, so it was time for the competition to begin. He threw numerous pills at the participants, and each of them hit the target precisely. Chenyi looked at the pill in surprise, believing that the clan leader was using his hands to play tricks. He saw the inscription on the sign and realized that the first battle was ahead of him. Chenyi wondered if this was really his first battle. Standing before him was Huang Dao, his first opponent for the day. The elder who organized the competition announced its beginning. Zhang Xinyun was about to raise his hand to surrender, but then the clan head coughed loudly. Ji In noted that the clan competition was coming to an end, and the 12 disciples were the most worthy in the Qianyun sword, and hoped that everyone would show strength and confidence. He asked if no one was going to be afraid or give up right after the battle started. Qian focused his gaze on the clan leader, feeling confused and slightly surprised. This time, the head of the Wenzhang clan emphasized that even if he didn't make it to the finals, he should do his best. He addressed these words primarily to Qinyan. Full of enthusiasm, the clan's disciples vigorously asserted that they were not going to give up. Qianyin felt that Hien's piercing gaze would not allow him to retreat. In the duel, the command to start sounded again. Qinyan decided not to give up without a fight, so as not to become the object of ridicule. He released the talismans from his sleeve, looking at his opponent with annoyance. Such a fight was clearly not part of his plans for the day. The hero began talismaning again, creating a barrier around himself while his opponent hovered in the air above him. The one named Tao asked how many more times he would use the same trick. Tao was part of the Radiant Hall, 12th in the heavenly ranking, and the first-level master of the Violet Palace. He used a Xinyan sword art called Meteor. His power was extraordinary, as if nature itself obeyed this energy. The blow was aimed at the protagonist's barrier, colliding with the streams of his talismans, and Huang Jing remained unmoved. The forces of his adversary relentlessly pressed on the barrier until it gave up and succumbed to destruction. The hero was not surprised that such a person used powerful techniques, but he is not one of the simple ones. Qini looked at the destroyed talismans around him with a smile on his face, his hands behind his back. The main character believed that talismans need some time to strengthen the bond. Suddenly, a rival appeared behind him. Qingyan smiled. Turning suddenly, he tore out the flaming talismans. They helped repel the attack that the opponent was trying to make. Water and flame collided, creating a column of steam. Huang Dao furrowed his brows, hinting to the hero that victory cannot be achieved with this skill alone. He rushed towards Wang Qingyan, swinging his sword, intending to make another surprise attack. The energy around his weapon began to focus, allowing him to strike the main character in the next moment. However, it was only an energy copy. After destroying her, Wang Dao began to search for the real protagonist, intently looking into every corner. Shannon immediately caught his eye. The one standing next to him swung his sword and started to approach him. The generation was surprised. He held another talisman in his hand and, shouting loudly, put it forward. The hero contemplated the sharp blade with a calm gaze, as if it were an ordinary object of everyday use. Then he closed his eyes, feeling a peaceful smile on his lips, thinking that now he could finally rest. However, his plan collapsed when a dark tablet appeared from under his belt. The energy of this pill rushed outward, engulfing the protagonist's opponent, binding his arms and legs from all sides. Huang Dao looked around, surprised not understanding what was happening around. Qingyan shuddered as he realized that something was wrong with his opponent. Huang Dao's price rose as he tried to break out of this energy trap, desperately declaring that he couldn't move. When Qingyan saw this, his soul was filled with wonder. What happened? Why was his opponent in such a state? And what is this forest that binds him? Wanda turned to ask what was going on. The hero contemplated this energy with wonder, and wondered if it could really shine so brightly. Dark energy increasingly surrounded and filled one actor, capturing him from all sides. Amidst these streams of energy, Wan Qingyun noticed the face of a girl who was looking at the protagonist's rival with a smile of interest and anticipation. Chen Yin shuddered, wondering when she had time to come. He finally sensed the source of this energy. It was a 1,000-year-old wooden tablet on his belt. Qingyan wondered if she was the one to blame for all this. The story said that Xiang Yin's divine soul belonged to the inner spirits, kept in an ancient tree for the benefit of soul and body. Elated and surprised, he reasoned as she managed to put the pill on him. Thought maybe it happened while he was sleeping? In this moment, when the protagonist was defenseless, she embodied her intentions. Wang Dao took a deep breath, freeing himself from the dark energy. Was it a technique of the enemy force? Suddenly, that energy appeared behind him again and hit him in the back. Wang Dao gritted his teeth as he took the unpleasant heavy blow. Suddenly, he cursed loudly, turning around with genuine anger. The hand automatically fell on the back, feeling unbearable pain in this place. Suddenly, he realized that at this very moment, there was no one behind. He stared in confusion, trying to understand what was happening. His face was filled with terror, because the opponent capable of striking seemed to have disappeared. Sensing a threat from the other side, he turned sharply and reacted instantly. The dark energy tried to hit him again, quickly hitting the stone floor of the arena where he had been standing a moment ago. But the dark forces did not have time to touch him. Huang Dao landed on the ground just a few meters from where the attack took place, watching as that energy dissolved into the air again. Huang Dao turned around in anger, loudly asking what was going on. He turned to Huang Xingyun, trying to understand his actions. At this moment, the main character shrugged his shoulders and smiled, implying that he was not doing anything special. The protagonist recalled how Xianyan quickly dealt with Yu Qingwu and her henchmen. Qingyun was afraid that Wang Dao would not be able to withstand her strength either. At that moment, she and Ian rapidly attacked the opponent of the main character, forcing him to scream loudly in pain. Zhuang Dao felt this blow on himself. Feeling the force of the blow, Qingyun immediately tried to calm Xinian down, ordering him to stop and go back. However, the girl was not going to give up, inflicting painful blows. Although Wang Dao wasn't even directly involved in the battle, the aftermath was like a real beating. Huang Dao's body was covered in bruises and scratches that appeared from the numerous blows from this energy, which was mysterious to everyone present. He screamed in pain, unable to control it. The students below asked in shock what was happening as they watched the strong student fly from side to side due to an unknown force, unable to even attack. It looked like a simple beating. Concerned students began to ask what exactly was wrong with this energy. They did not understand why this fate befell Brother Huang Dao. Huang Du once again addressed his opponent, calling him by name, and loudly declared that he was fighting him. He wanted to recall the Xinyan sword art. Although Huang Dao held the sword firmly in his hands, he was powerless against this destructive force. Soon the energy picked him up, freeing him from prolonged beatings. Dao hung in the air for a few seconds, his mouth unusually open in pain. Having lost the sense of struggle, he fell on the stone surface of the arena in the next moment, smashing it with his body. That day, Qinyan remained aloof, not interfering in the events. When one of the Taos slapped his back and declared his defeat, Qinyan closed his eyes, remaining calm. Qi immediately grasped the energy that appeared, telling Qi Yaning that her actions were enough, his face radiating seriousness. The students, fascinated by what they saw, were shocked to the core. They were so stunned by the events that they immediately discussed among themselves what this meant. Qinyan was well aware that if she didn't want to, others would never see her. He remembers how Huan started the conversation by reminding them of their agreement not to come there. He looked anxiously at the energy in front of him that Sheenan was in, giving his master pitiful looks, hoping to soften his anger for his actions. However, it was difficult for the main character to be angry with such a cute girl. He sighed and asked himself how it was possible to take offense at such a bear cub. Hingyan poked a finger at the girl's cheek, who was smiling smugly, glad that she was not scolded. And Odna Dove sat on the concrete floor of the arena, wondering if this was a soul animal. Gritting his teeth, he turned to the elders and angrily pointed at Qin Yun, accusing him of cheating. One of the elders remarked that Qin Yun had brought a soul beast, which was unfair. The students whispered in unison, casting glances at the main character, because they believed that the dark silhouette was a spirit beast. They wondered why Qin Yun was so troublesome. Someone else was amazed at the beast's strength, wondering what race it belonged to. Donggun's face turned red with rage, and the veins on his temples bulged. He was convinced that this was a huge folly, and believed that Qin Yun was not a winner. He was sure that the boy had taken the wrong path from the beginning, and accused him of spying, sure that the clan did not teach such techniques. His shout was immediately interrupted by Gu Yu, who coldly pointed out that there were no limits in this competition. Gu Yu explained to Donggan that Qing Yun's ascension was only at the 8th level of the Immortal Palace limit, so the protagonist only achieved such results through hard work. He also added that Huang Qingyun had chosen his way of fighting by seeking help from talismans and spirit beasts. With a calm expression on his face, Wenjiang reassured them. He told how he had specially arranged a fight between Xinyun and Wang Dao to destroy the talismans and test Xinyun's connection with the demon clan. No one expected that the main character would have a secret trump card in the form of a spiritual beast. Hien opined that he believed that the once popular Xianyan was a rare divine beast. Loyal to the demonic clan, would not dare to expose him. Donggong shouted in surprise, was it really him? He was outraged how such a legendary creature could make a contract with an ordinary student. The second elder remarked that the victory in the contest could still be considered valid. After all, their goal was to expose the traitor, and Xinyun was invisible. Observing the arena, he emphasized that controlling a spirit beast was not against the rules, as it was considered to help the contestant. Gu Yu agreed, recognizing it as the right thing to do. With hands folded in reverence, he stood before the clan chief. Jian, seeing no objections, declared Qian the winner of the duel. Some of the students began to debate whether this was even possible. Is there still time to catch some spirit beast? They thought and pondered. Huang Dao became angry with the protagonist, warning him that the next meeting would end in death. Chengyin calmly crossed his arms, staring intently at his opponent. However, Huang Dao's words did not satisfy his spirit beast, Jainin. She immediately frowned, glancing at her opponent and her master. Then, dark energy began to radiate again, directing it towards Huang Dao. The energy instantly approached his feet, quickly engulfing them. The protagonist did not expect such a turn. One of the fighters began to run away, warning not to approach him. Qinyun silently watched as the opponent fled the battlefield. His thoughts were occupied by the head of the clan. Wasn't it cheating? It seemed outrageous to him. Huang Xinyun held a dark pill in his hands, looking at Xinyin and beckoned her to come back. Xinyin looked up at him with a look full of surprise and uncertainty. Qingyun raised the tablet above his hand, gathering Xinyun's dark energy that was gradually absorbed into this mysterious device. Not a trace of dark energy remained. Gradually leaving the arena, Qinyin heard the announcement of the next battle. He decided to try his hand again later. At this moment, beneath the city of Qinshu, deep underground, people were sitting in a circle in front of the dark energy, as if meditating. This was happening at the same time as the Qinyun clan contest. The energy glowed and flickered, filling the room with a faint purple glow. People dressed in dark robes hid their faces. Dozens of demonic clan monks were carrying out a plan near the Qinyun sword clan. The energy kept building, and at one point it reached an explosive climax. Tall boots suddenly appeared from a cloud of steam rising from the dock, drawing attention to a mysterious figure hidden behind a thick haze. The true mistress of the Bloody Sea, who has reached the 4th level of Truth Ascension. Her appearance made the monks joyfully greet her with sincere praise. The monks fell to their knees, bowing their heads in reverence to their master, emphasizing the majesty of the moment. She smiled, assured that it was unnecessary. Her 4th level of Truth Ascension was immediately noticeable, as strong pressure was felt everywhere. Spreading her arms to her sides, she explained that their people had already prepared everything they needed in the Chengyan sword clan and removed the obstacles. It remains only to wait for the opening to destroy the clan and gain an advantage over it. The monks looked at their leader in confusion. One of them cautiously asked if the capture of their clan was really possible. There were many strong warriors in the clan. It would be extremely difficult to deal with them. The monk remembered with trepidation that the leader of the enemy clan, Wenjin, had reached the 6th level of Truth Ascension. The real mistress of the Bloody Sea calmed them down. With a smile and a mysterious look, she touched her chin as she continued to speak. The mistress reassured her subjects, emphasizing that everything is not so terrible because they have support. She spread her arms wide, showing confidence. The silhouettes of Moyen clan chief Xiongba, who had reached the 4th level of Truth Ascension, immediately appeared. Amidst the energy fire, the figure of the leader of the Xianing clan, Li Wei, who had reached the 3rd level of Truth Ascension, appeared. The monk scratched his head in embarrassment as he had not expected to see the 3 great clan lords today. Everyone was stunned by their presence here. The ruler now believed that the power of the lord of the demonic clan would be of great help to them. Her smile was beaming as the heads of the other 2 clans stood behind her. With furrowed brows, the ruler announced that today the Kion sword clan would be wiped off the face of the earth, and the demon lord would return to this world. At this moment, the Jinyin clan's competition was approaching its finals. One of the elders announced the end of the competition, inviting the 6 finalist students to come forward. A large crowd of spectators gathered around the arena, eagerly awaiting the conclusion of a test that was of great importance to the clan. The winners of this round, He and Qi of the Hidden Hall of Mirrors, Zhao Rui of Luyun Hall, and Zhao Tianlu of Mingxing Hall, caused joyful discussions. On the other triumphant side, Fongling Hall's Wang Liang, Luyuan Hall's Jiang Du, and Jing Yun stood out. They happily welcomed the victory, but the main character remained on the sidelines. There was instant chatter in the crowd when they saw that the hero had still made it to the finals. They discussed this event indignantly, considering it incredible. As Heian rose above the arena, he announced that the final challenge would determine the ultimate winner of the competition. A scroll flew over Hyena's head. He began to explain that it was a map of the mountains and the year of the universe. The scrolls were decorated with various patterns, and according to legends, this treasure was left by the founder of the Qianin clan. This first-class property contained the heavens, the earth, mountains, rivers, and countless heavenly treasures. Gian said that this mysterious sphere held special significance for the Qianin clan, holding within itself the past and future of the clan. Wenjing decided to limit the fighting in the area called Peach Blossoms. Every 2 hours, the battlefield will shrink by 10 miles, and if they don't advance in time, they will be considered defeated. While waiting for the battle, Wenjing will use various techniques to unlock the potential of other students. Kitayan wondered why not have a duck-eating battle. He thought the live broadcast was just around the corner. By running away, he would lose his reputation, so he had to fight on. Jian unfolded the map and asked if the finalists had any questions or comments. The finalists answered that everything suits them and there are no objections. And from that moment, their trials began. When Guillen exclaimed that it was wonderful, they decided to waste no time and get started right away. The map increased several times, turning into a huge portal through which the students who had the opportunity to participate in the finals passed. Then, when everyone was already inside this huge plan, Jen unexpectedly rolled it up in his hand, squeezing it tightly. Using his power, he built several energy screens off the map that connected to the finalists, broadcasting their every move. The students who remained outside watched the events on the screens in amazement. They were struck by the unusual play of shadows and light transferred to the cold portico. They could not hide their surprise when they saw the incredible beauty outside the map. Pink forests where peach blossoms enchanted them. Guyu watched the duel and remarked that such expectations from their clan head were completely justified. The face was serious, wrinkles appeared on the forehead. The map of mountains and rivers belonged to Wenshan, and he could manipulate it as he pleased. He explained that even the best spy in such conditions will not be able to hide himself. It is more like an author who keeps a close eye on his characters in the reality he has created. The guru smiled to himself, thinking that all they had to do was wait for the mole to appear. Meanwhile, one student imperceptibly disappeared behind the walls of the palace. While everyone was discussing the battle, he asked his comrade what to do next. He replied that without Zhao Rui's brother, their plan would not work. What should they do in this case? His comrade folded his weapons on his chest and raised one of them to his mouth with a smile, confident that Zhao Rui had foreseen everything long ago. They only had to check what was prepared. Although the conspiracy was brewing somewhere off the map, inside it was quiet and peaceful, and the trees fluttered beautifully in the wind. Cheering rested his hand on a tree trunk. He wondered if they were really peach blossoms. I raised my head to get a better look at these beautiful buds. He smiled in surprise, not hiding his admiration. Touching the delicate flowers, I thought, if such trees had existed before, this place would have become a tourist paradise a long time ago. Huang Xinyun carefully looked around and concluded that he was somewhere in the northwest of the map. The eyes reflected the surrounding scenery. Qianyin decided to head to the center of the map and wait for the other students. He rubbed his chin lightly, smiling thoughtfully. His plan was simple and clear. Surrender and defeat at the right moment. Everything looked easy until the light appeared, which signaled the approach of the attack. Frozen in place, his thoughts invariably returned to what he had seen earlier. His mind was full of many questions, but the answers remained far away. Turning suddenly, the hero barely managed to dodge the blow, which brought down the tree behind him with such force. Cheng'en closed his eyes as peach blossom petals flew towards him after the explosion. He turned his gaze to the other side, realizing who had come to him. Yongdu, with his hands crossed behind his back, slowly approached the main character. He smiled as usual, closing his eyes when they heard his name. To this, John replied with a laugh, remembering that they had not seen each other for a long time. The main character watched him without showing much interest. Beyond Du's face remained as friendly as ever. The usual warm smile gradually began to fade. The smile disappeared like a shadow under the sun. Zhang Duke hatefully remembered that they hadn't seen each other since they went on a mission together last year. Their gaze became colder and full of anger. Watching this, Qingyan shuddered violently and gave a faint smile. Trying to calm him down, he addressed the name, observing that Jungdo might still not have forgotten it. Jiandu smiled again, feeling that he had become stronger thanks to Qinyan. Streams of energy enveloped him as peach blossom petals swirled around him. Jiangdu waved his hands absently, finally realizing the huge gap in strength between them. Jiangdui's energy was quite strong, and he still wanted to feel the power of Brother Qingyun's blade. He understood that it could have bad consequences, but he just watched him in silence. The main character believed that this world would be broadcast into their world, so showing his true power made no sense. Jiangdu and Qingying exchanged glances. Zhang was still smiling, and Qingying was looking at him intently. The main character realized that with more abilities comes more work, and he never forgot his new life principle: no work. Therefore, I decided not to reveal my full potential. His gaze flashed with confidence, and his fist clenched with determination as he considered this. Jung Yun raised his hand, his face darkening. He felt he had no choice but to accept John's challenge as he continued to insist on fighting. The air swirled around his hand. John was pleased to think that the protagonist had finally come to his senses. He was filled with joy from the upcoming duel with Qinyan. But suddenly the hero shouted loudly, pointing behind him, wondering what was happening there. John turned sharply, overcome with fear, trying to figure out what exactly was threatening him. He quickly realized that there was nothing around, Only the peach trees stood behind, and there was complete silence. Hingyan took advantage of this cunning tactical maneuver, quickly leaving the battlefield. When Jiandutern stepped back in surprise, Qing Yang disappeared in just a moment, soaring into the air like a rocket. Looking after the hero, Zhang Du was ready to seethe with rage. His gaze could have incinerated the hero who so unexpectedly broke away from him. Everyone on the street was filled not only with incomprehension, but also with irritation, and they condemned Qian Yun for his action. The students froze in silence, momentarily mesmerized by the events. Afterwards, the entire company exploded angrily, pointing out Qin Yun's trickery. They considered his escape not only a sign of weakness, but also a disgrace. One of them touched his chin thoughtfully, looking away, and asked the rest if they had heard of Jandus's words. Another suggested that perhaps this is not the case, and Huang Qinaying is simply hiding his true power. The second student immediately pointed out that you shouldn't think like that because it's just guesswork. As soon as Zhang Durilai found out that Qing Yun had run away from him, he immediately gave chase, urging him to stop. They raced over the peach forest like precision-tuned missiles, trying to escape or catch up with each other. Up until this point, Cheng Yen had been leading this game of hide-and-seek, maneuvering quickly and confusing his opponent. But John Du wasn't going to give up so easily. He confidently looked at the main character's back, although he felt that he could not catch up, because it was extremely difficult. The speed was too fast, and Zhang Du could barely keep up. When he got tired of these games, he decided that enough was enough and stopped. Then he took out his sword and swung it sharply, sending a shockwave towards the protagonist to draw attention to himself. Qing Yin turned around, noticing the powerful blow. The attack quickly swept through the cherry blossom forest, not harming the main character, but causing significant damage to the trees and causing forest traffic to stop. The smoke from this attack quickly cleared. The protagonist faced Zhang Du's outraged face, who angrily demanded that Qing Yun strike him immediately. He wondered, is he so lazy that he doesn't even want to reach out? They hovered over a forest of peach blossoms, lost in each other's gaze. Huang Qiyin gritted his teeth, asking how could his innocence be mocked like this. Qian Yin put his hand on his heart, claiming that his ascension level was lower, and that was why he was running away. He tried to prove that his success was just luck, not strength. The other clan disciples outside the map also noticed this, and were so stunned that they couldn't even utter a word. Domgong put his hand on his head thoughtfully, wondering how impressive Qin Yin was. Although, of course, his words were imbued with irony. Noticing this, Lan Tong suspected that Xian was following him suspiciously. This made him doubt whether Qing Yun was really hiding something. And why does the main character hesitate? The elder next to him curiously supported his chin with his hand, and reasoned that there was only one truth. If these two are behaving strangely, they must both be spies. The elder turned to the leader of the Weng, assuming that he had forced them to fight. Wengi smiled and agreed with this assumption. Jiun decided to help by sending his forces to the map. But suddenly, something strange happened on the nearby mountain, an explosion of energy. When Haiyan turned sharply, the elders standing next to him also immediately repeated his movement. Rumors quickly spread among the crowd about an explosion in the direction of Lulin Peak. Haiyan suddenly paid attention, sensing a demonic energy in the air. The mountains began to crumble. The stones gradually crumbled, unable to withstand the awakened demonic energy. Dark streams began to envelop the mountain, and people from the demonic clan appeared on the top. One of them pointed out that Brother Zhao Rui had long ago realized the possible consequences of such actions. A magical object appeared in the boy's hands, emitting dark energy. He said that destroying their formation would immediately bring reinforcements. All this was for the sake of the highest goal. His angry gaze was directed towards the clan. In his fists, with each blow, more and more of the same energy accumulated, as if he was drawing it from an inexhaustible source. As he grabbed the same object, the mountain beneath their feet began to tremble, as did all the mountains around. Demonic energy exploded all around, rapidly rising towards the sky in pillars like a giant wall. All these pillars form a huge magic circle above each other, like a miniature dimension in height. The rising walls created a threatening impression. Feeling this, Yinqing suddenly stopped and began to carefully examine everything around her. She tried to find out where this powerful flow of demonic energy came from. Illuminated by a mysterious glow and filled with soul-stirring power. He paid attention to it. This time, Qion again persistently pointed his finger behind Zhang Dui's back, urging him to look at what was there. but he only irritably assured himself that he would not fall for the same trick a second time. The dark sky spread over Chinian's head, and birds circled in the air. The protagonist instantly realized that the activation of the demon clan formation was on the horizon. He remembered the flag in the forest and realized that something bad was coming. The disciples of the clan, remaining behind the walls, began to ask with fear what it was. None of them understood what was happening. As Haiyan reached forward, shouting the presence of the demonic formation, he informed everyone that they had encountered spies. When everyone heard the words from the customer leader, Donggang and Gu Yu instantly got up from their seats. As they watched the threat approaching their clan, they saw a magic circle created by demons. They tried to destroy it by using the force, directing attacks at the magic circle, but all was in vain. Their attacks proved futile. The magic circle reflected everything that fell within its boundaries, absorbing some of the energy. Donggong and Gui Yu were forced to retreat because the force of that aggression exceeded their capabilities. A moment later, they were on the ground, feeling vulnerable. The guru hinted that spiritual and physical attacks are useless here because of the overwhelming power. Donghung clutched his chest, trying in vain to recover from the blow. Lantong, trying to use his power, noticed that all paths were blocked. He thought that this formation was able to block external and internal attacks. It was impressive. An energy ball appeared in Lanton's hand. Their task was to destroy the formation's flags. As Gian bent his face down, he urged everyone to rush to the top to find and destroy the formation flags. However, his order was interrupted by the true mistress of the Bloody Sea. She assured with a smile that there was no need for this. Above the arena, where the competition was recently held, a huge lump of dark energy slowly appeared. The ruler, along with Xiangba and Li Wai, went out to meet the leader of the Chenyuan clan. The ruler mockingly turned to the clan leader, slowly descending. Wenjiang angrily called her name, to which she noted with a smile that the leader of the clan still remembers her, and this is a great honor for her. Jian then looked at Xianba, the head of the Maiyan clan, who was looking at him with a stern expression, as if expecting some major change or decisive action. He looked around Shini in clan chef, listing everyone as if he were making a list. He then laughed out loud as he pondered the question, had they really decided to enlist the help of the demon clan to attack them? His anger was so strong that the forces around him began to move. Ji-in noticed how cunningly they calculated everything, because he had already reached the 6th level of truth and surpassed everyone in strength. When Haiyan gathered enough energy in his fist, he emphasized that the only question was whether they had enough strength to destroy the Qinyun sword clan. It was as if lightning flashed around Haiyan, ready to strike at any moment, dealing a devastating blow to all opponents. The energy covered them in a wave, absorbing them completely. The enemies of the hyenas were not easy to defeat now. The true mistress of the Bloody Sea raised her hand to her mouth, furrowed her brows in concentration, causing a wave of destruction. The two forces clashed in a duel just a few centimeters away from her, fighting brightly like a dance. The mistress, surrounded by her powers, turned away as the Jian struck the rock, destroying it in a way that avoided being hit herself. Mistress extended her hand forward, smiling at Wenjin, remembering that it was a long time ago. She plunged into the process of the battle, getting real pleasure from it. She lowered her index finger, exclaiming that she was sorry that Jen's life was about to end here. The clan leader felt as if many wounds formed inside him, as if the blow did not come from the outside, but from the inside, which was unexpected, like tasting gin. Leon Tong and other elders rushed to help, asking how he was doing. Looking at the open palm, Ji-in could feel the power as he contemplated the power of the demon deity. The Mayun clan once used the power of the demon god to invade the Qingyuan sword clan. But after the battle, the demon's power dissolved, leaving only devastation. As Ji-yun put his hand over his mouth, recalling the demon's power, Lan Tong quickly reached out to the clan head. He tried to deny that a ruler could have such a long-lost ability. The mistress pointed her hand to the side, ordering her subordinates to get a map of mountains and rivers. Suddenly, a group in dark clothes rushed towards the head of the sword clan, seeking to take away the desired. The elders immediately began to stir, ordering everyone to protect the leader. The enemies were inexorably approaching, looming a menacing shadow. Some of them were smiling sinisterly, increasing the sense of danger. He dissolved into a flow of dark demonic energy and used his powers to push everyone back, blocking their attack. Not expecting such a powerful confrontation, they instantly retreated. A man from the enemy clan immediately appeared below, raising his fingers with force. He used his energy hand to snatch the map from Wenzhen's hands where all the finalists were. Donggong was angry, asking himself how this could happen and why he had the power of a demon god. Laontong covered his face with his hand, closing his left eye. Meanwhile, the map that the enemy clan's warrior had taken possession of had turned into many pieces, evaporating into the air, which hardly boded well. Zhen thought that the situation had worsened when he lost contact with the map of mountains and rivers. He gritted his teeth as he noticed that the card in his hands had become out of reach. The mistress of the bloody sea claimed a blessing from the demon. Her gaze promised deception, warning that in 2 hours they would turn into blood pearls. The formation these people created was meant to block access to the sky, adversely affecting those inside. Clan disciples grabbed their heads, screaming in despair. They were drowning in despair, not knowing a way out, and begged for help, hoping to be saved. The true lord of the Blood Sea was calm and confident that the Qinyang clan would not be able to come to the rescue. Their future in this world is gone. Her gaze was cold and serious, aimed at those who were preparing for their demise. She immediately summoned the subordinates Yuan and Menfeng, who quickly arrived and were ready to carry out orders. The mistress smiled as she ordered them to go to the map of the mountains and the year and destroy all the members of the Chenyuan clan. After receiving the order, the two set out with a smile to carry it out, quickly delving into the map and soon finding themselves inside it. At this moment, Chen Yin was relentlessly dodging the attacks of Jiang Duqi, who kept trying hard to defeat him. Chen Yun dodged the attack again with an awkward smile. He asked Jiang Du if he himself was not interested in why the world trembled, and asked him to stop this aggression. Jiang Du expressed his irritation with rage on his face, because he believed that a conspiracy was being prepared from the other side. He warned the protagonist to avoid such tricks. Jiang Du swung his sword again, trying to provoke a reaction from the protagonist, and Xinyan decided that it was time to stop the opponent. Suddenly, the main character felt the enemy approaching from behind. Some vague foreboding hung in the air, making his blood rush. The heroine was smiling, taking another step closer to the main character, and was well aware that perhaps it was worth refraining from this step. Qinyang deftly dodged the attack, causing Jiang Duji's strike and his new opponent to collide with each other. Jiang Du opened his mouth wide in surprise as he watched the street. It appeared suddenly, leaving them in a state of confusion without full awareness of the situation. The stream quickly split, moving in different directions. This annoyed Jiang Du, and he turned to face his new opponent. Didn't he also decide to join in on their fun? Jundong confidently fought off the attacks when an unexpected opponent appeared from among the leaves. It was Van Loun from the Hall of Telephone Magic. His purple palace level was 3rd. With a relaxed smile, he put his hand on his thigh, showing that he didn't really want to fight, but was simply asking for the fight to stop. He began to point out that they must have felt the earthquake as well. Huang Lan said that due to his cultivation, he was able to sense any changes in the air. The three of them stopped fighting and looked at each other. Huang reported that at this moment, 2 strange spirits of the 9th level of the Purple Palace entered the Peach Garden. He also noted that he had some doubts about it. Sensing the approach of a strange energy, he was surprised. Cheng Han's face darkened. He realized that the clan had been attacked and that the enemies had already broken in. Zhang Dushou remembered how it happened. He wondered. Their clan leader had reached the 6th level of Ascending Truth. So who would dare to attack? One of the Lawns informed him that he no longer felt the presence of their clan master in the Jade Crystal. This meant that the connection with the outside world was lost. If Jian Dieu didn't believe it, he should have checked for himself. He was shown a Jade Crystal hinting at this. The crystal allows the wearer to disappear in case of danger, returning to the starting point. Thanks to such crystals, people could navigate this complex map. Zhengdu's face darkened, understanding washed over him. He finally realized it. Raising his face with a serious expression, he was convinced that Wang Liang was trying to trick him. He looked for a long, long time with confusion, understanding why he thought so. The protagonist yawned, covering his mouth with his hand, and thought, "Why discuss trifles loudly? He noted that you won't know without trying." Jinyang carefully took out the crystal from his pocket, staring into its glow as if searching for an answer to a question. Then, despite the frightened look of one of them, he quickly squeezed it in his hand and broke it. Jin leaned back, unable to find a place for himself due to his agitation, realizing that Zhe Qinyun was still able to accomplish what he intended. However, nothing happened. The crystal and the main character's hand simply crumbled into many pieces, and the three spheres became obvious. Was the clan under attack? This question troubled the three of them. A sudden purple flash behind them signaled the arrival of new uninvited guests. A strong flow of energy damaged the peach orchard, coming dangerously close to the Chengjian clan disciples. Zhang Dukov was surprised when he saw the unknown level 9 purple palace. Qing Yun also looked closely at where this mysterious flow of energy was coming from. A man came out of the darkness, bursting with laughter, and pointed out that they understood too late. The man introduced himself as Xin Yuan, and promised that he would take their lives by punching his palm hard, like a true rider of fate. Chen Yun smiled wryly, wondering when these villains had become so polite. Shen Yuan looked up at the hero, while Xin Yun thought that he had limited their powers several times with the talisman. As the situation escalated, the protagonist's gaze became more and more stern and determined. In the next moment, Xin Yuan laughed loudly as he looked at him. He clenched his fist. Unexpectedly, he declared that a true master would hardly have sent him here to play with children. That was what amused him. He barely used a third of his strength to keep them alive longer. He was glad he hadn't been let down, and the hunt promised to be interesting. All this made him laugh because fighting with weaker opponents had its own charm. Huan Lahan Tansley noted that this was only a third of his strength. Gihan covered his face with his hand as he considered this. Huan Lahan wondered who they were and how they ended up on the map of the mountains and the year. Zhang Dutuk lowered his hand from his face, trying to understand what had happened to their clan. He looked confidently at his opponent. When she understood everything, she put her hand on her neck and realized that the Qianyun Sword clan had been destroyed. The place where the hero stayed before going to the mountains has now become a wasteland. Everything was covered with darkness, as if it were already late. Yuan noted that in 2 hours, the Qianyun clan would be destroyed, and its territories would be covered in blood pearls. The souls of the dead will become part of the new power of rivals. Wang Laon furrowed his brows, feeling fear in his heart, and asked the meaning of this. Zhang Dui was saddened when he heard this news. His face turned gloomy. Cheng Yin felt the pain in his head reappear in his life, thinking that it all started with a simple competition. He emphasized that now it is necessary to somehow change the situation. Smiling at his opponent, he greeted them with a wave of his hand, hinting that it was worth pleasing him. Zhang Du and Wang Laon decided that they should join forces to stop him. They immediately rushed at the enemy, swinging their swords quickly and skillfully. Using Cheng's sword technique called Cloud Moon Rift, Qin Yun calmly released one talisman against the opponent, completely indifferent to the events. Zhang Du and Wang Liang urged him to act more actively and enthusiastically. Seeing the opponent's attack, Simeon took a fighting stance with a smile on his face, clenched his fists, and began to gather energy around them. Shunyan managed to cover his face with his hands, trying to protect himself from the flames, but it didn't help much. One noted that this was interesting. A smile warmed his face because the battle aroused great interest in him. It was his turn to attack. He aimed his strike at Zhengdu, wanting to display a fifth of his strength. Xin Yuan was rapidly approaching, but his target remained motionless. One of the spectators loudly shouted Yangdu's name, warning him of the danger. After that, Huang Liang tried to come to the aid of his comrades by using his energy flow. The force of the blow sent the attack right in front of Zhang Du's face. This caused him to retreat several meters, covering his face with his hands to avoid damage. Wan Lan was happy to realize that it was able to be useful. Now is the time for Zhang Du to attack. His sword sliced through the air as he performed the cloud technique. Yuan braced himself to take the blow. The battle between the three continued, and the main character watched from the sidelines, silently staring at the spectacular confrontation. He then unfurled his sleeve, releasing 2 more talismans from there, recalling the blow from the very beginning. The talismans headed for the leaves of the peach trees, carrying with them secrets and hopes. At this moment, Qingyun realized that it was time to prove himself and become useful. He put his fingers to his temple as he watched the battle, then raised them to his ear. After that, the flow of energy headed towards the exit of the map where they were now. Quickly speeding through the map, he went to the head of the Qinian clan to resolve the most important issues. Wen Yan noticed this instantly. A stream of energy enveloped the ears of the clan leader. When Hian heard Qingyan ask if he could be heard, Hian replied mentally, wondering if the contact with the map of mountains and rivers had been broken by demons. What is really happening? Qinian pondered ways to bypass the surveillance, looking for a way to contact the clan elder. In his thoughts, he asked about the state of affairs in the clan. Jian reported that Ma Yun had shut off the oxygen supply and everyone was panicking. The supply would only last for 2 hours. He also warned Qi Nian that the demonic clan had sent 2 powerful enemies. Qi Nian was the only survivor and had to be careful. The hero sighed and noted that the problem was not that big. He looked around to where his comrades were engaged in battle with the incoming enemy. Returning, he mentally remembered that he had another reason for the connection. He had seen Zhao Rai set up the flags and uniforms before, so he prepared in advance. Chasen explained that activating his skill would shift the flag information, allowing a distress call to be sent. Each flag had a unique role and was indispensable. The damage of one became the cause of general chaos. Qinjun, with a faint smile, decided that it was time to put an end to all these events. Qinyun explained that if there was no particular threat, he could try to defend himself. Jian pointed out that these 2 cultivators are very strong and have Zhao Rui's support. Jian advised Qianyin that if it was too difficult, he should go deep into the peach orchard, where an assistant would be waiting for him. Then, closing his eyes, he wished Qianyin to take care of himself. Qianyun made it clear that he understood everything and also advised the leader to be more careful. The protagonist smiled, ready to start. Having reached his goal, his gaze became serious and his confidence increased. One of the flags that made up the formation was destroyed thanks to the skill of the main character. This caused the entire system that hung over the clan to begin to crumble, and this meant that the attack lost its integrity. People from the enemy clan started asking what was going on. They expressed concern because their structure was destroyed. The true Lord of the Blood Sea also turned to the magic circle they had created with their clan, asking what happened. Xiangba informed her that the formation's flag had been destroyed. Meng Foam loudly expressed his surprise as he asked if there were any people left in the Changyan clan. As soon as Wenjin saw the cracks in the magic circle, he knew that the defense was broken and it was time to act. With a determined expression on his face, he directed the energy of the sound forward. Mastery instantly rushed to the magic circle, tearing a huge hole in it. The Qianyun clan instantly vowed revenge against the demon clan for their attack. Meanwhile, inside the magic map, the battle between Wanlin, Zhangdu, and Yuan was going on. Yuan stood with his arms relaxed and crossed over his chest as Zhangduki attacked, sending a stream of wind towards him. He deftly threw his fist forward, smashing the opponent and neutralizing his attack, smiled and made it clear that he saw their weakness. He noted that it is too weak. Xin Yuan continued to smile as he gazed passionately at the disciples standing below him. As he said this, Wang Lian suddenly appeared behind him, and he instantly turned his attention to his presence. Xi Wanyan took a fighting stance, channeling his power at Ximuang with a wave of his hand. Unleashing a new wave of opposition, they wrapped around his body, holding him in place. He gathered the magical power in his fists, pulling it like a rope, urging the young Du to act immediately. Hyandu raised his sword high above his head, using a potion technique called boiling. Focusing, he lowered the blade decisively. He concentrated all the accumulated energy to direct it towards the enemy. Wrapped up, Yuan watched as something flew towards him. He raised his face with a smile, realizing that this was where all the power of the Qianyun clan was concentrated. His head fell back as he felt the power enveloping him. Then the laughter sighed from his chest, bent in half, and his eyes turned white. His neck muscles were tense. He was still laughing, spreading his arms and legs as if he was getting rid of shackles. Seeing this, Zhangdu frowned and began to take an interest in the events around him, as something clearly caught his attention. Ivan Lan frowned, puzzled, trying to understand how this is possible. Their faces radiated confusion. It was impossible to understand their thoughts. How could this man dispel their powers so easily? Jin Yuan made an instant dash, wrapping his arms in energy, and began to strangle his opponents by grabbing their throats. The expression on his face showed that this hunt was beginning to disappoint him. He predicted that they, being foolish, would perish in that place. His eyes glowed with insanity, and his grin only grew as he clenched his fists tighter. He was about to say again that he would kill them, but the sudden flow of energy made him freeze in place for a moment. He turned to the main character in surprise, wondering what it was all about. Quickly returning to Qinyan, he took a fighting stance. Qinjin smiled at him, reminding him if he had forgotten that there was someone else. Xinwen wondered in wonder how it was that he was around again. He didn't notice it before. Yuan lowered his hands, leaving the 2 opponents behind, wondering if he had become too excited to fight them. Xun Yuan assured them not to worry as he planned to finish things with these guys and take on new challenges. Smiling confidently again, he looked at the protagonist. Jiangdu, suddenly captivated by Xinyuan's energy hand, turned to Qingyun, warning of the danger. Keijin raised his hand, stopping his haste, and hinted that he wanted to discuss an important topic. The hero indicated that there should be 2 supreme practitioners on the map of mountains and rivers, showing 2 fingers. Xinyuan wondered where his opponent had such confidence. Since he had only just reached the stage of forming souls, did he have a secret trump card? Yuan was interested in this. Xinyuan guessed that the other cultivator had already dealt with the rest of the disciples. Chen clenched his teeth as he tried to learn from Yuan about the strength of his comrades. She understood. Despite the fact that both of them are at the 9th level of the Purple Palace, her friend has much more power. Chang smiled, but his gaze was cold, and with a hint of irony, he noted that it was beautiful. She just laughed, asking what was so good about that. She knew he believed he could beat him easily if he just pushed himself a little. Chinin laughed as he took another talisman out of his sleeve, apologizing with a hint of irony in his voice and hinting that he had a better idea. Shinun thought that if he was weaker than that person, he should deal with him before the end of the working day. Time to end this game. He raised the talisman in his hand. His maneuver captured the attention of his opponent, who was already absorbing him with a focused gaze. A large field formed around Yuan, Lan alone, and Jiangdu, trapping them inside. She was ready to exclaim in surprise, realizing that it was just an illusion. Confused, he asked himself when it had disappeared. Qi Yun hovers haughtily nearby, then points out with a mocking smile that while Xinyan has been playing with his clan, he's achieved this. Yuan smiled and said that obstacles would not stop him on his way. He reminded him of Xinyuan's 2 companions who had fallen into his hands, and asked if he was willing to run away and leave his friends. The hero spread his hands slightly to the side, as if he was implying that this was not such a big problem. After that, he quickly snapped his fingers and urged them to go. Lisha was surprised. When did he manage to cast a spell on them? Jiang reported that he felt nothing. In a moment, his comrades were already free outside the trap Xinyuan had fallen into. Xinyan folded his arms over his chest, rejoicing at their success. After saying goodbye to Shun Yuan, he waved his hand. After saying goodbye, they disappeared from the sight of the enemy. The wind carried their silhouettes beyond the horizon, like a fairy tale dream, which is so hidden by vegetation that no one can reach them. He, full of rage, asked if they were planning to escape. Soon he ordered to stop the attempts to get out of the ranks, but he could not stop their intentions. Hundreds of talismans enveloped this construct of energy, holding it securely. He tried to hit the formation again, scolding himself. "What is this?" He pondered how impossible it was to break through. The formation only changed when hit, but did not collapse. But Yuan wasn't going to give up so easily. He clenched his fist and clenched his teeth. Suddenly, they started hitting the formation in different places. It became more and more twisted, like a large underwater mine. In the end, the structure did not last. The large orb cracked, and Yuan's energy rushed out. Yuan clenched his teeth in anger, cursing the protagonist, calling him a fool. He was willing not to leave a wet spot from his enemy and threatened Qinyan, who was in danger. At this time, a fierce battle was going on outside the map. The magic circle cracked and fell apart. After the battle, the fortress resembled a battlefield with corpses and wounded. Xiangba seethed with rage as he remembered that the insects of the Xinyan clan had killed 5 of their clan with a sword. Beside him, Meng Feng held a magic circle, draining his strength. He reflected that if it were not for the order to turn them into blood pearls, he would have destroyed the enemies long ago. The true mistress of the Blood Sea remarked that this was enough. She thought that if they didn't prepare, their formation would be destroyed much faster. So she decided to act. Donggong cursed loudly, surprised by the cunning of the demon clan. Everyone was already exhausted from the start of the battle. Gu Yu, holding onto his injured shoulder, noted that the alliance had helped, increasing their time from 2 to 10 hours. Donggong asked what the point was. At that moment, when Gian was smiling, he reasoned that everything was great, because 10 hours was more than enough. He believed that this would be a major turning point for the Qingyun sword clan. His disciples such as Qingyun, Jiangdu, Jiangxin, Tianlu, and Wenlan were his hope in this difficult time. When Qingyun led his comrades away from the battlefield, they found themselves in a tall forest. Relaxingly folding his arms, he assured them that this place in the peach grove was perfectly safe. Zhang Dufour furrowed his brows, hesitating. He wanted to understand exactly what Xinyan had done. His confusion was so extreme that he suddenly cried out, asking himself how he managed to restrain their opponent. Xinyan turned, glancing at Yandu. He rubbed the back of his head trying to come up with an excuse, sighed, and explained that it was all thanks to the talisman the clan leader had given him. The main character cleared his throat, saying that there was more important news. He looked down and added that the clan leader had left a note. It turned out that Zhao Rai was a spy. Fascinated, he explained that the entire Kun Sword clan was now imprisoned by the true lord of the Bloody Sea. His companions were stunned, unable to believe their ears. Ginjin furrowed his brows with a serious expression and continued that, "This is why they are the last hope of the clans." One of the laws hit his ego hand hard on his forehead, cursing loudly at Zhao Ruo, calling him a fool. The veins on his face swelled with rage. But he remembered what Yuan had said about another comrade who had entered this world. Immediately reminded Jiangdu and Jinyuan about this. Jiangdu, looking at Wang Liang in fear, became suspicious. What if Jian Qin met him? One of the Lawns confidently declared that he was still able to fight. Jian supported him, and the two of them went deep into the forest in search of their clan members. Chenium recalled that Xin Yuan, being at the 9th level of the Violet Palace, had injured them quite badly. The main character's face turned black. The look was so convincing that one could believe how afraid he was that if they met the enemy, they would not be able to help anyone. Zhangdu slammed his fist down on the tree trunk he was leaning on. He exclaimed, asking what to do next. He asked the hero if they were destined to just sit and wait. Qinyun explained that this was not the case at all. He explained that the main task now was to heal wounds and restore spiritual powers. These words surprised Jiangdu and Wang Long. Qingyun held out his hand, stating that, like Jian Qing, he did not forget that his comrades were vastly inferior to him in strength. The hero believed with confidence that Jian Xin had enough strength to cope with the enemy. Jiyong recognized Hian Qing's talent, but wondered, what if Yuan had someone to help her? Qianyun noted with a slight smile that this was not quite the case, because Qianyun was no longer able to do anything. Placing a finger on his cheek with a smile, he mused that Xin Yuan had most likely already reached his limit. Xin Yuan was still hovering above the peach forest, radiating excessive energy. He cursed loudly, asking why he was losing so much spiritual power. He did not understand what talismans they were. Energy was running out, and Yuan, as the protagonist, was on the verge of exhaustion. Xin Yuan became angry, dreaming of finding Yuan and taking revenge on him, imagining it with incredible clarity. Chen Yan handed Kandaja Yang 2 bottles, explaining that they were spiritual power recovery pills. They were supposed to heal the wounds until Shan Yuan found this place. He handed it to Jiangdu, stressing that tomorrow they would join sister Jiang Qing and save the Kungi and Sword clans. His 2 companions listened intently. One of them turned to Zhang Dui, asking why they had waited so long. Zhang Dui assured that the recovery would only take 2 hours. Cheng Yun strictly emphasized that he works from 9 to 5, so his workday was almost over. This always surprised those who lived the clan life. The hero sat down on the root of a tree, crossing his arms over his chest, looking thoughtfully down. He realized that this time the Devil clan was ready. Even after destroying the formation flags, they had 10 hours. The data could then be recovered, paving the way for a breach. He decided it was time to sleep. Qianen threw his hands behind his head, closed his eyes, and thought to himself that he hoped his companions would not disturb him until morning. While the protagonist was resting under a tree, he and Qi unexpectedly encountered Tianlu. Against the background of a peach forest, they flew towards each other, preparing for a duel. Tianlu smiled, noting to himself how expertly he and Qi wielded the sword. Tianlu tried to strike, but Tianqin instantly countered the attack with a powerful counterattack. She furrowed her brows, acknowledging that it was all thanks to Qing Yun. Tinglu stopped smiling as he asked himself if Jian Qin really wasn't training alone. His astonishment prompted the question, was there nothing she could teach? He and Qi confidently reported that Ging Ying's swordsmanship was far superior to her own. Suddenly, an explosion rang out from one of the mountains on the map. All the students who had just been competing with each other instantly turned their attention there. Gienqi turned sharply, remembering that she had always thought this strange, and now her suspicions were confirmed. Genshin noticed that something had happened outside and asked Tanglu to take a break. Tianlu immediately explained to her that it was none of their business. He was sure that the test in the secret area was their chance. However, Yenshin had barely turned around when she heard something strange. Gingin suddenly called Tianlui to cover his ears. Strange sound waves began to appear around. They wreaked havoc on the world around them when the peach forest was destroyed. Hianqing urged Tianlu to be careful, but they were literally blown away by the sound waves. As soon as Ginchi stepped on the ground, the world around her changed, capturing all her attention with new colors and sounds. They stood up confidently. Tianlu and Jianxing stood facing each other, trying to figure out what had happened. Tianla looked at his bloody hand and mentally thanked Hiensen. If it weren't for her, he was sure that he would have already become a victim of this sound wave. Hien Qin ordered a halt, announcing that she was using spiritual power to heal. She noted that ear injuries affect balance. Touching his ear, she healed him. There was a doubt. Where did such a powerful sound impact come from? Were they under attack? She looked around again, sensing someone's presence nearby. A dark cloud of energy hung in the air behind her. Hianqi was doubtful, but she felt that someone had already been here. It was Meng Feng, walking towards them with a smile, his hands hidden behind his back. He believed that they had mastered his technique, as befits apprentices of the Kungian swordsman clan. Tianlei shuddered, loudly noting that his energy was creepy. Yanqin frowned and asked about Tianlei's identity. She worried as she wondered where this demonic representative had come from. Did they invade their clan? Ming Feng advised to follow his instructions. Looming menacingly over the two disciples, Meng Foam, the Blood Sea clan elder of the 9th level of the Purple Palace, decided to destroy them with a crazed smile. Tianlu remembered that it was Meng Feng from the Blood Sea. He was rumored to have a treasure, a jade shell capable of releasing terrifying sonic attacks, and had once destroyed an entire clan. Meng Feng opened his palm, trying to express his sincere sympathy. Tianlu remembered the shell that had appeared near his hand, and Meng thought that the two of them would be in the same situation. The shell hovered over his head as he harnessed the power of this magic item. Repeated use of this shell caused sound waves that destroyed everything around. Hianchen and Tianlu staggered as they felt the intense pressure. Suddenly, the men in the foam shouted, causing a huge explosion that blew up the ground beneath Hianchen and Tianlu's feet, causing them to jump in different directions to avoid it. Tianlu felt that it was really difficult. He covered his ears with his hands, feeling their spiritual power drain before they could do anything. Tianlu understood that the difference between their realms was too great, and a prolonged battle would have fatal consequences for them. Hianqi declared that she had the means to defeat him, so she asked Tianlu to give her some time. Spiritual energy enveloped her body as she gathered her strength for another attack. He exclaimed in praise as he mastered the Kungian sword technique. His attack was directed into a wave of sound, but seemed to dissolve into an unyielding wall. Phoenix remembered with surprise how he had ironically noted Tianlu's swordsmanship. The shell he used in battle was still floating above his hand. The man with the phone continued to smile, confident that his opponent would not be able to escape the jade sheath trap. Tingla jumped back as Meng Feng's sound waves were directed at him. Meng Feng confidently opined about his opponent's failure. This might be true if only one powerful impact failed to stop the approaching sound waves. Meng looked up and was surprised. His smile disappeared, and he began to ask what was going on. Monk Fan was so engrossed in the game that he did not even notice the absence of one of the participants. Genshin expressed her gratitude to Tanli for her time, while gracefully waving her hand. She confidently moved towards her opponent, considering how to use her strongest technique in the final battle. She charged forward with determination, aiming her sword at Meng Fong, his powerful stream of energy seeming to split the air. With a swift wedge, the team darted towards the waves where Meng Von was, ready to conquer the unknown. He thought with irritation. Did he and she really think he could stand up to him? Meng Feng expressed his emotions vividly, warning her that she had better not even dream about it. He used his J-Chelly again, creating sound waves that instantly headed towards Gershen's attack to repel it. Gienqi closed her eyes, mentally addressing the main character, thinking that she was trying not to let him down. Energy began to form around her again. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide as if she saw something incredible. The blade she used turned into a multitude of energy daggers that instantly pierced through all sound waves. Meng Feng was surprised, unable to understand how this was possible. He watched as the attacks came unstoppably, passing through his protective field. This technique destroyed just about all of his efforts. Mentum was wiped off the face of the earth in just an instant. Gianqing touched the ground again. Her sword still glowed from the burst of energy. She sighed heavily, closed her eyes and stuck her sword into the ground, feeling an inner victory. Ji and Shin said that without the main character, she was afraid that they would have already turned to ashes. Where Meng's phone should have been, there was now only red blood filling the deep pit. Their opponent's business simply dissolved into thin air. Tian Liu, who was standing behind Meng, realized that Genshin possessed the power of a sword. He realized that Genshin's level had increased significantly. Tianli felt that even with all his efforts, he could not defeat her. Genshin wiped the sweat from her face, urging Tianli to get well soon. The demon clan had already made its way into the Kunyin swordsman's territory, so the peach orchard was in danger. Suddenly, a huge pillar of energy appeared in the middle of the peach orchard. Once upon a time, 4 sacred beasts raged on the eastern continent. The ancestor of the Kunyin sword clan defeated the 4 sacred beasts and sealed them on the mountain and river map. The famous ancient dragon, moon tiger, starbird, and Qilin now rested there. The tiger, waking up after many years of imprisonment, asked the man if he had broken his seal. Before him stood Zhao Rui, explaining that the demon lord had ordered this and asked the tiger to join their ranks. The tiger snorted disdainfully, declaring that he would not submit to the demons. He raised his big paw, preparing to strike. Zhao Rui, bowing his head low in respect, noted that the demon lord had promised that if the tiger would help them, they would tell the whereabouts of the male king Yu. The tiger prepared to strike Zhao Rui with its paw, but suddenly froze when it heard what he said. He removed his huge paw. Trembling in fear, Zhao Rui could feel the powerful aura of the creature standing before him. The moon tiger repeated the question and wondered, is it really all in him? Now the tiger was interested and ready to help them. That mysterious pillar of light gradually began to disappear. In the middle of the night, Cheng Yan woke up suddenly, his eyes wide open. Sitting on the tree roots, the hero wondered. Did Zhao Rui really release the sacred beast? He remembered Jian's words that he had left him an assistant and decided to think it over. Shaking with emotion, he turned his gaze to Wang Liang, who was sitting not far from Jiangdu, thinking that he wasn't going to change his work schedule anyway. Then, Qiyun thought he still had it. He put his hand in his coat pocket. Suddenly, he brought out a dark tablet with unknown capabilities. The name Xian Yin was displayed on the tablet. She called the girl, which made the latter extremely happy. The hero put his hand on her fragile shoulder, seriously declaring that he would not work overtime. At first, she didn't understand anything, but when Qinyun's face cleared up and he let her know that the fate of the Kunyin sword clan depended on her, she blushed. Qinyun told her not to worry because he would take care of all the consequences. Cheyenne, although happy to work, was extremely surprised and did not understand what they wanted from her. Her thoughts were so scattered that even cosmic sound seemed more meaningful. Qianin hid his smile behind his palm as he revealed the secrets of who she needed to find and what to do. She listened carefully to his words. When Qingyun finished his story, he wondered if she understood everything. The girl and Yin smiled happily, nodding their heads. After that, Qingyun instructed her to complete the task. She furrowed her brows sweetly as she quickly flew between the tree trunks. Qingjin, meanwhile, settled down again on the roots of the tree, deciding to fall asleep. As night fell, mountain peaks and rivers became invisible. At a time when everyone should be asleep, Shrinuan, burning with anger at his crushing defeat, circled over the peach blossoms, looking for those who had humiliated him. He had a special energy compass in his hands, but it didn't give any clues. Yuan believed that the amulet could lead them to their goal because all other search methods had already failed. Clenching his teeth, Xin Yuan continued to fly forward quickly. In his thoughts, the image of the hero, whom he constantly scolded, constantly appeared. He himself was aware that it happened because of him. Xin Yan smiled sinisterly, and his neck became covered with protruding veins from this strained smile. In the end, the compass finally came to life, telling the hero the right direction, to where his destination awaits him. Opening the door, he lingered on it for a moment before shifting it forward. A circle was visible on the opposite mountain, which precisely outlined the target area. He understood everything from her laughter. A smile lit up his face as he announced that tonight would be the protagonist's last night. She knew he trembled as he bit his lip, screamed at the top of his voice, calling the fool outside, hoping to challenge the main character to a duel. He concentrated his strength in all directions, and then swung his fist forcefully, furrowing his brows thoughtfully. He directed the flow of energy exactly to the point on the mountain indicated by the compass. This power was like the face of an evil demon. It hit the target exactly, but nothing happened. There was only smoke in the center, but no part of the area was affected. Jing Yuan giggled and wondered if Qin Ying had really prepared these talismans in advance. He immediately remembered the recent humiliating defeat. The hero's silhouette suddenly emerged from the smoke, proving that whoever had predicted it was right. Shen Yuan turned around in surprise and exclaimed, and then noticed a clear silhouetted figure in front of him. As she laughed loudly, exclaiming that she had finally dared to come out, he wondered if he was ready to beg for mercy. As the smoke cleared, Yuan noticed something strange that made him look up in surprise. Qing Yuan's silhouette indicated that he was overly concerned. The protagonist's clone was grinning ominously at Xinyon, remarking that his workday was coming to an end and he wasn't going to work overtime. Yuan was angry and surprised at the same time. He asked what that meant. Anger flashed across his face, and he decided to find out if Qing Yun had set up a clone against him. Shen Yuan felt his naivety when he realized that there was a chasm between their worlds. Focusing, he attacked the protagonist's clone, wishing him dead. However, everything was not so simple with the clone. He dodged in a moment, showing that the difference in strength level between them was significant. Around the clone of the main character, many paper figures of people suddenly began to appear, creating an atmosphere of mystery and tension, which closed tightly around the clone's body. The clown then asked how Xim Yuan knew he only had one plan. Clone Qian Yun, still smiling, asked for permission to present the perfect version of his talismans. Many paper figures are charged with the energy of the main character, who is heading towards Yuan, gradually enveloping his body with some new power. Clone Qin Yin stated that Xin Yuan had to defeat him if he wanted to find the real body after work. Yuan imagined the smiles of the creators of this trap. An enraged Xin Yuan purposefully threw his energy fists towards the Xinyan clone. At that time, silence reigned among the thick roots of forest trees. One Lawn slowly opened its eyes. His hand, full of energy, confidently held onto his knee, creating an amazing balance. Huang London stood up, asking Zhang Du if he had recovered. Zhang Du noted that his spiritual power had recovered to 80–90%, and his wounds had almost healed. Considering the threat looming over their clan, Zhang Du sought Wang Lan's advice, trying to figure out what course of action would save them from danger. His gaze rested on the main character, who continued to sleep on the roots of a tree. He wondered if they would really wait, as Qianin had ordered. Wang Laoan frowned grimly as he reassured Zhang Du. Believing that they didn't know anything about the fate of Zhenqing and the others, he advised them to be careful. Wang Laoan supported the main character, stressing that Qin Ying was right. You need to recover your strength first. Suddenly, the forest around them began to shake. Yuan's desperate screams could be heard cursing as he fought the protagonist's clone. This annoyed Jiang Dong. Wang Liang turned around at the sound, feeling anxious that it might be that demonic cultivator. Jiang Du remembered how quickly his pursuer was approaching. They rapidly approached the main character, trying to attract his attention. Chen Yan slept soundly with his arms folded across his chest. One of the meadows noticed that the main character had already sunk into sleepy dreams, even in such a difficult situation, that he might not return to such a calm harmony. After that, Wang Liang and Zhang Dio began to discuss their plan. Zhang emphasized that if the situation does not change, the cave will surely collapse. He wondered how to wake up Qing Yun. Wang Liang remembered that Qing Yun, the 9th-level lord of the Purple Palace, was far superior to their strength. Fortunately, Qing Yun's amulets helped to trap him. Wang Liang realized that even if they woke him up, the only chance of winning would be in the case of trickery. The face of one of the warriors showed determination and strength. Zhang Dugong asked how they would be able to achieve this. Huang Lan had learned from the elders that the best time to break through the formation would be when it opened. Qin Yin noted that there were 10 hours left before the start. Lu Zhok suggested waiting for the right moment and then breaking through so, in his opinion, it would be possible to leave a map of mountains and rivers. Huang Lan believed that it was not worth waiting for changes. They could do so, even though Jian Duce had warned of the dangers. Potential carelessness threatened life. Huang Lan, however, insisted on taking the risk, seeing it as the only option. Jiang De agreed, and Qiong Ying smiled as he pretended to be asleep, thinking that the plan was not bad, but too risky. Meanwhile, at the other end of the map, Hian Qin and Tian Li continued to meditate, recuperating from a difficult battle. Suddenly, someone's dark shadow flashed behind them. Jian Qi opened her eyes instantly, turning towards the direction of the sound. Jianqin and Tianlu rose to their feet, and Jianqin loudly called out. Tianlu felt the presence of someone nearby with extreme strength. A cloud of dark energy appeared before their eyes, capturing their attention and causing a slight awe. and suddenly this energy began to move, approaching them. Jingqing froze as she noticed a strange shadow heading straight for her. In a moment, the shadow began to dissipate, and she and Ian appeared, smiling, looking in G&G's direction. Was it possible to widen your eyes in surprise when Xian Ying looked at her, smiling with shining eyes? Jinxin asked if it was Qing Ying's spirit beast. Realizing this, she asked about the main character's condition and the reason why she was sent to her. Ting Liu rubbed his head, awkwardly asking Haiyan Qi what she saw. After all, if Xian Ying didn't want it, no one would be able to see her. She reached out, releasing the protagonist's energy. The message from Chen Yin resembled a broadcast. The hero smiled as he greeted Zhen Chen, feeling a rush of warmth from the communication even at a distance. He then explained to her that it was his image that he sent because the clan was in a critical situation. Everyone's fate now depended on Jiang Qing. Her surprise was clearly visible. Qian Yun told her about the 4 sacred beasts kept in the peach orchard. The traitor Zhao Ruwei had already released the moon tiger to lure him to the demons, so he should release the phoenix as soon as possible. Hian Xian furrowed her brows, worriedly asking why the birds were helping them, since they were also considered sacred beings. At that moment, she and Ian embraced Hian Xian with joy. Qin Yun wondered why Jian Qin was asking this question. I noticed that this is a good question. With a smile, he remembered that according to the leaders, the bird had made a deal with the Sword Clan ancestor Kung Yun. Sweat poured down Jian Qing's face as she realized the task ahead. She explained that Phoenix was their secret trump card in this battle. Zhen Qing asked the protagonist where the seal was with a smile. Qing Yin replied that she was hidden in the depths of the peach orchard and Xian Yin would show her the way. After that, Qing Yin disappeared. Zhen Qin's eyes widened as she happily noted that they were about to leave. At this moment, an intense duel between the main character's clone and Yuan was going on. Shun Yuan, filled with rage, clenched his fist and charged at the clone with determination. The attack was made with such force that it got too close to the wound too quickly. In the next moment, it destroyed the clone, tearing it to pieces along with the talismans surrounding it. Yuan let out a heavy sigh and fell to the ground, which was heavily damaged after his long battle with her. Xin Yuan cursed loudly, realizing that this talisman was very strong. He smiled. Now he was heading towards the place where the main character was, because he had destroyed all the protective symbols. He was already approaching the dream circle, contentedly thinking that Xin Yun would not be able to deceive him now. His gaze was magnetically drawn to the bright flashes that arose within this mysterious circle. Suddenly the flashes were directly below him on the ground. They were one line, young and energetic, ready to fight to the end for their beliefs. The hare looked at his enemies with fury and bared his teeth at them, saying that they had first fled and now returned to meet their fate. Jiamdu and Wanlan exchanged glances. Huanglang resolutely slammed his fist against his palm, making it clear that he needed to wait and prepare. He explained that they were eager to join Lord Yuan. Xin Yuan wondered what this meant. His mouth twisted into a whimsical smile as he noted that the 2 followers of light had decided to join the forces of darkness. He spread his arms to his sides and began to laugh loudly. The capillaries in his eyes popped and turned red. Xin Yan, filled with rage, remarked that only a few hours ago, both of them would have preferred death. Wen Shao loudly asked them if they really thought he would believe this. He knew for sure that their ally was now preparing an attack. Van Laon indignantly considered this to be complete nonsense. Together with Jiangdu, they blamed the protagonist, claiming that to prove their sincerity, they had enchanted Qing Yun's eyes, binding and immobilizing him. She understood that it would not surprise me. He had no idea that they were capable of such a thing. He gritted his teeth as he asked disapprovingly what they were doing. Jiangdu respectfully bowed to Yuan, confirming that they had decided to dedicate their lives to him, as they did not want to die in vain. The Homan Sword Clan is all but destroyed. He sought to serve the new master. Xin Yuan asked ironically if this was true. He demanded to prove their sincerity in such a case. An immense amount of energy began to build up around Yuan, confusing Qing Yun, Jiangdu, and Wang Lian. Suddenly, an energy hand fell on them, and they were unable to resist. Qin Yin suddenly threw his hands behind his head, yawned and stretched. Seeing this, Xin Yuan instantly took the initiative into her own hands. The attack on the protagonist scared Jiang so much that he felt his heart race towards a place where more people had gathered, such as at the Qing Yun temple. It seemed like the situation was about to explode, but Jiangdu pursed his lips, restraining himself to keep his true intentions hidden. She realized that the situation was dangerous and cursed herself mentally, thinking that the boy had too many trump cards. She had fallen into his traps more than once, so she decided to act first. He jerked his hand forward, shouting loudly, and sent energy chains slicing through space, aimed straight at his opponents. Yuan said that she would impose a special technique on them, and only if they were obedient would they be able to enter the Mayong clan. Both Wanlan and Jiangdu felt a strange energy enter their chests, causing an unpleasant pain. They realized that if they do not act, they risk losing their lives instantly. Xin Yuan turned away, urging them to follow him. Wang Long raised his head, sighing heavily, hoping that their plan would succeed. Meanwhile, things were not going much better in Hianqi. She got to a clearing in a peach orchard, where a single yellow tree suddenly rose. Hianchen stepped closer, reaching out to the plant as if to feel its energy and admire its beauty. She gently touched the trunk of the tree. Hian used her power, wondering if she could remove the seal this way. She confidently nodded her head. In her eyes, there was confidence that this was indeed the case. Suddenly, the tree began to come to life, and its branches formed a face on the trunk. It announced that someone had awakened the seal that the tree had been waiting for many years. Hingans came closer to the tree, amazed by what they saw. They found a way out of the impasse, removing the seal so that the freedmen would help their clan. Hian Sing tried hard to open the door, stubbornly delaying the effort, her face pouting in determination. Its branches became motionless. The silent, meaningful communication ended, leaving the secrets of the wind which brought with it a message from eternity. The branches overhead gradually began to diverge, opening more and more space for viewing. Suddenly, a huge fiery bird appeared above the tree, rapidly rising into the sky. The pressure of this energy was so powerful that Genshin was forced to fall to her knees, closing one eye. Tianlu, who was standing behind her, also fell to the ground, wondering if this could really be the ancient beast that Gen Qin had mentioned. Phoenix thought that was completely disrespectful to say. Jianqi hugged the trunk of the tree as she rose, apologizing for Tianlu, who she said had made a mistake. She looked up and began to explain the situation. The demon clan invaded, and the traitor Zhao Roi unsealed the Moon Tiger. Sword clan disciples are in danger. Only Hian Shi could help them. The Firebird indicated that since he was being disturbed, the situation was truly critical. He had once acted for the sake of the Sword clan, but not to save them. Hianqi frowned and gritted her teeth as she called out to the Firebird and the Elder, trying to find out if he would return. Firebird smiled, wondering if she knew what had happened before his imprisonment. Hianqing confirmed that she knew, because humanity had always been attacked. In a moment of desperation, one of them achieved a fusion with heaven and earth, opened the way to cultivation and took control of his body. The genius who made the breakthrough and sealed the 4 sacred beasts. From that time on, the demon races no longer dared to oppose the humans who had begun to rule. This person was the founder of the Kongyang clan, Emperor Qingdi. Did the elder really hold a grudge because he had to imprison him? She frowned thoughtfully, wondering if the elder was afraid to make the first move. Biting her bottom lip, she felt it was time to act, as inaction was no longer an option in her mind. Haiyan Chai suddenly turned around and headed in the other direction. Tianli watched her in surprise, trying to figure out where she had gone. Jianqi turned around to stop Xiaorui and the Moon Tiger. Even if Phoenix doesn't help and the clan is afraid, she still won't back down. The phoenix laughed loudly, flapping its wings. He was surprised that even after so many years there were still such people in the Sword clan, so he decided to help them again. Time passed, and Genshi, together with Tianlui, flew on the back of the phoenix over the peach orchard. Suddenly G&G noticed something up ahead, guessing it was something special. Strange clumps of cold blue energy were rapidly approaching. Yenshin recognized Zhao Rui and his formidable striped moon among them. The Moon Tiger, approaching, inquired from Phoenix if he had come to help or stop him. Phoenix informed him that they would now be adversaries. Phoenix explained that the Moon Tiger had decided to help the Demon Clan, and he would have to stop him. Tiger stood with his mouth wide open as he remembered the past times when he and Phoenix were invincible together. What happened now? Does Phoenix help people? Phoenix let it be known that everything was clear and it was worth getting down to business. He began to actively flap his wings, attracting attention and promising something great. Each released huge streams of energy into the air, as if exploding with incredible force. Loudly urged Jinjing to be careful. They quickly retreated to a safe distance from the battle of the two giants to avoid being drawn into this terrifying battlefield. Vasha furrowed her brows, telling Xin that it was too dangerous there, and she should return to Qianyin. She and Ian immediately backed her up, with confidence on their faces, and she began her way towards her master, gradually moving away from the scene. Hianqi then turned her gaze to Xiao Ruihui, who was also hanging in the air, reminding herself of the unfinished business with him. Zhao Rui smiled slyly, furrowing his brows. He assured her that he would do everything to ensure that she died happily with her friends. Lafayette's irritation was growing, as if the harmony of internal emotions was beginning to collapse, threatening to break free. He was indignant, considering it absurd. Tianlu noted that Zhao Rui's swordsmanship was significantly weaker than the machine, and it was time for him to be defeated. Tianlu raised his sword, ready to strike. Xiaori agreed that he was inferior in swordsmanship, but in battle, not only technique is important. Just before their eyes, he took out a magic pill. Suddenly, a huge flow of magical energy enveloped him, and his hair instantly turned white like an old man's. Wasn't Qin Yuan a prime example of this phenomenon? Quickly redirecting the energy surrounding him to strike at his opponents. Tindler looked at this in surprise, and quietly wondered what was really going on. He was horrified to realize that he had lost the ability to summon his spiritual power. Meanwhile, Zhao Rui's eyes froze, creating an even more terrifying expression. His face was covered with wrinkles, as if he had aged in an instant. With a smile, he decided that those who came must die first. His stored magical energy exploded, pushing Tanlu back with insane force. However, the fall was stopped thanks to an intervention from G&G. She suddenly appeared right behind him, wrapping her arms around him. She used her powers to create a protective field around them to land softly, avoiding the harshest impact on the ground. After the barrier fell, Jinqing rose to her feet while Tianlui was still sitting on the ground. She frowned as she realized that this was an extremely powerful attack. Tianlu stood up, turning to Jianqin with a question about the enemy. Where does he have such strength? Qin believed that it was a pill that increased the amount of spiritual energy. Jianqing asked Zhao Rui if he really left the Kunyin sword clan to join the demons. She sacrificed her youth and the pain of her friends. Zhuoi's face changed at her question about the price of his choice. Zhao Rui responded with a laugh, asking if she was serious about this. Unpleasant memories came to mind. He said that for the clan, he remained only a useless apprentice. Zhao Ruji's anger only increased the fearsome energy. He cried out in angry rage that such rich people would never understand him. He then struck a powerful blow towards Genshin and Tianlu again. It resembled a whirlpool. Hianqing and Tianlui narrowly avoided these attacks like nimble shadows. It is hard to imagine how they managed it. Genshin gritted her teeth, realizing that the situation was bad. Their actions were futile, and even a dangerous beam of energy injured her shoulder. Zhao Rui was not going to stop. Raising his hand, he began to gather even more energy, directing it with force to deliver a fatal blow to Jianqin. He was also preparing to strike with this weapon. Suddenly, a loud sound caught his attention. It was Phoenix flying towards him after being hit by a moon tiger attack. Zhao Rui was startled, not understanding what it was. He cursed loudly, quickly leaping to the side as the phoenix landed on the leaves in the peach orchard with a crash. Hianqin urged Tianlu to withdraw. As soon as they left, Phoenix fell to the ground, injured. With concern, Yanshi immediately approached Phoenix, calling him elder again and flying closer. Phoenix looked away, breathing heavily, and began to get to his feet. He assured that everything is fine with him and urged him to take care of himself. Hianqi was aware that the power difference between her and Zhao Rui was too great right now. It seemed to her that Phoenix would not last long, and something had to be done urgently. While this battle was going on, the trinity of Qin Yun, Wang Lan, and Zhang Dui continued to follow the demon minions. Qin Yun settled comfortably on Zhang Dui's back. Suddenly, he noticed a dark spot of energy flying behind him. The protagonist barely opened his eyes, anxiously watching the danger that was catching up with him. She immediately realized that it was Xi Nian. Without another word, she waved her hands, predicting important information about the battle. Xi Nian, watching her, guessed that Jianxi was currently fighting a fierce battle. Chen Yun lowered his hand and wondered, would this be considered overtime? The main character decided that it was time to start a secret plan. After a moment, a tablet with an inscription appeared in her hands. She looked at him in surprise, not knowing what to do next. The silhouette of the main character suddenly appeared before her eyes. Xing Yun bowed to her in greeting, and Jiang Qing asked in confusion, how did he get here? The hero immediately began to explain to her that he was not there. It is important to be more precise here, because for him, an hour in space is equal to a moment in the outside world. Jinqin decided to train herself in a technique that would help her deal with Zhao Rui, but to keep it a secret. She happily agreed, her eyes shining with anticipation. Phoenix felt like he had already experienced something similar when Yung Yin was training Hin Qin. Phoenix glanced at Qianyong, wondering what brought Emperor Qiandi to this place. However, he did not have time to be distracted by this. Suddenly, the enemies shouted. Smiling frantically, he wished them all death. The attack was already rushing towards them, bringing with it inevitable disaster. Genshin masterfully applied the 9-wave water-cutting technique, impressing everyone around with his skill. An even larger vortex collided with Zhao Rui's energy, forming a knot that prevented her from breaking through further. Zhao Rui asked in surprise how this was possible. He did not understand where such strength came from. Everything didn't fit in my head, as if the world had suddenly turned upside down. Hianqi raises the sword with concentration, holding it with both hands, and defiantly invites Zhao Rui to use his most powerful technique against her. Hianqi, closing her eyes, reasoned that the main character turned out to be surprisingly strong. Confused, she remembered his face, considering it mysterious and incomprehensible. Hianqi snapped out of her reverie, expertly drew her sword to her side, and urged him to accept the challenge. Hianqi used the 8-direction shadow technique, rapidly attacking the opponent with energy beams that traveled like spikes towards the target. Exasperated, Zhao Rui thrust his hand forward sharply, once again beginning to accumulate energy. He tried to stop the attack, but in vain. Hianqi's spikes easily broke through the defenses. Zhao Rui thought desperately about his options, wondering why things were so difficult. He was exhausted even more because of his age. Xiao Rui was amazed when he noticed how powerful she had become. Guanqing replied with a smile, moving closer and giving him no chance to rest. Zaho Rei turned around, looking for support from the Moon Tiger, hoping for his help. The tiger angrily called the man a fool and started walking into the mountains, leaving the battlefield. But Phoenix wasn't going to let him go so easily. The spacecraft rose into the sky above the Moon Tiger, commanding it to stop and obey. At that moment, Zhao Rui clenched his teeth, breathing heavily, feeling an all-consuming irritation. His hands were shaking. He admitted out loud that he had always been nothing, but he didn't want it anymore. He shouted again that he did not want this, adding that he would destroy them all. His eyes glistened with tears. Suddenly, his body began to transform into a solid vortex of dark energy that absorbed everything around, leaving only shadows. Jianqi stood nearby, clutching her sword tightly. She watched as Zhao Rui's features gradually disappeared, covered in blackness, as if she was about to explode. However, she was not going to leave him in this state. Hianqi immediately rushed to attack, dealing numerous blows to the vine. The technique he used was known as the Lu Yun blade. Old Zhao Rui's body still fell out of one slit in the windmill. His cough grows louder and blood begins to drip from his mouth. He gradually loses control over his body, feeling that his powers are leaving him. His voice rang with anger as he expressed his hatred for the geniuses, because no matter how hard he tried, their level remained unattainable. Suddenly, a flash lit up the sky. Zhao Rui turned around, looking hopefully in the other direction. He smiled, advising Genji not to rejoice prematurely, as he had already sent a signal for help. Zhao Rui spread his hands, anticipating his imminent death at the hand of the demon head. From this warped space emerged Yuan, Wang Lian, and Jiang Duke, who was carrying the protagonist on his back. With surprise on her face, Jianqing wondered if Qing Yun, Jiangdu, and Wang Luan were in front of her. Tianlu wondered why Qing Yun was tied up then. Zhao Rui laughed loudly, trying to instill genuine fear. He believed that it was time for them to say goodbye to life. Suddenly, Zhao Rui began to cough up blood, as his body was completely destroyed by Xing Yuan's punch. Yao Ruzai cried again, and Xin Yuan mockingly remarked that with the signal he had sent, he would be able to handle the rest of the Sword Clan. He then pulled back his hand, pushing Zhao Rui away, reminding him that it was not worthy for someone like him to follow him. Fascinated by the situation, Wan Lao and Jiang Du felt trapped under Xun Yuan's gaze. He incited them to treason, promising his wisdom as a reward. He hinted that if they froze like statues, then he would have to take everything upon himself. Wanlin and Jiang Du swallowed nervously, trying to figure out what to do next. After that, Jiang Duhu pushed the protagonist from his back and Qian Yun hit the ground. Huang Lan adopted a fighting stance, imitating Jiang Duhu, and confronted Jiang Qing, stressing that it was the master's order, so it's time to reveal your cards. Unable to win outright, they decided to pretend they were playing for him. Returning to Shanyuan, They began to accumulate energy, declaring, "Shanyuan is doomed." Shanyuan Chukovlaudi noted that he already knew this. He began to dodge the blows, retreating back, and then counterattacked, confident that his opponents would not escape their fate. Unexpectedly, a chain of thoughts unfolded in Dongjang's imagination, which easily connected the past with the present, the same chains that Xinyuan had put on them before. Sighs echoed from the meadow, and Jiang Dui clutched his head. In response to the shrill outcry, GNC stepped in, calling for it to stop immediately. The situation escalated, but the intervention of the GNC helped restore peace. Xinyuan smiled as he felt everyone lose control. He snapped his fingers sharply. Suddenly, a massive hand appeared, hovering over all of the clan's students as the break skill was applied to them. He and she tried to calm herself, thinking that she had lost too much spiritual energy in the battle. Weakness covered her, and she wondered if her end had come. While they were fighting on the map, the formation on the clan walls outside had almost recovered. She smiled as she felt the blood sacrifice system activate, and now it was coming towards them. Even if they get out, they won't be able to change anything. Guiyu remarked that it was almost like that in reality. He looked up, thinking that if it really failed, then all the disciples of Kangi and the clan would turn into precious blood gems filled with mysterious energy and ancient spirit. When Jian asked the elders about readiness, they all answered unanimously that everything was ready. Haiyan frowned in concentration, hinting that it was time to counterattack as this was their last chance. At that time, Qinyang was still lying on the ground, wrapped in bandages. Confused, he listed the divine beasts, demonic clan, merchants, and invaders, trying to figure out what it was all about. He got up from the ground, noting that he works from 9 in the morning to 5 in the evening. A mask suddenly appeared in the hero's hands, and his clothes transformed into a dark mantle. The place where Xinyun lay suddenly exploded with energy, attracting Xinyun's gaze and curiosity. Seeing this, he resolutely turned around and noticed Qinyan. Seeing him stand up and put on his mask with a smile indicated that it would be worth making an effort to settle things there. So the moment has come to tell about the beginning of Genshin's day. Immediately at 5 in the morning, when the sun cast its first rays on the Henson Manor, everything around came to life in his netherworld. At that moment, Genshin was already on her feet, straightening her hair before going out, ready for new adventures. With the ribbon in her teeth, she braided her usual hairstyle. Then Genshini put on her usual training suit. She put on her high heels and got ready for a new day of adventure, feeling indescribable excitement. She made a plan of action for the day. Hianqian confidently decided to start practicing, placing her hands on her waist. This gave her energy to implement ideas. Later headed to the Night Clan's training ground, where there was still silence because the other students hadn't gotten up yet. As soon as she arrived, she immediately started training with great enthusiasm. He and she decided to polish her skills by performing 5,000 sword lunges as a warm-up. She began her usual morning exercises with a smile. Gi trained skillfully by smashing rocks, quickly destroying their coating. No stone can withstand her powerful blows. After some time, the other students gathered at the training ground, ready for new challenges. Spectators watched Hianshin go through his training. With a heavy sigh, she announced that she had finished her warm-up and was ready to move on to today's tasks. She was leaving the training ground, going down the stairs as the students around her pointed enthusiastically at her. She was considered the best for the victory over a strong opponent, the successor of the new generation. The clan's disciples turned their eyes to the wall she was training on. She was surprised that no one had any idea how beautifully she could write. Writing with a sword on stone is a truly impressive skill. Everyone agreed that Jianqing was capable of anything. Meanwhile, she was leaving the training ground with a smile when others were just heading there for classes. After that, when Dong was about to go out, Jianqing was supposed to go to the Kunyang swordsman clan. She bowed low to her mentor, thanking her for the worksheets she received. He sighed as he remembered her, convinced that she had come with the first rays of the sun, and praised her in his mind for her diligence. Meanwhile, Genshin continued to walk forward with a smile on her face, not stopping at anything. She entered the forest, and in the afternoon she destroyed the boar demon, which was causing a lot of trouble. At noon, Genshin went to the bazaar under the mountain. While reading the second tablet from the master, she learned about the task of delivering 2 packets of spiritual seeds to the clan leader. Genshin was surprised to accept this task, not understanding its essence. Engrossed in reading on the tablet, she suddenly jumped out of her seat when one of the sellers loudly shouted about the sale of sweets. Gian froze, mesmerized by the beautiful sweets that caught her eye. Thoughts obsessively returned to sugar berries, but work did not wait. Gian Qin tried to stop her shaking, taking her eyes off the delicacies that flashed so temptingly before her, reminding herself that the path to perfection requires purity of thought. Hianqi vowed to endure any ordeal. After that, the market was filled with noise again. This time it wasn't about sweets. A loud call to catch a thief broke the everyday noise. One man ran past Hianqi, leaving her behind. Suddenly turning around, she thought, could it really be a thief? In just a few minutes, the thief was caught, standing on his knees, apologizing to the woman from whom he stole money. Her wallet was returned because justice and courage always won. The woman expressed her thanks, admitting that she had no way to say thank you, so she asked if Geshen was busy. Taking her by the hand, she asked about the possibility of meeting her son. Hianqi immediately ran, blushing. The woman smiled, asking where she was in such a hurry. Hianqi placed her hand on her forehead, indicating that the head treatment was over. She got the necessary truth and left the shop. After dinner, Ji went back to the Tsungyansword clan, to Lu Yunhual. Genshin smiled happily and turned back to her mentor, announcing that she had brought the map from the mission. She returned earlier than expected, surprising him. He, nervously clutching the object in his hands, asked her how she managed to finish everything so quickly. Seeing what her mentor was holding, Jinsen realized that the girl in the book looked quite beautiful. Jinqing decided to run away in shame, leaving her mentor alone with his precious book. With a sigh of relief, Gu Yu was glad that Jinqing almost didn't reveal his secret. After lunch, Jianqing was in the Kungi and Mech clan, moving through the air. The younger students below looked at her with admiration, attracting even more attention. Someone tried to get her attention, but she passed. The time has come in the field of tea leaves. A wonderful place with beautiful views where many people worked. Qingyun bent over the bush in concentration. He knew that if he picked the tea leaves in time, the very next day they would burst open in the wind, full of life. Gian noted with a smile that Qingyun did not seem to understand these details. He emphasized that it is necessary to get rid of excess energy from leaves, leaving only positive energy. Jinyan noted that this was a minor thing, adding that he had done it before and there were more on the internet. He raised his nose proudly and squeezed a tea leaf in his fingers. Jiyan, surprised by the previous response, asked Qingyun what he meant by the internet. Qingyun awkwardly averted his gaze, mentioning it was of no importance. Hian was alarmed when he learned that although Chen Ying had greatly improved his skill in the art of tea over the course of a year, his ranking had dropped to 30th. He explained that Jianqing would arrive soon, asking why the hero wasn't training with her. Qingyun immediately remembered Jianqing. He could not shake the thought that this optimism and perseverance would certainly lead the hero to success. Even if the path seemed endless, the passion was unbreakable. As Qingyun exclaimed that he had invented a new type of bubble tea that was worth trying, he hurried to leave, but was suddenly stopped by Jianqing. She walked past him, addressing the clan leader. She informed that she brought his tea leaves. They passed each other as if they were strangers. Jia Anqin handed Yingjiani the tea, wondering if he was really Qin Yin. She wasn't sure if she should go up and say hello to him. She turned around, looking at him and wondering what kind of bubble tea this was. She pressed her hand to her chest, watching his back. The events moved to a rocky cape, where the wind carried the smell of salty waves, and the sky, decorated with the fiery shades of the sunset, seemed to be expecting something incredible. As the darkness slowly descended upon the land, the swords of the Kunyang clan began to flash their terrifying brilliance in the late evening light. Yigan was about to finish her work, but she wondered how that tea tasted. Immersed in thought, she wrote her desire to taste bubble tea on the ground with a sword. Seeing this, Hianqi was filled with shame and quickly removed the rider, demanding attention to training. Her rage kicked up the rocks around her as she cursed loudly. All this was observed by Qingyin, sitting on a tree. He inquired. He couldn't understand why she was there, since the workday was long over. Her presence was a surprise that disrupted his peaceful end to the day. Zhenqi and Xing suddenly noticed the cat behind her. Now the time between 5 and 7 in the evening has become a time to play with a furry friend. Guian thought that there was nothing more important at this moment than holding the cat in her arms. She hugged her furry friend tenderly, smiling. Back at the manor, Jin Qing immersed herself in reading on her bed. It was a time of rest, and she was going through the materials on the potential of the sword. Afterwards, she would go to the hot spring to enjoy the warmth and take a bath with the cat. Peace and contentment enveloped her soul. Returning at midnight, she immersed herself in meditation, gradually falling asleep in the lotus position, holding the cat in her arms. After that, she wraps herself in a warm blanket and sinks into a deep night's sleep. Shimyuam ordered Jinshin, the head disciple of the Kunan sword clan, to perish. He then directed a powerful magical energy towards Yu Zhenjing, who was sitting on the ground. But suddenly his face twisted, and powerful magical energy began to affect him from behind. Brilliant Yang looked back and didn't understand what was happening. Strong magical energy hits the body, throwing it several meters and leaving only bloody traces. She felt herself fly towards the forest and hit the ground with great force, causing a swarm of stone fragments to fly in different directions. Jie Yanxin exclaimed in shock as she recognized the incredible energy surrounding her. She stared into space, trying to figure out who was behind this power. Wan Laon and Jiang also noticed the powerful magical energy and were surprised. Jiang guessed that it was a Kunyin clan technique and wondered if it was the creation of one of the elders. Clouds of steam and smoke rose from the epicenter like a veil of mystery, creating an atmosphere of mystery and heightened tension. Xinyan found himself among the stones with a look of surprise on his face, holding a demonic hand in front of him. He was stunned by anyone who dared to interfere in the affairs of demons. Xinyuan stared intently at the protagonist, who was standing in a confident pose with his arms crossed over his chest, with a mask hiding his identity. He asked himself how this mysterious stranger had dared to interfere in his affairs. The main character in a mask, surrounded by clouds of steam, assured that there was no need to worry. He explained that everything will end soon. Yu Qianqin looked at the masked hero with genuine surprise. An image of Huang Qingyin appeared in her mind, and she asked herself why he resembled Huang Qingyin so much. Shen Yuan, wiping the blood from his mouth with his demonic hand, felt the incredible force of the blow. Then he realized that the opponent was at the Purple Palace stage. Simply impressive. The protagonist placed a palm in front of him with 2 fingers outstretched in a sharp motion, focusing a blinding blue magical energy around him, noting that Jumyan's attack was too weak to defeat him. Xinyuan gathered his strength and suddenly rose from the ground, leaping forward, creating the image of a magical lion flying towards Wang Xingyun with the intention of ending his existence. The huge magical lion found himself under a hail of bright magical rays directed at him by the hero. These magical rays not only penetrate the lioness but also pierce through Xinyuan's body, throwing him onto the sharp rocks, causing blood to pour out of his mouth in streams. He stared ahead with wide-open eyes and mouth, his gaze full of wonder. A glow of magical rays formed around him, among the stone fragments. He thought back to his Purple Palace, wondering how this could be. The masked hero looked coldly at the defeated enemy, realizing that minor differences lose their meaning in front of the absolute truth. Suddenly, Xinyuan's body among the stones shone with bright magical demonic energy. His eyes lit up as well, and he began to ascend, revealing true power. Xinyuan, eyes wide and maddened, decided to go all out this time. After that, a large amount of demonic substance appeared in front of the protagonist, hanging in the air. Worried, Yu Jinqing gladly asked the main character to be careful. The hero extended 2 fingers in front of him as he contemplated the basic skill. Suddenly reaching forward, using the handy sword technique in the name of destruction, he shot a bright magic beam towards the dark demonic essence. Huang Lan, observing the battle, noted that the person used basic techniques, but was able to defeat an opponent with a 9th-level Purple Palace. Surprise froze on the hero's face when he looked at the main character. He turned to his companions, wondering if he really resembled Emperor Qin Di. At this moment, the main character with a mask on his face looked down on the downed enemy, contaminated with a stain. A bright lightning of demonic energy began to spread from the sky, creating a sense of anxiety and grandeur that enveloped everything around. The protagonist carefully looked at the bandage on his chest, feeling as if it was about to break. The hero thought about how each battle with the enemy imperceptibly strengthened him. When he first came here, barely reaching the top of his development, he managed to pull himself together and find the strength to continue on his way. The main character, levitating in the sky, realized that the destruction of his kingdom would cause thunder, and this would lead to numerous losses among people. If the hero showed his true power, his workload would skyrocket. He believed that this would lead to the same fatal end as in the past life, death from overwork. The fire sparrow, flying over the rocks, felt a familiar sensation. The moon tiger, standing nearby, asked in surprise if this was possible. Emperor Qing Di had long since left our world. The sparrow asked the tiger, where did such incredible energy and strength come from, if not from him? He realized that it could not be otherwise. Moon Tiger, recalling Emperor Qing Di, pondered how his return could fundamentally change the world. Soon the Fire Sparrow and the Moon Tiger approached the masked protagonist and greeted him as their master. Wan Laun and Zhangdu watched the events in shock. Zhangdu noted that in terms of techniques, the man belonged to the Kungi and Sword clan. He joyfully proclaimed that despite the demonic invasion, they were finally waiting for help. A sharp and loud negative response stirred the entire lawn. This greatly surprised Zhangdu and Yu Jiancheng. The second could not understand what was happening. The protagonist appealed to the audience to listen. He announced loudly that someone had come. Furrowing his brows and opening his mouth wide, an enraged Wenjin proposed a battle with the Demon Clan. After that, numerous members of the clan moved towards the big one, almost at the same time. The magical pentagram of demons flew through the sky at great speed. Eventually, they approached the magic pentagram and, looking carefully around, felt an unusual feeling come over them. Reinforced with powerful magical energy, eventually blood began to slowly flow out of Jian's mouth. The hero, crossing his arms on his chest, pondered. No matter how strong he is just a simple servant. Watching the bright purple pentagram glowing in the sky, the hero felt like a small mechanism unable to save the giant machine from destruction. The true mistress of the bloody sea exclaimed with a sly smile that control was lost. Afterwards, with her arms outstretched and her hair blowing in the wind, she loudly shouted that immediately after obtaining the Blood Soul gems, they would summon the Demon Lord. Suddenly, she looked around with a wary look, as if she sensed some danger. High in the sky above the demonic magical pentagram, tongues of flame appeared. The magical energy of the bright light spilled more and more, spreading from the epicenter that was far away. The main character realized that the leaders must act personally. Magical golden rays began to penetrate through the massive structure of the magical pentagram. The members of the Sungyang clan wondered in the middle of the wild nature what was going on. Once under the starry sky, they raised their heads and were amazed. The crowd of people emitted many bright magical rays. The carved demonic magic pentagram cracked. Steam was actively escaping from the numerous cracks. As Jean, with a white smile on his blood-spattered face, shouted, the crowd froze. He noticed how many members of different squads were approaching them. And in front of these people, the heads of these clans were walking. He called Henry by name, opened his mouth wide, and explained that they had arrived immediately after receiving the news and were ready to confront the demon clan. The other clan masters who arrived instantly engaged the enemy. One of them clutched a sword in his hands, quickly striking the enemy clan's pawns. One of the clan leaders shouted loudly about the use of the Yenshin blade technique. Suddenly, a flurry of attacks fell on the enemy, as if a shower of stars took over the whole sky. The united clans equalized in battle. The tumult and rumble of clashes rang out from everywhere. The lights of hope lit up. The leader of another clan that had arrived emphasized with menacing fervor that for attacking their allies, the enemies must suffer the consequences. He broke through the ranks of the demon servants with ease. The magic circle disappeared over time, as if it had never been there. The true ruler of the bloody sea furrowed her brows, smiling nervously. She said nervously that their opponents had arrived. Li Wei shifted his gaze to Xiangba, trying to find out their next actions after the destruction of the formation. Xiangba, with seriousness in his eyes, only thought about the battle. Members of other clans, along with the Kung clan, unwaveringly destroy their opponents without showing any mercy. The true mistress laughed loudly, questioning if they could stop her plans. She clapped her hands, keeping a smile on her face. A large field of energy started around her, and Xiangba and Li Wei were engulfed in the same dark force. The real mistress ironically invited them to feel her rule. A huge monster appeared, similar in size to one of the mountains surrounding the Sword clan. His mouth opened wide, as if absorbing the light around him, releasing a stream of energy that was directed at attacking opponents, destroying them with destructive force. A powerful energy beam knocked them back, forcing them to cover their faces to protect their eyes. They screamed, confused, and did not understand what was happening. The scarecrow raised his head to the sky, gaping a lot. Xianba, Li Wei, and the true sovereign, standing next to him, felt confident next to such a powerful force. One of the clan leaders gritted his teeth, wondering if it was really the power of a demon god. The true lord explained that they forced her to seek his help. She raised one hand up, and the other rested on her hip. She thought that since they had taken the initiative themselves, they would be the first to be sacrificed. The real Mr. Chaudid rejoiced. This day would be their last. There was joy all around, because she could benefit her master. Suddenly her eyes widened as she felt the energy change around her. Peach blossom petals fell on top of her, and the true hostess turned, looking up at the sky. She screamed indignantly, trying to find out who did it. Suddenly, a portal began to appear among the petals in the sky. Suddenly, out of nowhere, someone's leg appeared. He left the clan premises with a heavy sigh, looking around at what was happening there, understanding all the challenges. Real Mistress's eyes widened in surprise, sensing something familiar in this energy. Qingyang stepped out of the portal, reminding her of the unknown powers of the Kungin clan. Phoenix and Moon Tiger stood behind him. He placed a hand on his hip as he watched the battle below. When Hien saw him, he smiled, rejoicing at finding a star sparrow. His gaze stopped at another guest, who remained unnoticed among the noisy company and only now attracted attention with his mysterious smile. Coming from the portal, he asked himself who it could be. Perhaps this is one of the ancestors of the Kongyang clan. He was confused as to why this person's appearance seemed so familiar. The elder next to Ingayan smiled, placing a hand on his chin. In his opinion, this person really seemed familiar, as he had a connection with the Kunine sword clan. The elder noted that the sword aura emanating from the body belonged only to a clan member. Only one person could act calmly in front of a serious enemy. The divine being confirmed his nobility, so there was no choice. The elder remembered that it was the ancestor of the Kunyun sword clan, Emperor Qingdi. The image of the emperor, forgotten in the past, instantly appeared in his mind. The real ruler gritted her teeth, not knowing how to act. Xiangba next to him was indignant, sure that such a thing was impossible. He thought it was all a lie. At the same time, the monster they had summoned was not going to sleep. He waved his giant hand again. The true mistress spread her arms, declaring that they would soon learn the truth. The monster released a stream of energy towards Phoenix, the Sparrow Star. The main character, extending his hand forward, ordered to start. The bird and the moon instantly joined forces and began to counter, using all their energy to attack back. The two powerful energy fields collided, and the monster's energy could not withstand their power. When the monster realized that the attack had dissipated, the true ruler was stunned. What appeared before him were divine beasts. She was worried, trying to understand who this mysterious hero was. But Qinyun remained silent, never revealing any secrets. He raised his hand, focusing his own energy into it, as if asking if there was any need to explain who he was. Transforming his energy, Qingyun focused his power into a sword that instantly formed in his hand, gripping it tightly between his fingers. The real winner wondered, could it be Emperor Qingdi? She trembled because the danger was coming from him. The main character felt the energy rising above his head, as if many lightnings were swirling around him, creating a magical aura. Chen Yun, like a leader of powerful beings, directed a flow of energy into the sky, ordering the divine creatures to destroy the enemies. When he saw this, the true lord shuddered, finally realizing the seriousness of the situation. Then all three heads of the enemy clans opened the portal, cursing loudly, and announced that they were leaving. In a few seconds, they disappeared, hiding in this warehouse. The portal then evaporated, marking the end of the battle. The clan's disciples and their allies shouted with joy at the defeat of the demons. Whistles and shouts echoed over the crowd. Someone remembered how an ancestor had protected them from a threat. Despite the end of the battle, there was ruin all around. The arena, the training hall, the stone walkways were all destroyed, but the battle of the Sword Clan was still finished. The hero still hovered over the clan walls, pondering the danger. He dissolved the sword created from energy. As they pondered, they realized that the Emperor's glory alone frightened their enemies. He looked down at the amulet on his chest, realizing that without it, he could not survive this fight. Meanwhile, the heads of the trading clans found themselves in a completely different place, having fallen into a mysterious cave. Li Wei immediately began to question loudly, how could Emperor Qingdi, who had long since left the human world, come back? Clenching his fist, he tried to find an answer. There was a sudden voice from behind that there was only one way to explain it. This indicated that this person was an imposter. At this moment, in the dungeon of Chunchu City, Li Wei was talking to his allies. He was surprised and interested in their conversation. They discussed the impossibility of forging the Emperor's sacred beasts. The mysterious person he met in the dungeon claimed that the monsters did not follow the Emperor, but were sealed by him in the map of the mountains and the river. With a smile, he noted that the individual he met was only a projection of the residual soul of Emperor Qingdi. Siam Bakers slammed his fist on the ground. With a look of indignation on his face, He declared the deception they had been subjected to. The Grand Mistress expressed her displeasure, stressing that the discussion was inappropriate at the moment. She intended to sacrifice the Sword Clan for the summoning of their supreme lord. Sayamba watched her. Her chest heaved with excitement, and she realized that she couldn't wait any longer. Her face radiated determination and hatred. The mysterious man assured that the Sword Clan was just a small barrier to overcome. He put a finger to his lips, giving what he said an even more mysterious tone. He noted that many talented people will gather at the meeting in Tangzhou, and there will be an opportunity to express themselves. The three clan leaders bowed their heads, listening carefully to the words. He continued to repeat with a gentle smile that the time would come when everyone would be cleansed in the name of the Demon Lord. During this period, the sword hall of the Kun clan was bustling with activity. Guiyan said gratefully that without their support, the Sword Clan would have been destroyed. He descended the stairs, approaching the clan chiefs who had helped in the battle. One of them, holding a cup, noted that it was their duty. The second clan leader, holding a fan, suggested that the Maoyun clan had big plans. Otherwise, why would they make sacrifices? They suspected that they wanted to summon the Demon Lord. Jen couldn't contain his excitement upon hearing the news, and asked if nothing bad would really happen at the meeting in Tongjiao. Another leader assured that the leader of the Starry Sky clan had assured him of his ability to repel a demon attack if something serious happened. It is worth remembering that the prize was the key to the tomb of the Heavenly Emperor. Ji-Yun sighed heavily again. Worrying thoughts tormented him, and he felt that there was no other choice. Zhenqing was sitting under a tree when a butterfly gently landed on her finger. She thoughtfully remembered that when this person acted, his techniques were very similar to the actions of the main characters. But because of the long distance to Qin Yin, she was not sure. She compared two images, an unexpected hero and a Chinese. The hero had always seemed suspicious to her, but her smile came to mind when she remembered the Chinese man. She remembered how they had found the hero in the same place that day after the battle. Their conversation was interrupted by Jiang Dui, who recognized Jiang Jin from afar as he passed by Wan Lan. He smiled, suggesting that Jian Xin seemed to have decided not to practice today, which was quite unusual. Meanwhile, Huanglan finally noticed her presence. Jianshi froze in surprise and turned sharply. She got up from where she was sitting, approached her companions, and greeted them respectfully. Jianshi put her hand on her heart and admitted that she wanted to invite them today to ask for something. The eager companions readily agreed and followed her to Qinyun. At this moment, the main character was enthusiastically reading a book that his mentor gave him with a smile. Jianchen cautiously peeked out from behind the wall, eyeing the hero suspiciously. He was convinced that she would try to discover if Qinian was hiding her true power. He reflected that he would hardly be able to control the unconscious reaction. He and Qi charged decisively, causing Qinian to quickly dodge a sudden blow that he was not expecting. Qinyun watched Jinqin anxiously trying to understand what she was doing. Genshin was not going to stop. She struck again, but the main character deftly dodged. She thought that it was worth giving Qinyan a chance to show off his skills. Currently, the main character was avoiding the conflict, expertly dodging the thrust of Jian Qin's sword. Suddenly, two more people intervened in the fight, Zhang Dui and Huan Lan. They said that this time he would not escape. Suddenly, they appeared from behind, preparing to attack, catching the hero by surprise. Qinyan wondered when they had time to do it. Qian noticed the approach of his first opponent. Suddenly turning around, he began to wonder what had happened to them today, catching a strange nervousness in their appearance. Genshin furrowed her brows, noting that they just needed to check something. Suddenly, Zhao pointed a finger at the sky in surprise, attracting the attention of everyone around. The mystery of this gesture attracted even the brightest minds. Something unusual was indeed happening in the sky. Here, the fairy creatures walked past Emperor Qingdi, Queen Wanlao, and Aston. What did that mean? Everyone started shouting that it was Emperor Qingdi. Someone shouted that he was extremely handsome. The emperor announced that the clan was in danger, so the holy beasts would protect them from the powerful demonic clan. After that, the emperor disappeared behind the walls of the clan, and all the students present greeted the emperor in unison. Hian-Chi suspected a mistake, plunged into doubt and confusion, searching for an answer to the question that was swirling in her mind. Qinian breathed a sigh of relief as he realized the danger that was upon him. He thought how good it was that he had time to prepare and avoid such a danger. Qinian mused with his arms crossed over his chest that Lisbon was surprisingly easy to use. It seemed that a better time could not be wished for. The protagonist put his hands behind his head, yawned lazily, and thought that he would finally be able to rest and get a well-deserved rest. Suddenly his dreams were interrupted by the voice of the guru, who called everyone to listen, attracting the attention of the main character. The guru said that he had come with an important matter. Everyone immediately turned their attention to him, feeling respect and interest in his words. Holding an important document in his hands, he announced that the internal division of the clan was complete. A disciple was chosen to represent them in Tanya. Everyone instantly froze. Goi listened attentively to the master who had arrived, and noted that among such students, Chi Nian would be the best. The main character seems to be interested in the search for the truth, striving to open new horizons of knowledge, moving uncontrollably through the mysterious labyrinths of life. The boy was amazed when he thought, could he really be struck by lightning? He could not believe his surprise. Chinian worriedly thought that the large gathering was not just a game, and he should be more careful. He realized with horror that he did not want this. Will he really have to go on a business trip? He cupped his cheeks with his hands, feeling the sweat running down his face. Guiyu furrowed his brows, feeling an inner obligation. He held a long scroll in his hand, convinced that Qinyan should be the first to know. The main character was among the participants of this large-scale event, thereby joining the circle of the most talented and brightest personalities. With enthusiasm and trepidation, but with dissatisfaction, he pondered why he was sent in particular. Was it because he was in the 8th level? Pointing at himself, Qinyan was horrified as to why he had been chosen for this mission, since there were more suitable candidates. He tried to hide his laziness behind a proud display. Gully crossed his arms over his chest, giving his opponent a menacing look, indicating if he was really surprised by the reason. The hero looked away, singing awkwardly and nervously, not realizing what he was doing. Guiyu deftly jumped down and approached the main character, reminding him that he probably now understood the whole situation. After all, during the difficult times of the clan, he clearly did not show maximum effort. Qingyan shuddered when he heard these words, for the speaker believed that Qingyan did almost nothing but run away and sleep. The protagonist realized that this time he was not going to get away easily, and when Deweyus pointed out that this was his opportunity to atone for his sins, Jinim completely lost his spirit. He almost gave up, wondering what he had done to them. 3 days later, the hero remained lying on the road along which the students were walking. One of them, noticing this, looked confused, watching as the hero seemed to have died a long time ago. One of the disciples told the other that Jianqing and the other brothers were training hard, while Qianyun stayed away and did nothing. One of the disciples remarked that he had heard that when Jinqing was shedding blood, Qin Yin was sleeping peacefully. This caused surprise and even disbelief among the students. One of the students asked them not to look at Xinyun, but to focus on moving the ancestor statue to the square. They were dragging a statue that looked like the main character, the Emperor. Everyone was happy that he came to their aid. The clan restored the statue, hoping that the ancestor knew of their gratitude. The actor who organized this whole show was lying on the rocks, mentally laughing and thanking those who called him a talented inventor. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, feeling someone's watchful gaze on her. Jianqi bent over him with a happy face, her eyes shining as she contemplated him. Jianqi held out her hand to him, wondering if he was ready, as they were leaving soon. He encouraged her, sitting on his knees, and then carefully took her hand, rising to her feet. He got up and headed in the other direction, offering her to go first. Jianqi was surprised by this behavior. She turned to her, pointing a finger at herself and reminding her that she still had unfinished business. The main character went to the tea fields to check how the tea leaves grow. At this moment, Wenjang, holding his head in his hands, mourned for his beautiful tea leaves. Suddenly, Bryn fell to the ground behind him, drawing the main's attention. The main character asked him if he forgot something, to which Jean replied that, as far as the matter was concerned, he had not forgotten it. Through clenched teeth, Quinn agreed that he should have taken a week off, acknowledging the obviousness of the decision. Qin pointed his finger at the sign that promised a week of rest with a smiling face. He turned around with rage, made it clear to the hero that he shouldn't even think about it. After all, in his plan, every detail was supposed to protect them from defeat. Xingyun did not work overtime, so he was not entitled to vacation. However, he presented his spirit beast Xianan to the clan leader, resenting his overexertion. After the discussion, Jian announced that he would give his spirit beast the right to rest, and the main character could go to the meeting if he got time off after that. Ji-in flatly tells him that even if he tries to bribe her with something, it won't affect her decision. Terror gripped Qin Yun. He almost cried, trying to understand the meaning of what he saw. Xinyan advised not to underestimate the leader and clenched his hand into a fist. Afterwards, he threw himself at Zhen's feet and, seizing him, began to beg that the leader would not send him to the meeting. Closing his eyes, Jian let Xinyan know that even at the risk of appearing selfish, he would still send him there. As Jiang leaned towards Qingyun, he noted that among all the true disciples, Qingyun had the highest level of cultivation, and it seemed that he even contained his strength. Zhenyin smiled nervously, wondering if he had really succeeded in guessing. Haiyan crossed his arms over his chest and looked away, saying that he thought for a long time, so he decided this way. The protagonist was greatly disturbed by such news. Haiyan enthusiastically said that the winner of the tournament would receive the key to the Jade Emperor's tomb, which holds unseen treasures. It was noted that among them there is something that will help to survive, even in a disaster. She mulled it over, feeling that the game might be worth the candles. The heroes remembered their last battle with the Maya clan. It became more active every time. The probability of a new clash was increasing. Negligence could lead to disaster. Dorian understood that the invasion of demons had significantly weakened their clan, and they needed a break. First place could strengthen the Sword Clan, guaranteeing generous rewards. Gian gave a gentler look, noting that they were the strongest apprentices of the clan, and all hope rested on them. Qin Hyung closed his eyes, making it clear with a smile that he understood him perfectly. Wenshin just couldn't forget his vacation. He folded his hands into a heart shape and winked at the clan leader, trying to hint that he should rest. Juyun raised his hands in exasperation as Xinyan walked away, reminding that the others had already left. Xinyan pointed out with a smile that he should also hurry. At this moment, Jiang Dui was standing in front of the clan palace, asking Zhenqin if Qingyun had arrived yet. Zhenqin smiled as he said he wasn't there yet, and Guiyu snorted angrily, surprised at his audacity. A moment later, Qianyun was silently behind him on the rock. Qianyun smiled, waved, and ironically remarked that they were already here. Then he apologized, saying that he had urgent business. He raised his hand, noting that this was a large gathering, so everyone should stay safe. He explained that the person present was only monitoring order. The main thing is their own safety. Hien-Chin smiled, clenching her fist. She made it clear that she was aware of everything. Goyu gently hugged the hero by the neck, hinting that he had something to show. He advised not to enter the battle empty-handed. He handed him a book called Hot Sister Teacher. Someone told Mark that it was a limited edition, and now he's eager to find out who exactly shared this information with him. The hero instantly changed his view. Joy shone in his eyes. Taking the book, he joyfully realized that he doubted the mentor in vain. He turned out to be a real genius. Guyu laughed, narrowed his eyes, and crossed his arms over his chest, promising to bring the next issue when he returned. Chen Yun barely held back tears of gratitude and thanked his mentor sincerely. They rose into the air, heading to the desired point. Lantong extended his hand in farewell to Guyu's mentor. After some time, they went to the meeting place. Wenjin, staring into the distance, realized that this time they were only relying on themselves. While the clan leader was in the tea fields, Guyu flew to him with a warning about an urgent meeting. The meeting was about the invasion of the Maya clan. Jiyun returned to the guy, informing that he already knew about it and was taking action. In the secret area of the Immortal Alliance on the border with the Dark Moon, the meeting had finally begun. The heads of all the clans gathered to discuss an important matter. Jian joined the group, apologizing to everyone for keeping them waiting. Head of the Baron sect Hai Wuliam crossed her legs and noted that the topic of their meeting directly concerned them, so it was time to begin. Jen looked at her in surprise, asking if she really meant him. William began to project the image, noting that on the very day that Haiyan had sent the request for help to the Alliance, they had almost been intercepted by the demons. William noted that this image appeared thanks to the Elder. One of the Sword Clan disciples ran to call for help. He held the treasury plate in his hand, realizing that things were bad. The disciple was breathing heavily and shouting about attacking the Chumian Sword Clan. He has to hurry. Suddenly another person appeared on his path. The student ceased to be interested in the path by which this person ended up there. This person was smiling, curiously wondering what happened. The disciple immediately raised an uproar as the Chumian Sword Clan was in danger and desperately needed help. The student realized that it was necessary to immediately inform the others, but suddenly the oncoming person rushed at him and knocked the tablet out of his hands. This person smiled defiantly, implying that he would not be able to go any further. The heads of other clans appeared behind him. One of them, calling the boy brave, asked how he dared to harm his student. The guy broke the tablet, considering it a big problem. When Vengeance saw this footage on the screen, his face turned pale. Yanlei remarked that if it weren't for the elder, the disciple would have lost his life long ago. Almost everything went wrong and the Kungyan clans would have been wiped out. Yanlei, the head of the Xingyan clan, was sitting in a chair. Clasping his hands, he plunged into the discussion. William went on to say with a serious frown that it was impossible to locate this person. However, the student's reaction indicated the high power of this individual. When Gian seriously suggested that they had a mole, he caused concern among everyone present. The clan believed that demon regeneration was faster than they thought, so they guessed that the mole wasn't weak either. The leader of the Ghostgate clan emphasized the need for caution as their strongest disciples had set off for Tungo. The meeting concerns the imperial court, so leaks of information are unacceptable. The leader of the Old Heaven clan assured that there was no need to worry, as their clan would use special methods to verify the identities of all members. The leader of the Gary Sky clan, Sushin, gestured to all the other clans to do their best to quickly identify the traitor. Everyone hoped for a quick resolution. While the emergency meeting was going on, Chen Yun and his friends confidently advanced towards their main goal, the city where their scheduled competitive meeting was to take place. Zhangdu was already tired, breathing hard. After 2 days and 1 night on the flight, he wondered when they would finally arrive. Lantong, holding his Rudy on his back, replied that the Starry Sky clan had always chosen a secluded life, staying away from everyone. He noted that the clan flourished and grew stronger only with the arrival of a new leader, Sushing. Despite this, they continued to remain at a distance without changing their location. Lanthong pointed out that they were already more than 100 miles behind their goal, so they should rest and continue tomorrow. At that moment, they were already over one of the cities on the way. Jengsen smiled sweetly as she watched the protagonist press her hand to her face next to Qi Nianyang, and felt that this was her great opportunity. Arriving in the city, they immediately found a hotel. Chen Yun settled in one of the rooms. He pulled the bandage over his eyes, contentedly thinking that he would finally rest. He was not allowed to fall asleep so easily. Someone was knocking on the door, interrupting Chen Yang's well-deserved rest and making him resentful and question who it could be. Hian-Chi stood at his door, calmly observing what was happening around him. "Who is he?" Hearing the main character's voice, she confirmed her presence with a smile. Gyun-Chi explained that she wanted to buy some exercise equipment and asked Shin-Young if he would keep her company. She changed her clothes and explained to Chin-Yun that she was not forcing him to do anything. Jian-Chiun decided that she had come up with a clever idea: invite Chin-Yun to a meeting and then discuss fencing. The hero accepted this offer with great displeasure, pointing out that the problem was that he was a little sick. Qingyun began to cough diligently, claiming to be very sick. Ginchin froze, listening to his cough. She knew that meeting today was a bad idea. Hian-Chin looked down, filled with sadness, asking herself if it was really so. Qingyun remained silent, but there was regret in her gaze, implying that under such conditions he should look for another person. When Jiang looked up, she thought that first place would have given her a 3-month vacation quota, ironically adding that he does not know how to use this time. Chunyang listened in silence for a moment. He suddenly threw off the blanket, rejoicing that it was much easier for him. Benjian happily inquired if it was true, after which she clapped her hands, beaming with satisfaction. Qian Yang assured her that it was. He was captivated by the opportunity to get 3 months of vacation. Clenching his fists, he felt that he was ready to do anything to achieve this. Eventually, they found themselves in front of the window of a city store. Throughout the market, there were shouts of merchants enthusiastically praising their wares, trying to attract the attention of buyers. Some were eager to see magic pills, others offered phoenix feathers, gifts from an immortal. Some brought new blades. Yenshin stopped at the candy tray, admiring the treats. She held one in her hands and eagerly thought she wanted more. Chen Yun, tired of her things, remembered the purpose of their visit. Practical classes. Her words made Genshen freeze as he remembered the promise. She timidly ran her hand over the back of her head, indicating that it might be a good idea if something really valuable was discovered. In Qinian's mind, he now understood why she had called him. The main character lowered the box to the ground, convincing himself that he was ready for anything for the sake of vacation. Xianyan threw away the pieces of his outer clothing, smiling as he promised to give her something. Suddenly he froze in place, feeling an unusual energy. The hero abruptly grabbed Genshin's arm, pinning her against the wall of the nearest building to avoid danger. HNG looked at him in surprise, not expecting such a sudden act. He was embarrassed and blushed, involuntarily thinking about what he was doing. However, the protagonist's gaze remained cold, hinting her to shut up. They were under close supervision. Qinyun turned his gaze in the direction from where he thought he was being watched. Meanwhile, Zhengqing used a canyon sword technique called search. After just a few moments, she makes her way through the crowd. Proudly, she immediately found the same people and immediately reported this to the main character. She asked in surprise, "Was it demon energy?" Xianjin noticed that their colors were completely different. She summoned her sword, and it instantly appeared in her hands. Passers-by were surprised by the changes around them, wondering what had happened. But she can grab Genshin's hand. He put a finger to his lips, hinting that it is better not to go there. Then he suggested that she move to a more suitable place. The spies whispered amongst themselves, discussing how the powerful aura disappeared in an instant. Is it their imagination? Another spy suggested that they hadn't been discovered yet, so it was necessary to continue. He remarked that there were too many people, and they should wait for the right moment. Engine watched them with interest, glad that she was listening carefully. Qianyin also looked there until Xian looked down and noticed one of the merchants. The energy flow she created lifted all the papers from the man's hands and scattered them, for which Soqin and Jianqin apologized profusely as they helped pick up the papers from the ground. Yinqing said that she would transfer everything later, and suggested that the hero concentrate on shopping. They continued to walk down the street, with Qinyun carrying a candy stick. Jianqi turned to him, her eyes glowing, expressing her desire to buy more. Qinyun asked himself in surprise, was this not enough for her? During a quiet walk down the street, their attention was drawn by a loud scream. The man accused the woman of lying and kicked her out. Jianxin looked surprised, asking what it was. A man was standing in front of the grandmother, threateningly warning that if she offered such nonsense again, she would soon lose her life. The woman was trembling with fear, but with tears in her eyes she begged to take a closer look. The family heirloom was passed down through the generations. It was given by an immortal. If it weren't for her daughter's serious illness, she would never have given it away. In her hands was an ancient statue that was called trash. She continued to tremble, not understanding how it was possible to say such a thing. Jianqi rushed to the crying woman, desperately trying to calm her down. If the man did not want to buy, then he should not have been forced, he asked himself. Why scare people? The man, putting his hand on his side, noted that a large gathering in Tana was approaching. Recently, many cultivators have been staying in the city for recreation. He looked at her with disdain, suggesting that, who knows, maybe she was a spy for the demon clan. The man continued to say that there were no suspicious persons left in such a big city. Qianqin looked up as he pointed to the figurine, asking who would buy such rubbish. Qianyin thoughtfully placed his hand on his chin, carefully examining the figurine. Meanwhile, the man indignantly insisted that the woman only wanted money, and that was why she had brought this worthless thing. Qinyun carefully examined the figurine, looking thoughtfully at the details. The men in the distance shouted that the woman was probably a demon spy for neglecting her own life. The protagonist, unlike him, could feel the energy emanating from the item, assuming that it was definitely not a fake. Qinyun glanced at the man, wondering if he would leave him alone if someone bought it. The man smiled, crossing his arms, saying that no one would take such garbage. Qinyun looked at the woman carefully, asking if she would sell it to him. The woman looked at him in surprise, already on her feet thanks to Genshing's help. The surrounding homonyls, because Qingyun really wanted to buy it. The woman was smiling with joy, tears welling up in her eyes as she told him that Xingyun could pay her as much as he saw fit. Chungjing reached out with a bottle of pills, noting that it would help heal her daughter. The woman looked surprised, considering it more valuable than money. An important clan emblem was placed on the bottle. Passers-by immediately drew attention to the strange artifact and began whispering that it was the sign of the Kung Sword clan. They said it was a cultivator's pill, the medicine of the immortals. The woman cried, anxiously asking if it was possible to help her daughter. Hianshen held her hand, and the woman, pressing her hand to her face, thanked for the help. Benshin approached the protagonist, radiating a warm smile. She looked at the man, who was about to leave, and with irony in her voice asked how he felt about it. After that, Jianqing and Qingyun continued their walk. Jianqing decided to inquire why he helped that woman. He explained that it was due to intuition. Qingyun wondered why she needed to know this. Jianshen noted that even in distancing herself from the world, she could not completely suppress her emotions. Her warm look and slight smile emphasized how important it was that Qin Yun had given that woman a valuable medicine. The main character couldn't help but smile back when Hien-sin gave him such a warm smile. Qian Yin gently parted her hair, noting that he had prepared the medicine himself and that it had no value. He warned Yin Qian to be careful not to be misled. Yin Qian immediately started fussing and begged him not to touch her hair. Qing Yun took out the same figurine and handed it to Hien Qi with a smile, informing her that it was for her. The girl thanked him in surprise, took the figurine in her hand, and then fell silent for a moment. She focused on the object, but even after using her recognition technique, it still looked like an ordinary doll. Was that woman's ancestor really deceived? Asked Gian Gian. Qian smiled and assured her that the woman had not deceived them. It was indeed rare. Ji and Qian asked him in surprise if it was really so, not believing what she heard. Xin Yin advised her to take a closer look at the doll, believing that he and Xin would soon understand everything. She put her fingers to her lips, concentrating her energy. Later, she opened her eyes wide. At that moment, a statue was hanging in the air in front of her. Hien Qin was surprised to note that the technique was extremely beautiful. She felt herself in a completely different dimension, where mysterious hieroglyphs reigned everywhere. With her energy, she formed a dagger as she tried to attack with it, and then the dagger increased in size several times, surprising everyone around. Jianchen thought Qin Yin was incredibly cool, because he immediately understood all the features of Dalat. Her thoughts were interrupted by a return to reality as Qin Yin was standing in front of her. The main character became interested in the new technique of the doll. He and Qin supported him and suggested that he train outside the city, because there is the best place for it. Both turned, acutely aware that they were being followed. Barely leaving the city behind, Zhenshun forced their pursuers out of the shadows. One of them smiled and hinted that you should leave all the valuables with the girl. The second was prepared to threaten, but the hero did not need to repeat himself twice. He threw everything on the ground, and having agreed with the bandits, said that he would spare nothing. Qin Yun began to flee, and Gian Qin, full of strength, remained alone with the enemies. The man laughed, noting that he hadn't expected such cowardice from Qin Yun. He laughed once more, emphasizing that bandits do not seem so scary to him. Junqi and Kurschlaubli greeted her with smiles that emphasized their enthusiasm and friendliness. She flew into the air, accumulating even more energy. One of the men warned the other of a possible attack. The second offered to act together. But that wouldn't help them, because Genshin had already used the martial art of contrition known as rupture. In a matter of seconds, those robbers turned into two pools of blood. Then Genki applied the art of eternal regret. The force of the blow exploded, leaving behind a huge hole where it aimed its blow. She turned to the main character, noting her admiration for new techniques, but believing that their full mastery would require some time. Qingyu noted that she has mastered the technique perfectly, but she still lacks experience. She was convinced that a few exercises would help her. Qingyun was standing on a tree not far from the battlefield. Zi Yingqing believed that Qingyun was extremely strong. Her eyes were shining with delight, but she asked herself if the gulf between them was really that big. In her eyes, the main character was a real master of pretense, full of self-confidence. Qinyan happily thought that fate was in his favor. It was not for nothing that he gave the medicine to his grandmother. Now, Gianqing is definitely on his side. As soon as Qianyan returned to the hotel, he began to investigate the mysterious thing from the woman. He raised his hand, feeling that it was the spiritual power hidden in the map coming to life in his memories. Above this statuette appeared a projection from the same map on which numerous battles raged. Chenyan lowered his gaze and thought about the woman, believing that the card had been hidden in the passage on purpose. Couldn't help but wonder if this is the immortal person. Qingying studied the map carefully, claiming that it pointed to a certain place, then asked Xinian if she knew anything about it. Xinian shook her head thoughtfully. Zhongyun let out an exasperated sigh. He wondered what that had to do with him. With a swipe of the card, he touched the head of his spirit beast. The protagonist lay down on the bed with a smile, emphasizing that rest is his main life goal. No sooner had his head hit the pillow again than Jiang Du and Wang Luan knocked on the door, wondering if he was home. At first, Qin Yun was silent as he felt his rage boiling inside him. Then he announced quite loudly that he was already asleep. This unexpected sound made Jiamdu and Wang Long flinch. Jiangdu remembered with a smile that Yangqing had informed them about the sleepless night. Wang Luan smiled as well, stressing that, besides, it was time to thank him for the recent events. Chingu agreed with him, saying that he needed nothing and then bade them good night. Jundu and Wang Lan struggled for words, but Wang Lan, touching his face, suddenly told how, after the demon invasion, it was clear that their skills were next to nothing. They hoped that Chingen could guide them, and in the future, if Chingen wants to postpone tasks, he can pass them on to them. No words were needed. Qingyan instantly got up from the bed, reached the door, and opened it. He nervously asked them if they really said they could do his job for him. Greeting them, the gaze briefly embraced each before rising again. Focusing on the faces that reflected the light of anticipation and excitement, they nodded with sincere faces, confirming his words. The main character was convinced that the technique book would really help them, so he asked to wait a minute. Qianying disappeared into his room, crawling away, and reappeared in a few seconds, holding the same book in his hands. The main character shared that he stumbled upon it in an ancient religion while he was out on the street. Huangyan stretched his hands forward, taking the book. The character pondered the purple demon's words that this book was one of the best, holding the deluded demon behind him, thinking he had done enough. The purple demon tried to prove something to satisfy, but his voice was drowned out by the indifference of the crowd. Wanlan and Zhang carefully looked through the book, studying its contents. Zhang is impressed, noting that it's really interesting, and Wanlan is surprised to note that creating amulets sometimes requires no resources. The text talked about the creation of heaven and earth, the origin of the sun and the moon. Van Lan thought this extremely wise. In the book, which described the creation of the heavens and the earth, the secret of the sun and the moon was revealed. The reader immediately felt a rush of energy in the body. He too began to worry, mentally asking himself if this could be a breakthrough again. Qinyun was frightened by the influx of energy. He decided to close the door that was left open and asked everyone to wait while he dealt with the situation. He breathed heavily, adding that it also applied to them. She released the talisman, allowing energy to pour into the space between the doors, awakening mysterious powers. With a look of surprise on their faces, Jiang Du and Wang Liang felt a giant energy field approaching, filling the atmosphere with nervous anticipation. Chen Yun warned them to be careful. Zhang Du and Wang Ling barely repulsed the attack, spending a lot of effort to do so. Their endurance and skill were once again tested to the limit. Huan Lone was breathing heavily. He kept his hand on his chest where the amulet that gave him strength hung. The energy he sent towards Jin Du and Wang Lun literally exploded in front of them. Both stood in a daze, staring intently at the door behind which the hero disappeared without a trace. Cheng Yin fell to the floor, checking the talisman on his chest, pondering how a few words had once again brought him closer to the threat of destroying the talisman. The purple demon flying nearby scoffed, claiming that he was useless, because all the fault lies with the abilities of the main character himself. One Lon claimed that the main character had extremely powerful talismans. Qingyang looked into the gap between the doors, where Jiandu and Qingyang were looking at him gratefully. Wang Laon appreciated Qingyang's talent, but he gave up on books. He asked only to believe him, and not to discuss it. He looked at them. They noted that his talents were average, so even this talisman required a lot of effort. He pretended to cough, hinting at the failure of the talisman. Yongin clenched his fist, feeling unwell, decided to rest. He wished success in his studies. Jingdu was surprised when the door was suddenly closed in front of her. He was wondering if she was sick and if nothing bad happened. After that, the hero returned to the bed, thoughtfully folding his hands behind his back. He was glad that he managed to deal with the energy that was almost out of control. Qingying thought once more about the meeting in Tongjiao. Something told him that it was time for new decisions and actions. There was a candle in the room, and Qianyin hinted that he felt tired, so he should rest. The hero lay down in bed and soon fell asleep. By this time, Bakando had already stopped wards. An uninvited guest entered the room. Hien Ji-in walked over to the protagonist's bed, wondering if everything was okay. She looked at him anxiously, asking why he wasn't answering. Genshin pointed out that it was Jiandu who told her about his illness. She remembered how Shane had told her he was sick when she called him out for a walk and wondered, is he really sick? At first, she wanted to just leave, but then she firmly stated that she needed to reconsider the situation. He and she rushed to the bed, feeling an incredible excitement inside her. Later, he noticed the sleeping hero, who in his arms protected himself from night dreams, creating comfort and confidence in his dreams. Hian-Chi immediately began to call out to him loudly, creating an atmosphere of impatience and excitement around her. With great effort, she tried to wake him up, wondering why he was not responding. She guessed that his weak spiritual power was the result of the wounds in the garden. In reality, Qian Yun was too deep in sleep to hide his power. Genshin picked up Cheng-in, gathering strength in her hand, promised that she would help. Jin Chen realized that the standard way of restoring spiritual power was not suitable. There was only one way. She timidly touched her lips with the fingers of her free hand, carefully examining the protagonist's lips. Hian Qi and lower Hian Ying retreated to the bed, clutching their arms to their chests. She doubted herself, wondering what she was thinking, because saving human life is more important than anything else. Jianqi bent down to face the heroine, took it in her hands and blushing, turned to Qin Yan. She was preparing her lips for this sweet salvation. Her ideas disappeared in an instant. As soon as Qie Yun woke up, he awkwardly asked what she was doing. Jianqin is embarrassed, noticing that the protagonist's eyes are wide open. She immediately turned back, covering her face with her hands, and tried to hide her excitement. She understood and sat on the bed, agitated and confused, while Genjen tried to justify her actions. Her thoughts were chaotic, and she felt that the situation was dire. Qian Yin pressed his hand to his head, thinking that he must be considered very ill. A smile played on his face because Jian Qian genuinely cared about him, and it seemed cute to him. Joy was already raging in his imagination, because in a few days his dream 3-month vacation was waiting for him. The protagonist pretended to cough with a hand to his head, while Hianxin worriedly asked if he was all right. Jian Ying assured her that everything was fine as he continued to cough. He was smiling, feigning gratitude for her concern. She reached out her hands to him with tears. Chi Hyun pretended that he was already feeling much better, and planned to make a full recovery soon. Shigen explained that it was all for the sake of vacation, and Jianxin, fussily caring, urged him to rest. Apologizing for waking him, she hurried away, trying to hide her embarrassment. Qian Yun breathed a sigh of relief, realizing how difficult it was to be an actor. When Ji Enqian slammed the door, he was finally able to relax. As soon as Yenshin stepped outside, she leaned her back against the door, wondering why her heart was beating so wildly. Touching her forehead, she felt a fever, and realized that she too was ill. Yanqi resolutely hit her palm with her fist as she came to this conclusion. Later, she ended up in Vandish Hospital. Among the shelves strewn with medicines sat a doctor deep in thought. Jian Qiyin, breathless, came to him and began to tell that she had problems with her heart. It was beating too fast, probably an attack. The doctor immediately tried to calm her down, wondering if there were any other symptoms. She reached out to Genshin to check for a pulse. In addition to the above, she emotionally recalled other symptoms: shortness of breath, high temperature, and clouding of consciousness. Gian put her hand to her chin thoughtfully, trying to remember something else. She then noted that there were no other symptoms. The doctor looked at her with surprise, not knowing what diagnosis to make. I asked Genqing when it appeared. She answered, "Recently, and it doesn't look like an ordinary disease." Then the doctor asked with a smile under what circumstances these symptoms appeared. Hianqin looked down thoughtfully, thinking that such symptoms appear when she is around acquaintances. The doctor looked away, assuring that she understood everything. Jean wondered if the doctor really knew what kind of disease she had. The doctor closed her eyes and determined that it was not an illness, but love. Hianqi pointed at herself in disbelief, wondering how this was possible. At that moment, Qingjin fell asleep, sinking into the depths of his consciousness. She held up a piece of paper that listed their tasks for the day. Qingjin explained how, through certain techniques, he was able to create an imaginary world where he could peacefully rest and recuperate by addressing the divine beasts in front of him. Qinyin showed a plan showing a pool, a statue, a table, and sound loungers. In terms of style, he wanted it to match the drawings presented. Smiling, he pointed to the plan. The divine beast immediately agreed to the instructions and began work. The dragon created a statue of the main character, and the snake took up another task. The tiger created the forest, and the bird created the stars. It was an amazing combination of strength and beauty, where everyone found their place in the majestic world of nature. While everyone went about their business, Qianyin watched with folded arms, noting that he could do everything himself, but he couldn't leave Maitre. Zhongyun looked down, thinking that after he had mysteriously tamed these beasts, they had settled here. Therefore, he gave them activities so that they would not be bored. At first, there were only 2 divine beasts, but later, 1 more appeared. After defeating the demonic clan, the other seals on the beasts also disappeared. Recently, there was an event in the peach orchard. At that time, 2 other divine beasts appeared in the peach orchard for the protagonist, who agreed to serve. Qinyun tried to convince them that he was not their lord, much less an emperor, and scratched his hands behind his head, feeling embarrassed. Phoenix told him not to confuse their emperor's energy with anything. Phoenix asked if they did something wrong and why the white Qiangyuan didn't recognize them. The animals tried to evoke pity with their eyes, assuring that they would follow him. They even promised it. The hero understood that he had no choice but to agree. He rested his hand on his chin and wondered if he might still need them. He looked away, expressing disbelief at the master's agreement, but then pretended to be happy. Qingyan offended him and asked him to stop. Phoenix understood that he could not leave him because their destiny was to follow the master. They wanted to find the Dark Demon Jade because that was their mission. About 10,000 years ago, the Emperor sealed their bodies. Only the Dark Demon Jade is able to completely break the seal by releasing key energy from their bodies. Before leaving, the Emperor assured help in the search for Jade, but in the end they were stuck in a map of mountains and rivers for many years. The Union realized that the beast not only had various abilities, but also knew how to hide its true power. Thought about how interesting and original these ideas could be. Suddenly his eyes lit up, and he felt inspiration almost burst out, ready to create something great. Folding his hands on his chest, he informed them that they could follow him since he did not object, but he warned that they must obey without question. As for the Dark Demon Jade, he already intended to help them. The animals immediately thanked their master, promising loyalty. Chen Yun was sitting in a comfortable chair, reading a book enthusiastically and giggling merrily, deciding to rest until tomorrow so that no one would disturb him. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door again, startling the protagonist, who was resting deep in thought. Tianlu stubbornly continued the ceremonial knocking, despite the protagonist's inner indignation. Jing had yet to wake up. He glanced unhappily at the door, wondering who had come again. Qinyin pressed his palm to his forehead, feeling how this night seemed endless. Darkness surrounded him as he tried to close his eyes and find peace. Looking up, he saw his guest at the door, Qiying and Aston, Liu, but what prompted him to come here? Manlo looked intently at the protagonist, announcing that he was officially challenging him and hoped for Qingyun's acceptance. Qingyun jumped on the bed, wondering if he was acting too hastily. The main character just wanted to enjoy the holiday. Tinglu believed that it was thanks to the main character that the Genshin techniques developed so rapidly. He remembered how Jiantin had told him this herself, so he had great doubts. Tianlu also mentioned that he saw Jiangdu and Tianlu asking him for advice. Tianlu noted that Qingyun constantly displayed his incredible abilities, which was hard not to notice. Tianlu was convinced that Qinyang was hiding his true strength and was extremely confident in his guesses. Chain asked what would happen if he didn't accept the challenge. Tianluo warned that he would then beg him every day until he agreed. The hero sighed heavily, realizing that Tianlu would not leave him alone. He realized that he didn't seem to have a choice. He realized that there are two sides to any matter. Looking at Tianlu, he thought that if he didn't agree, the doubts in his heart would only grow. Qinyuan realized that defeating Tianlu might attract unwanted attention and burden him with new tasks. So I decided to give in to keep the peace. After considering everything, Qiyin got up from the bed, unexpectedly solving a difficult question for himself. Chanles was surprised at such a speed of decision-making, which he did not expect. Union smiled, weighed the possibilities, and decided, if there was an intention to fight, it was time to act. After leaving, Tianlu bowed respectfully to the protagonist, thanking him for accepting the challenge. However, Jinyun, not seeing this as a special reason for gratitude, suggested that he hurry up to rest sooner. Tianlu took a fighting stance, sword clenched in his hands, warning the protagonist to get ready. Qinyin reflected that the absence of an audience freed him from the need to show himself off. He was smiling, knowing that he would use the protective talisman. The talismans he had prepared for battle flew out of his sleeves. Genshin was still confused as he stood in front of the doctor at the hospital. He was confused about the meaning of falling in love and how it was even possible. The doctor asked Zhangxi if it was possible that she had never felt love. She listened in silence as the doctor continued to ask if any of the others were special to her. He and Haiyan looked at her, clutching his arms to his chest, telling her to think it over. Genshin was surprised to notice something strange happening behind one of the mountain slopes. She looked around, catching the fighting energy, recognized that it was the energy of the main character. He and she thanked the doctor, leaving the money on the table, and hurried out of the hospital, heading towards where she heard the sounds of battle. Qinyun and Tianlu were still fighting in the arena, while the main character stood calmly in the protective barrier. Tianlu tried to hit his opponent more and more, but each hit was useless. He thought that Qing Yun must have used a super powerful technique. The protagonist looked at him in surprise, thinking that he had used the weakest technique. He wondered why Tian Lu thought this technique was strong. Qin Yan felt that these talismans were not enough, clutching them tightly in his hand. After another blow, Jin Lu was still able to destroy the barrier that Qin Yin was in. He covered his face with his hands, as if trying to hide from a world that had become too heavy for human consciousness. She looked at him in surprise, asking if it really broke. He replied that Qing Yun was probably not that strong. The hero reasoned with pleasure that it should be so. Qi Yun, sitting on the ground, sang, not losing the thought that his performance was not over yet. He took a decisive step forward, feeling his power overwhelm his sword as he prepared for the final blow. He released a stream of energy towards the hero, while Chen Yin pondered how defeating Tian Luance would relieve him of his unnecessary worries. However, everything was not so simple. Their attack was suddenly stopped by an even more powerful energy flow, surprising Tianlu and Xinyang at the same time. Tianlu exclaimed in surprise, "What does this mean?" Hianqi appeared above him, channeled her energy, and saved Tianlu from being hit. Her technique left a huge hole in the ground, displaying incredible strength. Yinqi furrowed her brows and seriously asked Tianlu how he dared to make fun of his friend. She realized that she was wrong in her assumptions, because he and Qinyan had just agreed on a fight. She didn't have to worry about anything else. Genshin raised the hero by asking Tianla if he really considered the beating to be training. She offered him a real duel if he wanted a fair fight. Her face was bright with anger as she looked at Tian. He stepped back, feeling threatened by her. Tianlu asked in surprise why she would interfere if it was just between the two of them and only they knew. Tianlu asked her about Qian Yun's support, and Genshin froze in surprise, not knowing what to say. She wondered what she was doing. Her silence was her only companion, and doubts were once again raging in her mind. Looking at his face, Genshin wondered if she had really fallen in love with him. The main character looked at her with casual calmness. His gaze was piercing, but at the same time soft and insightful. Remembering him, she realized that it did not amount to sympathy. It was important for her to understand this, because she hated her calm indifference to everything. Jianqing assured Tianlei with a smile that she would help him achieve his goal, since Qing Yun was her extremely good friend. Tianlu scratched his head in surprise, asking if she thought they had a common goal. Qianqin smiled in agreement, as she believed that they should all learn from Qing Yun. Jianqin opined that Tianlu must defeat her first if she wishes to challenge him to the competition. Bites appeared on their hands, and Tianlu decided that it was great. The competition in the garden was interrupted anyway. He and Shin decided to teach everyone a lesson. He announced that he would soon show who would beat whom. However, the other two, Wang Luan and Jiang Du, suddenly intervened in their quarrel. They glared at Tianlei, who questioned what they had to do with Qin Yang. Jiang Du and Wang Long pointed out the main character while discussing his role in their lives. They agreed that Qin Yang helped them a lot without expecting anything in return, so they consider him their best friend. Jiang Du stated that if Tian Lu wanted to fight him, he would have to defeat them first. He Yanqin pointed out that she had come first, so the others should have followed. Smiling, Jiang Du pulled out his sword, admitting that it had been a long time since he had fought alongside He Yanqing. Wang Long also smiled, happy to be able to test the new techniques. Tim Lefrond ordered to stop because he intends to fight GNG first. At this moment, an event literally exploded in front of Chen Yun. Everyone started fighting at the same time. He nervously thought that this was supposed to be a normal duel. How did it become so chaotic? Chen Yun sighed deeply, thinking that he couldn't fathom how this all happened. But he was convinced that it was only his own fault. Chen Yun felt uncomfortable with the situation. Ying furrowed his brows, wondering why he had to worry about all of this in the first place. Seeing the attack flying towards him, he hurried to that place, trying to position himself under it. Zhong Yang was convinced that it would be difficult to lose in such a battle. Qing Yin lost consciousness with a scream from that attack. Suddenly he fell to the ground, attracting Hinshu's attention. Zhenqing let out a loud cry of anxiety as his gaze met Qing Ying's. Then she hurried to him, inquiring about his well-being. Qing Yin feigned pain, pressing a hand to his face to draw even more attention. In just a few seconds, everyone was captivated by the main character's performance. The boys immediately started blaming Tian Lu, pointing fingers that it was all his fault. But Tian Lu also didn't want to remain guilty, saying that he had lost his temper, but were others really so flawless? Suddenly, another person intervened in the dispute. Lan Tong, who was supposed to be watching him, shouted for them to stop their actions immediately. The disciples immediately fell silent, seeing for the first time the old man who appeared as if from the sky, with an expression on his face that did not promise anything good. Lan Tong frowned and wondered how dare they behave like this during the task. He barely stepped on the ground, as he was already interested in what was happening. Lan Tong explained that the Tangzhou gathering was about to begin, so it was time to train hard. Anger appeared on his face, and he ordered them to stop their nonsense so as not to let the clan down. The boys instantly looked down, admitting their guilt. Elder Lan Tong continued to scold, noting that they were from the same clan and should act together. If Qinyan was injured, they should have helped him or finished his business. Chang clenched his fist and smiled, thinking it was great. The next day they continued their journey, flying through mountains and rivers. Jiandu wearily admitted that the Starry Sky clan was very far away and it was wearing him down. But someone asked him if it was because of yesterday's fight. Wasn't that what he thought? Timla was constantly worried about one question. How could the Star clan, always small and aloof, organize such a grand event? Gieng Xin looked at him and informed him that there were rumors that the Starry Sky clan had experienced a major crisis and their leader had disappeared for a period of time. A difficult period has come for the clan, but at the most critical moment the leader has returned. With an incredible level of ability, he took decisive action and settled the situation. Hian Qian said that there were rumors that the clan leader accidentally got into the ancient kingdom, where he got a chance to rise. Thanks to this, the Starry Sky clan was saved and became the new meeting place in Tanjia. Tenlu thoughtfully pressed his hand to his chin, realizing how vast and terrifying the possibilities of the mysterious world were. Lan Tong turned to him, confirming that among the greatest rewards of Tongqiao's gathering was the key to the Jade Emperor's tomb. Lan Tong believed that whoever obtained the key would become incredibly powerful, and once the winner was determined, the world would change dramatically. Ken Lu noted that there were many geniuses among the participants, so the battle promised to be difficult. He clenched his fist, and Jiang Du remarked with a smile that they should give their all for their clan. Zhang Dugan was surprised to see Qinyun reading a book. Wasn't he fond of cultivation? Maybe Bloodref decided to immerse himself in art. Curiosity captured him. He asked ironically if Qinyun had finally adjusted. Meanwhile, the hero was reading the book, Special Cultivation Edition for Sisters. Yang Du, after reading the title, realized that it was expected for Qingyun. Suddenly, Jiangqi felt a strange energy approaching her, and realized that it was Qian Yin. She felt demonic energy thicken around her, and then a sword appeared in her hand, spreading fear and admiration. Everyone involuntarily turned their attention to her. Then she noticed the enemy, the Blood Moon Demon Wolf. Lan Tong was also preparing to enter the battle. Cries that the Blood Moon Demon Wolf's power was superior to the Purple Palace caused Levanten to order the disciples to rally and defeat the monster. The students demonstrated their abilities as they launched an attack on the Blood Moon Wolf, combining strength and skill in one powerful action. The power transformed into many chains, entwining the monster and chaining the wolf. Genshin powerfully launched her blow in the direction of the wolf, spreading an incredible light on the battlefield. She quickly approached the monster, but the wolf was not so simple and immediately noticed her. A huge ball of energy began to form in his mouth, gaining incredible strength and energy with each passing second. Hianqi was surprised and asked what it was. She was amazed because she realized that the monster had used its mysterious ability. From this ball of energy, the wolf created several copies of itself, which went into battle with an invisible force. Copies instantly rushed to attack the main character and his friends. Tianlu instantly parried the wolf's attack, but he didn't notice one of the creatures bypassing Jiangdu and rushing towards the protagonist who was standing aside with his hands folded behind his back. Qian Yin had to dodge when he saw that there was something inside the wolf. Afterwards, Jian Xin shouted that she would help him, quickly dealing with one of the monsters. This monstrous beast knocked down the other wolves, and their energy began to gradually disappear. Lan Tong turned around, wondering if they were all safe. Tian Li assured him that they were fine. In fact, all of the students were unharmed after this fight. Lan Tong furrowed his brows as he pondered that the wolf had appeared too suddenly. He is convinced that this creature was artificially created by someone. If everyone is safe, we must hurry. At first the disciples agreed, but Qinyun immediately objected. He grabbed Gengxing's hand, pulling her closer and telling them to wait. It felt like something was wrong. Genchina looked at him in surprise, trying to understand what the protagonist was doing. He studied her face carefully, trying to figure out the situation. The protagonist took Yi Jiangxin's hand, looking at her with a gloomy expression. She asked worriedly what had happened. At this moment, Huang Qini and Steer were staring intently at Eugene Chi's chest, sensing a tense moment. He noticed the thick red magical energy hidden inside. It seemed to be a blood moon demon wolf. He wondered if it was pure coincidence. After that, Huan Qinyong looked at the frightened Eugene Qing with a smile and assured her that there was no need to worry. He explained that he was just worried and wanted to examine her wounds. Jin Qin, surprised, asked what it was about. However, she noticed that she had no wounds. Guiyu broke off the conversation, unfolding the poem before him, assuring him that it was excellent, and urging him to hurry. The hero wondered if Guiyu had invented it. Looking thoughtfully ahead, he asked himself why he was overcome with such strange feelings. The protagonist hoped that nothing would happen at the meeting. Eventually, he found himself among the high mountain ranges that rose to the level of the clouds floating in the sky. A majestic temple belonging to the old Sky Clan rose up. Near the entrance stood 2 stone statues with an arch between them. A member of the Kungin clan warned the others about the proximity of the old Sky Clan. Zhao Tianlu smiled widely, feeling that his dream moment had finally arrived. When the members of the Kungi clan approached the giant statues of girls and the majestic arches, they were amazed and shouted in delight as it looked grand. Looking at the large and well-cut stones from which the statues were made, Wan Xingjin decided that they deserved to be in the top 3. An unexpected voice attracted the attention of the squad members. Tom Sheen, with a startled expression on his face, apologized, noting that he was in charge of the guests. He apologized again for being late, sweat dripping down his face. Tong Xian, a disciple of the old heavenly clan, ranked last. With an awkward smile, he held out his hands with bright stones. It was a spiritual J available to the participants of the event. Yu Jianqing gratefully accepted these spiritual jades from Tong Xing. Wang Qinyin stood behind with his arms crossed over his chest, watching this. Suddenly, a hand appeared in front of him, holding out one of the sacred jades. The main character contemplated this mysterious object in a daze. Surprised and then looking closely, he saw that there was some thick red substance in the jade. Stunned, staring at the jai held by Huang Qinin, he wondered where the trace of demonic energy appeared in the jai. After that, the clansmen followed Tong Sin along the road. Tong Sin announced that the battle arena where the event would take place was ahead and called everyone to follow him. Eventually, they reached the old Sky Clan's arena, surrounded by colorful flags that clearly indicated the clan's presence at the event. A lot of spectators gathered in the middle of the arena. Tong Xian extended his arms in front of the Kungyan clan members, indicating that this was their observation deck. After that, Tong Xiong ran away shouting because he still had business to do, and asked the clan members to remain calm. The protagonist watched as Tong Shen ran away, alone in his suspicions. The tension in the air was palpable as he observed Tong Xian complying with the instructions. The authoritative figure's presence left an unsettling feeling that hinted at the underlying complexities of the situation in Tianzhou. Unexpectedly, one of those present, pointing upwards, remarked in surprise to the others. A moment later, someone shouted that the head of the Xintian clan was Su Oksana. Su Oksayan soared in the sky, smiling, and the crowd shouted in admiration at his unparalleled beauty. Shushong confidently drew the attention of those present to the fact that they would now represent not only themselves, but also their clan. He hoped that everyone would be able to show their positive sides. After that, going up into the sky, Su Xian received permission for all the participants. Loud cheers and raised fists filled the space with genuine enthusiasm. Sun Zhong called out the name Purple Clan loudly, drawing everyone's attention to the young man Fenger and the girl Zian, who were standing next to the purple flag waving in the wind. After that, Su Yong loudly called attention to himself, and the eyes of the audience focused on the confident Yang Wu. He stood nearby and looked into the distance, representing his clan. Holding his fingers on his forehead and extending his hand forward, Yanwu wished the contestants good luck, confident that their clan would at least take second place. Meanwhile, his companion, covering his face from embarrassment, mentally asked, "Why was he taken into the team?" He was worried that everyone was now looking at him. After the speech, Su Xiong loudly announced the Wahai clan. The Hai Uya girl held a long weapon in her hands, smiling and proudly representing her clan. After that, Su Xiong raised her voice loudly, entering the space with a stormy wave. That night, the Kongyian clan members looked proudly into the distance, while the audience in the arena loudly chanted the names of the various clans, creating an incredible atmosphere. The main character held a book in his hands, examined it, and noted about himself that most of the clans were quite famous. It seemed to him that if he was careful, there would be no problems this time. Suddenly, Su Xiang's voice informed the audience that another invited clan was the Heavenly Illusory Palace. Guan Qian's eyes widened in shock at what he heard, raised his head, and this confused him even more. Suyushis seemed to glow with magical energy as he strode forward, and his presence seemed to fill everything around him and enchant everyone who laid eyes on him. She was a representative of the Heavenly Illusory Palace. A surprised voice asked about the existence of the clan. Another voice exclaimed enthusiastically that they were wonderful. Yusin watched the reaction while her faithful servant stood by her side. Yu Xingwu and Huang Qinyin gazed intently into each other's eyes. Huang Qinyin realized that he had unexpectedly met her here. He hid the book in his robes, deciding that this time it wouldn't even touch his book titled Cultivation Sister. Wang Luan pressed his hand to his mouth and quietly turned to Jiang Du, asking why she was greeting him. Jiang Du crossed her arms and explained that she thought she knew him, but found out she was wrong. Suddenly, Yu Ji and Xing walked up to Wan Xingyun, looked closely into his eyes, and asked why he was so tense. They assumed he knew something about her. The hero began to avoid Yevon Shin's gaze, putting his hand on his neck, hesitantly denied, saying that he did not know her. Huang Changyin listened, smiling uncertainly. Su Aksayan, flying in the air, assumed that everyone already knew that the winners would receive the key to the Jade Emperor's tomb. Then she added a few more words. Third place was awarded with the demonic moon bracelet. Shu Xiong stretched out his hand and revealed a bright red round stone, announcing the Firestar Pearl Award for second place. One of the audience exclaimed with admiration that these awards are much more impressive. Su Aksana, with a smile on his face, explained with a sharp movement of his hand that the competition would be held in 2 stages, and the first battle would begin very soon. Then everyone will be given numbers. The hero looked carefully at his palm, where lay the Leia stone with the number 22. Su Xion explained that certain numbers would appear in the jade, and those with the same numbers would participate in a competition. After that, Su Xin solemnly announced the start of the first round. Yu Jiaqing looked at Huang Qingyun with a smile, noting that it was admirable that their numbers were different. The members of the Kong clan would not be competing in the first round. At this moment, one of Su Axian's subordinates addressed him as a leader, reporting the successful distribution of Blood Moon Wolf Demon energy. However, something went wrong. Su Xiong looked at the man coldly and asked what happened. He, trembling with fear, explained that this was the work of the Kungian clan. He explained that his body wasn't absorbing the energy, and because of that, it was just evaporating from his stone. A wide-eyed Exion ordered that he be taken care of immediately. Su Hyun gave an order which the man followed instantly. Glancing around the arena, Su Hyun thought how wonderful it was that everything was going according to plan. Shortly after these events, a girl with a large leaf in her hands announced that the first battle would take place between a warrior of the Heavenly Clan and someone else. At that moment, the girl hesitated for a moment, looked at the leaf, wide-eyed in surprise, before thinking something. And it became known that Ming's opponent would be Tong Jian from the Starry Sky clan. Tong Xian only looked at the girl who announced the news in confusion. The audience roared, "How will the clan have to fight with itself?" One of the voices emphasized that Star Clan was simply unlucky with the draw. One of the onlookers in the arena believed that he might be the true disciple, while Tong Xian remained the last of the stragglers. Then another spectator yelled that he was going to lose for sure. Zhao Tianlu, observing the situation, advised to wait for a resolution. Yu Jiangqi turned to Huang Qinyang with a smile, wondering who he thought was the winner in this battle. The hero, holding the book, saw it and asked in confusion what had happened. Eugene Chen watched him, wondering how he was indifferent to the result. At this time, Hemming Walker was on a journey that could hardly be called ordinary. His adventures were full of surprises and exciting moments. He entered the arena with a confident expression on his face, kneading his fists. Ton Xin landed in front of him, leaping from the stand straight onto the battlefield. Ming looked at him with a smile on his face. It would have fallen to him like a mosquito, but it would have been necessary to make an effort. Tong Xin was biting his lips in fear, and sweat poured down his face. Ming angrily pointed his finger at Tong Xian and declared that he must leave. Tong Xian looked at his opponent with a tense face, deciding to show determination and try. Ming was surprised and did not understand what exactly he meant. After that, he called Tong Shi a loser, and angrily asked how he dared to challenge him. With confidence on his face, he silently assumed that if he wanted death so much, he would get it. Immediately after these words, he directed a multitude of sharp magic spikes towards Tang Xing. Tom Xiang grimaced tensely, dodging the sharp magic spikes. At that moment, Ming easily approached from behind, and Tom Xiang could not hide his fright. In a gambling frenzy, Ming used a starburst spell to shatter the rocks beneath Tong Xian's feet. But she deftly jumped to the side, avoiding the blow. With a sly smile on his face, Ming turned to Tang Xian, who tried to run away from him. Tong Xian looked at him in confusion, not understanding what was happening. His movement was so fast that a moment later a dizzying blow hit her right in the face. This sent Tang flying several meters away, and only a few drops of his blood remained on the ground. Tong Xun began to fall, and Ming rushed to him, pressing down on his torso, causing blood clots to fly out of Tong's mouth. Ming squinted in fury and excitement. He really wanted things to be just like this. Ming then cast a starwave spell, creating a powerful energy beam that firmly pinned Hong Jian's body to the ground. Teardrops flowed from Tong Xian's eyes, and blood gushed from his mouth like an unstoppable stream. Tong Xian was lying on the ground, a strange glow emanating from his body. With a slight smile on his face, Ming listened to the news that the first competition had ended, and that he had won the victory. Zhao Tianlei looked at the lifeless body of the defeated Tong, and was outraged at the excessive cruelty of what had happened. Yu, Qi, and Jing watched the events closely, and wondered how he could do such a thing to his fellow tribesmen. The protagonist observed the situation with an indifferent expression, thinking that the internal tension within the Starry Sky clan was much more serious than he had assumed. Huang Qini thought that it was wonderful that he was in the very heart of Kuni and the clan. At that moment, a girl holding a piece of paper announced the news. For some, it was a surprise. For others, it was long-awaited information. The second in the ring was the battle between Yang Wu of the Xinyan clan and Yu Jianqing of the Kunyin clan. Wu bolted from the stands and jumped into the arena. He raised his hands high above his head, laughing loudly as it was finally his turn. Beaming with joy, he admitted that his fists really missed fighting, and asked Yan Wu why he hadn't been called earlier. Yan will resolutely put his hand on his forehead, asking the dark dragon resting on the fire lotus to give him the strength to overcome all enemies. Wang Liang, observing the situation, came to the conclusion that there was something wrong with his head. Zhao Tianlei, standing nearby, silently agreed to this. After that, Zhao Tianlui stretched out his hand in front of him and turned to Yu Zhenxing, assuring her not to worry. He expressed confidence in his victory, and the main character silently watched her leave. Returning, he calmly asked her to be careful and not pay attention to his behavior. Huang Qinian remarked that he was much stronger than he seemed. Yu Jianqing reassured Huan Qingyuan with a smile on her face. Then she quickly jumped into the arena, confidently meeting her opponent Yan Wu. Yan looked at her with a smile. He held out his hand and explained to her that if she surrendered now, her face would not be hurt. Yan Wu noted that otherwise the Flame Lord would get rid of her. A sudden energy attack was aimed at Yang Wu. The force of the blow was such that it instantly lifted him off the ground. Ye Jianqing coldly glanced at his opponent, ordering him to engage in battle, ceasing all chatter. Looking at Eugene Quinn with hatred, Yang Wu called her a villain, then angrily asked how she dared to interrupt his wonderful speech. Yan Wu, while preparing Yi Ji and Qing for a new attack, pointed out that if everyone was decent, the world would not descend into chaos. Several waves of magic and energy crashed into Yang Wu. Yang Wu, his arms spread out like the wings of an eagle, releasing tongues of flame all around. The mystical energy condensed, enveloping his body in a blinding light. Hugh and Gracie looked at it in astonishment, and with strained faces asked themselves what it could be. You watched as the magical waves heading towards Yen were ripped apart by his tongues of fire. Yen smiled confidently forward. Yu Zhenqing watched in surprise as her attack was blocked. With that, Yan Wu charged forward, firmly convinced that he had encountered a weak villain who would learn of his immense strength. Yan Wu, approaching Shi Jianqing, enveloped her in fiery magical energy. The flames he controlled bound the girl, forcing her to curse her helplessness. Yang Wu approached her with a clenched fist. All his intentions were one thing: to destroy her. Enraged, Yen expressed her displeasure and demanded that she accept her punishment. Yu Jianqing was shackled under the watchful eye of Yan Wu. The girl, clenching her teeth tightly, felt how his behavior unbearably annoyed her. When Yuz and Xin shouted this, she broke the fiery chains that bound her. Magical energy spread everywhere. She directed her force at Yanhua, knocking him several meters away. Haivuya, watching this scene, remarked that it was really interesting. Yu Qinwu only thought of the swordswoman's skill with a happy smile on her face. The moment Yang Wu, who was pinned to the ground, began to rise, a wild smile appeared on his face, as he was amazed by her strength and admitted that she surprised him. Yu Jiangxing looked at him and said that she expected him to be more serious. After that, she realized that their battle would soon be over. After making a sharp movement of her body, she applied a Kungyan technique called Nyan Swings. Yang would watch in amazement as the Yujian Qing clan's magical energy affected his body. Suddenly, his body begins to disappear, disintegrating into pieces in the air. G looked at it puzzled and tried to understand. What is this? A clone? After that, she looked forward with great surprise and met Yan Wu's attentive gaze. After the mysterious figure disappeared into the shadows, the mystery of the heroine becoming great and the villain dying remained. Yang Wu Yujianqing's gaze became penetrating, hiding the shadows of the new flame. After that, Yi Children and Qinggu furiously attacked, demanding that he take her blow. A powerful flow of energy concentrated at the place where Yan Wu was. Surprised, Zhenzhen spread her arms to her sides, realizing that she could not cut the fire. Yuze and Xin looked down and saw several beams of magical energy falling on the spot where she had just been standing. Rapidly rising and finding yourself in a new place. Yu Zhenqing watched the thicket of magical energy around her with fascination. Yang Wu, with a light expression on his face, looked at her through the magical energy and wondered if she liked his playing style. Then Yang demonstratively put his hand on his chest, declaring that it was a divine flame. Stretching his hand forward, he claimed that the fire of justice would destroy everything around him. Guyu closely followed the events in the arena and noted that despite the obvious mental issues, the potential was obvious. Zhengdu pointed out that it would all depend on his firepower and her swordsmanship. He was worried about Zhen Qing getting hurt. Jiandu suddenly turned to Huang Xinian, who was reading a book, and asked him if he believed that Jian Qian would survive. The main character looked at the expressive and frightened Jiangdu in surprise, then calmly reassured him with a gesture, promising that he would never be defeated. Yu Jianjing, surrounded by thick magical energy, wondered if her sword thrust could overcome the flames. Her spiritual powers were weakening, and the doubt of defeat began to torment her. She concentrated, called herself by name, ordering to calm down. She closed her eyes and asked herself how could she lose under Huang Qinian's watchful gaze. After that, Yuge Yangxing calmly opened her eyes, looking at the world around her. Could self-mastery mean a breakthrough in swordsmanship? She noticed that she was gaining weight, looking at the voluminous beam in front of her in surprise. This pushed her to a conclusion about her own changes. She resolutely stretched out her hands towards the bright magic beam, filled with understanding. Wang Xinyun, looking bored as she flipped through the pages of the book, finally made her point. Yu Jianxing loudly announced that the time had come, and immediately a powerful magical energy of blinding light cut through the dense magic that Yan Wu had created. Watching the magical breakthrough in Wildermet, the guru notes an unexpected achievement. Spectators on the benches behind the arena rose in surprise and began to shout that this was the union of a man and a sword. Another voice exclaimed that it was the sword of the heart. Someone pointed out that Yu Jianqing is young, but has already reached such heights. At this moment, Yu Xinqing, with a serious expression on her face, furrowed her brows, reminded Yang Wu of his promise to uphold justice. She looked into his eyes inquisitively, asking if he knew what that meant. Yen concentrated the magical energy in his hand, noticing that it was also strong. It made him respect their battle. Yang Wu stared into her eyes with a grim look and noted that it was now his turn to act. Yu Jianqing stood nearby, her feet firmly planted on the ground, radiating confidence and determination. She suddenly jumped into the air, forcing him to take a hit if that was the case. As Yi Jianqing shouted this, she spun around in the air, holding her melee weapon tightly. Yen also charged forward, magical energy in his hands. Suddenly, their powers converged, creating a powerful blast of magical energy that exploded upon impact. Spectators were in awe of the incredible power unfolding before them. One of the observers, trembling with excitement, considered it a dangerous sight. Someone asked about the true strength of the warriors as the battle arena engulfed clouds of smoke, steam, and dust billowing from the ground, obscuring everything that was happening from view. Yan Wulaf Laudi called it a great skill. Yu Jianjing thought that his fire was also worthy of attention. The members of the Kunyon clan were staring intently into the arena, trying to make out something behind the clouds of smoke. They tried hard to find out who won. At that moment, Wang Qingyun looked forward, smiling, full of hope. Yan Wu's body was cut open, and thick blood was actively flowing from the wound. He fell to his knees, sensing Yu Jiangqing's strength and acknowledging her superiority. Hian Xian looked at her defeated opponent with furrowed brows. The voice announced that the battle between the Xinyan and Kunyin clans had ended with the victory of Yu Jianqin of the Kunyin clan. The audience shouted in delight about the amazing performance. Su Zion watched this with a calm expression on her face, laughing quietly to herself, thinking that this talent was truly amazing. With a sad expression on his face, he expressed his regret that their lives would end here. After the battle, it was time to heal. Yu Jianxing extended her hand to a staff member who informed that the injured players could get help here. After that, the girl concentrated magical energy in her palms and directed it towards Yu Zhencheng, assuring her that she was only slightly injured. She introduced a healing spiritual force that would promote a speedy recovery. Yu Jianxing felt grateful to the girl who had helped her recover, and remarked that she was already feeling better. The girl noted that it is her duty. It is not necessary to be polite. The character watches as an employee from the Starry Sky Clan gently treats the Gianxing. He opened his mouth in surprise and opened his eyes wide, looking at Yi Jiangqing, wondering where this energy came from. One day he noticed a red magical energy in Eugene's chest. The discovery was startling. The healing only activated the demonic energy within. Looking into the dark red core, Huang Xinyun realized that it possessed a demonic essence. Sometime after these events, when he turned to Yu Jianchen, she, hearing his voice, joyfully turned to him and joyfully called out his name. She looked at him intently, not understanding why he had come. The hero did not find words in response. Walked up to Shijian and took her hand tightly, pulling her closer to him. Yu Jiangqing was confused when she saw Huang Jinyan approaching her. He looked intently into her eyes while holding her hands. Yu Qingwu, watching them from the podium, looked at Guan Qingyun with interest, wondering what he was doing. Leaning into the lectern, she rested her head on her hands, wondering if these two were real. The metallic gaze of an unreachable figure from the rostrum captivated the attention of the GNX team members. Frozen in anticipation of the unknown, Yangshan stared at the figure in the distance, wondering why this person was constantly watching her. Her thoughts were filled with suspicion and uncertainty. At this moment, the main character was carefully looking at you. GN, the tire he was holding. The eyes glowed a bright blue color as the full depth of his emotions were reflected at that moment, like an invisible fire burning within. He struck the demonic core deep within Eugene Shin's chest, infusing him with magical energy. Using his abilities, Huang Qinyun surrounded the bright red core with his magical energy. Soon, a demonic spirit began to seep from Yi Jiangshin's chest. Huan realized that he could destroy the nascent demon in his soul. Everything is safe and peaceful now. A young arena worker turned to Huang Qianin, wondering if he had any problems. The protagonist abruptly let go of Yu Zhenqing's hands, and she turned away, surprised and confused. Her face turned red, and she asked Huang Xinyan in distress what was wrong with him. The protagonist waved to the girl working in the arena with a smile on her face. He assured her that nothing had happened, and was just worried if everything was okay. It was just a small test, he added. The girl from the Starry Sky Clan, reassuringly with a smile, asked not to worry. All participants are carefully cared for. The hero admitted with a friendly smile that they were doing even better than him. After that, Huang Qingyun suddenly walked away, holding Yu Jianxin's hand. After making sure of her consent, he took her away from the girl who worked in the arena. They soon passed a defeated Yan Wu lying on the ground. He held out his hand to Yu Zheshen, recognizing her as a worthy opponent, and asked him to tend to his wounds. Yan Wu, demonstratively pressing his hand to his face, expressed his impatience to continue this fateful duel. The hero noted that he believes that he himself tried hard during the round. After that, Huang Qingyun looked down and thought about why the monsters first appeared, and now the demons. It seemed to him that the old Sky Clan was not too concerned about security. Images of various servants of the clan appeared in his mind, and it reminded him that he should be on his guard. Shortly after these events, a girl with a paper in her hands announced the next tour. Suaxian of the Zhangge clan and Zhao Tianlu of the Kangyang clan started the fight. No sooner had this news been announced than Zhao Tianlu and Zuo Xiang entered the arena. The audience already knew them as great disciples of their clans. It's time to find out who is really the strongest. Xiao Tian entered the arena with a confident look, sword in hand. He drew the opponent's attention to the fact that both students should go from words to deeds. Standing opposite was Suo Xian with a confident smile on his face as he gripped his long weapon tightly. After supporting Zhao Tianlu's idea, he suddenly charged. He held the blade of his weapon in front of him. His gesture meant that Zhao Tianlu had to take the hit. Zhao Tianlu counters with CN magic waves, expertly slicing through space with his counterattacks. Soon, the arena was filled with flashes of magical energy colliding, creating a spectacle of incredible power and beauty. The audience exclaimed about the excitement and power of the spectacle, expecting nothing less from the real students. Before long, Suo Xian cast the Firm War Spirit Line spell. After that, his gaze, hidden under his eyebrows, met Xiao Tianlei's shining eyes, which seemed to say that everything was over. A powerful anthropomorphic figure, composed entirely of magical energy, radiating power and mystery, suddenly appeared behind Sui Xian. With a sudden but precise blow, Lu hit Shouchen, and he spat out a crumb of blood from his mouth in pain. After that, Zhao Tian will start skillfully dodging every blow that will be directed in his direction. Many bright red magic beams headed towards Guxin. He used jumps and body movements to avoid being hit. Suo Xian turned to Zhao Tianlu and wondered if he would be able to avoid them all the time. Guan Jinyan, watching the battle, noticed that Zhao Tianlu's level was lower than Zhou Xiang's. She was worried that he might lose. The hero, also watching, pointed out that it wasn't decided yet. At that moment, Huang Qingyan felt that all was not lost. In the near future, he had to prove his strength. Zhao Tianlu looked gloomy, holding his sword tightly as he prepared for the test. Zvotian decided to find out if he was ready to surrender. He closed his eyes, trying to stop the endless stream of thoughts that haunted his mind, transporting him to a world where peace and quiet became a reality. His eyes glowed with bright magical energy, as if an invisible fire pulsated within. Xiao Tian thought about being in the shoes of an opponent who turned out to be slightly stronger. He reasoned that despite the difficulty, the goal could be achieved by applying the mild force of the blade. After that, Zhao Tianlu spread his arms and legs wide, making sure that he understood and grasped the sword's intent. Afterwards, Zhao Tianlu turned to Zuo Xiang, pointing out that his attack was taking too long. Now, it was his turn. Zuo Xian watched the powerful waves of magical energy that spread out from Zhao Tianlu and thought that the situation was dangerous. He wondered why his energy suddenly increased. Absorbed in thoughts of his own sensations, Zhao Tianlu held his sword, mastering the 10th Kung skill, and a thick flow of magical energy swirled around him. Rush to the attack. Orders were given to Xian to accept this attack. Wu Xian, his mouth agape, clutched his melee weapon tightly. Behind him towered an anthropomorphic figure made entirely of magical energy that was far larger than his own body. A powerful explosion occurred in Zhao Tianlu's spectacular show arena. Debris and dust flew towards the spectators, who covered their faces and shouted that they could not see anything. Some wondered when Zhao Tianlu became so strong. Others confusedly assumed it was blade energy. Zheng Diu and Wang Liang watched the events with concern, asking who had won. Only Huang Qingyuan looked at the arena calmly, thinking that everything was not so bad. Suo Xin was kneeling in front of Xiao Tianlu, resting his hand on the ground in a pool of his own blood. But he wasn't going to give up. Xiao Tianlu looked at him, considering it a well-deserved punishment. Loud voices shouted that Zhao Tianlu had won, and it was the sword spirit. Some noted that the students of the Kunyin clan were showing their skills at their peak and could be contenders for victory. After the first round was over, Zhao Tianluo clasped his hand behind his head and approached Yu Jianqing to express his gratitude. Yu Jianqing is surprised to ask what it is about. Zhao Tianlu was impressed by Yu Jianqing's mastery of the blade. He was sure that everything could be achieved thanks to this. However, Yu explained that the credit for this goes to Huang Qinying. Holding Huang Qing in her hand, Yu Zhenqing smiled happily as she exclaimed that he was the one who inspired her to use the blade intent. Zhao Tianlu reacted with surprise at what he heard. The protagonist, with a confused expression on his face, passively accepted the thanks. Their conversation was interrupted by a girl with a sheet of paper in her hands, announcing that the next competition would be between Huang Xin of the Huahai clan and Huang Qingyun of the Kengang clan. The protagonist looked at the arena in surprise when he realized that he was about to leave. Wang Xing looked confidently at Wang Qingyun and turned to the Kongyun swordsman clan. Announcements were made that a new fight was coming, encouraging the audience to look forward to it. The main character looked thoughtfully ahead, holding his hand on his chin, and realized that in the competition, injury is unacceptable. Otherwise, healers from the Star Sky clan could attract demonic energy when healing. Huang Xinyun understood that a victory that was too easy would mean that the Elder would burden him with bigger things in the future. The protagonist was lost in thought, standing in the arena, turned away from the opponent. Huang Xing loudly called his name, inviting him to start a duel. The main character, not looking at his opponent, was lost in thought. Zhuang Sheng noticed this and wondered, is his opponent not a high-ranking person? After formally introducing himself, Zhuang Xing of the Hua Hai clan invited to begin. The protagonist was thinking hard, clutching his face with his hand and frowning as he thought about the 4 sacred beasts. Convincing himself that it was too powerful, he began listing the talisman, the purple demon. He came to the conclusion that fencing should not be used. Exhaling heavily, he realized that these thoughts were weighing him down. Annoyed, Huang Xing trembled anxiously on the battlefield. Spectators wondered why the representative of the Kungi and Sword clan was standing still, since the competition had already begun. Someone suggested that he was accumulating sword power. Another voice denied this, stating that he had never heard of Huang Xinyun doing so. Annoyed, Huang Xing scolded himself in scoundrels and then asked why he was not concentrating. Gathering the magical energy in his hand, he decided to attack. After these words, Huang Xing formed a powerful stream of magical energy and ordered Huang Xingyun to take the blow. At this moment, Huang Xinyun punched his palm and realized that this was exactly what was needed. He decided to be neither too weak nor too strong and took action. At the same moment as these thoughts flashed through his mind, Huang Qinyun turned towards the direction of Huang Qin's attack, easily deflecting the magic beam. Huang Qing was shocked, his eyes wide open, as he watched his opponent confidently avoid the attack. Huang Qin was surprised by how lightning fast the enemy reacted without making any obvious effort. The main character clicked his fingers and felt a tremor come over him. Xin Yin appeared above Huang Qingyan's head with a joyful face, her arms outstretched, levitating in the air. The hero suddenly heard how the character flew up to him, hugged his face, and, slightly confused, repeated several times that everything is fine. After that, Huang Qingying turned to Xianen, asking her to wait for a while. Huang Heng looked at Huang Xinyun in surprise because he was talking to the void. Confused, he asked himself who his brother was talking to, fearing that it was some kind of mysterious spell. Huang Xing didn't see Xianying because if she didn't want to, no one could see her. At this moment, Xianin, thoughtfully listening to Huang Xing, learned about the possibility of victory without losses. Huang Xing instructed not to show true strength. Then he offered to try it. His gaze drifted to the side, looking for something new to catch his attention, whether it was a small detail or an opportunity to see the world from a different angle. The protagonist noticed how Huang Xing was tightly gripping the wooden base of his weapon. He stood in the arena, shaking and covered in sweat, even though he hadn't done anything yet. Yu Jianxing turned to Huang Xingyuan from the stands, wondering why he did not attack. Angry spectators wondered what was happening, and why 2 unknown people were just standing there. They asked why they don't do anything and don't fight, as it should be. Her and Yin's sudden flight behind Huang Xing was a surprise. He felt a chill behind him and wondered in surprise about its origin. He fearfully asked himself if this blade power actually belonged to him. In his mind, Huang Xing invited the image of Huang Xingyun standing behind him with a light expression on his face and radiating powerful magical energy. In fact, at this moment he was standing with his back to the enemy, showing confidence and his true intentions. The protagonist, keeping calm, decided to first fight lightly, using Xianin as an assistant, and then sneak closer to victory. He did not want to attract attention and considered his plan perfect. Huang Xing tensely held out a melee weapon in front of him, surrounded by magical energy. He loudly shouted, "No!" Then he angrily added that despite the difference in strength, he would not back down. Spectators rose from their seats, shouted enthusiastically that the movement had begun, and it was wonderful. At this moment, Xianyu was standing behind Huang Xin, plunging into the secrets and intrigues of the surrounding world, ready for new adventures. A sudden blow to his lower back caused Huang Xing to stagger, his expression confusing. He turned around, surprised by what had just struck him. The audience was also surprised. Huan Xinyu hadn't done anything yet. But then, what about Huan Xing's face? One of the witnesses noted that it was scary. Perhaps Wang Qingyan used the energy of the sword to strike invisible. Another confirmed this point, explaining that Huang Xing wouldn't have clutched his battered body so tightly otherwise. Huang Xing looked thoughtfully at Huang Xinyan, realizing the new understanding of the world that had just dawned on him as their eyes met. According to the legend, he came to the idea that a skilled swordsman is able to cut the enemy to pieces before he realizes what has happened. A picture appeared in Huang Xing's mind, where Huang Xingyun, with a light wave of his hand, completely surrounded him with magical energy. Frightened, Huang Xinchen trembled with fear, clutching his weapon tightly and thinking about a possible attack with wide-open eyes. He asked himself in horror if he really wanted punishment. He realized that immediate action was his only chance to save himself from imminent collapse. At that moment, Huang Xing fell to his knees, throwing away his weapon along with all his fears. Huang Qinyixiun watched in bewilderment as the man shouted his surrender. And then I saw that he did not even have time to strike. He asked why he decided to surrender. Afterwards, Huang Xinyun looked around at the surrounding spectators who were reacting negatively to the shouts, and asked in surprise if he was surrendering. One of the spectators asked what happened. The onlookers, with interested expressions on their faces, believed that Huang Xing had realized something and decided to surrender. A woman among them wondered where this strange feeling came from, and whether she was in an illusion. Yu Qingyu watched the events in the arena with interest. She wondered, did he really win so quickly? Then she guessed that he used an illusion. At this moment, she and Ian were approaching Huang Qinun when they approached him. Qin moved his hand smoothly, and immediately the feeling of echoes of change began to float in the air. He leaned down to Xiunyin's eye level, reminding her that the signal had not yet been given. Extending his index finger, he asked where she was in a hurry. Turning to the invisible Huang Xingxianing, he asked her to be more careful next time. Huang Shang, watching Huang Sangyun, wondered if he was being warned to be careful. Smiling, he decided to be careful and saw it as a risk-averse decision. They watched the action from the stands, admiring the unexpected turn of events. She mentioned the Sword Clan's Huang Qinyan and noted that she was looking forward to their duel. He Ming stood aside with a smile, watching the battle. Impressed by the skill of the Kungi and the clan, he was eager to learn more about these great warriors. Yang Wu, with a burning face and bright eyes, shouted that the fire god was on the lotus. He shouted that this battle had shaken the spirit world, and Huang Qinyong did not give in either. Gu Yu crossed his arms over his chest and noticed that he hadn't realized this before. Is it really that strong? Now he decided to take on more difficult tasks. Yuan Luan turned to Yu Jiangqing and asked if Huang Qingyun had seen the technique. Yu Jiangqing placed her hand on her forehead, uncertainly pondering the unpredictability of Huang Qingyun's actions. She couldn't see anything, although she actually noticed Xie Nianying and knew the real reason behind his victory. The girl with the paper in her hand stretched her hand forward and announced that Huang Xinyun had won. Spectators enthusiastically discussed the events, when one of the men exclaimed about the incredibleness of what he saw. He assumed it was a member of the Kung Yin swordsman clan. Another, on the contrary, believed that Huang Qingyun was their main trump card. One of the spectators loudly declared that this cultivator looked scary, and it looks like he should be careful with it in the future. The main character watched in frustration at the enthusiastic reactions to his actions, clutching the Shen Yin Huang Xinyuan in his arms, thinking that his reputation had perished. After these events, voices filled the square, and the 15th battle was about to take place between Lucan of the Ghost Clan and Zhang Du of the Sword Clan. Clouds of smoke rose. Jian, confident in himself, raised the shining sword to his opponent's neck, winning. In the 20th round, the Tsungyang Sword Realm met the True Song Clan in a tense duel. Huang Lan kneaded his wrists with confidence in his eyes as he walked away from his defeated opponent, who was left kneeling behind as a loud voice announced his victory. The first round of the competition is over. Under the evening sky, as the sun sank below the horizon, birds circled the arena, and a voice noted that it had been a momentous day. Great duel. The Kunyang swordsman clan was famous for its swordsmanship, but Jiang Du also mastered the art of talismans. Another voice noted that Zhang Du and Zhuang Luan had exceeded expectations. The Kunyang clan deserved a lot of attention. On the podium, Jian Du and Wang Lan, chosen for the Kunye and Sword Clan, were heading towards Wan King. As they approached, Jian Du pointed to himself, remarking that their success was only due to the amulets he had given them. Wang Len looked at Huang Qingyun with admiration, thinking that he could now safely entrust them with any task in the future. Wang King crossed his arms over his chest, exhaled, and reminded them of their promise. Holding a piece of paper, the girl announced that the final battle of the first part would be between Xion of the Purple Spirit Clan and Yu King Wu of the Heavenly Illusion Palace. The main character, with a tired face, noted that the last battle had come. Yu Jianqing stood next to Huang Xinyun curiously, looking at the arena. She turned to Yu Qingwu and thought that she would let her see the skills of the Heavenly Illusion Palace. Here and now, Yuxin landed on the arena, straightening her hair amid the light wind that gently touched her face. She turned to Xion, noting that she had heard of her and had wanted to join the fight for a long time. Xion, holding a massive wooden staff in her hands, announced her readiness to fight. Spectators were buzzing about the start of the fight, waiting for an exciting spectacle. Xian, holding her wooden staff tightly, charged forward while simultaneously asking for permission to initiate action. With a gentle smile, Yu King Wu stretched her hand forward, the magic swirling around, intertwining with the atmosphere. Suddenly, a powerful magical lightning flashed in the arena near Yu Jingwu, and her figure began to dissolve into her own illusion that she had created. Xian looked at it with a strained expression. She held a cold weapon in her hands, looking at an incredible number of scattered fragments that rapidly changed bizarre forms. Can't see due to temporary or permanent blackout. This can be due to physical factors or psychological blocks that create obstacles on the way to clarity. Benzian tried to break the illusion around her, convincing herself of her powers. She refused to believe that she would not be able to overcome the illusory trap. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide, looking at the illusion that she managed to dispel. She realized that Yi Chunwu was standing behind this illusory spatial curtain, watching her while Xian was teaching her lesson. After that, Xian resolutely struck the ground with her staff, summoning a powerful energy that destroyed the illusion that surrounded her on all sides. Approaching Yu Jingwu and holding out her hand, she happily announced that she had finally found her. Suddenly, Yu Qin raised her finger to her lips with a calm face, asking herself if she had really succeeded. In a moment, Yu Qi and Wu disappeared, leaving Xian alone in complete surprise. Zi looked around anxiously, wondering if she had really failed. At this moment, Yu Qingwu turned to Jiyun and whispered to her not to underestimate the enemy. Her face tensed. She wondered when she would win. With a smile on her face, Yu Qingwu, standing behind Ziyun, pointed her finger at the magic moon. Instead, Ziyun, with a gloomy expression on her face, forbade herself to look. Despite trying to hold back, she looked up at the bright purple moon. When her eyes fell on this moon, her face changed to a light of admiration as she looked up. Yu Jingwu, addressing Jian, explained that due to the illusions, all her abilities lost their meaning and became powerless. Xian, wasted and with drops of sweat on her face, stared ahead as if lost in her thoughts. Xian trembled in the arena, clutching her staff. A surprised voice said that Xian didn't even have time to attack before she was under Yu Qingwu's control. He wondered if it was the power of the Heavenly Illusion Palace. Yu Qingwu looked ahead with confidence on her face. Jiyun barely opened her eyes when she heard a strange voice asking when she managed to activate the illusion. Afterwards, one of the spectators expressed his surprise at Yi Qingwu's strength. Xiao Tianlu turned to Huang Qi-yin, who was standing nearby, asking his opinion. The concentrated hero, looking ahead, asked what he was thinking. After that, he noted that it was difficult to say. Xiao Tianlu asked again, but his confusion only grew. His eyes and mouth opened. Is it really not an illusion? Turning to Huang Xinyun, he pointedly asked if even he could not predict the outcome. The main character, looking at the interlocutor in disbelief, answered and, pressing his hand to his chest, noted that it was time to end the working day. He had to go. Immediately after that, Huang Xinyun turned around and headed in the other direction. Western time, he should have been on his way home from work. At this point, Yuking will approach the excited Jun and explain to her that, unfortunately, she lost. After that, Yuking touched her lips with 2 fingers, sharply stretched her hand forward and directed it. The energy took the form of a brightly glowing heart at the end. The energy struck Xian and she fell to the ground, her weapon dropping from her hands with a tense expression on her face. Xian observes Yi Qingwu as she recognizes her own strength. Yu Jianxi, observing them, noticed that a person does not have time to realize how he finds himself in the captivity of illusions. After that, Yuji, charmed with a smile on her face, emphasized with her expression that she had found a worthy opponent. Qing cupped her hands over her lips and focused her magic, directing it towards Ji Jianxin, thus expressing her impatience for their clash. Jianzine looked at this with surprise, mixed with a bewildered expression on his face. With her arms outstretched, The girl announced Yu King Wu's victory and the end of the first round. Then, hovering above the arena, she asked the students to return to their residences to rest, as the second round would begin tomorrow morning. Sometime after these events in space, Huang Qingyun, lying relaxed, began to think about the Star Sparrow's impression of today's events. Radiant Starpy addressed Huang Qingyun as a master, asking him about the demons from the Starry Sky clan. The main character agreed, noting that these techniques are quite difficult to recognize. But he assumed it made an impression and asked, "Didn't it?" Mentioning the demon heart, Star Sparrow noted that this energy was similar to that of a demon lord, and about 90% of the participants were injured in the current battle. The Starry Sky clan had a great opportunity to take advantage of the situation to sow the seeds of demonic energy. The sparrow persuaded to be more careful, and the hero watched him. Contemplating thoughtfully, he remembered the appearance of the chief and noted that he felt an incredibly strong demonic energy in this clan. Is the entire clan under the power of demons? He then focused on the Star Sky clan, trying to learn their plans. At this time, Su Xiong in the inner clan palace was about to discuss Hemming's thoughts on today's battles. Heming bowed in front of the stairs leading to the throne and drew Su Axian's attention to the skirmishes. Everyone except Yan Qin had no attention from them. He glanced up from under his brows, faintly smiling, his brow furrowed, implying that he thought the leadership plan would come to fruition without a problem. Soon they were approached by the girl who was announcing during the first stage. She bowed her head and said that everything was ready, and they would die tomorrow. Su Xian remarked that it was great, and everyone would go to the bottom. He affirmed his speech with confidence, while Su Xiong looked forward with sparkling eyes, declaring that their sacred sacrifice was about to begin, and the family ancestors could be proud of them. He looked thoughtfully, touching his chin with his hand, and pondered the need to be careful with the Starry Sky clan. After that, he turned to the Fire Sparrow and entrusted him with a task. He held out his hand, and the sparrow assured him that he understood everything, so you cannot worry. After that, the Fire Sparrow flew away, leaving Huang Qinyan alone in his space, feeling abandoned, but full of new hope. Raising his hand, he formed a magic item in his palm and decided it was time to get down to business. Afterwards, the main character was sitting on the bank of the pond with a fishing rod, looking annoyed. He was unhappy because he hadn't caught anything yet, and he wondered if he would be without a catch today. Beside him sat a spirit in the form of a lion with an interested expression. At the same time, the turtle spirit from the lake where Huang Qinyan was fishing asked him to trust him. After that, the turtle spirit smiled and guided the fish to the metal hook on Huang Qinyan's fishing rod. The main character suddenly felt the tension tighten the line of his fishing rod. A smile shone on his face as he suddenly raised the fish he had caught, rejoicing in his success. The turtle spirit watched the joyful Huang Qinyun, feeling satisfied that he was finally able to help him. The other tiger and dragon spirits looked at the turtle spirit with anger. They called him Xin Wu and resented his tricks, thinking that it was a shameless act because they wanted it too. The next day after these events, the second stage of the competition began. Many spectators were watching what was happening in the arena, and white birds were circling above their heads. The girl announcing the event informed everyone that their leader had acquired this treasure in his youth, called the Star and Moon Mirror. She noted that when energy is absorbed, it creates a double. Even if the doppelganger died in battle, they would only lose a portion of his memories. This made it possible to fight to the full because no one actually died. Yu Jingqing, listening to the girl's words with interest, concluded that the secret treasure made it possible to use all powers without harm. The hero thoughtfully suggested that it resembled a video game and looked promising. Announcing the event, the girls said that in order not to dampen the spirit of other students, they decided to allow all dropouts to participate. Yesterday's winner will receive 10 points automatically, with no bonuses for losers. The losers of the first stage of the competition, with enthusiastic faces, discussed that they did not expect a chance to participate again. It was great because they could test themselves again. Near the magical portal, the girl spread her arms in different directions, creating huge screens of magical energy. Her magical skills were impressive with their power. She explained that the Star and Moon Mirror was divided into 4 zones, and the participants were randomly assigned so that the performance could be seen in front of the clan building. Now, she invited all the students to come closer to the mirror. At that moment, inside the magical screens that the girl had created recently, a landscape of forest and space opened up. With a slight smile on her face, the girl announced that the meeting would continue in Tianjiao in another world. There they will look forward to brilliant performances. Hai Ming broke free from the material shell, turning into a spirit. With a broad smile, he noted that only in a real fight is true strength manifested, and he had no intention of losing. Immediately after that, the members of the various clans rushed to the magical portal in the center of the arena. Yu Zhaoqing pointed to the portal with a smile and invited Huang Xinyan to join. He agreed. Meanwhile, he kept his hand behind his back, clenching his fingers, thinking that he should prepare a little first. After that, the protagonist, together with Yi Jiangxin, moved to the magic portal towering above the arena. The heroine plunged into the magical space of this point, while many other participants enthusiastically dived inside the magical portal. The girl who announced the event turned sharply to the portal, her eyes widening in surprise. She could not understand what exactly happened. She assumed that the spiritual power had weakened, and this raised a question in her mind. Did a really strong mage appear there? At this time, in the secret dimension of the Mirror of the Stars in the Moon, Huang Qinyin was standing among the trees, holding his hands behind his back. He reasoned that his strength had fully recovered, but he had to quell it at the last moment before entering. Clenching his palm into a fist and staring intently ahead, Huang Xinyan realized that his strength had reached the 4th level of the Immortal Palace, so he should be more careful. Sushin was now watching the events through the magic screen. Being outside the secret world, he saw everything that was happening and believed that everything was going well. His face is decorated with a slight smile, and at the same time he realizes there is little time left. One of the spectators turned to the boy next to him and asked if he could see Qing Yun from the Kang sword class. I asked another question. What is he doing here? Another confirmed the guess and also wondered about its purpose. They watched Huang Qinggu's actions on the magic screen with admiration and wondered. Will Huang Qinggu and Huang fall into a trap? After that, the audience began to discuss what they thought he was trying to hide. They noticed that he had killed his opponent before the competition even started. Then they wondered in amazement whether he was preparing an ambush. At that moment, Wan Qinyong found himself in a spacious cavity inside the tree. He suddenly fell on the autumn leaves, folding his hands on his chest. He felt happiness, realizing that now no one would distract him. The audience, with their mouths open in surprise and indignation, asked in confusion, "Does that mean he went to sleep?" Full of annoyance, they loudly wondered at his actions. Gui Huya began to hide his head with indignation on his face, thinking that Huang Qinian had disgraced him and that he would get it after the competition. At this moment, Sushin, watching Huang Qingyun through the magic screen, worriedly wondered how this man had escaped the influence of the mysterious realm. Suddenly, a loud female scream pierced the air, cutting the silence like lightning. Not far from the ravine where Huang Xinyan slept, a fierce argument broke out. The protagonist opened his eyes wide in disbelief as a loud, irritated voice berated him about comments on an enemy. Then, a second voice demanded to know why it was interfering in his battle. With a hand to his forehead, he wondered what was happening. But before he could finish his thought, a third female voice declared that opponents were chosen freely and questioned whether he had spoken his final word in the fight. With an annoyed expression on his face, Yan Wu cursed Lao Li and turned to Hai Wu Yao. He said that if she wanted to fight Kungi and clan students, she would find another partner, then told her to leave him alone. Hai Wu Yao only tightened her grip on the weapon in her hands. Suddenly, Hai Wuya released a powerful stream of magical energy, destroying the pieces of the hollow tree in which Vansinen was hiding. The main character, finding himself on the street, cursed, asking what was happening here. Hai Via and Yang Wu turned to the screaming protagonist in surprise. Yu Jianqing approached and looked at Huang Qinyun, noting that he was definitely there. Yang Wu irritably asked to take care of the fire god before turning around offering a battle. Yu Jianqing gave a threatening look and ordered not to command. With a smile on her face, she nodded at his words, agreeing with him. Their harmony at that moment could be felt in the air, like the sounds of a successful chord. Shining in the air, the hero directed magical energy towards Wang Xinyan, who was sitting in the shelter. He dodged the blow, mentally asking if she thought it would be that easy. Moving to another space, he remembered that he didn't want to run away from Hianxi. However, the time had come for action, so he called for a continued journey forward. The main character, with a calm expression on his face, holding a sword, offered to feel real admiration. At high speed, Huang Qinyang made a swift maneuver towards Hewuya, and shortly after, the blades of their weapons clashed, and Huang Qingyun and Hai Wuyi exchanged smiles. During the fight, numerous blows were exchanged. They competed hard. The protagonist responded by using the Kunyan Blade Solution technique. At this moment, Yang Wu spread out his arms, concentrating magical energy, and turned to Yuji Nishing, indicating that they could now focus on the battle. The name of the goddess of flame shone on the horizon. After these words, Huang Qinian released powerful streams of magical fire towards Yuji. But I looked at them and asked myself, how could I lose this battle? As the streams of fire approached her, Yuga Nishing broke them apart with a sharp movement of her hand. After that, Yu Zhenqi jumped up to Yang Wu with a confident look on her face, tightly grasping the hilt of her sword, and ordered him to take her blow. The main character found himself under the sorceress Hai Wuya, who focused magical energy around her wand. A mysterious battle began in the world of mirrors. Yu Jian, with a confident smile on her face, stuck 2 fingers forward and used the Kung sword technique, showing off her skill. After using this magic, a powerful energy was directed towards Yana, who levitated in the sky. Yan Wu felt the blow so much that he almost fell to the ground, screaming in pain. After that, he recovered for a long time, trying to gather his strength and get up. He managed to create a protective magic dome around him, which was clearly felt and gave him confidence. Eugene Shin directed his magical energy at the dome, and it melted into thin air. Yang Wu crossed his arms in front of his face with a slight smile and watched Yi Jiangqing curiously. Genshin looked closely, frowning, and wondered if he was finally getting serious. Levitating in the air, throwing his arms in different directions, Yan Wu declared to Yu Jianyin that he recognized her as a worthy opponent and was therefore going to release all his power. After making a loud promise, Yen would use the snake dance skill, which sent huge snakes of thick magical energy with their mouths open towards Yu Jianqing. She stood on the ground. As the snake approached, she instantly struck it with her sword. Turning to her opponent with a surprised look, Yi Jinshin asked herself noticed the changes. Had he become more powerful? Yu Jianxin began deftly dodging the snake's numerous strikes, showing incredible dexterity and speed. The hero turned to the side where the battle between Yang Wu and Yu Jianqing was taking place. He noticed many magical strikes, and realized that Yu Jianqing was obviously in danger. Then the main character, using a special skill of telepathy, began to make mental contact with HNK, plunging into a complex, interwoven network of thoughts. The main character mentioned that it is necessary to direct the energy of the blade with the power of thought, and it will help her overcome problems. Yu Jianqing stared ahead in surprise, wondering if it was Huang Qingyin. Hai Wuya, fighting Huang Qinyan, hit him hard, telling him to focus on her during the match. The magical energy split Huan Xingyun, but his body was not harmed. It just began to evaporate into the air. Let Viak think. Is this not an illusion? After that, she frowned, feeling that he had deceived her. The hero, who at that moment was levitating behind, explained to her that the rules did not prohibit his act. They turned to him with a gloomy look, frowning, and gave him the order to die. Defending himself against Hai Wuyao's attack, Huang Qinian wondered if she was still angry with him. Yu Jianxing reasoned that she had never been able to grasp the true power of this technique before. With deep thought, she understood what the secret was. Soon, with eyes wide open, she realized this information and formed a clear decision for further actions. A brightly shining, powerful beam of magical energy, known as Blade Intent, allowed her to pierce through several huge magical snakes at once. Yang Wu, hovering over her and forming magical red energy in his palms, asked if she would interfere with his dance. Then, calling by name, he exclaimed that her power ignited his blood. Glowing with a bright red light, snowflakes began to scatter around Yan Wu. The grass was covered with silvery laces of snow and icy strands of hoarfrost. Yang Wu crossed his arms next to his face with a fierce grimace and mouth wide open. With a slightly frozen body, he said, "Red Lotus." With a happy smile on her face, Yujin clenched her sword in her hand, trying to feel its power. After that, they simultaneously applied the most powerful spells. Yen decided to resort to Ice Dance, and a Genshin to Divine Seal. Strong and powerful streams of magical energy collided, causing a bright explosion that sent up waves of power and radiance. The hero, while dodging Haibui's next attack, thought that Yuji was very difficult now. Observing the brightly shining figure in the sky and the powerful streams of smoke, he realized that Yi Jianshen was under extreme tension. Reflecting on how amazingly enthusiastic and inspired he was in every moment of life, he felt a source of energy and joyous hope. The faces of Yu Jian Chengyan Wu and Hai Wu Ya Huan Chengyin showed almost crazy emotions. Haiwu asked himself if that was really the case. Against the background of the endless fury of the fight, the spectators with beads of sweat on their foreheads watched the fights with bated breath. One of the spectators worriedly raised his hand to his face and asked why they were showing more aggression. Then the girl noticed that the audience was used to seeing them completely differently. She asked what happened. The elder girl from the Heavenly Illusion Palace thought that it looked very similar to their illusions. She wondered if there really was something wrong with this mysterious kingdom. The man sharply hit the ground with his fist and began to shout aggressively that the students were some kind of evil. It wasn't normal. Pointing his finger forward, the man angrily asked what had happened. The elder of the Xunyang clan was shouting. The girl, who remained calm, marking the events, stretched out her hand to the magical space. It is impossible to get real injuries there, and that is why everyone fights at full strength. With a sly smile, the girl noted that everyone was eager to show the strength of their clan, and urged not to worry. The Heavenly Illusion Palace elder stood steadfastly on the podium, shaking. One of the observers, putting his hand on the back of his head, noted that her words made sense. The elder of the Heavenly Illusion Palace did not let go of the disturbing foreboding. Watching the fierce battle through the magic screen, she hoped her senses were wrong. His eyes widened at the digital space that came to life on the screen. Mystical symbols danced, unlocking secrets unheard before. He held out his finger to the object, drawing the attention of other spectators to it. He pointed to a calm Huang Qinyun, who was standing with his arms crossed over his chest and a benevolent smile. The boy shouted that among those present there was one who was completely unaffected by the battle. During the Fury stage, Haibuya irritably turned her attention to Huang Qinian, who was levitating over her. She wondered how much longer he would dodge. At that moment, her eyes lit up with a bright purple magical energy, showing her unrestrainedness. With sincere and quick movements, she rushed into the attack. The protagonist calmly looked at her and realized that the secret kingdom was gradually destroying their consciousness. He had to act. With a look of displeasure on her face, the organizing girl crossed her arms over her chest, staring at the calm Huang Xinyun. Why is he still not exhausted? Susing saw the magic screen on which Huang Xinyang sadly realized it was him again. After that, Suqing, frowning and looking at Huang Qianyong, asked himself if he was really their exception. Su Xinga suddenly turned to the girl behind him and ordered He Ming to hand over the task to complete it as soon as possible. She bowed obediently. Suqing smiled and gently turned aside, thinking that this time they would become victims of the Demon Lord. Yanwu opened his eyes and mouth wide, stretched his arms forward and cast a spell, scattering bright red snowflakes around him. From the sky, powerful magical currents rained down on Yuzhen Xin, threatening to change the entire course of events. These streams materialized into a solid substance that struck Eugene Qi and bound her. In immobility, her body struggled with invisible shackles that rendered her helpless. Yi Jiangxing looked ahead with a smile, feeling an incredible energy that she was eager to absorb. Suddenly, the brightly glowing substance that bound Genshin's body began to crack. Then they stared at her wildly and asked loudly what was the matter. After that, the substance binding Haigenshin's body exploded and split into numerous small pieces. Yu Jianxing stood on the field, raising her sword high above her head. With a crazy look, she looked ahead, madly happy to return home, as if her soul had overcome heaven and earth. Then, with a wild smile on her face, Yuji Enjing charged forward, wielding a shining sword and using a Kang technique. After using the sword blade spell, Yizhe and Jin caused a powerful magical explosion with 2 slashes of her blade. The force of the explosion threw Yanhua several meters away, leaving behind nothing but shattered chaos. Blood was actively flowing from his body, and he was wheezing and making sounds of pain as he fell to the ground. Evgenia forced the air out of her lungs. She looked up from under her eyebrows and mentally noted that she would be ready to destroy him. With a furious expression on her face, she rushed into the attack as if she was unstoppable. At that moment, Hai Vi furiously attacked Wan Qinyun, who was holding his sword in front of his face in defense. Suddenly, Huang Xinyun abruptly turned his head in the opposite direction. In the opposite direction, he shouted loudly in search of his ginseng, attracting the attention of others and arousing the curiosity of random passers-by. Yu Jianxing stopped, looking in surprise in the direction where Huang Qingyan was trying to call out to him. With a worried expression and a wild look, she looked at Yevgeny, who was covered in sweat. She asked him with surprise about the sudden cruelty. Yuji and Artsing tried to control the sword with a tense look, but noted that things were not going well as the blade contained too much energy and it was beyond her control. She turned to the wounded Yan Wu and ordered him to go away. Yang Wu lay on the ground, writhing in pain, a grimace of agony on his face. Turning to Yi Jianjin, he said that he would not have time to leave. The hero turned away, a worried look on his face, cursing in his mind. She was too far. And at that moment, the bloodthirsty Hai Viao was ready to strike him with the blade of her cold weapon. When she almost hit him with the weapon, Wang Qinggong suddenly reached out and instantly grabbed Hai Wei's weapon. The crowd watched Huang Xinyun in astonishment, unable to believe their eyes. She wondered how this could happen. Then she assumed that he had become stronger. The pupils of her eyes reflected the image of Huang Xinyun, who, maintaining a calm expression, was calmly clutching his melee weapon in his hand. After that, the main character made his way through the tall grass with a sharp movement of his hand, moving to the side. A heavy breath escaped from her, echoing in space. At this moment, Yu Jiangqing was holding on to herself, concentrating on what was happening. She tried to direct her blade with a pained expression on her face. The hero gave her a determined look and rushed forward with incredible speed, feeling that it was time to show his true strength. At the same time, on the other side of the mirror, two figures stood on a lawn surrounded by trees, creating an atmosphere of almost fairy tale reality. The man whispered something in her ear, trying to convey an important secret. Himing stood next to the trembling and bloodied body of the contestant, sitting in a pool of his own blood next to a massive tree trunk. He noted with a smile the successful start of their strategy. Watching this bloodied and trembling boy, he realized that, although one cannot die in the mirror, it is quite possible to feel injuries. He, sword in hand, looked at the contestant and expressed that they should deal with this problem first. A man with a tense expression on his face and beads of sweat running down his forehead noticed the contestants and turned to them, asking why they were here. However, he did not have time to agree, as suddenly the opponent's hand passed through his body. Blood began to pour out in fountains, and the participant exhaled in agony. With blood on his face, he looked exhausted. With pain on his face, he asked why he couldn't leave the mirror. The last thing this member saw was Heimin, who raised his sword above his head with a laugh. He explained that it was an honor to die at his hands, and that he would help him in this. With his face radiating excitement, he brought the sword closer to the wounded man's face, telling him to remember this day. Meanwhile, outside the mirror, the audience witnessed the defeats and injuries of many participants. They screamed in fear and pain. The Xinyan clan elder insisted on avoiding excessive cruelty. With an annoyed look, he asked about the Starry Sky plan. The Xinyan clan elder aggressively demanded an explanation as to why things were not as expected. The girl at the magical portal spread her hands, emphasizing that they are all in different circumstances, and their future will be helped to be sorted out by the Starry Sky clan. The girl, smiling, noted that the death of participants in the mirror is not taken into account in the real world, so there was no need to worry about it. At that moment, the participant, torn by Hemingly, was lying in a pool of his own blood next to a felled tree trunk. Two human figures closely followed the rounds of the participants, analyzing their every step. Two people who were nearby watched the event. They were Wanlin and Jiangdu. Wanlin hid behind a tree while Jiangdu calmly watched what was happening. He noted that the soul of the deceased is in no hurry to leave his body due to destruction. Observing the mutilated body of the participant, they came to the conclusion that it is still possible to die here. Wang Long returned to the post office with an anxious look on his face, and inquired how things were going outside. The servant of the old Sky clan calmed him down, informing him that the elders had banned the mirror. With a happy smile on his face, Ha Ming had a premonition that the clan members would not even realize that their disciples were no longer among the living. They will not have time to say goodbye to their souls. With a smile on his face, He Ming decided with satisfaction that all the members of the Starry Sky clan should find out in order to continue their pursuit of the members. After that, He Ming gave the order to act. The girl who served the old Sky clan fulfilled it, and Huanlan and Jiangdu were watching this dialogue, hiding in the bushes. With a wide smile, He Ming announced that the Demon Lord didn't have much time left. Wang Liang and Jiangdu's faces contorted in shock at his words. Then they thought about the fact that the Old Heaven clan might be in cahoots with the demons. He Ming stood with a bloodied sword, walking away from his torn opponent, promising that no one would survive. Angry and stressed, Jiangdu believed that the meeting in Tianjiao was another trap, and decided to warn the other participants of the danger. Sometime later, Wang Qing approached Yi Tianqing smiling. He thought that the moment had come when he could show his power. Suddenly his gaze stopped in another direction. He wondered what caused it and was stunned. He joyfully realized that it was great not to have to fight. Via, filled with rage, charged at him with a huge weapon, forbidding even the thought of escape. Yu Jianqing was a short distance away from Yan Wu. Suddenly he stopped and asked himself in surprise what exactly was happening. At that moment, everyone in this clearing was enveloped in a bright pink magical energy that filled the space, creating a fairy tale atmosphere. Gai Wia, who had been trying to attack Huang Xinyin from behind with her sharp melee weapon until recently, suddenly stopped. The eyes of Yan Wu, Hai Wu Ya, and Yu Yin Jing were filled with a new meaning, devoid of their former wildness. The hero, with a smile on his face, decided to join the game as well. After that, at the peak of his acting abilities, he began to loudly resent being caught. Yu Qin put her finger to her lips and expressed her understanding. Yan Wu, overcome with fear, sensed the proximity of danger, but something stopped him. Let her explain that she suddenly lost her sight. Yu King Wu gave them a friendly wave, showing friendliness, and addressed them as her friends. She looked at them with a smile. Yu Jianxing and Hai Weiya looked at her in confusion. Yu Jianxing stretched her hand forward, asking if she had conjured an illusion to prevent them from attacking each other. Hai Weiya thanked Qing for his help, noting that without her the situation could have ended in disaster. Yen will call Jiqing Wu by name with great fervor and, pressing his hand to his chest, will note that she saved him. After that, he assured her with a respectful look that as a decent person he should give her his life. Yu Qiangwu smiled disgustedly and awkwardly, considering it just a small favor. Yang Wu's gaze was fixed on Yu Qingwu. He felt that she rejoiced in his safety. For Ian, she was the embodiment of dedication, beauty, and charm. Yu Qingwu crossed her arms and clenched her fists. Smiling awkwardly, she asked if they had felt anything out of the ordinary before they lost control. With a thoughtful expression on her face, Yuji felt as if her mental state had suddenly collapsed and she became violent and abnormal. The heroes, having decided to play along, admitted with serious faces that they felt manipulation. Yu Jiangqi instantly agreed, sharing her feelings. Yu Jingwu speculated that there was a power in this mysterious realm that awakened people's lust for murder. She was not affected by this phenomenon since she had learned to control illusions since childhood. And then she asked why the Starry Sky clan sent them to such a dangerous, mysterious realm. From the moment the hero entered the mysterious realm, he caught the weak energy of the demon. It became clear to him that the Starry Sky clan, which was gathering for a great meeting in TNGL, could conspire with the demons. Yang Wu and Yu Jianqiang looked at Huang Jinyan in surprise as he expressed his opinion. Does this mean the whole event was staged? Yang Wu was surprised. What cruelty! He put his hand on the back of his head and wondered what kind of demonic energy he felt and why he hadn't noticed it before. Is his body really protected by the same power as Yi King Wu? Taiki? I guessed that maybe it was the power of a fool. Yu Qinwu realized that they were not the only ones affected by this dimension. Other students also fell under his spell. They had to urgently inform them of the approaching danger. Only then could you try to change the course of this game. Soon the sword became a brush, drawing a map on the ground. Yu Jijing explained that the mirror reflected 4 regions, north and south. Just like west-east, she suggested that the others split. She put her hands in front of her, pressed her fist to her palm, and realized that she had to hurry. She turned sharply and announced her intention to go north, after which she quickly started in that direction. While jumping to the side and flying, he turned back to Yu Qingwu to reassure her not to worry about him. Yu Qing watched Yanwu run away, leaving a stain behind, and decided not to even worry about him. Soon, only Huang Qinyu, Yu Qinwu, and Yu Jianxing remained on the field. Yu Jianxing noted that 3 people remained for 2 regions. She noted that both should unite. Yu Qingwu nodded her head with a smile, asking how they would share the gains. Huang Qinyun's face was covered in sweat. He smiled awkwardly and ran away, exclaiming that he had business to do and was therefore heading east. Already moving away, he asked them to be careful. Yu Jianxing sadly watched Huang Qinyun walk away from her and noticed that his face was just as sad. The main character, fleeing from them, looked at Yu Jing and Zhen. He supposed that without her, his affairs would be much simpler. In case of danger, he could make more effort to cope with everything. When Yu Qingwu and Yu Jianqing were alone, Yu Qing extended her hand forward, indicating that they should head west. After exhaling heavily, Yu Jian agreed with her. Suddenly, Yu Jingwu pulled Ye Jiangxin to him and asked her to reveal the secret. After that, Yukin Shinzir whispered to Yuking that the real reason for her appearance at this event was the Elder's task. She needed to investigate a prophecy related to StarClan. Zhen Xin looked at Yu Qingwu in surprise as she expressed her thoughts. He questioned whether this was an accidental prophecy. Yu Qingwu confirmed that the answer was positive, explaining that it was only 8 words long. After that, Yu Qingwu prophesied that the stars would fall and the sword would fly into the blue clouds. Yu Jiangqing remembered the sword with surprise on her face and asked Hen Yin. With wide eyes, she asked Wu Yuqing if the prophecy hinted at the rise of their clan. Yu Qin turned away from her, closed her eyes and assured her that she knew nothing. But she turned to the older woman, who said something. Yu Qin impatiently asked what it was all about. Yu Qingwu assured her with a smile that everything would become clear when the time was right. Yu Qing couldn't resist and started pinching Shi Jiangqing's cheeks, admiring how cute she was. After that, Yu Qingwu said that she had to leave because she needed to inform the other participants. Yi Jianchen nodded his approval at this suggestion. Some time after these events, near the stone fragments on the western mirror, the ground was soaked in a rich burgundy color of thickly spilled blood. Yu Qingwu, bending over the drops of blood, determined that the blood was fresh, which meant that the injured person could not have gone far. Evgeny Shinabra suddenly felt how the world around him had changed. His heart was beating faster and his thoughts were confused. He understood that he was on the threshold of something unusual. She turned, struck and asked who is here. The magical energy flow that Yevon was directing to the side hit the stone. She noticed a dark shadow and wondered if it was demonic energy. A man with a sword in his hands suddenly came out of the shadows and smiled predatorily. He noted that he has incredible luck to meet such beauties. Yu Jianxing looked fiercely at the man and realized that this was definitely a conspiracy with demons. She drew her sword, asking about their plans. Yu Qinwu cautiously warned that he was much stronger. The bald man, with a wild expression on his face, asked again what he was planning. Then with a maddened smile, he added, "Of course he plans to sacrifice them. It is an honor for them to become sacrifices for their master." He charged forward, holding a sword shrouded in dark magic in front of him. Yu Jianxing, burning with anger, ordered the enemy to perish in front of her. She used the arc of the Blade of Eternal Regret, known as Heavenly Punishment, to channel powerful magical energy at the bald man. He stood dumbfounded, taking in everything unfolding before him, his gaze filled with unanswered questions. Soon after, a powerful explosion rang out, shaking the neighborhood and leaving traces of destruction. This led to the fact that numerous stone fragments flew in different directions. A bald man with pain on his face sat next to a broken trunk. On the ground in front of him was a gash from Yevgeny's powerful magic blow. Steam was pouring out of it. Holding his hand to his chest, he, lying in a pool of his own blood, smiled, noting that there was still time. Concentrated, he put his hand on his neck and immediately applied a healing spell. He noted with a smile that their minds would never understand the true power of demons. Dark magical energy enveloped his wounds, healing them. Yu Qingwu and Yu Jianqing looked ahead in surprise. Yu Jianqing felt that some fantastic force appeared in front of them. Then she wondered if he had finally gone down the path of demons. At that moment, the bald man began to rise into the air, surrounding himself with dark magical energy. Both the look and the voice testified the girls are still far from his strength. Rising in the air, he created a powerful magical space around him. He extended his magic, and Yu Qingwu placed his hand in front of Yu Zinsing, warning her to be careful. Almost without delay, a powerful spell struck Yijiang Xing Hichik Yinghu's side, sending her flying away with a pained cry. Yu Qinwu and Yi Jianqing found themselves in a chasm created by a powerful magical strike. The bald man first smiled as he looked at them, then turned his gaze to the girl's body, looking at every detail with interest. He noticed that these things began to evaporate. The man noted that these were tricks of the Palace of Heavenly Illusions. He vulnerable responded that it is fascinating. Currently, near the ground where the bright pink petals lie, the amazing beauty of nature unfolded. Yuki, Qing, and Yuqian Wu burst out of the clouds of steam. Yuqian pressed his hand to his mouth, exhaled heavily, and realized that it was dangerous. Hian Qi found it extremely powerful. If not for Yu Qingwu's illusions, she would have felt fear. She didn't have time to finish the thought, because the man in the air pointing to them advised them not to waste their strength. There was no escape. Suddenly, he sent entire chains of dark magical energy in their direction, encouraged by a loud shout. Yu Qianxing suddenly threw her arms out to the sides, but the magic chain knocked the sword out of her hands, which immediately made her realize that this was a bad thing. In an instant, Yu Qinwu and Yu Jianqin were captured by the magical energy that bound their movement. Yu Qin realized that her spirit power was disappearing because of these chains. With a pained expression on his face, Yu Qingwu realized how huge the gap in strength was. I asked with excitement what was the matter. Had they not become less brave? He said with a smile that it should be an honor for them to become victims of the demon race. With a tense expression on her face, looking ahead, Evgenia Shin wondered if it was possible that this day would end here. Suddenly, a voice appeared in her mind. He asked her why she didn't mention wanting to go home. Carefully watching her voice, Yu Qianqin noticed Hua and Qin Yuan in front of her. She mentally promised him that she would return everything. Yu Jiangqing concentrated her magical energy, broke the chains, and resolutely announced her intention to stop the demons, her body shining with a bright light. Her sword, lying on the ground a few meters away from her, also lit up with a bright magical light. Her hand attracted strange looks like a magnet. The man hovering above them asked in amazement how she did it, because she just did it with no apparent effort. Before he could finish his question, Yi's and Shin spread their arms and legs, focusing the powerful magical flow that swirled around their bodies. Yi's and Shin realized the power of the blade. The man cried out in despair, not believing what had happened. Yu Qianqian cast a destruction spell, sending glowing golden magical streams at him. Magic sharp streams headed towards his body, closing the waterfalls of blood that flew in different directions. At the same time, something mysterious and unusual was happening inside the mirror. Wang Qingyun looked around and gestured to the man hiding behind, ordering him to come out of cover, as he had already stopped hiding his presence. The man, hiding behind a tree, seemed to find something funny in the situation before him. After that, he wondered how Huang Qianing managed to notice him, because the surprise had to be perfect. The protagonist felt his demonic energy sting. The man laughed, calling it overconfidence for a member of the Purple Palace, and asked if he was really thinking of running away. The hero took the sword aside and instead of answering asked who decided that he was going to run away. With a smile he offered to talk, noting that it was working hours and he was not going to work overtime. Surprised, the man asked what he wanted to talk about. The hero, focusing his gaze straight into the eyes, surrounded himself with magical energy, and decided that if he did not work overtime, now he would arrange a great time for him. The man pointed his finger at Huang Xinyun and began to laugh uncontrollably, exclaiming that these were two cheeky words before death. He thought it was ridiculous, ordering Huan to die. Huang looked at it and said, "Kunyun blade." Duan Xinyun suddenly lashed out with his entire body, using his bare blade skill. Magical currents rushed in different directions, and Chen Yun instantly approached the man, tearing his body apart. Blood flooded everything around, and the man groaned in agony. After that, he found himself in the deep crevice created by Huang Qinian. Watching this bloody hole, Huan said he hated being added to robots. Turning in the opposite direction, the question always arises. Have the demons still not understood? Or do they just like to repeat their actions? Fomer and Xian were in the mirror, their backs pressed against each other. Surprised people surrounded them from all sides, filled with demonic magic. Xian couldn't understand why their bodies radiated this terrible power. In the mirror world, Wang Lian and Jiang Duo stood in front of people with demonic energy emanating from them, swords in hand. Jiang Duo asked about the Star Clan's intentions. The Xinyan clan elder turned to Sushin, who was sitting behind him, and asked why the disciples of the Old Heaven clan were killing the members of other clans, and why the true souls did not return. He was worried about what it meant. Sushin frowned, staring intently, surprised that he still hadn't figured it out. Then, with an ominous look, he declared that today they would all come to an end. Guyu frowned and became angry, announcing to everyone that the Old Sky Clan had tricked them. The elder of the Heavenly Illusion Clan spread his arms, concentrating magical energy. Duya was suddenly wounded and his vision distorted. He felt the spiritual power disappearing from his body. The elder woman of the Heavenly Illusion Clan felt pain as she stared at her own palm, realizing that her power was blocked by the demonic seed. Su Heng, surrounded by his clansmen with fierce, red, glowing eyes, smiled knowing that they were well informed, but pointed out that it would not save them. The haughty expressions on the men's faces disappeared when they realized that the Starry Sky Clan was secretly cooperating with the demons. One of them, with a bloody face, indignantly inquired about their plans. With a cold calmness on his face, resting his chin on his hands, he advised them to finish watching the show. Reassured that their pets will come sooner than it seems, the hero watched the bloody gap at his feet and reasoned that such a struggle was terrible. After that, he realized that it was necessary to urgently inform others about the situation. An idea rose in his mind that made him think. Realizing this, he was amazed and happy. After that, he took a deep breath. Raising his face upwards, he began to emit powerful sound waves. Using the Energy Blast skill, he loudly informed the students about the Star Clan's conspiracy with the demons. At this moment, the participants opposite the mirror began to listen to Huang Xinyun's story in amazement. The main character advised everyone to avoid death senselessly. Not to attack under any circumstances and to remain calm was what the moment called for. The offer to unite against a common enemy was unexpected for everyone. In the Eastern Mirror, the faces looked up in surprise, wondering if the Starry Sky Clan had really contacted the demons. At this moment, west of the mirror, Yu Jingshen and Yu Qingwu are back-to-back trying to figure out if this is really Huang Qining's voice. With a bloody mouth, Yu Qingwu said that this guy was great. While wiping the blood from her face, Yi Jianqing shared a guess that there were other disciples in the mysterious world who had a connection with the starry sky. She suggested that they stop the conversation and quickly move on to other questions to see how they could help. Yu Qingwu agreed with this idea. The hero took a leisurely breath and noted that from now on it was Ji and Xin. Yu Qingwu was finally able to relax, opening his mouth in a big yawn. He was ready to rest. Suddenly he heard a loud female voice begging for help. The girl rushed to Wang Qinggen, hoping for his help. After that, a girl named Sunshin reached out her hand, beads of sweat running down her face. She turned to Huang Qihin, begging for help. The hero looked at her in surprise and asked if she recognized him. At that moment, the man surrounded by the magical energy of the demons looked down on them. He thought it was funny. He wondered if Sunshi thought that the representatives of the Purple Palace would save her. The protagonist pressed his hand to his forehead with a tense expression and exhaled heavily, while the frightened Sun Girl leaned against Huang Qinggang's shoulder with a trembling body. The hero took out a wooden magical object from under his sleeve, called the man Starry Sky Clan, and made it clear that he had enough of their obstacles. The man looked at him in surprise, perplexing him. After that, the item that Huang Xinyun pulled out of his sleeve in a flash, enveloping him in magical energy, rushed towards the man with great speed. The man did not have time to do anything. The object hit him directly in the chest. The object hit the man in the chest with such force that he made a painful sound similar to a growl, then flew a few meters, and losing consciousness, fell to the ground. Turning to Huan Xinyun, Sun Qing was pleased that he had finally been found. However, the main character, looking at her, remarked that he felt as if he did not know her. With a smile on her face, Sanqian pressed her hand to her chest and asked permission to introduce herself. She called herself a student of the TNG Pavilion. The main character furrowed his brows, looked at Sunshin and inquired about the TNG Pavilion again, then wondered if he really had a good relationship with the place, asking if he did. Sun Qian narrowed her brows angrily, looking reproachfully at Huang Qianyang. She showed her indignation by showing up at the meeting in Tianjiao just to see him. Sun Jian announced that an important event was approaching in Tianxi. The owner ordered to notify the hero personally. He, still a little confused, focused on her words. Sometime before these events, Hai Wei and Zhao Tianlu raised their heads, heeding Huang Qinian's warnings. Let Via be surprised that he uses voice transmission. Zhao Tianlu pondered where they should go after the message. Hai Wei declared that the battle with the Starry Sky Clan had already begun. They could not be allowed to command, and it was time to stop this course of events. Suddenly, a demonic voice addressed Hai Wei and Zhao Tianlu, asking if they planned to stop them. They turned in unison with tense faces. They watched as a man steeped in powerful demonic energy hovered in the sky above them. Looking at him, they wondered who he was. Ming, squinting a little, contemplated them from the height of his wisdom. He landed next to them, smiling contentedly, and told them that 2 mosquitoes could not threaten their clan. Aiming was indignant, calling him a damn dog. Hai Via and Zhao Tianlu channeled their magical energies at Himing, offering to decide who was stronger. Immediately, one of them ordered him to take their attack. Himing, with a sly smile, stated that they knew nothing about the demon clan, released it into the sky, creating a bright light show that illuminated everything around. The sky played with all the colors, mesmerizing everyone who watched the magic. Squeezing the magical space around him, he felt reality change. The force of the impact sent Haiwu and Zhao Tianlu flying in different directions. They painfully asked what had happened. After that, Hai Wuya, with a bloodied face, coughed violently into her fist, condemning the incredible force of energy that fell upon her. Zhao Tianlu sat on the ground, wiping the blood from her mouth as she regained her breath after the battle. He Min laughed uncontrollably in rage, realizing that they had now witnessed something incredible. He Ming began to concentrate powerful magical energy around him. Using his demonic formation skills, he created a huge magical pentagram near his body. Hai Uya, with a worried expression on her face, opened her eyes and mouth wide, realizing that the summoned portal meant danger. She understood that he must be stopped. Looking at her, Ming noted that they were about to be sacrificed and asked if they were ready to accept death. He then made it clear that in that case, he would give them that opportunity. He sent a powerful demonic energy to the side, but it was suddenly stopped by fire magic. Yang Wu used this art to signal that the main character had already arrived. He could suffer losses when he was in a situation with his eyes open, everyone around him asked. Surrounded by powerful fire energy, Yang Wu confidently landed in front of the injured Hai Wu and Zhao Tianlu. With a smile on his face, Yan Wu remarked that he had arrived on time, addressing his partner as if he were a star guest who dared to be angry, and hinted that today he will feel the full power of his flame. Hai Weiyang, feeling pain, told Yan Wu about her intention to summon the Demon Lord and asked to prevent the formation from being activated. Yan Wu, sitting behind, supported her and reassured her. After that, Yang Wu charged forward, raising his palm upwards, aiming it at Hemying, who was above his head. He invoked the Red Lotus to obtain the power to destroy evil. He Min, looking at this note, thought it was funny. However, his smile was suddenly stopped by Yang Wu. His powerful punch to the jaw caused blood to stain Hai Min's face. He Ming was thrown several meters away by the powerful magic fire that hit him. Moving away from Yan, he couldn't understand what was happening. Soon after, He Ming fell to the ground. With a bloody face, he marveled at his opponent's strength, admitting that he didn't want to show all his cards. Before long, his face disfigured by the injuries he had sustained, and his eyes blood red, he was seething with anger and despair, blaming the other for forcing him to do these things. Numerous magical threads began to appear around him, full of mysterious energy and mysterious patterns. His face contorted, as if turning him into a monster. Did he really become a demon? One wondered in his mind. Surrounded by dark magical energy, he menacingly proclaimed that it was time to die. While Sun Qiang was talking to Wang Qianyuan, he explained that according to the prophecy of the Tianji Pagoda, the events in the old Heaven clan affect the immortal world, and only someone from the Ken Yin clan can save everyone. Song Xiun returned to Huang Qinian. He confidently declared that this person was standing in front of them, and it was undoubtedly Huang Qinian. The main character looked at her in surprise, and then, with a look of fear on his face, pointed at himself, as if asking if it was about him. After that, the hero turned to Sun Qin and asked her, "Why don't they find great masters?" He wonders if their prophecy is too strange. Sonia, with an uncertain expression on her face, carefully touching her index fingers, admitted that she also shared this opinion. Song Qian suddenly stopped, deciding that it didn't matter anymore, and that his thoughts were too trivial. The main character ignored her, thinking thoughtfully why he was chosen by the TNZ pavilion. The hero wondered if anyone had noticed how the seal had been removed. Sun Qiying put her hand on Huang Qiying's shoulder and began to encourage him. She pointed out that the predictions were never wrong, and he devalued himself without reason. After that, Sun realized with wide eyes, if they say it was him, then it must be. She confidently advised him to cooperate. Huang Qiying focused his gaze and thought about what questions she should ask him and what exactly she wants from him. Sunshine raised her index finger up, and suddenly a blade appeared. The protagonist wondered, was it really a blade? Sun answered in the affirmative, exclaiming, "One move." She revealed that the previous emperor was a superior swordsman despite only exhibiting one move. She noted that 10,000 years ago there were changes in the Kungi and Mesha clans, which led to the loss of this technique. The pavilion elder recently discovered this. Sun Qiang promised Huang Qinyu to use magical energy to lift the book into the air to save the immortal realm. The protagonist frowned as he looked at the book and thought about what would happen if the immortal world disappeared. His thoughts swirled around endless possibilities. His clans will also face difficulties. He needs to keep a balance to stick to his old schedule. Taking the book, the hero decided to demand a long rest. He stood contemplating the beauty of Songchon with a book in his hand. He agreed with her and promised to make an effort. Sonechko joyfully looked at him, beaming with happiness, and was delighted with this development of events. At the same moment, the reflection inside the mirror, surrounded by stone fragments raised by his magical energy, screamed that it was time to finish them off. Standing in front of him, Yanwu wondered if the villains would be able to stop repeating the same thing over and over again. Returning to Haiming, he asked if there were any new ideas. After that, Yang clenched his fists surrounded by fiery energy, called him a sinner and ordered him to accept the righteous anger of the hero. Yang then cast the Red Lotus Dance spell, creating a powerful flow of fire aimed at Haiming. Heimin deflected the attack with a light wave of his hand while pointing out the weakness of the blow. Haiming's magic blows sent a stream of flames to pieces. At the last moment, the magical blows were directed at Yan Wu, but he managed to put up a magical defense that saved him from imminent danger. Haiming smiled, noting the strength of the proud confidence. He rushed at Yan Wu with a pained expression on his face. Yan Wu flew back with his mouth open. Meanwhile, he believed that no one could resist his great power. Haiming pinned Yan Wu to the ground and mockingly asked him with a hint of disdain in his voice. The main hero and the villain clashed in an epic battle. Pinning the injured Yan Wu to the ground, the villain claimed that whoever survived would be the winner. With a face full of mad determination, Ming ordered his enemies to die. But Tom Sayahin, who was standing on the field, turned to him unexpectedly from behind. Haiming turned to see a tired Tong Xian staring breathlessly in front of him. He realized that the boy had arrived on time and ordered him to act quickly. Tong Xian approached Haiming and asked him to stop. He worried. Would the demon invasion benefit their people? Haiming, standing over the injured Yan Wu, wondered if he should question the elder's decision. Tong Jing looked at Ming uncertainly, raised his hand. He remembered how the Star Clan had saved his life, and he did not want to witness his death. Haiming cheerfully remembered the wounded Tong Xian, realizing that now everything was clear to him. He then indulged in harsh words, considering Tong Xian to be a weakling from the start. With a sharp start, Haiming rushed to meet Tang Xin with a frantic expression on his face. He asked if he really wanted to betray the clan. If that's the case, it's just ridiculous, Haiming emphasized. Haiming jumped over Tan Xian and struck him with the power of magic. He was determined to purge the clan of all traitors. Tang Xiang deftly dodged the blow by leaping into the air and channeled the magical energy at Haiming. He quickly created a protective barrier of magical energy. Haiming, looking at Tong Xian in surprise, realized that he had withstood the blow and was probably hiding his true strength. Tong Xian held out his hand, making it clear that he did not want to watch the demons destroy their world. Tong Xian glared at Haiming, full of anger. He crossed his arms and asked himself if he really thought he could stand up to him on his own. After expressing his intentions, Ming began to focus magical energy in his hands, preparing to attack Qian. But suddenly, a flash of magic lit up behind him. Haiming whirled around, full of rage, trying to figure out who was to blame for the unexpected intervention. Haiming then leapt into the air, deftly dodging the blow that was about to strike him from the back. Yu Qiniqing approached him from the forest. She noted that he was not alone. Yu Qinju stood behind her, menacingly confirming that they were here as well. Yan Wu, with a bloody mouth and a pained expression on his face, was lying on the ground, calling out Yue Qing's name. Xiao Tianlu turned to Jiang Qing with a smile. His gaze radiated warmth and curiosity, as if each encounter brought something new and unexpected. Surrounded by powerful demonic energy, Haiming rushed forward, happily noting that this achievement was great as it allowed him to deal with all of them at the same time. Yu Zhengqing used the Kungyang blade in the 10th skill, and his and Haiming's magical energy collided. Haiming stared ahead in surprise as the space around him was surrounded by illusory magic. On the battlefield, he saw several images of Yujin Xin fiercely fighting him at that moment. Haimingren smiled slyly and at the same time struck all of Eugene's looks, asking himself if it could be an illusion. At that moment, Yuji Enqing, standing behind with sword in hand, decided that the time had come to attack. Haiming turned to Hangshen, who was standing behind her, and asked if she thought that illusions would help defeat the opponent. Suddenly, a powerful magical energy was released from Jimin Hijianchen, sending her flying many meters. He stood in the center of the magic pentagram with his arms and legs outstretched. He loudly declared that even countless ants would not be able to resist him. Yuji Enqing, eyes wide and mouth hanging open, looked worriedly at Ming, guessing his intention to summon a demon lord. The danger was already close. He held the book from Song Chong and thought with a smile that the technique was interesting, and the creator of the book, Emperor Qing Di, turned out to be a difficult person. Sun Shi crossed her arms over her chest and looked at Huang Qingyang with a hint of condemnation. Letting it be known that it was time to start studying, Sun Qiang hesitantly admitted that it was difficult for her to comprehend how the future of the immortal world depended on him. The protagonist reached out and stared at the book, telling her what he knew about her anxieties. But she shouldn't worry. The sun looked into her eyes. She looked at him in surprise. The hero looked at the book with a smile on his face before he opened it, but he already felt a familiar energy, as if he had already met her somewhere. Then, Chuang Chenyun began to rapidly flip the pages of this book. Sunshine focused her gaze on the process of studying the book and felt confused. She was surprised because everything happened incredibly quickly. She realized that before her was the real person from the prophecy, and now she had no doubts left. The hero, immersing himself in new knowledge, saw in his imagination pictures of mountains and springs, as if he was in their picturesque surroundings. Protagonist wondered if this was a world created by the sword's intentions. Huan Qin-yun unexpectedly moved into this space and looked in surprise at the man standing in front of him. Suddenly, this man jumped up and made a sharp movement with his sword. The hero watched in awe, noting that this technique seemed to embody a power capable of changing the course of history. The main character contemplated the powerful magical energy and the storm raging in the sky. He wondered if there was a blade in this chaos. Suddenly, the hero saw the face of the one who possessed this technique. He was shocked, staring with his eyes and mouth wide open. During these events, Yu Yanitsi, sitting on the ground, looked at Himin, who was levitating in the magic pentagram, thinking that if he succeeded in freeing the Lord Demon, the world would perish. Jean, turning to those around her, announced that she knew how to defeat him. But for that, she needed their time. Suddenly someone turned to her. Wang Lian and Jiang Dugu ran to her with all their might, urging her to trust them. Walking towards them, Yu Jinying gave a surprised look when she noticed Wang Lan. She asked if he was here too. Wang Lan explained that he sensed the energy fluctuations and arrived here in time. After that, Zhao Tianlu turned to Yu Xinci with a smile, urging him not to worry. Hai Via, holding a weapon, confidently assured that everyone would protect her. Yu Qingwu smiled and clenched his fist to show that he would protect her. Tong Xian, standing behind, expressed his willingness to help. Yu Jianxing was overwhelmed by their words, and blushing and opening his eyes wide, he expressed his feelings that day. She then focused powerful magical energy around her, lifting her upwards. After that, she gave the order to get ready and activated the strongest reception. Suddenly, Yen asked to give him a chance. He began to concentrate fiery energy around him. Wen Ming looked down at him, asking if they could handle it. Suddenly, the element of fire, which seemed to come to life, quickly flew towards them. He Ming effortlessly parried Yan Wu's attack, showing his superiority. It seemed like a futile effort to attack such a master. After he deflected Yan Wu's strike and sent out a magical beam of demonic energy, Yan Wu was knocked back. Yuki Wu and Tong Xiun also started using magic, showing that they were there. Hai Wuya and Wanlong confirmed their answer in the affirmative, simultaneously beginning to focus their magical energy in their palms, preparing to act. Due to the simultaneous attack of many members of different clans, a magical grid of various magical structures formed in the sky. Surprise filled He Min when he found his body wrapped in a magical net. His eyes became bloodshot, and his gaze filled with unbridled rage. Suddenly he spread his arms and legs, causing an explosion of magical energy. With madness in his eyes, he tried to understand how such a gathering of ants had appeared around him. The attack pushed back Yu Xingwu, Tongxin, Hai Wuya, and Wanlun. A whirlwind of magical demonic energy began to concentrate in Ming's hands. He was sure that the Demon Lord could handle them with one finger. Yu Jingqing calmly focused the magical energy in her hands. Then she looked up and looked menacingly ahead. He asked menacingly what was going on. Suddenly, he saw a powerful beam of magical energy of a bright golden color which shot from the forest into the sky. Stunned, he wondered where so much power came from in a simple blade. Yu Jianxing stood with her legs wide apart and her arms outstretched in front of her. A sword levitated beside her, emitting powerful magical energy. Staring menacingly at He Ming, she indicated that his arrogance had already ended. After that, the space was cut by an incredibly voluminous and at the same time sharp magical lightning that relentlessly pursued him. He Ming looked at this magic beam in horror and thought that it would be bad if it struck. At the last moment, Mit was able to cross his arms over his face. A powerful blast of blade-oriented magic collided with the demonic energy, creating a dizzying mosaic of forces. He-Ming, with a pained expression on his face, flew to the side with a groan, expressing pain in every sound. He then unconsciously began to fall to the ground from a great height, surrounded by a lace of magical energy created by Yu Jinchen. Landing next to her allies, Yu Zhengxing happily announced her victory, and then loudly expressed her joy. However, this joy did not last long, because it suddenly became clear that the favorable wind was replaced by obstacles that had been resolved in advance. She slowly took 10 steps forward, her eyes widening with tension. She suddenly raised her head and saw rays of magical energy bursting out from the magical pentagram in the sky, and the pentagram itself began to disintegrate. With a hoarse voice, He-Ming squeezed out a smile, knowing that the summons was complete. The space in the magic pentagram cracked, emitting magical energy. Bloodied, lying among the rubble of the fireplace, he smiled sinisterly, aware that his victory was only half-hearted, but so was theirs. Spur, you could see how it rotates around its own axis. She glowed with a neon glow that attracted all attention. Every second of observation gave new patterns. He was filled with trepidation when he finally spoke. As the spherical substance began to unfold, a powerful demon appeared from there. He-Ming warned everyone about the approach of the Demon Lord. Yu Zhenxing stared at this spherical substance, with a demon hiding inside it, shivering in fear. His inner voice whispered that it was the Demon Lord himself. The Dark Lord looked down in disdain, wondering how he could be summoned to a place with such weak energy. He-Ming fell to his knees and looked. The young man looked at the Demon Lord with a shiver, outraged to the bone. The Starry Sky Clan's mirror portal was needed to summon the Lord. There were certain conditions for further entry into another world. He needed to destroy all these people in order to regain his power. Then he felt that he could acquire a real body and become stronger. The Demon Lord smiled and chuckled, asking if the interlocutor was hinting at the possibility of solving the problem. Suddenly, the veins on Hemming's face began to swell. Blood flowed from the mouth and nose. He looked in front of him in confusion. His body exploded from the inside, bursting with pieces of flesh and blood that splashed in different directions. His lips managed to release only a short and frightened cry. The Demon Lord, looking at He-Min's body parts scattered in different directions with a smile, realized that he was just a useless being. Eugene Shin looked up in fear, feeling that the power of the Demon Lord himself was in front of him. Tong Xian took a step forward with a confident expression on his face and clenched his hands into fists. He aggressively asked, "What is this?" Yu Jianxing turned sharply to Tang Xin, loudly pointing out that he shouldn't do that. Tom Xin swooped in, claiming he couldn't bear to see everyone die. The Demon Lord watched the bright magic rays that rushed towards him from Tang Xin. This action attracted his attention. The Demon Lord stood confidently in front of him, smiling, surrounded by magical energy balls. As the Tongtian rays approached the Demon Lord, he easily broke them with his magic substance, directing it at Tong Xian. Tong Xian jumped back, and 2 magical energies, water and fire, confronted the demon. Hai Wei with water energy predicted disaster, and Yan Wu with fire energy predicted a burning lotus. After that, Yang Wu's mouth began to bleed. With a pained expression on his face, he thought the energy was too powerful. Mei Vuya, with the same expression, stretched out her hand and realized that they needed to recover. So they had to run. Thanks to skillful management of energies, they managed to redirect the magic beam, changing its path. Then the explosion goes in the direction where none of them were. Yan Wu and Hai Wu Yao's faces reflected pain as they settled down on the ground, clenching their jaws tightly. Yi Zhenqing approached Yan Wu and asked how he was doing. Yan Wu, clenching his jaw tightly, replied that he seemed to be holding on, but already at the limit of his abilities. Tong Xian stood on the field with a gloomy expression, feeling guilty and convincing himself that the responsibility lay with him. He hinted that without their clan, no one would have been hurt. Yang Wu and Hai Wu looked at him with wide eyes in surprise. Yan Wu Xiao, overcoming the trembling of his hands from the tension, confidently stated that he would solve all the problems on his own. After that, with a fierce glare in his eyes and a tense face with a vein on his forehead throbbing, he began to concentrate magical energy, proving that all this chaos was for the sake of the Heavenly Clan. The Demon Lord looked them over calmly, assuming that if they weren't weak, they could prove it. Then he remarked that their fight would look pitiful. The Demon Lord sent the magic beams to the side, and Tongxin, ignoring them, vowed to contain the impulses using his strongest technique. After that, with a threat in his voice, he told the demon that he would definitely destroy him. Tong stood firmly on the ground, pressing his feet into the soil and holding his clasped hands in front of him. He was concentrating powerful magical energy of a bright golden color. Casting the starburst spell, he saw the demon lord floating in the sky surrounded by brightly shining stars. Filled with determination, Yan Wu suddenly extended his fisted hand, showing strength and confidence in every movement. The stars, united, focused a powerful explosion on the sky. Yuting looked surprised and pointed out that this is the Starry Sky clan creation technique, but it has not been used for a long time due to its complexity. Yu Zhengqian pointedly remarked that she did not expect such knowledge from Tong Xian. The demon lord was in a protective dome, staring grimly ahead. The once indestructible dome is now split into many fragments. Cracks formed in the main part of the dome, and the figure of the demon lord was also covered in cracks, and he noted that something unusual had happened. After that, the dome shattered into small pieces, as did the demon lord's body, as if it was made of stone, crumbling into dust. Tongxian's face was pained, tense, and he fell to the ground. Blood gushed out of his mouth in a fountain, shocking everyone around. At this moment, streams of sweat continuously flowed down his face. Alarmed, Chengdu ran up to Tang Sen, calling his name loudly. Hong Xian was lying on his back, his face covered in blood, and he thought that he had already done everything he could, and now he had only them to rely on. Zhao Tianlu looked up to where the demon lord had been recently, and wondered if this was the end. Then Tom noticed that the lord was indeed dead. Suddenly, the red magical energy that spilled across the sky lit up brighter and began to concentrate into a single point. As the demon lord began to accumulate red energy in stones, he smiled sinisterly, finding the people in front of him pitiful. The demon lord was pleased to note how great it was that he was able to overcome his 8th rank. Wanlon, full of surprise, noted that the attack did not harm him. Jiangdu responded with amazement at his 8th rank, not understanding how to counter him at all. Yu Zhenqim, clutching the hilt of his sword in his hand and staring at the demon lord hovering in the sky, decided that it was time to act without hesitation. She wasn't going to just sit and wait for death. Her gaze was aggressively directed at the demon lord, her brows furrowed in alarm. Looking confidently ahead, Evgenia Shin remembered moments from the past of her kind. To protect everyone, she had to confront the Demon King. This decision came when she remembered how she had interacted with Huang Qinian in the Kanjian Mechemen clan. Yu Zhengqian, remembering the people important to her, looked ahead and furrowed her brows. Clenching her jaw firmly, she decided not to give up. Suddenly, a light magical energy shone in front of her. There was a man in the picture who extended his hand to her. Yi Jiangxing looked at this in surprise. Next to her in the image was the main character, who put his palm to her head. She stared in surprise, realizing that it was indeed him. He leaned over and expressed his confidence in her ability to overcome all difficulties. After that, he quietly leaned towards her and whispered that he would help. Mr. Demon frowned slightly and looked down. Huang Qingyun looked at him with a smile of confidence. He assured Jianqing that he would help her win. Yu Jiangxin looked curiously at the hero next to her and asked about his origin. The hero explained to her with a smile that now was not the time for that, and offered his help. He promised to teach her the art of wielding a blade. At this moment, Wang Qingyun, being in another space, was meditating, surrounded by magical energy. Nearby, a few meters away, Sonyachna sat on her knees, deeply focused. The charge exhausts interacted with the blades of the world because the main character felt that such movements were important to him. Sun Qian looked at Huang Qingyun with a smile, asking if he had really attained enlightenment so quickly. Huang Qingyun, beaming with a smile, turned to Yu Zhenxing, promising to share with her a divine thought that was only available to her. Yu Zhenxing watched him with big, surprised eyes. Wang Qinian walked up to her, pointed at the demon lord, and asked if she had noticed his strength growing. However, the main character found out that inside the mirror, he cannot fully reveal her. Yu Zhenxing stared at the demon lord in surprise, her eyes wide. She expressed her surprise at seeing this. The main character explained that due to limitations, the demon lord that was summoned into their world only used 30% of his power. This gave them a chance to defeat him. The demon lord looked down with a thoughtful expression, noting in surprise that this energy was incredibly familiar. Staring into the enchanted space beside Eugene Cheng, he asked himself if it was possible that this was the guy. Yu Zhenxing turned to the team members, reminding them that the demon lord could not use his full power in the mirror. She assured that, Having gathered all the forces in battle, they can defeat him. Her confident look urged not to give up. Raising his hand, Zhao Tianlu agreed that Yu Jianqing was right. Could they have given up so easily? Yu Qingwu clenched her fist with a smirk, full of determination, determined to fight to the last. With an imposing movement, the Demon Lord spread his arms in different directions, indicating the hopelessness of the situation, which left no chance. After these words, the Demon Lord showered many magic rays on the clan members. Zhao Tianlu suddenly rushed towards the magic rays. He deftly avoided these rays as if calling them to him, like a participant in a bright show. Zhang Tianlu, approaching the Demon Lord and clutching his sword, ordered him to perish. The Demon Lord looked at him with a smile. Remembering his bravery, Zhao Tianlu rushed towards the demon, but his sword stopped mid-air. An impenetrable dome suddenly grew over the Defender of Darkness. He stood looking ahead with a look of surprise on his face. Zhao Tianlu asked himself in shock, was this an absolute defense? At that moment, a mighty bark stood in front of him, completely covering the Demon Lord's body. The Demon Master looked at Xiao Tianlu through the massive plates and gestured at him as a worthless insect. Immediately after, due to the extremely short distance between the Demon Lord and Zhao Tianlu, a magical beam of demonic energy caught up with Zhao Tianlu and struck him in the chest. The Demon King looked at this and was surprised. When he revealed his absolute defense, he smiled, realizing it was an illusion. Realized that it was not bad. At this stage, under the Demon Lord, there were many rose petals. Yukin stood on the ground, raising her hands to the sky as if touching the stars. Her face was tense, sweat pouring down her face, and her hands were shaking from the effort spent on solving the problem. Zhao Tianlu appeared next to Yu Qingwu and thanked her as he pressed his hand to his chest in pain. She called for caution. Feeling the danger of the situation, Zhao Tianlu informed those around him that the Demon Lord had absolute protection against physical attacks, but was powerless against illusions. Yu Jianqing realized that they could defeat him if they used magic against him. Zhongdu, with a smile on his face, held the talismans in his hands and considered it a good sign, while Wamlan behind him also held the talismans, believing in their power. The hero in magic form addressed Yu Jianqing, telling that the magic attack combines various elements, condenses mana, and penetrates defenses. Yu Jianqing listened in surprise. After that, she loudly stated that the energy of the sword could also come in handy. Yu Jianxing stared at the blade of her sword, which radiated magical energy. She remembered from the Blade of Hate book that such energy was supposed to thicken for magical attacks. However, the technique required great spiritual strength and was rarely used. The hero's face kept a calm expression as he mentally turned to Genshin, believing in her ability to cope with everything. Zhang Du and Wang Lao ascended into the sky after examining Yukian Xin, assured that they would buy her some time. After that, the lawn surrounded by numerous talisman sheets covering his body headed towards the Demon Lord. He aimed many talismans in his direction. The demon calmly lured, confident that it would help him achieve what he wanted. After that, the Demon Lord began to create a magical barrier made of a mysterious substance in front of him. However, the talisman leaves were able to pass through this shield, causing the Demon Lord to look at them in surprise. Yu Qingwu smiled happily and loudly announced to everyone that the protective barrier had finally been broken. The Demon Lord began to retreat back as the talismans swirled around him, creating a magical atmosphere. With a demonic look, the Demon Lord mentioned that the creator of these talismans had died a long time ago. He was worried about where they had come from now. Zhangdu smiled as she realized that Huang Shenyun had given them a great deal of help. Van Laon emphasized that it is worth thanking him personally. After that, with focused faces, Wanlon and Jiangdu raised their hands forward, activating the artifacts, offering to try again. The Demon Lord crossed his arms over his chest and tensed his whole body, asking furiously if they were really so sure of their victory. After that, the Demon Lord shouted with force. Did they think that even using talismans would be enough? The Dark Lord summoned a magical storm that hit Jiangdu and Wanlin. Blood splattered from their mouths, and their faces froze in pain. Van Loan, clenching his jaws and biting his lips, declared resolutely that they would not surrender. After these words, they stretched out their hands with bloody faces, tensely pointing their talismans at the Demon Lord. The magic chains and talismans binding the B-Man Lord's body caused him genuine surprise, and he tried to understand what was happening. Contemplating this event, Xiao Tianlu couldn't help but let out excited cries of surprise. He loudly declared that it was the Tao's talisman, and then, with a gentle lullaby, emphasized that they had finally come close to the Tao. Numerous new chains and talismans rushed towards the Demon Lord. Behind him stood Yi Jianqing, who moved closer thanks to Wanlin and Zhengdu's distraction. She understood that now everything depends on her. With her sword clenched in her hands, she was full of determination. After that, she cast the Falling Stars spell, and bright short beams of magical energy began to rain down from the sky. The Demon Lord, watching in astonishment, called the humans pitiful worms and asked in astonishment how such a thing was possible. The magical rays created by the Star Rain spell were rapidly approaching the Demon Lord's body. The Demon Lord screamed in pain, his body and skin cracking with anger. The Demon Lord bellowed, belittling them like pitiful insects. After that, there was a powerful, dazzling and at the same time deafening magical explosion. The entire area where the demon leader hid behind the smoke and steam was filled with tension and mystery. Yuking Wu and Zhao Tianlu, who were observing the situation, stared into the distance where smoke rose high into the sky. Qin, staring anxiously, asked hesitantly if everything was finished. Yu Zhengxing widened her eyes and mouth, clearly stating that she was strongly opposed. She watched as the numerous shards joined together, imbued with the magical energy of the dark demonic light, forming the figure of a demon lord. Drops ran down Zhao Tianlu's face, and he firmly decided that he had reincarnated. Yijing stared intently, biting her lips, wondering if this was the new form of the demon lord. Van Loun sat leaning against a tree trunk, muttering curses wearily. Next to him, Ji Yangdu pressed his hand to his chest in annoyance, wondering if he could kill him. The demonic lord, in his sixth guise, smiled confidently as he looked ahead. Watching the demon lord's new form release waves of magical energy, one wondered why his appearance changed with each attack. The main character, being in magical form next to Eugene King, guessed that it might be a special technique of the demon clan. Eugene King thoughtfully confirmed this. After that, putting her hand to her chin, she opened her eyes wide, realizing something important. Yu Jianxing gratefully turned to Huang Xingyun, recalling the time they had helped Uncle Mi leave the library together. She asked if that was when she was allowed to take any book after cleaning. The main character confirmed that everything happened just like that. After that, memories from the library, alive and bright like the first summer days, rushed in my chest. Ginseng struggled to reach the top shelf, sighing that her uncle had placed the Demon Clan books too high. Suddenly, she was surprised to see Huang Qingyun's large hand easily pick up one of the books. At this moment, Huang Qinini held a bright pink book in one hand and Jianqin's face in the other, which miraculously captivated his attention. A book about the Demon Clan. Jianqing appreciated this gesture, clutching the tome close. The image of the Demon Clan came to life in her hands as she looked at Huang Qianyun as he walked away from her, leaving behind a trace of the past that would never disappear. She said that she had once read about a secret technique of a demonic clan that allowed its members to take on a new form after death. However, even in the infinity of reincarnation, there were limits. The hero watching Yu Zhenqing realized that the limit was 8 demon forms, and he could not create more. Yu Zhenqing pointed at him with a smile, hinting at his power. With a smile on her face, she rejoiced, as she realized that they only had to destroy 2 forms for the demonic lord to disappear. With a confident look on her face, turning in the opposite direction and clutching her sword in her hand, Yu Zhenqing decided to act. She informed Huang Qingyun of her intentions. "I will lead the sword, stay behind." Approaching the demon lord's new form, she aimed the sword of hatred. Bright magical energy rushed towards the target, covering large distances at breakneck speed. The demon lord held out a hand that was bright and terrifying at the same time. Her power and dark energy caused respectful awe among those present. Surrounded by dark magical energy, he moved forward, scattering waves of demonic power. He deftly parried Yi Jianxin's hate sword attack. The demon lord sarcastically called people pathetic, voicing his contemptuous opinion. After that, the demon lord, beaming with triumph and being at the epicenter of dark energy, declared that they would not be able to resist him no matter how hard they tried. Evgeny Shin was thrown back a considerable distance by an uncontrollable cough, like a thunderbolt from a horse. Wiping the blood from her chin, she glared at the angry Huan behind her. Evgeny inquired about her well-being. She replied that it was nothing serious, just a spiritual loss. Smiling with a sigh, Yi Jianqing realized that her guess was correct. She wondered if the demon was truly immortal. Why was he defending himself? She informed her allies that the demon lord was trying to confuse their plans. Yu Jianqi, with a bloody smile on her face, informed her allies that after destroying all forms, the demon lord would finally die. The main character looked at Evgenia Shin with a smile and understood that he did not expect anything else from her. Wanlan pressed his fist to his chest with a nervous smile and thought aloud that all the talismans had already been used, and it was impossible to fight anymore. Jiangdu's eyes shone with excitement as he mentally urged to try again. Zhao Tianlei confidently planted his foot on the ground and raised his... With a raised fist and a confident smile, he turned to Wanlan and Jiangdu, who were wounded, and asked for permission to fight the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord frowned, looked at the people, and once again triumphantly declared his invincibility. At that moment, the Demon Lord spread his arms to his sides, surrounding himself with dark, dense, demonic energy. At this moment in the TNG pavilion there is liveliness and energy. The grown man stared at the magic map in amazement, focusing on the dark purple spot. He wondered, was this the place where the Demon Lord had been summoned? He then wondered with interest whether Sunshin had completed her task. He, wide-eyed with surprise, stared in disbelief at the magical screen, trying to understand why the surrounding world had turned upside down. Watching him sleep, the question arose, where did he get such a deep rest? How can you fall asleep so soundly at a critical moment? He was considered special for a reason. A dazzling, magical space suddenly appeared in front of the man, isolated by a small screen. Sun Qian appeared on the stage, raising her index finger, and addressed her clan. She explained that Huan Qinian was not asleep, but immersed in the knowledge of the unity of the blade and found himself in another world. The grown man looked at her sadly, acknowledging that this was the end. The man realized that the Demon Lord was already here. He asked if Wang Qinian had time to grasp everything. Sun Qi was left speechless as he watched his technique mastery, which, although it was of a low level, impressed everyone with its incredible power. The girl came to the conclusion that she truly believed in him and that Hua Qingyun was their only hope for victory and a successful future. At this moment, the hero opened his eyes. Looking at the rapidly turning pages of the book in front of him, he realized that Eugene's affairs were probably not in the best state. He got up from his seat, confidently looked ahead, and decided that it was time to help them. After that, several bright magic beams flew from Huang Qinian, covering vast distances with incredible speed. This caused Sun Qian to wonder and question. The hero addressed his spirits by name: Star Sparrow, Moon Tiger, Sun Dragon, and Star Snake. He asked them not to let him down. The spirits replied that one should not worry. Zhao Tianlei placed 2 fingers on the blade of the sword and contemplated the art of swordsmanship. After that, magical energy began to concentrate around him, creating an incredible aura and captivating the imagination, which quickly transformed into a bright magic beam aimed at the Demon Lord. The demon asked with an enigmatic smile if that was all he was capable of. Afterwards, as he aimed his demonic beam at Xiao Tianlu's magic beam, Liao Bi called him a weakling, claiming that his attack was too weak. Xiao Tianlei watched in amazement as his materialized magical energy crumbled into bright fragments. The Demon Lord made 2 magical slashes in the air and sent them towards the tense Xiao Tianlu, whose face was dripping with sweat. Xiao Tianlu tried to get closer by making a leap. Leaping over and dodging beams of magical demonic energy, he seemed to be dancing in a dangerous choreography. With a tense expression on his face, he dodged, constantly looking around, thinking about how important it was not to fall victim to this blow. He continued to move energetically so that none of the rays could reach him. Examining the subject, the Demon Lord wondered if he was still resisting. Zhao Tianlu nervously stared ahead of him, trying to calm down and find the opponent's weak point. Observing the Demon Lord, Zhao Tian realizes that he possesses the characteristics of long-range damage with a high level of damage. If he attacks from afar, victory is unlikely. Looking down at Zhao Tianlu, the Demon Lord asked him if he was already dead. He also doubted whether Zhao understood that that girl was much stronger than him. The Demon Lord remarked that even she was incapable, and the image of Yujin Qing flashed through Zhao Tianla's mind. Her name is Haiyan Qing. She watched thoughtfully as Huang Qianying asked himself what the Demon Lord was doing. The main character looked at this situation with wide-open eyes, asking himself, is it really true? The Demon Lord looked at Xiao Tianl with a faint smile, reminding him that they were the masters of this land, so they had to live here. The Demon Lord then laughed, admitting that he had played with enough of them. The Dark Lord began to exert a psychic influence on Zhao Tianlu's mind, shaking his will. With his mouth wide open, Zhao Tianlei invisibly let the Demon Lord's influence pass through him. The hero came to the conclusion that this voice controls people's minds. Yu Jianqing turned his attention to Zhao Tianlu, advising him not to listen. The Demon Lord was plotting sinister plans, ordering Zhao Tianlu to destroy his enemies. Zhao Tianlu raised his eyebrows in surprise as he turned to the Demon Lord to find out if he really thought he would lose to Hienkin. The Demon Lord asked him what the matter was and why he was not obeying. Zhao Tianlu passionately inquired of the Demon Lord whether he could understand the magnitude of their friendship. Zhao Tianli then remembered that 3 years ago, Yu Zhenqing had defeated him and became the new true disciple. He was amazed at her strength and felt jealous. He constantly tried to defeat her and win the favor of the leader. The memories of how Yu Zhenqing had defeated him and looked down on him had not left him. Zhao Tianlu now admitted with a troubled face that no matter how hard he tried, she was always more popular. But Hua and Chen Yin suddenly appeared. He felt a deep sense of gratitude, because without their support and guidance, he would not have been able to get here. From that moment, Zhao Tianlu drew out his sword and concentrated the magical energy in his other hand. He realized with all his heart that his talents could not match those of Wang Qingyun and Yi Jiangqing. However, he never hid behind his weakness, never looked for excuses. Directing a multitude of magic beams at the Demon Lord, Zhao Tianlu decided to go all out to try and destroy him. The main character, who was next to Yu Zhenxi, informed her about the possibility of his breakthrough. Yu Zhenxi, worried, watched and thought that she could only fight. Amen, who had gained strength and glowed a bright purple color, scornfully stated that this was an unheard-of audacity. After that, the Demon Lord directed a deadly beam towards where Xiao Tianlu was. Yu Zhenqing, observing this, noted that he had almost reached a new level. At that moment, Zhao Tian's magical energy and the Demon Lord's energy collided, destroying each other on equal terms. After that, there was a powerful explosion that mutually destroyed both magical energies. Yu Qingwu watched this, feeling that this was their chance. Xiao Tianlu radiated powerful magical energy. At this moment, he attracted the attention of everyone around him, capturing the gaze of his unusual strength. The dark silhouette of the Demon Lord mesmerized the smoke swirling around him. Shocked, Xiao Tianlu could feel his mind questioning what was going on. The Demon Lord, covered in cracks, proclaimed that things were much more complicated than they seemed. Yu Qingwu, with a tense expression on his face, wondered if the demon was truly no longer able to surprise with such powerful attacks. Yu Jianjin noticed that his form was improving. However, Zhao Tianlu managed to deliver a very powerful blow which was also worthy of respect. The Demon Lord announced to the assembled crowd that, unfortunately, they could not escape death. At this moment, the demonic lord, hovering in front of Xiao Tianlu, sent powerful dark magic streams mixed with devastating delta strikes at his victim. The force of the impact threw Xiao Tianlu a considerable distance, and he landed hard on his back on the ground. Eugene Xin approached Zhao Tianlu with a worried look and inquired about his well-being. At that moment, Zhao Tianlu was lying unconscious next to them. Yu Qing looked at him and assured him that everything would be fine. The Demon Lord levitating in the sky pointed down and laughed, doubting if this was all he was capable of. With a demonic grin on his face, the Demon Lord once again called them pathetic insects, asking who else would dare to stand up to him. Suddenly, loud sounds of approaching footsteps began to be heard behind them. The heroes turned to look at the people approaching behind them and thought they had finally arrived. 6 people were standing on the field, where numerous demonic rays were dreaming, and one more was lying down, which arose thanks to an ancient protective spell that covered the entire space with an invisible shield. This power was so powerful that even the most formidable enemy hesitated. Lord Underlord looked at this in surprise, trying to understand what was happening before his eyes. At that moment, Fongren and Chen were on the field with the others, happily announcing their arrival. Seeing her gaze grow menacing, she lashed out with her staff, forcing the enemy to accept the challenge that fate had brought upon her. Fomer addressed Zeyun as a sister and emphasized that he wanted to help her. After that, he used his magical energy to attack. In the air, enveloped in a dark aura, the demonic lord looked enviously at the human figures below, calling them pitiful insects. Unexpectedly, the Demon Lord closed his open palms as if calling on powerful forces for help. He created a protective dome that saved him from the 2 simultaneous streams of magic coming from Zeon and Fomer. When their magical energy hit the protective dome, they flew away, expressions of pain on their faces, and cursed the entire street. With focused faces, the siblings stared ahead. Fomer turned back to Zeon and thought that they would rather die of exhaustion than defeat the Demon Lord. Fomer then furrowed his brows in anger, opened his eyes and mouth wide, and decided to use the technique to delay the Demon Lord and give her time to attack. Zeon looked worriedly at her brother. Fomer replied that it was necessary to hurry. As his body began to emit bright magical energy and his gaze became menacing, he only asked her one thing: to stay alive. With a smile on her face, she turned to her brother, reminding him to pay more attention to his health. The Demon Lord glanced at the phone lying a few meters away, wondering if it was some student's technique by chance. The Demon Lord watched Fomer with a nonchalant expression. When their eyes met, he saw the maddened glint in Fomer's eyes and was surprised to open his own wide. Glancing at his body, the Demon Lord thought, "Are these chains able to limit his movement?" The Demon Lord noted with a nervous smile that this was interesting. After that, he began to laugh uncontrollably, squeezing his body. But the more he resisted, the more it hurt until his face was distorted. His body was shaking, and his face had swollen veins. Fonga opened his mouth wide, his eyes red with tension, spat out blood, asking his sister to start. Xian, being a few tens of meters behind the Dark Lord, energetically maneuvered his step, preparing a plan of action for his next dash. Approaching him from behind, she addressed him as a Demon Lord, raised her wand high above her head, and announced that this was the end. The Demon Lord turned at Xian's voice. At that moment, she struck with her stick, seething with rage, thus summoning a powerful magical beam of bright purple energy. The main character and Eugene Singh sat in meditative poses, watching as magical explosions ripped through the sky. It was the result of a battle between a Fauner, a Xion, and a Demon Lord. Yujenki sat in the field with her eyes closed and her legs crossed beneath her. At this moment, Jichingu stood with her arms crossed in front of her, her eyes closed. Standing in front of her was Haibuya with her eyes closed, not far from Yongdu and Wan Lao in the same pose. While Funger was fighting the Demon Lord, the others were recuperating. A calm mask appeared on the hero's face when he realized that Feng would soon be out of it, and Huang Lan and the others were wounded and unable to fight. He shifted his gaze to your crystal, trying to unravel its mystery. With a strained expression on his face, he pondered how to help her regain her strength. Soon, Chinov Yun entered the space of the book. Admiring his self-control, he coughed into his fist. Unexpectedly, someone began to lightly tap his head with their fingers. He opened his eyes, surprised, and focused his gaze in front of him. Huang Xingyun was approached by a man who said he had taught him the art of swordsmanship. Then he was interested in what he does. The hero awkwardly looked away, put his hand on the back of his head, and explained that he had some business. The man looked at him with surprise, as if he was lost. When he came to his senses, he realized that he was the great Emperor Qing Di. He asked himself with irritation, did he really have no influence? And I asked again, is it true? The hero confirmed and explained that he had to help his sister and the matter was urgent. Then, taking a deep breath, Huang Qinyan noted that there was no one else to ask for help in the mirror. Wan Xingyum suddenly realized something important, and his eyes widened. He thoughtfully placed his hand on his face, wondering if it was really so. After that, Zhuang Xinyun turned brightly to Emperor Xinyun and emphasized that he was the ancestor of the Xinyun clan in Blade. Huan assumed that the emperor knew quite a few techniques to restore his strength. The protagonist loudly declared that the students of the Qingdian clan were in danger, and he would not ignore it. Emperor Qing listened intently without saying a word. Crossing his arms over his chest, he looked at Huan Xingyun, asking why the emperor should listen to him. The protagonist stared intently into Emperor Qingding's eyes with a faint smile. He asked if the emperor would help him. Without waiting for an answer, Wang Qingyan agreed. After that, Huang Xinyun suddenly turned around and ran, shouting that in this case, he would not learn even a single swordsmanship technique. Smiling defiantly, he took one look and waved his hand and ran on, announcing loudly that he really didn't need it at all. Prachindi, sincere in his confusion, eyes wide and mouth slightly open, looked questioningly at Huan Qianying. The hero ran, catching up with the missing. As he fled, he loudly declared his intention to leave the place, said goodbye to Emperor Qin Di, and disappeared. The emperor looked at him intently, and it surprised him. After that, he opened his eyes and mouth wide and approached Wang Qianying. The fleeing man promised to help, but the Qing emperor indignantly exclaimed that he was the first who dared to threaten him. After that, Emperor Qin asked what kind of art his sister possessed. The main character smiled, feeling the intentions of the Kungin sword and all the ferocity of his hatred. Emperor Qing Di was in a state of genuine surprise. The wide-open eyes and mouth expressed confusion as to whether this phenomenon meant hatred. After that, it seemed to Emperor Qing that everything was doomed, and no change was dependent on human will or decisions. Turning his head to the side, he remarked that mercy would help his sister. The main character, looking at Emperor Qin, realized that he was different from the image in the books. Looking thoughtfully at Emperor Qin Di Huang, Qi Hian couldn't shake the impression that he had seen him somewhere before. He began to wonder who this respectable ruler looked like. Emperor Qing Di, turning to Huang Qingying, remarked that he was only a soul unable to leave this world, but capable of passing on the technique. Huang Qingqian agreed with a smile. Emperor Qingdi stared straight ahead with bright blue eyes, instructing Huang Qingyun to listen carefully, for it was time to study. Sat in peace, deep in meditation. His face reflected a calmness, as if he was avoiding the worries of the world. Jianshin decided to share his discovery with her. He had a method to restore energy. Wang Xinyan, looking into her eyes, pointed out the riskiness of the method and asked if she was willing to try it. Yu Yanxian resolutely turned to him, assuring her that she was ready for any challenge. Wang Xingyun explained that this game technique is far beyond her current capabilities, and it will not be easy for us in the future. Emperor Cindy noted that it might be difficult for her to advance further. Emperor Qindi sighed, noting that there would be no breakthroughs. He hovered over Huang Qinyun's head, asking if she was ready. Communicated with her at the same time inside the book. Huang Qinian worried in her heart and doubted whether it was really that serious. Emperor Qingdi, with an irritated expression on his face, ordered to inform his sister immediately. Hian listened attentively to Huang Qihian's words, and turning to him remarked that if only there was something that would help defeat demons and protect humans, she was ready for anything, even if it meant suffering and sacrifice. Yu Jianxing said these words with confidence as she looked into his eyes. Emperor Qingdi watched her carefully, surprised by her reaction. This caused quite a surprise in his eyes. An image of a girl appeared in his imagination, and with a smile he noted how much Yu Jianqi looked like her. After that, Emperor Qingdi turned to Huang Qingyun, noting that it was actually not that difficult, and there was no need to suffer. Huang Qingyun just smiled with satisfaction knowing this. However, Emperor Qingdi realized that the strength level of the girl who created this technique was far beyond his sister's, and it would inevitably lead to consequences. The protagonist, with a question in his eyes, wondered how he mastered this technique if it was created by a girl. Emperor Qingdi, with an awkward smile on his face, turned away from Huang Qingyun and let it be known that it was a corporate secret. Crossing his arms over his chest, the Watcher made it clear that it was time to put the gossip aside and focus on learning the single blade technique. After that, Emperor Qing ordered not to delay. The protagonist nodded affirmatively. Then, standing in front of Yujia Yanqin, began to focus his magical energy, raising many magical swords into the air. The main character turned to Yuji Yingxing with an appeal that it was time to start. With curiosity in her eyes, she briskly confirmed his words. Sometime after these events, an eerie demonic beam struck Xian, causing him to change forever. At the last moment, she uses her staff to take the blow, standing still, her voice tense as evidence of her indomitability. The force of the impact threw her back several meters and she landed on her back. Fomer and Xian sat on the ground with pained faces, surrounded by smoke and steam. The Demon Lord laughed loudly, hinting that their work together was even better than they could have imagined. He held out a trembling hand, feebly admitting that, unfortunately, it wouldn't save them. Fomer decided to test his view of the Demon Lord again. However, overexerting his face, he soon fell heavily to the ground. Xian pressed himself to the ground, turned suddenly and called out his name with concern. Fonga was trembling with tension. His face was covered with swollen veins. Heavy breathing was accompanied by apologies to his sister. Frightened and agitated, she called her brother, trying to convince him that he was not guilty. The Demon Lord cast a spell that sent a dark beam straight at the sibling. He mockingly thought that if they were so close, let them perish together. As the demonic beam approached, Zeyun picked up her brother lying on the ground with a sharp movement and leaped to carry them both away from the magical attack. After that, they started running away from the Demon Lord's magical attacks, who tried to catch them. Fomer, the sister, holding her by the shoulder and taking her away from the magic rays, realized that she would not last long. Suddenly they stopped. Farm placed his hands on her shoulders and made it clear that he could use another technique to detain the Demon Lord. Zun remarked that his soul could not bear it. Fonger furrowed his brows and clenched his jaws, exclaiming that they only had one chance. After that, he put his hands on his sister's shoulders, conveying his confidence in her success. Xian carefully looked at her brother and agreed, promising to give her all. Afterwards, Pharma, with an incredibly tense expression and bright golden eyes, began to influence the Demon Lord with his penetrating gaze. The Demon Lord looked at it with surprise that caught him off guard. Afterwards, he clenched his fist and asked him if that meant he had decided to die. Fonger, with a bloodied and incredibly exhausted expression on his face, looked at the Demon Lord, making it clear that he would not give up so easily. Xian turned to the Demon Lord with a menacing look, reminding him that if he touched Foner, there would be no forgiveness for him. Z slammed her feet into the ground with such force that the ground beneath them split apart. She jumped high, and the stones flew in all directions under her feet, breaking into pieces. Grabbing her staff, she turned to the Demon Lord, ordering him to perish. Her words were filled with courage and determination. After that, she used her staff to focus a powerful beam of magical energy, aiming it at the Demon Lord, and turned to Xian. Looking at her in surprise, he tried to dodge the powerful magic beam. A swear word came to his mind when he realized that he couldn't stand it. Soon, a powerful explosion of bright magical energy shattered the silence, sending echoes through space and time. After that, in the space where the battle took place, numerous smokes swirled from the powerful explosion that occurred. The Demon Lord was losing his power again. It was already the 6th iteration that was disintegrating before his eyes. She looked at the place of the explosion. The body was shaking from tension. Did it work? She doubted. The mission is difficult. One can only hope for the best. The Demon Lord, once known as the King of Evil, looked at his new features with pride, only to be met with astonishment from Fomer and Xian, who could not fathom his changes. A 5th form Demon Lord appeared above them in the sky. His face is full of menace and huge magical horns. He warned that they would not be able to cope so easily. Now, it's his turn to kill. Suddenly, a bright beam of magical light energy flashed in the sky. The Demon Lord glanced at what opened before him and was puzzled by the energy he felt. Standing next to Fomer and Ziyun, Yu Jianxing noted that they had made an effort, and now it was her turn to act. Yi Jianqing, with a confident and sinister expression, extended her sword towards the new incarnation of the Demon Lord. Yu Zhenqin, drawing her sword towards the Demon Lord, activated magical energy to spread out from her, commanding the enemy to accept her attack. After these words, powerful waves of radiant magical energy were directed at the Demon Lord, awakening an onslaught of unprecedented power. The Demon Lord, with an annoyed expression, threw his palms out in front of him, emitting dark magical energy, and compared someone to a pitiful insect named Jin Qin. Soon, their magical powers collided in a fierce confrontation. Their energies merged into one and hit the dry, compressed earth at the same time. Like the explosion of a new star in the darkness of space, the strong impact created a crater on the uneven ground. The Demon Lord clenched his hands and looked around, surrounded by thick smoke rising from the ground. His eyes burned with dark fire, as if cutting through time and space. The Demon Lord looked at his palm, suspecting that the blow had hurt him. Watching Evgeny Shin, he felt that this blow was capable of erasing everything from the face of the earth. Looking at Yevgeny's mannerisms, he thought it looked pretty good. After that, by sending balls of dark matter towards Yu Jianxing, he let her know that she was still far from his power. Yu Jianxing encountered the Demon Lord's dark demonic energy coming towards her. Her own magical power was fighting her to the limit. With demonic fire in his eyes and his mouth hanging open, the Demon Lord slyly ordered her to witness her own demise. Yu Jianqing, her face strained and bloodshot, stared at him, clenching her jaw. She believed that the Demon Lord's strength had weakened from the sword, and wondered what would happen if he struck again. The Demon Lord turned menacingly at Yanxing, sending dark magic beams at her, forbidding her to bear her sword any longer. At that moment, Yi Jianxin struck one of the dark demonic madmen with a sharp thrust of her sword. She suddenly focused her gaze and looked straight ahead. A huge dark matter, filled with demonic energy, loomed over her. The Demon Lord couldn't let that happen. Yu Jianxin knew that she would not have time to dodge. The Demon Lord watched the trajectory of the giant spherical dark matter he was directing. He kept a close eye on what was happening, keeping his eyes focused on the battle. After that, he asked in confusion, where did it happen? At this moment, Yu Jianxing was in the smoky clouds. Her body was surrounded by steam and pink petals, symbolizing the School of Illusions. Yu Qingwu's phantom appeared beside Yi Jianqin, giving a confident smile that promised support. Yu Jianqi replied affirmatively with a smile on his face, as he saw that the illusions had been used again. The Demon Lord laughed as he challenged them to new abilities. Yuki, with a frightened expression on her face, wanted to repeat that blow, but she needed time. Yuqiang looked at her with a smile and asked if she needed this time. Concentrating, Yu-King-Wu closed her eyes as she channeled the bright magical energy into her hands, masterfully embodying her crescent moon technique. Yu-King-Wu, creating a three-dimensional space with her magical energy, glanced forward. The demon lord watched in amazement as Yu-Jing-Gu's illusory magic enveloped his body. Suddenly he looked around sharply and opened his eyes wide, feeling a sudden surge of emotions. Wise, insightful, and stunned by what he saw. Suddenly he found himself in another space, which was radically different. The demon lord looked around in surprise. His gaze rested on a tree that grew into the sky. He wondered, what kind of amazing space is this? A smile lit up the demon lord's face, and he admitted to himself that the whole thing was mesmerizing. The demon lord rushed forward with a determined lunge, asking himself if this plan would succeed. Raising his hands high, the demon lord opened his mouth and began incessantly invoking dark powers. His power spread, enveloping everything around. A powerful, dark, demonic energy erupted from his body, rising up to destroy the illusion created by Yu-King-Wu with its sharp spikes. Because of the destruction of her own illusion, she suffered pain, and within a moment, blood flowed from her mouth. The demonic lord was breaking through Yu-King-Wu's illusion, and she felt indescribable pain as she watched this attack from the inside. Yu-King turned back to Yuga Yanshin, who was gathering spiritual power. Watching her, she decided that she would definitely find time to prepare. Yujianki suddenly closed her eyes and rose into the air, sword in hand, surrounded by her own magical energy. The demon lord is full of determination and aggression, trying hard to destroy the illusion using his dark energy. Over time, when he began to destroy everything from the inside, huge cracks appeared on the illusory dome. The demon lord realized that illusions had no effect on him. Soon, the illusion shattered into many small pieces. He was outside and saw Yu-King-Wu floating in the air. After that, the demon lord watched the blood flowing from Yu-King-Wu's mouth with a sly, delighted smile. Soon, Yu-King-Wu began to fall to the ground with a heartless expression on her face. The demon lord, watching, realized that she was relying on Yu Xingyang. The demon, smiling happily, exclaimed that now the end had come. At this crucial moment, Yu Jianshin stood behind him with a grim expression, ready to pierce his skull with a sword. The demon lord looked around in confusion as he saw a bright golden magical energy rushing toward him unstoppably. Soon, many bright rays of Eugenicine's magical energy pierced the demon lord Kirst's body, and he loudly exploded into pieces. The space around the explosion became invisible. With a tense face, Yu Jianxing tried to find out what happened to the demon lord through the clouds of smoke, and thought that was the end of it. Suddenly, an insidious voice addressed Jianxin as if warning of imminent danger. Every word pierced the spine and caused a cold sweat. This is not a bad technique for an insect. Yi Jianqing stared in front of her with wide-open eyes in furious confusion. A demon lord with power in his hands began to form. His new form radiated aggression. Mysteriously asked, "Who will help her now?" After that, a hail of demonic magic rays fell on her. As the demonic rays approached Jinshin's body, a sudden powerful flow of magical energy stopped the attack. The demon lord was stunned, asking himself who did this. At that moment, a moon tiger, a sun dragon, and a dawn snake appeared beside Yu Ziyensing and took their place next to her. She joyfully met the divine beings. The character in the form of magical energy contemplated his beasts and sensed the arrival of the moon tiger, realizing that it happened just when it was needed. At this moment, Huang Qinyun's real body was in a powerful flow of magical energy, and Huang Qinyun himself flew into the air. Surprised, Sun Qian asked if he had succeeded. The main character thanked her for the training and noted that it was time for him to leave because he had mastered the technique. Within the plot of the book, Emperor Qingde appealed to Huang Qinyan. Leaving, he let out a heavy breath, admitting that dividing thoughts was exhausting, and wondered why Tianji Pavilion was forcing him to master this exercise. Emperor Qing watched Huang Qingyang walking away from him in surprise. The hero realized that it was time to act. Wang Qin looked up, veins pulsing around his neck. He glared at the demon lord, promising that the thief who had caught him at work would get what he deserved. The sun slowly rose into the sky, as if looking ahead. Someone's voice remarked loudly that he had never thought to see beast spirits here, and called out curiously. Yu Zhengqian looked up at the sky with hope in her eyes, thinking that the ancient beasts were near. A picture of Huang Qinian fighting alongside them with a mask on his face flashed into his mind. Ye Nian wondered if it was the ancestor who did all this. The Sun Dragon and the Moon Tiger looked ominously at the Demon Lord. The Moon Tiger made it clear that they had come to end his existence. The Demon Lord looked at the ancient creatures with an irritated expression, feeling the incredible energy emanating from them. Soon after, the sun split open and poured out a powerful stream of flames towards the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord created a beam demon from the demonic waves and noted that holy beings could only speak. Shortly after, the Demon Lord's powerful demonic energy clashed with the Solar Dragon's incredible fire currents. The Demon Lord declared with a smile on his face that he saw them as nothing more than ants. Soon their energy fades and dissolves into the air. The Solar Dragon glanced at the Demon Lord, his gaze filled with disbelief and readiness for action. When one animal did not satisfy him, he considered whether 3 would be enough. After that, he turned to his fellow ancient beasts and ordered them to attack together. Immediately thereafter, the Sun Dragon, the Moon Tiger, and the Morning Serpent combined their magical energies to bring about a great plan. Using a breakthrough skill, they launched a coordinated attack on the Demon Lord. At the moment of the attack, a huge circle of bright golden color was created, which spread around. The ancient beasts released streams of magic aimed at the Demon Lord. Their rays twisted in a spiral, chasing the enemy. Watching the attack approach, the Demon Lord pulled his hand back, concentrating his dark magic, thinking that light and darkness would always be inextricably linked. He raised a new dark demonic staff in front of him. The Demon Lord emphasized that they fight with the light, but the darkness will always follow. The Demon Lord used a destruction skill that caused the streams of ancient beasts to be absorbed, to the ability to absorb the dark energy of demons inside. Soon, a powerful explosion tore apart the golden body, splitting it into pieces under the influence of the demonic energy. Tormented by the painful sensation in his throat, the Sun Dragon began to emit drops of blood from his mouth, as if his every word was imbued with suffering. The Moon Tiger also looked distressed and made loud noises, reminiscent of the neighing of a horse. At dawn, the snake closed its eyes, lying surrounded by its own blood, which was leaking from its body due to overexertion. In the vortex of demonic energy that appeared between the ancient beasts, the Demon Lord begged to be allowed to demonstrate the power of absolute power to them. The Moon Tiger cursed, bemoaning the terrifying power that seemed to surpass anything he had ever seen. The Moon Tiger stated emphatically that they could not give up. He offered to destroy the Demon Lord, after which all 3 simultaneously directed their beams of magical energy at the target. The Demon Lord scoffed at the ancient beasts, deeming their efforts futile, as they would forever remain nothing more than miserable insects. Clutching the demonic staff, the Demon Lord raised his hand, pointing the way of the energy. The 3 ancient beasts stood side by side, demonic energy hovering over their backs. Suddenly, the Moon Tiger turned and looked back wearily. Equal shock and defeat for the Moon Tiger. Suddenly and unexpectedly, these blows dissipated their powers, leaving the trio confused and defenseless. A huge amount of blood poured out of their bodies as the Sun Dragon and Moon Tiger fell to the ground in pools of their own blood. Powerful explosions shake the ground beneath the demonic sky from where empty dark energy spills out. The Sun Dragon and the Moon Tiger lay lifeless on the ground, covered in blood. The demon passed by, leaving behind a trail of chaos and destruction. God and the Lord, looking at these bodies, smiled bitterly, because even the sacred animals could not resist the power of the demon. Hyuya, with a tense and anxious expression on her face, was shocked. This simply could not happen. Zhao Tianlu and Jiang Duhu, who were standing behind, also looked ahead in surprise. Yu Jiangqing, fearing the ancient monsters, remembered the 3 sacred beasts. The Demon Lord put his wand on his shoulder and looked at them in surprise, thinking that they had been dead for a long time. Turning to fellow clients with whom he had argued for a long time, he admitted that he had underestimated them. After that, pointing his demonic wand forward and concentrating the thick, dark energy, the Demon Lord ordered them to burn alive. He directed a powerful stream of dark energy at the boys standing in the field. Yu Jianqing held her sword in front of her with a tense face, fearfully asking herself if it would really end here and now. The Solar Dragon absorbed the demonic attack with its body, ordering the Demon Lord to stop. The beam blast pierced him, causing him to bleed profusely. Yu Jiangqing turned to the injured dragon's son with a frightened expression on his face. The Demon Lord looked at the wounded, gasping Sun Dragon and chuckled slightly, noting that it was still able to move. The demon lowered and then pointed his staff at the wounded Sun Dragon. This resulted in numerous cuts on the Sun Dragon's body. The Sun Dragon began to roar, as if in convulsions of pain as its body was torn into many pieces. Bright red blood flowed profusely from his mouth, giving the impression that a desperate moment had frozen in time. After that, the Solar Dragon fell to the ground breathlessly, completely bound by the dark, dense demonic energy. The Demon Lord sneakily approached his target, pointed his staff, and ominously ordered her demise. The wounded Sun Dragon's body continued to shrink under the influence of the demonic energy, and its facial expression remained treacherous. The Demon Lord watched him, but his face suddenly tensed as drops of blood flew around. Surprised, he saw his demonic staff hand fly to the side, releasing streams of bright red blood. The Demon Lord turned around in confusion, asking who it was. Then he noted that his luck allowed him to sneak in unnoticed. The masked protagonist hovered in the air not far from the Demon Lord and tried to find out if this ominous villain was really standing before him. And then Huang Xinyun glanced at the Demon Lord Glimelli, reminding him that to touch his beasts was to sign his sentence. The Demon Lord's arm was thrown many meters to the side. After that, a huge sword created from pure magical energy pierced the ground near Hai Wuyi and Zhao Tianlu. Xiao Tianlei couldn't believe his eyes as he saw how the massive magic sword had taken away the Demon Lord's arm with one blow. Hai, covering her mouth in surprise, wondered who he was. Yu Qingwu, observing Huang Xing at the pier, noted that his clothing indicated that he did not belong to any clan. However, she could not shake the feeling of familiarity. Yu Genqin's eyes widened in surprise. At this moment she was watching Huang Xinyun levitating in the air. Magical swords circled around him. Yu Genqing pondered. This was definitely a technique of the Kunyin clan. With a radiant expression on her face, she looked at Huang Qingyun, thinking that he was the elder who appeared on the map of mountains and rivers. The Demon Lord glared at the protagonist aggressively, clutching his severed hand that was slowly being regenerated by the demonic energy, and inquired about Huang Xingyun's essence. The protagonist, hidden by a mask, carefully looked at the demonic lord, repeating questions about his true essence, then mysteriously added that he is his death. The Demon Lord clasped the recovering hand with a smile and looked at Huang Xingyun and smiled, noting his boundless self-confidence. After that, the demonic lord extended his restored hand in front of him and began to radiate thick demonic energy. The Demon Lord created a powerful demonic substance in front of him. Huang Kainiam extended his index finger forward, as if trying to point to something invisible that attracted attention and aroused interest. He channeled bright magical energy into the newly formed matter, which took the form of a giant demonic hand. Soon, a new danger appeared in the sky between Huan's battles, demanding all his strength and ingenuity. The Demon Lord could feel many waves of energy around him. Staring intently ahead, he pondered. Is this Emperor Qindi's energy? But he has been in heaven for a long time. The hero extended his palm, and a bright magical substance shone in front of him. He asked the demon if he had used a killing technique and also asked permission to show off his abilities. After Huang Qingyun asked for permission, he held the sword that had just been created from magical energy in his hands and raised it up. Along with the sword in his hands, a whole army of magical swords flew into the air. Huang Qiyun sends a powerful wave of magical energy at the Demon Lord, forcing him to accept the attack. The Demon Lord created a dark light dematerial substance in front of him, seeking to protect himself from Huang Qingying's attack. Clenching his teeth in pain and desperately holding back his wounds, the Demon Lord fought a fierce battle. Yen Wu and Hai Wuya watched this heavenly duel with rapt attention. Yen Wu wondered in surprise if this was the same elder who had saved the Kungid clan from the demons. Hai Wuya, surprised, noted his unheard-of strength. At this moment, the hero turned his gaze to the clan disciple standing in the middle of the field. With a sharp movement of his hand, he directed magical energy at them and ordered them to heal. In an instant, the magical substance entered the bodies of Zhangdu, Tangxing, and Wang Liang, starting to soak into their flesh and gradually change them from the inside. A small but bright magical substance entered Wanlin's body, spreading from within. To his surprise, he felt his channels being restored. It was an energy familiar to him, the great ancestor of the Kun Yang clan. After that, the main character approached the injured dragon son using magical energy. He held it up, forcing the dragon to stand in front of him. Huanglan realized that the rumors about the Qing Emperor's last wish to protect the cultivation world turned out to be true. The sun was slowly declining, and Huang Qingyuan, standing in front of it, recognized that the master's task had not been completed. so they were asking for punishment for this omission. The hero assured them that they had done a good job, so there was nothing to reproach themselves for. Then he invited them to hurry, because it was already time for them to leave. The Moon Tiger and Sun Dragon immediately obeyed his order, flying in the opposite direction. Yu Jianqing walked over to Wang Qingyun, who was floating in the air. Realizing that her merits were already enough, Wang Qingyun encouraged her to rest. Yu Jianqing expressed her gratitude for his help. The hero turned away in the opposite direction, assuring that he could be relied upon. Ji, watching Hua and Qinyun's backs thoughtfully, felt that the sight gave her a strange sense of familiarity. In a moment, the Demon Lord, with an irritated expression on his face, concentrating the thick magical energy around him, asked how he was leaving this place. The hero, repelling all the Demon Lord's attacks using magical energy, jumped down. The Demon Lord angrily asked him where he was going, and emphasized that this was where he was. The enraged Demon Lord directed his energy beams at Huang Qinun, calling for his death. The hero, emitting magic rays, tried to convey that he had already seen more than enough. After that, the main character successfully repelled all the attacks that the Demon Lords tried to direct against him. The Demon Lord realized with fear and tension that his efforts were futile. All his efforts were overcome. The hero, drawing his sword to the side, mentally decided that now he would have to fully concentrate on the confrontation that lay ahead. The Demon Lord, watching Huang Qinian, mentally cursed himself in surprise, not understanding where he got so much strength from. This confused him quite a bit. After that, the Demon Lord spread his arms out to the sides and reminded Huang Qinyong that destroying this form would lead to the emergence of even stronger ones in the future. The main character, looking at the Demon Lord, smiled, considering his words. If the demon really has that many forms, it could be interesting. He asked why he did not show these documents. After that, with the magical Sun Dragon on his shoulders, Wang Qinggong raised his shining sword, sensing that it was his final form. He was sure that today he would destroy the demon and purify the world of cultivation. Wang Qingyun then sent a powerful light energy magical dragon at the Demon Lord, promising to show him true swordsmanship. As the demon was surprised, he ordered him to die. At that moment, the magic dragon Wang Qinggong met with the demonic energy emanating from the Demon Lord, forming a furious surge of power. The magic dragon effortlessly broke through the demonic barrier, approaching the body of the Demon Lord, who was wondering how this could happen. After that, the Demon Lord's form crumbled into small pieces. He vanished into thin air with a loud cry as his last form was destroyed. Then the space acquired a rich dark purple shade, as if captivated by the mystery of the unknown world, which was waiting for its secrets. An ominous voice expressed doubt about returning to true existence. And then suddenly, everything changed. The Demon Lord's new squad looked so pitiful that he even felt sympathy for them. The Demon Lord, in his true form, straightened up with a sinister expression. His red eyes, shining brightly, directed their gaze at Huang Qinyun. He extended his open palms forward as if dividing the space, and announced that this world would become his. Haman Lord created long veins of bright red magical energy and sent them upward. The Demon Lord spread his dark power in the space around him, claiming to be able to absorb all the energy from the earth to the heavens. And no matter how strong he was, it was impossible to resist him. The protagonist rubbed the back of his head, realizing what a mess he had gotten himself into. The Demon Lord glared at him, acting disorientated, before bursting out into a sinister laugh. Later, he gave the order to surrender, hinting that he might spare his life. The hero put his hand to his chest, noting that the sun was actually about to set in the west. He did not like to work overtime, so everything had to be done on time. Removing the magical cloth from his chest, Wang Qinyin, his eyes blazing with magical energy, explained to the demon that because of this, he would be able to destroy him with a single blow. Clutching his hand to his chest, Wang Qin felt that everything was over, stunned by this powerful realization. After that, forming abundant magical energy above his head, Huang Qiyun spoke the magic words to seal and open. One of the Qinun, spreading his hands, began to raise a bright shining source of magical energy. The Demon Lord stretched his hands forward, sending streams of magical energy towards Wang Qinyang. He mockingly wished him to feel all the horrors of death. As the demonic rays of magical energy approached Huang Qingyun, he was already in the vortex of a powerful magical flow. The sun's rays, approaching the scene, met the resistance of the stream, stopping in front of Huang Qinyun himself, as if an invisible shield protected him. The Demon Lord opened his eyes wide, surprised to the core. Huang Xinyun asked himself if he had become stronger. Exasperation filled the Demon Lord as he wondered how this could happen. Raising his hands high above him, the Demon Lord concentrated more and more demonic energy, suspecting that Huang Qini was deceiving him and not believing in his strength. After that, channeling demonic energy in the form of a skeleton skull, the Demon Lord ordered to take this attack. The protagonist holds a brightly shining magical substance in his hand. Looking at the huge skull of the approaching demon, he decided without hesitation that it only brought death. He watched the magical creature in his hand with fascination, trying to understand the incredible changes like a sharp blade. At that moment, after focusing his gaze into the distance, Huang Qinyan made a sharp, loud movement, directing his energy forward with his free hand, as if taking out a magic sword. The magical energy directed against the demonic essence poured out into a powerful beam that hit the skull, displaying its unparalleled power. The magical energy tore this skull apart. As a result, cracks soon appeared on the skull. The Demon Lord, genuinely confused, could not understand how this was possible, because he had been waiting for this moment for thousands of years. With sadness in his voice, he turned to Lauda for an explanation. Watching his demonic essence disintegrate, the Demon Lord desperately denied his apparent defeat in battle. Soon, a powerful explosion shook the space. Huang Qiyun's magical energy tore the demonic substance into pieces. Among them was a Demon Lord. Soon, pieces of flesh and clots of blood flew in different directions, clearing the sky of thick demonic energy. The main character stood above the forest with an unmoved gaze. He exhaled, noting that it only took one swipe of the blade to end the day's work on time. After that, Huang Qinyong raised his head and asked himself if it could be that the mission was already completed. A little earlier, outside the familiar world, events began in the old Sky Clan that would change everything around. From the huge magic portal, which had the appearance of a mirror, various magical energies burst out at the same time. These were the souls of the contestants who returned to their seats. One of the boys, surprised, began to ask what happened. Then, even more surprised, he asked if they had already left. The girl with a worried look began to remember the appearance of the demon in the mirror. But her memories ended there. Someone else asked what happened next. Brightly shining with magical energy, Yuji Enshin suddenly appeared on the bench next to her friends, causing admiration and wonder. An expression of surprise froze on her face. She looked ahead and thought about them. She spoke loudly, asking if they had returned to the Starry Sky Clan. Yen Wu and Hai Wu Yao also looked ahead, looking into the future. Yuking Wu looked thoughtfully in front of her, and remembered that the ancestor was nowhere to be seen. She suggested that perhaps her spiritual powers were exhausted. Yu Chengxin turned around and saw Huang Qingyun. He was standing behind her, and she wondered if Huang Qingyun had already returned home. Opening her eyes in surprise, Yi Jianxing asked herself, "Is that so?" An image of the ruler, Emperor Qingdi, appeared in her mind, and she thought about Hua and Qingying. She did not have time to finish when suddenly a star sparrow appeared in the sky. People excitedly asked about the fate of the starry sky. Someone loudly announced the battle that was raging there. Star Sparrow assured that there is no reason to panic. His visit is purely business and everyone is safe. After that, Star Pigeon pinned Su Xing to the ground with its sharp paws. Su Xing irritably asked what they understood and shouted that the Demon Lord couldn't lose. Lei Antong warned against false hopes, confident of his clan's victory. The man next to him turned to Su Xing, wishing him death. Suddenly, the mirror in the center of the arena lit up with bright magical energy. Su Xing, seized with fear, exclaimed in displeasure. But in a few moments, the mirror exploded, scattering magical fragments in all directions. Later, the mirror imperceptibly disappeared from the arena. Jiang Du, with an expression of surprise, could not understand what kind of power it was. Wang Luan declared that he was a warrior. Zhao Tianlu then noted that Emperor Qin and Demon Lord were losing popularity. Su Xing's face was frozen in surprise, and his chin was bloodied. He listened to the triumphant shouts of the people who joyfully proclaimed their victory over and over again. With a wild expression on his face, Sui Xinyu found it unbelievable what was happening. He realized that he was a demon lord, and how could he be defeated? Su Qing looked at the star sparrows on his chest in amazement, thinking it was impossible. At that moment, powerful, magical energy began to flow from him. He recognized that his journey and efforts were enormous, and it was all over. Star Sparrow watched Sushi in surprise, wondering what it was. Before he could finish his thought, suddenly a sharp demonic beam hit the star swallow. sending it flying several meters forward. Star attacker. Without losing her fighting spirit, she got up, flapped her wings, and prepared for another blow. The scene did not remain indifferent. From Sushing rose to his feet while his body radiated a multitude of demonic rays. Looking at this, the girl asked in surprise, clenching her teeth, what was going on with Sushin. Soon, another girl, shuddering with terror, realized that everything was going wrong. A demonic seed had sprouted in the Sushing. After that, she explained that his reincarnation would have irreversible consequences. Suang first covered his disfigured face, then happily stretched his lips into a wide, devious smile. Sushing laughed uncontrollably as he declared that he would become the new Demon Lord. Yuanichian watched excitedly as he proclaimed that all people would be under his feet and feel fear. His pupils glowed with a bright red light, and his pale skin emphasized a frantic expression on his face, as if he was not just seeing something, but living it. Sushing rose into the air surrounded by his demonic energy. He announced that he would use their blood to strengthen himself. The representatives of the clans watched him with fear. The star sparrow, spreading its wings, flew rapidly towards Sushing, releasing 2 balls of magical energy, declaring its readiness to fight to the end in the name of the teacher. Suhing raised his hand, releasing a beam of demonic magic, aiming it at the enemy, destroying the magical orb clots and striking the star sparrow. After a sudden jerk, Sushing flew up to the star sparrow and touched it with his palm. The silence, which struck with its unknown power, only increased the destructive effect of the demonic energy, which caused the star sparrow to begin to fall down with pain. When it fell, many fragments flew in different directions, obeying the force of the momentum of the fall. The star sparrow lay on the ground with its wings spread, trying to catch its breath after the grueling battle that had sapped the last of its strength. Yu Jianxing looked at the star tit with an anxious look on his face, but she, trembling all over, turned to her master, begging for forgiveness for not holding out longer. With a sly smile on his face, Sushin noted that now it was their turn to act. One of the men drew a sword from its scabbard, held it up, and warned Sushing that he must fight with it first if he wished to harm his brothers. Lantong also raised his sword, declaring that they would not retreat. Su, looking at Singchakilb, noted that their spirit powers had long been blocked by his seed. Concentrating the demonic energy in his hands, he asked if they could withstand it. He directed a powerful flow of demonic energy in their direction. Suddenly, the powerful flow of dense dark energy was stopped by a sharp flash of light magic. Sushin's face showed surprise when he suddenly turned around. The protagonist saw that Emperor Qingdi, known as Wang Qingyun, was standing behind him, wearing a mask. With his hands crossed behind his back, he assured Su Xing that he had exceeded the limit. Victor leisurely turned in the direction of Huang Qianin, feeling that new adventures were already waiting around the next turn of their journey together. Sushi asked him again as she crossed the room tensely. Suhing then flew into a rage, claiming that they had brought trouble on themselves. He dashed towards Wang Qingyun, concentrating the demonic energy in his palms. Sushing sarcastically asked if he really thought he couldn't handle Emperor Qindi's soul. Then, facing Sushing's anger, he declared that no one could stop him now. Xu Sing held out his open palms in front of him, from which 2 large clots of dark demonic magic shot out, aimed at Wang Qingyun. The hero, with a calm expression on his face, stretched his hand forward, returned the magical energy back, like a maestro controlling the elements. Su Qing kept his eyes on Huang Qi-gyun, full of surprise. He seemed to have received demonic power, but his attacks were not reaching their target. The hero, keeping calm, realized that he did not want to show his strength to the elders, and it was time to go. Believing that immortals and demons were the same, he decided that Sushin had lost his way. Su Qing stared at Huang Xinyun with wide eyes, trying to understand. Were they really lost? After that, Su Qing began to laugh uncontrollably, surrounded by waves of demonic magical energy. Su Qing began to shout and get indignant, calling his clan useless. Then he asked if the interlocutor had faced such difficulties that he had to go through. An exasperated Sushin talked about how he had spent 10 years trying to strengthen and revive the once weak clan. One day he found a secret kingdom and realized that the path he had been following until now was wrong. Only with the help of demons could the members of the Starry Sky clan become stronger. After that, Sushin assured that the choice of demons is the way to real power. Summoning all his demonic energy for a new attack, Su Xing dealt with Huang Xingyun with fierce determination, ordering him to die. There was no way back. The hero noticed that it seemed that he would not stop, and there was only one option left. Thereafter, The protagonist extended his hand, and in the center of his palm, a dark essence of magical energy accumulated, ready to manifest its power. A powerful and sharp beam of concentrated energy from Huang Xingyan suddenly appeared from this core. The beam, moving at an incredible speed, instantly caught up with Sushing and pierced through his body, causing him to bleed profusely. Confused and wide-eyed, Sushi let out a heavy breath, feeling broken. Sushin was blown to pieces by the washcloth. His flesh was scattered everywhere, and blood flooded everything around. The protagonist turned around with a carefree expression on his face and walked away. Star Sparrow turned to him, calling him Lord. However, the hero approached Sparrow and asked if he had already returned. The hero believed that everything was finally over because he was extremely tired. Suddenly, numerous voices from behind addressed him. Among the elders who bowed their knees before their rescued hero, one asked how they could face the demonic clan. Contemplating, the hero considered what they themselves could do if they waited for instructions. After that, the hero suddenly stopped and turned to the elders, informing them that the demon clan was not a threat yet, and it was not necessary to punish the ignorant disciples of the Starry Sky clan. The hero watched and understood that the restoration of the clan is their business. But his time in this world was limited, and it was time to go. After that, the protagonist suddenly ascended into the sky, addressing everyone present as friends, and expressed the hope that everything would be fine. The elders bowed in the center of the arena, and Huang Qini said goodbye to them as he flew away. Looking at them, Huang Xinyun felt that he had finally finished his work. Not long after the recent events, Hai Weijia snuck up on Tong Xiang, who was thoughtfully studying a piece of arena tile in his hand. She wondered what his plans were. Tong Sheyan, thinking, replied that he would stay and help the younger ones rebuild the clan. He was sure that no one would follow the path of evil again. Yu Jianqing looked ahead with a worried face, one word running through her mind. Brother. The demon rebellion at the Tianjiao gathering was over. In the territory of the Kunyun sword clan, events are boiling over in a month. Wan Xinyun, with a glowing face, admired the book in his hands. He sat beside a tree near the immense clan building, feeling a sense of peace and joy. The main character exhaled heavily, thinking that the vacation was too short. During this week, Huang Qining managed to make full use of his free time. Suddenly, Yuz and Xing approached him from behind and drew attention to themselves. Huang Xinyun, with a smile on her face, told him that the boss was calling for a short 10-minute meeting. The main character frowned, turned to the viewer, closing the book. What does this have to do with his story, he wonders. Yu Jianqing puffed out her cheeks in displeasure and explained to him that it was the boss's order. And then, looking angrily at Chuan Xingyun, she asked if he really wasn't going to leave. He replied that he was on his way. After a brief meeting that only lasted 10 minutes, Yuz emphasized her curiosity and asked if he really got eliminated from the TNJ Out tournament at the very beginning. The hero sharply turned to her and answered in the affirmative, explaining that, having entered the mirror, he immediately died at the hands of the deranged students of the Starry Sky clan. Yu Jianqing opened her eyes wide and forcefully declared that he could deceive others, but he could not defeat her. She asked why he looked so much like Emperor Qinde and what he was hiding. The main character laughed awkwardly, raised his hands, and asked what kind of joke it was. Then, avoiding his gaze, he declared that he was a true disciple of the Kung Sword clan. He added with a smile that he was still far from the emperor. Yu Jianqian glared at Huang Qinian and accused him of lying. After that, Wan King charged at high speed. Noticing that Yu Jiancheng remained standing, he remarked that they had to go to a meeting and asked not to keep the old man waiting. Yu Jianqing watched with indignation as Hua and Qinyun ran away from her. With a confident expression on her face and furrowed brows, she was determined to expose his secret. After these events, in the Kun Yin clan's meeting hall, Wenjian praised them with a smile for their success at the Tianjiao meeting, noting that they had glorified the clan. He collected them for a reward. He turned to Yu Jinqing, who was standing among the others across from him. Yuji, with a smile on her face, made it clear that she was already here. Wenjian, sitting on the throne, announced that she had fought the demon lord to the last and proved her skill. This makes her worthy of becoming a true disciple of the Kun Ian sword clan. He handed her the Chile shield, the 9th rank pill, and the 9th cycle seal, stressing that these spiritual treasures would help her in her cultivation ways. Wenjian urged her to use them wisely and backed up his words with magic. Surprised and delighted, Yuji and Qing promised to exceed all his expectations and support the prosperity of the clan. She held out her hands to accept the artifacts. A smile appeared on Huanglan's face as he noticed with surprise that there were truly valuable treasures being distributed today. Zhangdio was beaming with joy because Yijian Qing was soon to receive a higher position. With a smile on his face, Zhao Tianlu acknowledged that she deserved these rewards. When he heard Zhen calling him, he answered immediately, saying that he was on his way. The main character, with a tense expression on his face, stood among the other clan members and sighed heavily as he reflected that Yiji and Shi had almost betrayed him. Memories of a month ago in the old Sky Clan flashed through his mind. Wang Qing was standing in the middle of the forest when he heard Zhuking Wuhu call him by name. He was surprised. Turning to the female voice that found him in this deafness, she approached Huang Xingyun, and he inquired as to what prompted her to seek him out. After that, he admitted that he didn't even think about any secrets regarding Yuji and Xin. I asked her not to delve into these thoughts. Yu King looked down at Huang Qinyan with a smile as she landed. She smiled as she asked him if he thought she would believe he was killed quickly in the mirror. The main character looked at her with a gloomy and surprised expression, nervously asking why this was impossible. Yu Qinwu turned his attention to Wan Qinyun, thinking that he had hidden himself to help from the shadows. He noticed that he and Emperor Qing Di had never been together in the same place. A thoughtful expression appeared on her face. Yu Jinwu looked in front of her and felt that Emperor Qing Di seemed to be somewhere nearby. The protagonist looked nervously at Yu Qingwu and couldn't shake the thought, could she really suspect him of something? Yu Qingwu covered her smile with her hand, but the slight expression on her face gave it away, and she realized that his confession was accidental, without words. The hero, horrifyingly realizing what had happened, opened his eyes wide and imagined that his secret had been discovered. Huang Qini stood among his relatives with his hands folded on his chest and wondered if he was really such a bad actor. At that moment, when Hien rose from the throne, he spread his arms and informed the audience that he had gathered them not for an award, but for an important announcement. Thanks to the appearance of the remnants of Qinda Imperisul, they once again repelled the demonic attack, and the Starry Sky Plan gave them the key to the Empress's tomb. The Kungyan Sword Clan members asked in surprise, as Ji-in pointed out that it turned out to be the final key. After that, with a smile on his face, Ji-in began to talk about how 5 million years ago, the Jade Emperor collected many treasures, the most valuable of which could help in achieving the highest Dao. After Hien informed the members of the Kungyan Sword Clans present that the elder of the Hyenium clan had recently discovered a threat to attack the Imperial tomb, the entire planet became anxious. Jin loudly announced that 10 keys are needed to open the tomb, and the first 9 keys have already been given to other customers. With a smile on his face, Jin addressed the audience, saying that the final decision was given to them, and it was fate. Zhangdu's face lit up with a smile as he noted the greatness of their clan. Thanks to the Emperor's key, they will be able to penetrate the GUC, he believes. Van Lan supported behind his back. It opens up new opportunities. With a smile on his face, Jiao Tianlu expressed his hope that if he succeeded in breaking into the tomb, he might be able to obtain powerful techniques and magical powers capable of raising them to 3 levels. Then he turned to the head of the clan with a question about whom he would send on an important mission. Wan Qingyan covered his mouth with his hand in boredom, attracting the attention of Yiji and Qin, who turned to him in surprise. Eugene Chen approached Huang Qingying's face and whispered about the Sea of Gu. Then he asked, "What is this place, and is it dangerous to go there?" Eugene Chen wondered if Huang Qingying did not know this himself. The main character gestured to himself and asked if he should know this. Yu Jianqing looked carefully at Hua and Qinyun, but left his question unanswered. Raising her index finger, she began to tell that the Guk district was located in the south of the Chengyuan region. This is an area with powerful underwater currents, shrouded in fog and darkness. After that, Yuji and Shin pointed out that this region was home to extremely powerful monsters, and the level of danger was beyond all imaginable, determined that the shadow of cold stretches for tens of meters, and the body of this monster is covered with iron scales. His movement on the water is free, and the impact is extremely powerful. Yu Jianqi described another creature that could not only control ice, but also create illusions. Under their influence, the enemy loses the ability to distinguish between reality and deception. After that, Yu Zhen expressed her opinion that even the strongest students would not have it easy. The protagonist thought with a bored expression that it was really difficult. Then, smiling, he turned to her with a question. "But what does that have to do with him?" The main character turned away from Yu Zinying, determined not to go to dangerous places. Yu Zinying looked at Huan Xingyun regretfully, explaining that it was not up to him. The leader called them only to familiarize themselves with the information about the Heishyuk. The main character looked curiously in front of him, trying to figure out what was waiting for him. He began to listen carefully to the words of the clan leader, expressing seriousness on his face. As Jen spread his arms in different directions, he emphasized that everything discussed today was a key point for their future development. He appealed to those present to think, smiling and holding out his hand. Ji Ying announced that he was giving time to rest and recuperate. In 3 days, they are going to discuss the plan to go to sea. The Kunyin sword clansmen, following the leader's order, quickly left the premises. Huang Qinian looked at the scene before him and wondered why he was so upset. He thought that this had never happened to him before. Suddenly, she and Ian rushed into his arms, searching his focused face for an answer to the question of whether she knew anything about the secret of the juice. Watching the Shainin trembling with fear, he wonders, is her origin connected to this place? After these events, as the crescent moon illuminated the Kunyan sword clan, the truth gradually became clear, increasing the tension that hung over the heroes of the story. Lying next to Xinian, Wan Qingjin was deep in thought. He wondered why he hadn't considered her connection to demons. Another thought tormented him. Where is this place they see? Suddenly, there was a knock on the door of Huang Jin's room, apologizing for the trouble. The protagonist stood up, asking if it was his sister. After that, he invited her inside. Yevgenia entered the room, and Huang Xinyun, turning to her with a smile, asked with interest why she came so late. Yu Jinxing looked at Huang Qinyuan intently, assuring him that he would never deceive her. She then pointed out that he was an important person in the Tianjiao meeting, and asked if that was the case. The hero, eyes wide open and mouth full of sincere surprise, looked at Yu Jianxing and tried to understand what she was talking about. Yu Jianxing showed off the artifacts she had received from the clan head, and felt ashamed at such gifts. She suggested that Hua and Qinyang take them back. The main character sighed with relief, thinking that he had already caught up with the negativity. He then turned to Eugenie with a smile, noting that the award was personally presented to her by the leader. Yu Jianqing unexpectedly walked up to Wan Qing, looked into his eyes carefully, and remarked that only he was capable of displaying such strength during a meeting. With a serious expression on her face, she pointed her finger at Huang Xingyun and demanded an honest answer from him. I was wondering what he has to do with Emperor Xinyun Di. The protagonist, wiping the sweat from his face, understood that he could no longer deceive her. He finally admitted the truth he had avoided for so long. He didn't have time to express his opinion, as Pharaoh Bro's Yu Jinjian suggested that he probably received the Emperor's inheritance, which was why he was able to quickly gain strength. The main character stared in surprise at Yi Zhenqi, who was in a state of shock as he uttered these words. He confirmed her words many times, and noted that he did not expect such insight. Huang Qinni was relieved to think that she hadn't guessed, and that was a good thing. Yuji and Xing pointed out that she thought special training required a lot of energy, so it was best for Zhuang Jingyun to take advantage of these treasures. After that, Yu Jiangxing indignantly declared that otherwise she would tell the manager everything. The protagonist raised his hands, agreeing with her, and decided to take these questions upon himself. With a smile on his face, the hero realized that Yi Jiangxing was worried about him. He should have accepted this heart-melting gesture of kindness. Then the main character raised a pointer and declared that he would take only one thing, asking not to tell anyone about the imperial heritage. Yu Jiangqing agreed with a smile. She spread all the treasures she had received on the table and offered him to choose. The main character approached the table on which the treasures lay. Looking at them intently, he felt as if these things had something to do with him. He took the key in his hand, claiming that he needed it. Yu Jianxin looked surprised because there were so many treasures around. She asked why that was. She reported that yesterday the chairman instructed her to keep this item. He has limited energy and is only able to open the tomb. Yu Jianshen turned to Wang Qingyun with an annoyed look. The hero touched her head and objected, saying that he actually liked the item. Yu Jing asked him if he was telling the truth, and then immediately emphasized that he should not lie to her again. The protagonist replied that he was not deceiving. After a while, Wang Qinggong, stretching his body and raising his arms, thought about the fact that Yu Jianxin's suspicions were growing. However, with his soul at peace, he could rest. After these events, Huang Qinyun was transferred to the space of his own consciousness. In his cosmic comfort, Star Sparrow immersed himself in the absorption of spiritual grass, which he carefully gathered from the earth. At this time, the Sun Dragon was hugging a tall building called the Restoration Tower. The Moon Tiger was engaged in gathering herbs and turning them into healing elixirs. The Dawn Snake was fishing near the pond, feeding the fish with bait. After that, the Moon Tiger, holding a large ladle in one paw and a massive jar in the other, said that they were legendary divine beings. Then he thought about how they ended up here and why they began to work hard. Star Sparrow asked if he had a better idea. An angry Moon Tiger began to ponder. If they continued to follow the master, would they be able to reach heights in such actions? He then exclaimed that they were divine beasts, and it was time to show their true nature. The main character, finding himself behind the angry Moon Tiger, curiously tried to understand what they were arguing about so hotly. The Moon Tiger stared ahead with open eyes, mesmerizing and surprising him at the same time. After that, he and the tiger turned to Huang Qinyan with a friendly smile and pushed a bench for him to sit down. Crescent Tiger brought a tray with a drink and a teapot, inviting to taste. The tiger explained that the tea was filled with spiritual power. The divine beasts watched in amazement at this unexpected help from the Moon Tiger, discussing essence and grandeur. The Morning Snake just silently watched with a gloomy expression. The protagonist turned to the Moon Tiger, indicating his hard work. In response, the Moon Tiger, fanning Huang Xingyun, replied that it was his duty. After that, the Moon Tiger turned Huang Qiyun into a majestic lion. In fact, he learned something interesting from Zhao Jui. Although he did not give details, he did mention a place known as the Five Mountain Range, located 3,000 miles to the east. Qin Yuan wondered where these 5 mountains were, and realized that they were a famous scenic resort. The eyes of his companions flashed with delight. Without hesitation, he agreed to leave the next morning, much to the delight of his team. Qin Yuan strode confidently to gather, and his companions rejoiced, for they were on their way to a wonderful resort. We moved to Mount Yun. The young owner leisurely wandered around the area, surveying the area. He believed that they need to move in the right direction without worrying about a comfortable life. They are already on their way. This place was full of positive energy and deserved fame as a famous resort and area of immortals. Indeed, the area here is extremely beautiful, and just by being here, you can feel the rest. The boy went down to a wonderful slope, and when he hit the ground with his foot, it caught your attention. You noticed a man standing next to him. The young master asked the stranger who probably guards this area. Everything turned out to be true. He was a guard, but the question remained, why is there no one else here? The guard said that hundreds of years ago, and to this day he is the only old man left to live on this mountain. Qin Yuan wondered what happened to this whole place. The old man began to tell the story. Mountain Yuan was indeed once prosperous, and many strong cultivators often visited here, and his family also lived here. But a few decades ago, a terrible tragedy happened here, during which many cultivators died, and his family was cursed by a mysterious force. The calamity has not stopped since that time, and many have left the place, remaining here alone. Qin Yuan had no idea that the fate of this prominent place had turned so tragically, and the old man asked the boy to leave it for safety. However, the young owner decided to spend his weekend here. He gave the man a spirit stone so that he would give him a room. In his mind, Qin Yuan understood that this was the perfect place to rest, an entire resort, and he was the only one here. It was just wonderful, like a perfect beach, on the bank of which he rested peacefully and enjoyed fresh coconut juice. This vacation was, without a doubt, the best in his life. He only dreamed that they would never end. However, a little sister appeared near him, who came unexpectedly, although he did not want to see her. However, she explained that the head had told her to come to the Yuan Mountains because something important was happening here, and she had come on a secret mission, not to supervise him. Jin Yuan accepted her explanation, but most suspected that she too had just gone on vacation, secretly resting. After all, where else can you send people if not to a resort? And then suddenly he felt that someone remembered him. In any case, he decided to continue enjoying his vacation and decided to order an apricot cocktail. He asked his friend if he noticed any energy, but the friend replied that he did not feel anything strange. There was only one place where the required thing was, and they would go there the next day. Looking around, the boy noticed some noise around. He remembered that the old man said that there was no one here. But why did people suddenly appear here? Meanwhile, the Starry Sky clan was sinking into ruin. Things were very bad there. When they were inspecting the former head Su Xin's estate, they found a large secret room, and it seemed to have a demonic energy inside it. Hearing this, the master couldn't hold back his anger and decided to go there to check for himself. And when they went down into the underground tunnel, they saw an incredible amount of dark energy filling him. Looking down, one could see that the basement was filled with this energy. Outsiders cannot be allowed here, so the entire process must be strictly controlled. The young master was filled with a bright aura for protection. He carefully began to descend, trying to dissipate this energy. The tunnel was infinitely deep. The power of this demonic energy was simply incredible. Something was clearly wrong here. And when he went down, he saw an endless number of devastated skulls of some creatures scattered on the floor. There was only one question left. What was Sushin doing here all this time? The scale of what was seen was simply amazing. A huge mountain of skulls testified to the brutal acts that took place in this cave. At the very top of this monstrous hill lay a rolled-up scroll of red color that looked like records. Reaching for this scroll, the boy began to analyze what was written there, and he realized with horror that the situation is very dangerous, and it is necessary to inform the Alliance about what happened as soon as possible. We returned to the mountains to a beautiful island, where Qingyun paid attention to the people who approached him. He couldn't make out who it was from a distance, but they looked familiar enough. The girl, seeing Qingyun, turned to her brother, noting that there were other people here besides them. Her brother asked Shuang'er not to be so rude. They apologized, assuring him that they had inadvertently disturbed him. The young man introduced himself as Yu Qiu Bai and his sister Yu Qishanan. Our hero looked at them, noticing that they were from the same clan, and responded by introducing himself as a member of the Zayan clan as well, getting to know them. After that, new acquaintances asked if he had come here to rest as well, and inquired about his opinion about the mountain. Yes, everything was exactly like that. But a sister standing behind her brother. She seems to have recognized the boy, and her face was not too happy. She blamed him because she knew he was the god of sleep. Qin Yuan was a bit embarrassed by these words, and asked the girl to be more careful, hinting that maybe she was mistaken. However, the girl assured that she saw him at the meeting in Tanzhou. He was constantly sleeping in the Starry Sky clan mirror, and she noticed it. Qing Yuan was a little embarrassed by her words. But the brother asked his sister Hua not to talk nonsense, explaining that she was simply engrossed in the meeting and could not accurately express her thoughts. He asked her not to speak in such a tone again and to apologize to Qing Yuan immediately. She folded her hands and admitted her mistake, apologizing sincerely. The young master assured Brother Yun not to worry. He understands that his sister is just straightforward, and everything is fine. In addition, the name Sleep God even suits him. Now in the back of his mind, he was laughing at his new status, feeling that if he was thought of as insolent, it would only benefit him. They recognized that Brother Hua was a perfect person, understood everything, and were glad to meet him. The hostess intervened in the conversation, asking this clan why they came here. The fact is that these guests came to dine with the old man who approached them. They were grateful to this old man for his care in their childhood because he was their mentor and guardian angel. However, due to circumstances, they had to leave this place, and later joined the Zhangyi clan. Now they only occasionally visit here. It sounded pretty interesting to everyone. The story was gaining momentum. Once upon a time, several elders fell under the influence of the cultivators, which led to disappearances, and their family was blamed, causing their reputation to suffer greatly. They didn't have enough strength to stay here and had to flee, and now that they had gained strength with Shug, they came back to deal with everything. They asked those who came to rest not to stay here until late, but better move to the city. The fact is that during the full moon, people disappear here precisely at this time. The girl was struck by the shocking information. She didn't know what was going on here, but she suspected that members of the demon clan might be involved. However, the young master wondered why everything was fine with the old man then. However, the old man explains this by the fact that perhaps this is his fate, and he is not affected by such strange phenomena. Analyzing this, the boy understands that the nearest city is 700 kilometers from here. This whole theory of Qin Yuan looks quite interesting, although he is sorry to encounter such unpredictable events. However, this should not interfere with his rest. He has already made a deposit and will definitely stay here for the night. After all, he has security in the form of his pets, who will definitely not leave him. The friends realize that the spirit and its minions are a powerful energy, but it is too little, and the god of sleep relies too much on them. Although Brother Hua doesn't look very strong, there is definitely something special about him. The girl noted that when the head sent her to Mount Iwan, he did not give her a clear explanation of her task, probably so that she would fully understand and understand everything herself. And if they are also from the clan of cultivators, then the girl offers her help. They will not leave their own and dig for the truth together. For this they were greatly thanked, and all together they went to the old man's villa. During the walk, the brother told the sister that the night of the blood moon was always very dangerous, and suggested that she change her mind after all. It is a matter of life and death, although he does not want to leave this wonderful place. But it would be better for her to refuse this task, he pleaded with her. Brother Hua asked them not to worry, assuring them that if anything happened, the spirit and the pets would help him, so his sister would be completely safe. The girl, looking at him, explained that she was here on behalf of the head, not to protect him, but he only smiled slyly. Everyone recognized that Qing Yuan was a wonderful person, and he asked the guard to prepare a room for him and his sister. The guard sighed with a heavy heart, but agreed if they really wanted to stay. Joyfully, the boy exclaimed that in case of danger, they are always ready to help and will not sit idly by. At this moment, they were distributed among their rooms on the territory. A dark, deep night has come, and soon the bloody moon appeared. Demonic energy began to spread throughout the perimeter, as if some wind filled the space with fear, increasing the tension around. In this room, all pets slept peacefully together with their owner, but suddenly demonic energy began to enter their room. The sacred snake immediately reacted to this, and began to wake up other pets, drawing their attention to this demonic energy. Falcon realized that it was a destructive mist that destroyed even shadows, and if a cultivator touched it, he would immediately lose all power. What to do now if their master is fast asleep? Moon Tiger suggested not to make noise so as not to disturb the owner. Otherwise, what was the point? The Fosters decided to create a barrier sphere over him to protect him. The host partly likes this deadly plan. We move a little earlier to another room. Jing Zhao's relatives saw the destructive mist and were prepared for it, knowing that something like that resided here. When the dark energy began to take some form, a silhouette appeared and began to laugh, saying that he didn't think they were so brave. The brother instantly became angry. "Who the hell are you and why are you attacking us?" The silhouette began to form even more chakra and directed it at them. The young master activated the warrior spirit of obsession. His chakra began to repel the silhouette's attack. The demonic energy scoffed that these people wanted to destroy its power. She declared that they were all the same and it was time for them to die together. The young master swung his fist, not allowing this creature to even dream of victory. Meanwhile, his sister was knocked down by this power. Hitting the wall, which cracked a little, she realized that this mist was too powerful. She yells at her brother that if he's okay, he better get out of here. Looking around, the girl turned her attention to Hua King Yuan's room, where his pets created a wonderful protective barrier. They noticed outsiders in his room because the master asked not to show his power to strangers, but with the appearance of the girl, they had nothing to hide. The sister asked how their master could be sleeping at such a time, but being the god of sleep, she did not expect anything else from him. She moved closer to Hua King Yuan to wake him up, but a dark energy began to approach from behind. She appeared right behind her, and the girl felt it well, and when she almost said goodbye to her life, the mistress intervened in the battle, repelling the attack. She asked the girl from the Joanni clan what this mist was. The girl explained that as soon as someone touches this mist, they immediately lose their abilities. 10 years ago, he first appeared in the temple, and then began to disappear, taking away the cultivators. This is the same secret and her task. She is here for a reason. They need to use the fog-clearing blade, and she asks the girl not to go far from her. At that moment, a powerful explosion will be heard around them. The brother looks at this evil and cannot destroy it. His sister finally sees him and understands that he is not easy. At this moment, the brother will play seriously, attacking this fog. And now, his fists fly straight in the direction of this abomination. She dissipates without even receiving his blow, which hurts his soul beyond belief. The brother falls down exhausted, barely breathing. Suddenly, a guard appears, asking how his children, Tuban and Chuaner, are doing. He sees that something incredible has happened, but the darkness has already disappeared. At this moment, our hero wakes up, not understanding what happened at all. But everyone around was scared, and some were even injured. One of them developed a fever and toxins got into his blood. His sister is going to give him a pill that will boost his energy. The mistress realizes that her brother's channels have been taken over by the fog, and it's more like a curse than poisoning. So normal medicine won't help him. Also, there's a good chance that he needed the help of a water elemental specialist to destroy the remnants of the curse. She has to do it right away, and she can hardly contain herself from rage, promising to kill any scoundrel to save her brother. The sister was extremely angry, but after a moment, she began to realize the situation and fell to the ground with tears in her eyes. Something happened to her, but it is not known what exactly. Sue was shocked by her sudden fall. She reassured her, reminding her that there is no use in haste here. It is better not to take risks. The night of the blood moon is too dangerous, Tspo, says the master, advising not to take hasty steps. Sue asks her sister to rest that night, and she will accompany her in the morning. The pet snake began to run around, paying attention to the stone. These stones seemed very suspicious to him. He sensed a dark energy, and he immediately informed his master about it. The student is not capable of lying. If he said so, there can be no mistake. It turns out that not only our hero feels this energy, Hua informs everyone that she will leave for the mountains tomorrow. He learned about the possibility of removing the curse and wants to help, but the girl had something important that she wanted to tell him. Hua remembers how at the Tanzao meeting they worked together, but were still in danger. In any case, the brother has a lot of hidden techniques that can come in handy. The guard promised to take care of the wounded boy while the others could rest. The next day, they were going to go to the Yuan Mountains. The three of them went on a mission. Xiao asks Brother Hao, as he usually doesn't like to attract attention. Why did he decide to show interest? All this has only one reason for him. It is friendship between clans. The girl was amazed by such an answer, and asked if it was really so. However, this was not the whole truth. Hao admitted that there was also selfishness in him, because he would never forgive the one who destroyed his villa. Walking through the forest, they heard some sounds in the distance. Suddenly, an incredible monster with green eyes pounced on them. He appeared out of nowhere like a dark apparition imbued with demonic energy. The girl activated her electrical energy and surprised the monster that was attacking her. An incredibly powerful beam flew past her and struck this beast. He fell to the ground dead, having suffered severe damage. They saw that a strange shadow wolf had somehow appeared in this area, but this type of monster should have died out a long time ago. How did such a monster appear here? Fortunately, he wasn't too strong and didn't pose much of a threat. However, the girl understood that she would not be able to cope without their help and mentally analyzed their abilities. But a dark energy, somewhere far in the forest, continued to watch them, and once they dared to come here, they had almost no chance of returning from here. And then young Master Hao sensed something approaching them. It was something incredibly large, similar to a dragon and a huge bird at the same time. To fight with such a force, they will have to make every effort. One of these evil birds was extremely strong. They noticed that two extinct creatures meet here at once. This legendary ice giant was especially impressive. He possessed great spiritual power and strong armor, but Sister Xiao would quickly deal with him. The young master warned them that he was backing off and relying on them. One of the creatures decided that the god of sleep was indeed in a hurry to escape from them. But Xiao did not back down, realizing that the ancient monster possessed enormous spiritual power, and this was a rare opportunity to fight him. All of a sudden, you can feel and hear the draft technique around you. Hao is confident in his sister. She is powerful against this opponent, but still, it will not be easy. Watching from the sidelines, he asks Xinkyu to help them. Xinkyu rushes into battle to support the girls. The mistress of the J clan begins to use her knight-like technique, and at this moment, she attacks with a technique, piercing the monster. This huge piece of machinery is simply unbelievable for one person. Her strength has doubled from its normal state, and she herself barely believes in her godlike strength. The battle is coming to an end, and Mistress Xiao asks her brother to come out of hiding. The so-called god of sleep admits that he apologizes for his fear of being killed, and thanks them for being there, admitting that he is not that strong. The hostess says that she does not leave the feeling, as if they are being watched, and suddenly Xiao hears a crack behind him. Looking back, she sees an insect flying towards her behind her. After they fought off the insect, they had to investigate the object that was nearby. It was some kind of insect controlled by demonic power or magic. It couldn't even make their bodies dead as they remain under the creature's control forever. This may explain why there are so many monsters here that should have disappeared a long time ago. They look like zombies, and probably the cave hides many more secrets that need to be revealed. However, the sister was worried that a way to save her brother should be found. The young master assured her that they must know that something magical was watching over them. She can use her chi energy to find the owner of this power since no one else knows about it. The boy has no knowledge of chi skills, but he knows another plan that can give them an advantage. And he begins to form this dynamic energy in his hands. The only question left was he going to use his sword to do it? After all, the sword is magical and should not interact with demonic magic. However, he is using this power, and in this case, it may have the desired effect. They need to hold their ground and move forward. Soon, analyzing this energy, our hero makes a discovery. He points his sword to the side and shows the point from which everything comes out. Looking there, the girl could not believe that this was really the place. The young master noticed that she somehow knew the place and might be hiding something from them. Then she decided to tell. There is something big in this cave, and her family has a connection with this place. They once entered this cave and someone was exploring its closed passages, finding something huge with hidden energy. Her father heard about it from the family and informed the Great Sex. But a few years later, the creature announced its talent. She took the one who found her and arranged a bloody massacre. From that time, mystical events began to happen in the mountains, and this place was called Bloody Moon. Smoke rose from the cave, instilling fear, and her father disappeared right there. This meant that their situation was much more dire than they could have imagined, and it frightened them greatly. Realizing this, the young master understood that the demonic smoke was once again spreading around and possibly contained the family's treasure that had been given to the demon. Maybe the middle brother is taking care of their sister, and they need to use that talent to free her body. Xiu then asked her brother to use that thing in this case and cause some destruction. She gives him a talisman and he has to do something important with it. She had protection, a protective item given to her by the master. Therefore, let him not worry about her and just take this talisman. The girl looked at it from the side and was not sure what the god of sleep would do and how it was related to that girl. But our hero asked not to take it strange. They are just friends, nothing more, and there is no point in wasting time. You need to act. They went forward along the path into the forest. Suddenly, a devilish fog surrounded them. One of the girls warns her brother and pulls him away from this dangerous creature. A little more and the fog would have engulfed him, taking his life. They find themselves separated. The girl tries to solve the situation by channeling her energy into the demonic fog. However, this did not give the desired result. Her power dissipates from the impact. Her attack failed again. They needed to think carefully about their next steps. Then they understand that their salvation is Migan's spiritual formation, and just in front of them, this technique begins to work. The formation is extremely powerful and has incredible abilities. It can automatically attack them due to its high level of strength and defense. One of them activated it, and to find a weak point, you need to make an effort to escape. This is exactly the reason they confronted her. And now it becomes clear that if the owner got into this situation, then he is in great danger. Let him use the thing she gave him, and he is going to do it. After all, this is part of his job, and clients work to return everything to him with payment. The girls don't understand what he's talking about, or what kind of job it is, but they ask him to just use the thing. He orders them to look at him. Now he will make the move. All he wants to do is quite simple. Apply a sword formation. At this moment, a huge number of swords appear on the horizon, like rain, which he wants to rain down on the formation.